He was born as the heir to a low-ranking noble family within the kingdom. But Raven Vanterer was framed for treason, falsely accused of plotting a rebellion against the royal family. In exchange for a chance at a pardon, he was exiled to the monster-hunting frontlines alongside the kingdom's absolute worst legion. If he could just survive for a full 10 years, he would finally earn his freedom. But everyone knew it was nothing more than a disguised death sentence. No one had ever managed to survive in that hellhole for more than 10 years. And yet, fueled by a monstrous willpower, Raven Vanterer gritted his teeth and clawed his way all the way to the present day. Just as the light of freedom began to glimmer right before his eyes during his final battle, he crossed paths with the new heir of the Pendragon family. Duke Glenn Pendragon and Irene Pendragon made their appearance, and from that exact moment on, the real tragedy began. The story kicks off with our main character, cold-bloodedly slaughtering monsters one by one across the desolate battlefield. His blade slashes through the air, painting a thin, crimson line of blood against the sky. His swordplay is sharp and incredibly precise. Every single strike is a fatal blow, leaving the wild beasts with just enough time to let out a dying howl before crashing to the ground. A massive eagle with glowing red eyes dive bombs from above, its razor-sharp talons aim straight for his towering figure. His face is covered in a jagged web of scars, looking just like a grim map of war. Those piercing silver eyes radiate a bone-chilling aura. With just a quick duck and a single, ruthless swing of his blade, the giant eagle's head is cleanly severed from its neck. He casually twirls his sword, completely surrounded by a towering mountain of monster corpses of every shape and size. A goblin stammers, shaking with pure terror, "He wiped out all our brothers, all by himself." Raven Vanterer glares down with an ice-cold stare. The goblin grits its teeth, calling him the devil's terrifying guard. Our guy just lowers his gaze, his silver pupils flashing dangerously under the moonlight. He raises his sword high, letting the moonlight wash over the blade with a cold, silvery glow. The blade comes crashing down as the goblin's eyes widen in absolute horror. Blood splatters everywhere, violently staining the earth red. A heavy metallic stench fills the air. He lets out a long, quiet sigh. He looks up at the golden moon, hanging low in the dark night sky. His black cloak violently flaps in the freezing wind. His voice softly blends into the dark night. "I've really made it this far." His normally hardened face slightly softens. "Only 10 days left. If I make it through this, my freedom is finally mine. I'm getting out of this hellhole." That ironclad vow is silently witnessed by the moonlight. Time passes by, and his soft footsteps crunch against the dusty, barren earth. He returns to the Demon Extermination Legion's camp, just as dawn breaks over the mountains. A golden light washes over hundreds of ragged tents while he stands on a ridge, observing the scene below. In one corner, a bunch of warriors are completely passed out, dead drunk. In another, shivering prisoners huddle together in dead silence. His mind drifts for a moment. These past 10 years have been a literal hell on Earth. The Demon Extermination Legion is basically a dumping ground for the exiled, forcing them to fight and die for bloody power struggles. It is known as the absolute cruelest punishment in the entire kingdom. The ranks are mostly filled with hardened criminals and slaves. He quietly walks past the wretched crowd, but a few guys in the back start mocking him. "Look at that. Raven Vanterer killed off his entire squad and came crawling back all alone again. Even with that royal blood of his, you gotta admit the bastard's tough to kill. Our guy just keeps walking at a steady pace, not giving a single damn about their trash talk." Suddenly, a burly guy blocks his path. "Looks like we've got ourselves some entertainment." The dark, heavyset guy flashes a nasty smirk. "You ignoring me again? Got nothing to say for yourself." He clicks his tongue in sheer annoyance. A cold, contemptuous smirk creeps onto his face. "Are you really in that much of a hurry to die?" The guy's eyes go wide, but before he can even open his fat mouth, Raven Vanterer violently drives a knee straight into his gut. Without missing a beat, his hand tightens around the hilt of his sword. The icy blade is instantly pressed right against the throat of the lackey standing behind him. Raven glares down with an absolutely crushing aura. Almost deliberately, the razor-sharp edge slices a hairline cut across the punk's skin, sending a thin trail of fresh blood oozing down his neck. He slowly pivots to deal with the last guy. Just casually raising his hand is more than enough to make the bastard tremble in terror. He aggressively grabs him by the head, and the coward's eyes immediately well up with pathetic tears. Without a second thought, he slammed the guy's head into the dirt with a sickening thud. With that done, our protagonist stepped back. The fat bastard stayed on his knees, cursing out of pure spite. Suddenly, a blast of sword aura slammed into the ground right next to his face. Raven Vanterer leaned in, his silver eyes flashing with pure killing intent. "If you want to die before the monsters eat you alive, I would be more than happy to oblige." With that, he turned his back and walked away, leaving nothing but the sound of furious teeth grinding in his wake. An exiled royal, they said he wouldn't last a single year out here. Yet here he is, transformed into a monster who has survived for 10 long years. The rumors were spreading like wildfire, but our guy just walked straight back to his tent as if they were true. The Vanterer family might not have been wildly famous, but they definitely held their own place within the royal court. He was supposed to live a life of absolute luxury, but his entire world collapsed in the blink of an eye. His gaze grew dark and incredibly heavy. The memories came flooding back. A flashback showed his younger self, completely paralyzed in shock at the horrifying scene unfolding before him. 10 years ago, his family's grand mansion was completely engulfed in a massive, raging inferno. A man stood there with his arms spread wide, laughing like an absolute maniac. "You pathetic fools of the Vanterer family. To think you actually dared to plot treason against the crown, that is a crime punishable by death." Even though he was tightly bound in heavy chains, the young boy screamed at the top of his lungs, "My family would never do something like that." Ruth Talon just gave him a look of pathetic pity and smirked. "What an absolute idiot. You don't even realize your own crimes." Raven Vanterer growled through his teeth. "It's all a setup. Some other noble family is the real mastermind here." The bastard just grabbed him by the hair and viciously yanked his head back. Ruth Talon stared down at him with dead eyes. "Your mother and father have already been purged. I could easily burn you to ashes along with this miserable house, but I think I'll give you a choice." The man leaned right into our protagonist's face. "Fight the demons for 10 years in the Demon Extermination Legion. Pull that off, and I will let you live." Raven's eyes went wide, choking on an absolute, suffocating hatred. The crowd of soldiers around them burst out laughing. The Demon Extermination Legion, isn't that literally the absolute bottom of society? It's full of nothing but criminals and savages. Getting tossed in there is basically the final nail in the coffin for the Vanterer family. Finally, broken and desperate, the young boy forced the words out, "If I fight for 10 years, will I really get to live?" Ruth Talon just shrugged his shoulders. "If you actually survive, you walk free." Our protagonist quietly replied, "I understand." But his voice rang out, full of absolute, unwavering resolve. "I am going to survive this. And when I do, I am going to rebuild the Vanterer family from the ground up, no matter what it takes." As the raging fire swallowed everything he ever knew, he just kneeled there in the gray ashes of his past. Snapping back to the present reality, our protagonist tightly clenched his fists. He muttered to himself, "These miserable days of living in total humiliation are finally coming to an end." He slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Ever since he was exiled to this hellhole, he had been fighting terrifying monsters with absolutely zero training. All he had to rely on was his raw survival instinct. Yet against all odds, he survived. That naive, youthful face from 10 years ago was now carved out of pure iron willpower. He went from being a weak, helpless kid to becoming the absolute most terrifying soldier in the Demon Extermination Legion over the course of 10 bloody years. The terrified boy from back then and the hardened, ruthless warrior standing here today were completely like night and day. Looking tough as nails, he held firmly onto the belief that this massive, upcoming demon extermination battle would finally put an end to all of his long years of suffering. He was just one single step away from finally grabbing his freedom and restoring the lost glory of his fallen family. Meanwhile, deep within the Ancona forest, the Pendragon family's territory stood wild and incredibly majestic, completely swallowed up by the dead of night. Bright blue eyes snapped wide open, his nose twitching slightly as if he could sense that something huge was about to happen. Right under the massive full moon, with shooting stars literally ripping across the sky, a gigantic dragon suddenly materialized right in front of the young boy. The dragon let out a soft, rumbling whisper. "Oh my knight, the time to fulfill the ancient oath between us is finally at hand." The young man could only tilt his head back, absolutely dumbfounded as he stared up in awe at the legendary beast. The dragon looked insanely majestic, radiating an aura that completely crushed any other monster out there. It was probably the single strongest being to ever walk this earth. And the craziest part, only the royal Duke Pendragon family had the raw power to make a divine beast like this bow its head in absolute submission. The white dragon, covered in glowing golden armor, gently lowered its massive head. It let the young Pendragon heir pet it, all thanks to their legendary, bloodline-based dragon taming ability. That family was the most powerful in the kingdom, with an absolutely legendary reputation, and there were only 13 days left before Raven Vanterer would finally get his pardon. Later that night, at the frontline camp of the Demon Legion, our main guy just casually strolled right up to the commander's tent. He reached out, pushed the heavy curtain aside, and walked right on in. With a completely deadpan look, he just glanced over and bluntly announced, "I am back." Tavan Bantai was sprawling on his chair like he owned the place. Surrounded by his slave attendants, he tore into a piece of meat and smirked. "Looks like you came back all by yourself again. Grim Reaper Raven Vanterer. So how's the scouting report?" The main character's face instantly darkened. He answered back, his voice so casually calm it was actually bone-chilling. The demon forces are holding the far eastern front. If our main army clashes with them head-on, our chances of winning are pretty much zero. Tavan Bantai just tilted his head and let out a greasy laugh. So what you're saying is, we can't beat them, huh? He licked his lips with a scheming look in his eyes. If it's just us out there, we'd definitely lose. Meanwhile, our guy didn't even bother to react. Then the commander burst out laughing. But tomorrow, oh tomorrow is gonna be a whole different story. Word on the street is that the Pendragon family is coming to back us up. They're even bringing their absolute strongest creature. Hearing this, Raven couldn't help but frown. Off in the distance, the white dragon banner was already fluttering in the wind. It was a clear sign that they had actually brought a literal white dragon onto the battlefield. Raven scoffed in pure disbelief. You mean to tell me that legendary beast is actually going into battle with us? Tavan Bantai's tone instantly turned dead serious. I know it sounds crazy, but the Pendragons have been taming white dragons for generations, and tomorrow, that thing is gonna crush those demons into dust for us. The main character fell silent, thinking about the Pendragon family. They were a bloodline directly tied to royalty, basically standing as the top power in the entire kingdom. He was still highly skeptical. Wasn't that all just a bunch of myths? Who the hell could actually force a dragon to serve them? After scraping by for 10 whole years on this brutal, dark fantasy battlefield, he had never once laid eyes on a dragon. Did Tavan Bantai seriously believe in fairy tales? It was so ridiculous he almost laughed out loud. Besides, he had heard the rumors that their previous family head had passed away. Because of that, the Pendragon family's influence had been going downhill for the last few years. He crossed his arms, his tone completely flat. I am not buying it. Tavan Bantai pointed a fat finger right in his face. You don't get to choose what you believe. This is a direct order, but tomorrow, you won't need to fight on the front lines. Raven narrowed his eyes in pure annoyance. So, what exactly is the catch? The commander gave a sly, wicked grin. Since we have a dragon now, well, just let it wipe out the monsters. I am a genius, right? As for you, your job is to babysit and protect the young master of the Pendragon family. He just shrugged. If that's all it takes, then I've got no complaints. Tavan Bantai let out a booming laugh. Just remember, do not leave his side for even a second. The main character just quietly bowed his head. Then he replied with a sharp, understood, but the silver glint in his eyes remained as cold as a block of ice. I will follow your orders perfectly. The commander laughed wildly, absolutely thrilled. Excellent. Now go properly greet our future count. I'm counting on you for tomorrow. Now then, let's keep this drinking party going. Our guy didn't stick around. He immediately dipped out of the tent and headed straight toward the Pendragon family's designated zone. The white dragon banner was still fluttering high up in the cold night breeze. He looked up at it and muttered to himself, I seriously don't get why the royal bloodline would bother dragging themselves out to this filthy battlefield just to help us. Thinking back to how Tavan Bantai had called the young master a mere kid, he let out a heavy sigh. Am I really stuck playing babysitter? Raven ruffled his hair in frustration. Screw it, win or lose. As long as I survive through tomorrow, I am finally a free man. He reached out his hand and touched the heavy fabric of the tent flap in front of him. Pulling the curtain back, he stepped inside and spoke in a deep, respectful tone. I sincerely apologize for the intrusion, young master. Suddenly, a heavy, echoing voice rumbled from deep inside the shadows. Who are you, and where did you come from? An intense chill instantly shot right down his spine, making him freeze in his tracks. He furrowed his brows, thinking to himself in shock, that voice doesn't sound human at all. In the cramped, quiet space of the tent, a slow, deep breath echoed out softly. He quickly dropped to one knee in a formal salute. My apologies for showing up unannounced. May I be granted an audience with the young master of the Pendragon family? That same rumbling voice replied, I am of the Pendragon bloodline. State your name and your rank. He kept his cool and answered calmly, Commander of the 12th Demon Legion, Raven Vanterer. I've been ordered to protect the young master during tomorrow's battle, so I came here to report for duty. The voice echoed from within once more. That won't be necessary. Just make sure you're fully prepared for tomorrow, and then you may leave and get some rest. The main character kept his head bowed respectfully, but his mind was absolutely racing with suspicion. The mysterious figure hidden behind the veil asked slowly, do you have something else you wish to say? He looked up with a serious expression. Did you really not bring Soldrake? The divine dragon's firepower is absolutely crucial for the battle tomorrow. The other voice replied in a reassuring tone, rest assured, Soldrake will show up to back us up tomorrow. Now you may leave. Our main character bowed his head. I understand. After that, he quietly made his way out of the tent. Right before stepping entirely outside, he paused, a heavy lingering doubt rising in his chest. Was that guy really just a teenager? That unnatural level of calmness, a member of a ducal family daring to come to the front lines all by himself, it was practically unheard of. He lowered his gaze. Oh well, I probably won't ever cross paths with him again after tomorrow anyway. With that thought, he quietly walked away. The next morning, the entire Demon Legion stood in perfectly neat formations right in front of the Pendragon family heir's tent. Tavan Bantai stood on the stone platform outside the tent, shouting with pure excitement, "Young Master Pendragon is about to make his appearance." The atmosphere was dead silent. There was nothing but the sound of the howling wind, making the white dragon flag flutter violently. Tavan Bantai frowned in deep annoyance, his eyes flashing with clear disgust, while our main character just stared blankly at the tent in utter confusion. The guy loudly yelled out for Pendragon once more, but before he could even finish his sentence, a deafening explosion ripped right through the air. The Pendragon tent suddenly blew up right in front of everyone's eyes, sending splintered wood and a massive cloud of white dust flying in every direction. He threw his arm up to shield his face from the blinding dust storm, his mind only having enough time to process one single thought: what the hell is going on here? As the thick smoke gradually started to clear, it revealed a pair of piercing, cold blue eyes and a set of blindingly brilliant golden armor. Our main character's eyes went wide with absolute shock. Those were actual dragon horns sticking out, along with a terrifying set of razor-sharp fangs. A gigantic dragon spread its massive wings wide open and soared straight up from the ruined debris. Its pure white, scaly body literally blotted out the entire sky above, its golden armor flashing under the sunlight like a majestic creature stepping right out of a high fantasy world. The massive dragon lowered its head just a fraction, its gaze dropping down to look at the crowd below, treating them exactly like a bunch of insignificant, tiny mortals. He stared upward without even blinking, feeling as if he was standing face to face with a literal god. The name just softly escaped from his lips, the White Dragon. When the smoke finally cleared out completely, long flowing blonde hair whipped around, along with a striking red cape flapping wildly in the wind. The White Dragon landed firmly onto the pile of ruins, carrying an incredibly majestic and awe-inspiring warrior right on its back. The exquisitely crafted silver helmet tipped forward and was then lifted completely off, revealing Glen Pendragon's face that still held a trace of youthfulness. His clear, ringing voice echoed out, "I am Glen Pendragon." Under the brilliant sunlight, that youthful face of his seemed to glow with even more vitality as he continued speaking to the crowd. "Since we are all here, let's skip the long-winded speeches. It's time to start purging these disgusting monsters." Glen Pendragon fully removed his helmet, looked down at the troops, and loudly declared, "I am Glen Pendragon. I won't keep everyone waiting any longer. We are officially going to war, right here and right now." According to the Legion's grand strategy, this massive monster subjugation mission had the full backing of the Pendragon family, and with Soldrake joining the fray, those monsters were nothing more than worthless trash waiting to be slaughtered. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the horde of monsters had already locked their greedy eyes on the duo, treating them like an absolute Aliaukinat buffet. Raven Vanterer didn't even bother to glance back, simply issuing a cold and stern reminder. "Young Master, I am really not used to fighting, while simultaneously having to babysit someone else. The two of us are currently surrounded on all sides. Because of that, I strongly advise you to restrict your movements as much as humanly possible." Our main character tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, quickly calculating a viable escape route in his head. While Soldrake was busy dealing with the flying ones up in the sky, he would personally take out the horde swarming on the ground. A highly excited smirk crept onto his face. "Bring it on, you filthy animals." The savage monsters roared at the top of their lungs, charging forward with overwhelming, murderous intent. He just let out a cold chuckle and charged headfirst right into their ranks, without a single shred of hesitation. His trusty blade, heavily forged and refined through countless brutal battles, swung down in a devastating, fatal strike. He smoothly spun his sword in a full circle, instantly flicking all the fresh blood right off the cold steel blade. Our main character tilted his head, glancing up at the sky where Soldrake was currently circling around. Soldrake stared down at the densely packed swarm of black dots, steadily gathering a massive amount of magic to form a condensed energy sphere right in front of its snout. In the blink of an eye, the sphere violently exploded, sending a massive shockwave blasting outward in every single direction. The airborne monsters instantly caught on fire, panicking wildly before plummeting out of the sky like a massive rainstorm. The divine dragon continued to spew out wave after wave of scorching blue fire, utterly wiping the sky completely clean. He looked up in absolute awe. Now that is what you call a true, boss-level fantasy monster. He firmly stood his ground in front of Glen Pendragon to shield him, tightly gripping his sword seriously. Who would have ever believed that Soldrake actually existed? He glanced back, stating calmly that no matter what kind of monster it was, it didn't even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as a dragon. "I thought it was just a rumor, but I guess it's true. Still, there are way too many monsters out here." The main character looked at the sea of fire Soldrake had unleashed. Amazed, the divine dragon alone was enough to wipe out the entire battlefield. He let out a soft chuckle, enjoying how effortless the battle felt with a dragon on their side. Victory was practically in the bag, and the final mission turned out to be an absolute breeze. Soldrake gracefully descended, touching down on the scorched earth. Glen Pendragon immediately turned his head, locking eyes with the divine dragon. He walked over and asked if the young master or Soldrake were hurt. The only response he got was a brief, "We're fine." He brushed the dust off his shoulder, reassuring them that the battle was finally coming to an end. But suddenly, a brand new swarm of monsters appeared high up in the sky. The three of them looked up, and Raven Vanterer gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it all, it's the enemy stragglers. He turned around, urgently shouting at the young master to give Soldrake an order. But Glen Pendragon and the divine dragon just stared at each other in total silence. It was like they were communicating in their own private way, sharing thoughts no one else could hear. Very slowly, Soldrake closed her eyes. At that exact moment, the massive swarm of enemies above instantly dive-bombed toward them. The sky went completely dark, blotted out by monsters raining down on them. He gripped his sword tightly, silently praying for Soldrake to make a move. The divine dragon lifted her head, taking one last look at the chaotic scene. Then she just closed her eyes again, looking completely unfazed, like she couldn't care less. She just stood there, letting the frenzied monsters bite, scratch, and tear at her massive body. Raven froze in absolute shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The monstrous horde grew even more vicious, launching wave after wave of frantic attacks. He screamed out in pure frustration, "Why the hell aren't you fighting back?" Glen Pendragon just took a few steps forward, his lips pressed tightly together. Raven grabbed him by the collar and yelled, "What the hell are you doing?" Suddenly, a massive, deafening explosion ripped through the air right next to them. He whipped his head around. Now what the hell is going on? The sheer number of new monsters flooding the area was absolutely mind-numbing. They were supposed to be completely wiped out by now. The beasts threw themselves at the two men, attacking with a relentless, terrifying energy. He never expected the remaining swarm to be this massive. The monsters violently dragged Glen away, while Raven was pinned to the ground, desperately wrestling with a pack of rabid wolves. In his mind, Soldrake was still the absolute strongest creature to ever exist. Nothing out there could even touch her. All that arrogant confidence from earlier came rushing back. Victory was guaranteed. The mission was a piece of cake. It all felt like a sick, twisted joke now. He looked up at Soldrake with utter desperation. "Please, just do something." He cursed himself for being such a fool. He had let his guard down completely, all because he blindly trusted that promise. What an absolute idiot he was. Raven forced his eyes open, gasping for air, his entire body completely drenched in blood. Right in front of him, Soldrake was still standing there, completely motionless. A hopeless, bitter smile crept onto Raven's face. Thick drops of blood steadily dripped from his nose and mouth. The battlefield was a total bloodbath. The surviving monsters were already tearing into the corpses scattered across the dirt. A pack of vicious little goblins sprinted forward, eager to finish off anyone still breathing. One of them leaped high into the air, swinging its crude weapon down to take Raven's life once and for all. He gasped heavily for breath, but before the blade could connect, the goblin was suddenly blasted away by a brutal slash. The main character gritted his teeth, exhaustedly swinging his sword back. His vision was fading, but he fought hard to stay awake. He plunged his blade deep into the dirt to hold himself up. He forced himself to stand in a pool of blood, swearing in pure frustration. He told himself he was completely wiped out. The wounds were just too deep. If he went down now, he would never get back up again. The main character took a deep breath and slowly lifted his head. He looked over at Soldrake, muttering that they were all just a bunch of fools. The divine dragon kept its eyes shut tight without a single reaction, leaving him completely stunned. "Soldrake, are you really dead?" The space between them sank into a heavy, suffocating silence. Suddenly, Glen Pendragon coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. The main character immediately snapped his head around to look over at him. The two of them just stared at each other in absolute silence. Glen Pendragon coughed uncontrollably, his body pushed to its absolute breaking point. He quietly watched him, his expression grim and completely joyless. "So you really are still alive." Raven Vanterer lunged forward and grabbed Glen Pendragon by the collar. He growled, "Before you die, you need to answer me one thing." He leaned in close, his eyes burning with frustration. He demanded to know why the dragon suddenly stopped attacking right in the middle of the battle. The main character remembered that exact moment. It was so obvious that Glen Pendragon had ordered Soldrake to do something. Glen Pendragon just stayed perfectly still, not saying a single word in response. Raven Vanterer obviously refused to accept that silence, grinding his teeth together in pure rage. He screamed, "We could have won if Soldrake had not stopped. Why did you do it? Answer me." Out of nowhere, a razor-sharp blade came swinging in right from behind. The main character's eyes went wide as blood started pouring out of his mouth. He collapsed hard onto the dirt, his throat choking up so badly he could not even speak. A mocking laugh echoed behind him. "Even if your heart gets ripped to shreds, you still will not die, will you? You really live up to your nickname, the Immortal Crow." Tavan Bantai stood behind him, gleefully watching the whole scene unfold. The main character gritted his teeth, glaring up at him with pure hatred, while the bastard just laughed out loud. It is finally over. He waved his hand, barking an order to the hundreds of soldiers backing him up. All troops, attack. A flag bearing the royal crest fluttered wildly in the wind, catching his attention. The main character was absolutely stunned. Why the hell was the royal army being led by Tavan Bantai? The guy just gave a cold smirk, like he had completely expected that reaction. Do not look so surprised. He pressed his blade right against Glen Pendragon's neck. This was all part of the plan, right from the very beginning. Tavan Bantai rested his hands on his hips and laughed. There are just a few absolute idiots out there who refuse to believe it. Glen Pendragon glanced down at the blade resting on his throat, still keeping his silence. He slowly closed his eyes, as if he had fully accepted his fate. Tavan Bantai smiled, clearly enjoying himself. The blade came swinging down without a single ounce of hesitation. Glen Pendragon's severed head flew into the air, right in front of Raven Vantrur's eyes. With just one clean slash, the young master of the Pendragon family had fallen. The main character turned his head in absolute horror, watching the gruesome scene unfold. Tavan Bantai stepped right up to him and sneered. His death was set in stone a long time ago, and so is yours. He delivered a brutal kick, sending Raven Vantrur tumbling across the dirt. While he was coughing up blood, the bastard just kept taunting him. You were so close to finally getting your freedom too. Tavan Bantai grabbed the main character by his hair and yanked his head up, laughing with pure disgust. Your physical body really is something else, you know. He jerked his head violently backward, adding, your regeneration speed is completely abnormal too, but I guess you already knew that, right? But no matter how crazy your healing factor is, you're still going to die if I slit your throat. He let out a cold laugh. What a waste for you to die here, before you even got to taste that so-called freedom. Hearing that, Raven Vantrur gritted his teeth so hard they bled. The goal he had spent years chasing suddenly flashed through his mind. Freedom and the revival of his family. The main character had fought for 10 long years for those goals, yet looking at himself now, he was just as pathetic as when he started. He clenched his fists, staring at the ground. The weak were always trampled on, left to die in humiliation, even when freedom was just one step away. Tavan Bantai used the tip of his sword to force Raven Vantrur's chin up. He cracked a savage smile. Let me tell you a little secret. He leaned in close, speaking slowly. The Vantrur family rebellion, you joining the demon army and your death here today, it was all part of the plan. The main character's eyes widened in sheer horror. What did you just say? He blurted out. Tavan Bantai kicked him hard, sending Raven Vantrur crashing to the dirt. The only thing I didn't expect was for Soldrake to be this weak. He raised his blade high for the finishing strike, but in the end, everything was already a pawn on a much larger chessboard. The blade swung down, accompanied by an excited laugh. Farewell, little Raven. The main character could only watch the falling blade in absolute helplessness. The brutal slash landed without anything to stop it. Raven Vantrur's head was completely severed from his body. Soldrake remained totally silent, watching the whole thing unfold. It slowly opened its eyes and gazed up at the sky. It pulled out the iron stakes impaled in its body with its own claws. The severed head of Glen Pendragon lay silently on the ground. Raven Vantrur's head was growing cold right next to it. Soldrake's eyes turned ice cold. All conditions have been met. The blood of hundreds of warriors began to pool together at a single point. That point rapidly expanded, forming a massive magic circle. Soldrake spread its wings wide. It flapped its wings, rising up into the air, surrounded by countless pillars of bright red blood. As enough blood gathered, the sky gradually darkened. The blood of humans and the blood of demons merged into one. As the imperial blood and the royal bloodline intertwine, when the sun and moon meet, I shall fulfill my oath. The horn on Soldrake's head emitted a blinding light. That intense light flooded the entire space. The severed heads of Raven Vantrur and Glen Pendragon slowly began to fade away. Along with the pools of blood, all traces vanished as if they had never existed. Soldrake shot straight up into the sky. It raised its head, staring high into the heavens without saying a single word. The dragon's body began to crack and shatter. Everything belongs to you now. Its head detached, and its final thought echoed out, my dragon rider. Soldrake closed its eyes as its physical body gradually disintegrated. When the sun meets the moon, I will fulfill my oath. Everything is yours now, my dragon rider. Raven Vantrur furrowed his brow in the pitch-black darkness. Am I already dead? This feeling of being torn apart from the inside, it's so familiar. He struggled to breathe, feeling like he was sinking to the bottom of the ocean. It's exactly like the feeling of rebirth. Wait, am I actually still alive? Irene Pendragon groggily opened her eyes. Where in the world am I? He could feel his wrist being carefully wiped clean, like someone was slipping something onto his hand. Irene Pendragon woke up inside a frail and incredibly weak body. The maid beside him gasped in shock, screaming out, young master. Lind frantically dashed outside to call for help, yelling, hurry, the young master is awake. Irene Pendragon slowly sat up, blankly repeating the words, young master. He scanned the incredibly luxurious room in front of him and let out a heavy sigh. In his entire life, he had never stepped foot in a place this splendid. Where the hell was he? Rapid footsteps echoed from the hallway outside. Suddenly, Melbourne burst through the doors, shouting in absolute disbelief, "Young master, have you finally woken up?" The crowd of people standing behind him went witty-eyed, gasping for air out of sheer joy. The old man was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He kept mumbling, "Young master, you are actually awake. You finally pulled through." Melbourne leaned in, frantically asking, "Are you all right? Do you still remember me?" Breaking into a cold sweat, Irene slowly replied, "This young master you are all talking to, is that supposed to me?" The old man immediately nodded, explaining that this was the Pendragon Castle located in Conrad. Irene Pendragon stared at him in a total daze. "So does that make me the master of this place?" His face turned completely pale in disbelief. The name Irene Pendragon weighed heavily on his mind. "I am Irene Pendragon." He jolted upright and stared down at his reflection in the basin of water. His eyes shot wide open in pure horror. The face staring back at him was unmistakably that of Irene Pendragon. What the hell is actually going on here? Lind quickly stepped forward to support him, assuming her master was simply disoriented from his own reflection. Melbourne placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, speaking in a soft tone. "The young master just woke up from a 3-year coma, so it is completely normal for him to be confused." He furrowed his brows. 3 years already, so it really has been 3 full years since that battle. His mind flashed back to the exact moment he was beheaded. He was absolutely certain that he had died. Now trapped inside the body of Irene Pendragon, he wondered why he had possessed a member of the Pendragon family, instead of reincarnating like he normally did. Suddenly, the grand doors burst wide open. Helen rushed into the room, crying out, "Irene, my sweet boy." She ran over to the bed, gasping for breath. "Are you really awake?" The entire room erupted into emotional cheers. The moment Lady Helen appeared, everyone in the room immediately bowed their heads in deep respect. She rushed to his side, frantically asking Irene, "Are you truly awake?" He was startled and quickly turned his head to look. Right behind Helen, the faint, ghostly silhouette of Aisha Pendragon was hovering in the air. Shocked, he slowly reached his hand out toward the illusion. "Who are you?" Aisha Pendragon just gave a gentle smile, pressing a finger against her lips to signal him to keep quiet. Helen continued to sob uncontrollably. "Do you remember me? I am your mother." But all he could do was tell her that he remembered absolutely nothing. Feeling completely lost, he wondered to himself if this was all just a dream. Meanwhile, Aisha Pendragon's gaze seemed to be trying to point out something important. Her translucent hand gently pointed toward the window outside. He leaned over to look out the window, leaving Helen staring at him in complete confusion. Outside, suddenly, all the color drained from his face. That was a pair of gigantic white wings flapped powerfully in the middle of the sky. Soldrake was coiled tightly around the towering spire. Those eyes were just as piercing and cold as they were right before he died. Irene Pendragon instinctively blurted out the name, Soldrake. The divine dragon shifted its gaze over to him in deafening silence. Then, as if it suddenly realized something, the dragon let out a furious, earth-shaking roar. The roar was laced with such immense magic that it completely shattered the glass windows of the room. Soldrake lunged right up to the edge of the window, peering menacingly inside. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Why did he know this white dragon's name? Suddenly, all the memories from his previous life's final battle came rushing back. Seeing Soldrake standing completely still in the middle of the battlefield made him incredibly uneasy. It had clearly died right alongside Irene Pendragon. He furrowed his brows. Could it have reincarnated too? Or maybe it never died in the first place. I seriously can't figure out what the hell is going on. Suddenly, Helen screamed Soldrake's name. She threw herself in front of her son, glaring fiercely at the divine dragon. "I will not let you hurt my boy ever again." Soldrake just stared down at the crowd, with eyes as cold as ice. Helen squeezed her eyes shut, desperately trying to stand her ground. Aisha Pendragon stepped forward, offering a gentle smile as she shielded them. Soldrake lowered its head slightly, as if calming down. She reached her hand out toward the dragon. He yelled out, startling Helen and making her step back. Aisha Pendragon turned her head and smiled warmly at him. She gave a reassuring gesture, signaling that everything was fine. He froze in his tracks, completely lost and confused. Helen gripped her son's shoulders tightly. "It's too dangerous, just sit down," she pleaded. He thought to himself, am I the only one who can see Aisha Pendragon right now? She kept talking to Soldrake, speaking in a very soft whisper. The divine dragon closed its eyes, as if accepting her words. Right after that, it took off and flew straight out of the room. Soldrake soared into the sky and slowly vanished from sight. Aisha Pendragon turned back around with a gentle smile. Her figure slowly faded away, disappearing like smoke in the wind. He furrowed his brows in deep suspicion as he watched her vanish. Helen let out a long, exhausted sigh of relief. Melbourne rushed over to support her, asking if she was all right. She waved him off, saying she was fine, and that Irene Pendragon was the main priority. Helen looked at her son with pure worry. "Are you hurt?" she asked frantically. He stayed completely silent. This whole chain of events was just way too unbelievable. Piecing everything together, from the luxurious castle and the frantic servants, to the memories of Soldrake, it seemed he really had become Irene Pendragon. Helen called out his name once again, Irene. He forced a reassuring smile. "I am totally fine, mother." The entire room collectively sighed in relief. He decided that instead of panicking, he needed to gather information and figure out how to change the future. He tied his hair back neatly, reminding himself that he wasn't really Irene Pendragon, so he had to play the part perfectly. His memories as Raven Vanterer in the demonic legion flashed through his mind. It was a literal hellhole where the lowest of the low were thrown to die. Almost no one lasted a single year, but he had survived for 10 long years. Raven Vanterer's gaze was razor-sharp. Both his combat skills and his healing abilities were way beyond that of a normal human. He recalled his final battle right before earning his freedom. It was the moment he and the young master of the Pendragon family were set up and killed together. Now living as Irene Pendragon, he stared down at his hands and sighed. He had been reborn into the young master's body and sent back in time, exactly 7 years before that fateful battle. While his mind was racing, Lynn stood in front of him, looking extremely worried. She gently reminded him that his days on the battlefield were filled with nothing but blood and the stench of death. But he was back in his room now, and he needed to calm down. Irene slightly furrowed his brows, a flash of annoyance crossing his eyes. Lind held a bowl in one hand and a spoon in the other. "Come on now, young master," she coaxed. He could only sigh in defeat, having been spoon-fed like a toddler for the past few days. "I can at least feed myself, you know," he protested, but the maid just shook her head, insisting that the doctor ordered him to strictly limit his movements. Lind stubbornly held the spoon up. "Open your mouth, please," she demanded. After all, she was the one who had taken care of all of Irene's daily needs, right up until he fell into his coma. The main character gritted his teeth, glaring at the spoon. He wasn't used to feeling this overprotected at all. He finally gave in and opened his mouth. Ever since he became Irene Pendragon, he had to play the part perfectly, but this was just too embarrassing. The meal dragged on in an incredibly awkward atmosphere. Lind bowed her head respectfully. "Thank you for your cooperation, young master. I'll help you change while your medicine is being prepared." He waved her off and stepped out of bed to tie his hair. "No need, I can do it myself." Irene Pendragon walked slowly toward the water basin, telling Lind to just bring him his clothes and a hair tie because his long hair was getting annoying. Lind gasped, then quickly chased after him, calling out for the young master. She practically ignored his protests. "You can't walk around too much yet, or it will take a toll on your body." Lind hurriedly supported his weight, begging him to let her take care of his clothes and hair. She pleaded with tears welling up in her eyes, which finally made him soften up and nod. "Young master, please get some more rest." I know, just calm down." Lind pointed to a small chair in the corner of the room, inviting him to sit down. She bustled around getting things ready. He let out a long sigh and said, "Once you're done, just leave me alone for a bit." His hair was tied up neatly, which made him feel a bit strange. His clothes were adjusted perfectly down to the last detail. In this life, he really was being weighted on hand and foot. Irene Pendragon rubbed his forehead in annoyance. This kind of lifestyle gave him a dull stomach ache from all the stress. Lind eagerly kept asking if the young master was done changing, while he quickly brushed it off, saying it was nothing. She continued fussing over him, asking if he needed anything else, but he turned her down. "This is enough, I am going to rest now." Suddenly the door burst open, followed by a cheerful shout, "Brother." Two young girls ran into the room with curious eyes. "How is your body holding up?" The older sister smiled as she looked over at him. The younger sister couldn't hide her worried expression either. Lind looked delighted, but he gritted his teeth when he heard them addressed as Lady Irene and Lady Mia. Why did these two just barge right in? Mia ran up and threw her arms around him, completely ignoring the voices behind her telling her to stop. The little girl hugged his legs tightly. Her sparkling eyes looked up at him, full of pure happiness. He tried his best to force a smile in return. Irene Pendragon gently reassured his sister. "I can walk normally now. As long as it's just a light stroll, it'll be fine." The maid brought over a chair for Lady Irene to sit on. "Thank you, Lynn." The younger girl turned to her brother. "Are we bothering you, brother?" He avoided her gaze and replied, "No, it's fine." Mia held his hand tightly and smiled brightly. She told him the flowers in the garden had bloomed, begging him to come see them with her when he felt better. She kept rambling on about chrysanthemums and memories from before he fell into a coma, making him secretly groan, "Oh great, here we go again." He shot her a probing glance. Ever since he claimed to have amnesia, this little sister of his had been talking an awful lot, but thanks to that, he managed to gather a ton of useful information. Through Mia's stories, he slowly started to picture exactly what kind of person Irene Pendragon used to be. Instead of practicing the sword, he loved reading, drawing, and gardening. It sounded harmless enough, but his timid personality was the real issue. Irene Pendragon was weak and withdrawn. His lackluster combat skills caused rumors to spread everywhere that the heir of the Pendragon family was nothing but a joke. He frowned in sheer contempt. No wonder the family fell into ruin, but time had turned back, and now I am him. This body was only 17 years old. That was 10 years younger than he was at the time of the final battle. According to his attendants, he fell into a coma at the age of 14 and just woke up after 3 long years. Maybe that was why the soul of Raven Vanterer was able to enter this body. But the reason didn't matter as much as the fact that he had returned 7 years into the past. He chuckled to himself. This was his chance to start completely over. The memory of being exiled to the demonic legion and losing all his family's honor flashed before his eyes once again. Now, with this new identity, he finally had a chance to take back everything he had lost. Irene Pendragon started piecing things together, thinking back to Tavan Bantai's dying words. The loss of his family's honor from the rebellion 10 years ago, his forced conscription into the demonic legion, and his tragic death on that very day, they were all perfectly connected. He gently rubbed Mia's head and made a silent promise to himself. As both Irene Pendragon and Raven Vanterer, he was going to fight once more. Meanwhile, Mia just kept right on chattering about Lady Luna. The little girl leaned in close and asked if he was even listening. He quickly apologized and told her to keep going. Mia flashed a bright, sunny smile and said, "Lady Luna is coming to visit you." He furrowed his brows, genuinely curious about who this Lady Luna even was. Mia quickly explained that he must have just forgotten because of his amnesia. Lady Luna was a member of the Pendragon Knights and the adopted daughter of Count Zero. Then Mia leaned in and spilled the real secret. She was also his fiancée. He froze right in the middle of hugging Mia, completely stunned. He simply could not believe what he was hearing about this sudden engagement. The rhythmic sound of horse hooves echoed loudly down the dirt road. A massive procession of soldiers was making its way toward the castle. "We are almost at Castle Conrad," one of the knights announced. "Please hold on just a little longer." Inside the carriage, Luna Serod sat in complete silence, just staring out the window. Her eyes were cold and distant, completely devoid of any joy. The luxurious carriage slowly rolled right into Pendragon territory. A knight spoke up, reminding Lady Luna that after 3 long years, she was finally going to see her fiancé again. The man, who called himself Breeden, politely asked if he might have the honor of knowing how she felt about it. He waited respectfully, eagerly anticipating Luna Serod's response. She just let out a heavy, utterly exhausted sigh. Luna Serod shot him a sharp sideways glance and fired back. "And why exactly would I tell you that, Breeden? Stop bothering me and just mind your own business." Exhausted, she let her mind drift back into the past. The image of Irene Pendragon before he fell into his coma flashed in her mind. Just a weak, forgettable little boy. Every single time she came to visit, he would just cower in the corner of the room, completely terrified to even look at her. Even having a normal conversation with him was impossible. This engagement was nothing more than a political tool for their families. As far as Luna Serod was concerned, this marriage was dead on arrival, but today, things were finally going to change. My father, Count Cyrus, has officially decided to terminate this engagement. With Soldrake's presence fading away, the Pendragon family's power had severely weakened over the years, leaving absolutely no reason to keep this marriage going. Luna Serod remembered the day she was summoned. From the very beginning, she had never once considered a pathetic weakling like Irene Pendragon to be a worthy partner. She smiled faintly as she recalled her father's words. Honestly, she felt nothing but sheer relief when she got the order to break off the engagement. Breeden peered into the carriage from outside and said, "Even if we are just here to break off the engagement, I cannot help but wonder if young Master Irene Pendragon has grown up at all." Luna Serod shot him an icy glare. "That is none of your business. I will handle the talking, so do not even think about provoking the Pendragon Knights." Breeden just let out a mocking sneer in response. His face was full of utter contempt. The Pendragon family is far from the glorious powerhouse it used to be. Whether young Master Irene Pendragon wakes up or not, restoring their former glory is a lost cause. He brought up how the young master had miserably failed to form a dragon contract, boldly claiming that the family was on a guaranteed downward spiral. Breeden raised his hand with an arrogant laugh, "But if it were me, things would be very different." He proudly declared, "I alone am more than enough to bring far more glory to the Serod family than the Pendragons ever could. Luna Serad immediately snapped at him to shut it down, Sir Breeden. She furrowed her brows in deep annoyance, stepped back. Breeden quickly bowed his head, apologizing for stepping out of line. My apologies, my lady. Luna Serad sighed, wondering if there was a single noble family left that actually deserved her respect. She leaned against the carriage wall, completely exhausted. Some were just weak, while others did nothing but show off. The carriage drew closer to Conrad Castle, a place she had absolutely zero interest in visiting. Meanwhile, inside the grand hall of Pendragon Castle, everyone was already waiting for her arrival. Luna Serad stepped inside and offered a graceful bow. I bring my deepest respects to the Duke of Pendragon. She lifted her head with a polite smile. It has been quite a while. Both Mia and Irene Pendragon offered warm smiles in return. Mia rushed over and threw her arms around Luna. You are just as beautiful as ever. It really has been way too long. Helen stepped forward to greet her. Thank you for making such a long journey, my dear. Irene Pendragon, please escort the young lady to her guest room. Luna thought to herself in pity, how pathetic. He is fully grown, yet he still lacks the confidence to even speak. She watched closely as he slowly made his way toward her. Irene Pendragon looked down at her, his voice completely cold. It has been a while, let me show you to your room. Taken completely by surprise, Luna quickly covered her mouth. He casually turned away and asked, can we arrange a separate room for the knight who came with her? Seeing her stand there in stunning silence, he repeated himself, did you hear me? Luna quickly gathered her composure. Yes, a separate room for my knight will be perfectly fine. He thought to himself, I heard she was supposed to be the quiet and level-headed type. He let out a heavy sigh and started walking ahead of her. Just another worthless political marriage, he muttered in his mind. Lind opened the door and gestured politely. Young master, Lady Luna Serad, please come inside. Luna stepped inside gracefully, quietly asking for permission to enter. Lind asked if they would like some tea prepared, and Luna simply nodded in agreement. Irene Pendragon glanced at her. Don't just stand there, find a place to sit. Luna stood there utterly stunned, wondering what on earth was going on. She clearly remembered how Irene Pendragon used to be. He never even had the courage to look anyone in the eye. And yet here he was, talking so naturally with both her and the maid. Luna chose her words carefully. You have changed quite a bit. I heard you lost your memories. Do you remember me at all? He took a seat and replied without a hint of emotion. I do not remember anything from before I woke up, my apologies. Luna realized that losing his memories must have completely altered his personality. She stared at him, her heart skipping a beat, at just how different he was from the man she used to know. A soft blush crept up Luna's cheeks. Maybe the Pendragon family wasn't doomed to ruin after all, despite what the rumors said. Meanwhile, he maintained his completely apathetic expression. He was busy calculating the political landscape in his head. He knew he couldn't afford to start a conflict with the Serad family right now. But this girl, she was clearly hiding something. Irene Pendragon let out a subtle smile, wondering if he should throw out some bait just to test her reaction. If you find my current self to be unsuitable, he said smoothly, we can always renegotiate the terms with the Count. No, that's not, Luna protested, immediately realizing she had spoken out of turn. I apologize. She clutched the fabric of her dress, questioning her own actions. She had literally come all this way just to break off their engagement. Even if he had changed for the better, the Pendragon family's situation was practically beyond saving. She bit her lip, completely torn. Finally, Luna hardened her resolve. She had to make things absolutely clear, right here and now. But just as she opened her mouth to speak, Lind suddenly burst into the room. I am so sorry for the interruption, the maid said breathlessly. Irene Pendragon looked up at her. What is the matter? Lind quickly delivered the message. The Duchess has requested that both the young master and Lady Luna report to the audience chamber immediately. The main character asked for the reason, and Lind nervously explained that the knight who came with the young lady was causing a massive scene. Luna lowered her head, secretly groaning to herself. This was bad. She kicked herself, remembering how she had specifically warned Breeden to keep himself in check. Irene Pendragon let out a cold chuckle. You've been hiding something from the very beginning, haven't you? Luna quickly denied it. No, I can explain everything right now. He looked down at her, his eyes full of displeasure. Even though she was supposed to hate him, she just felt incredibly awkward. The main character started walking away. I'll listen to your excuses later. First, we need to stop your knight. Luna swallowed hard, knowing she had to stop Breeden before things got any worse. She hurried after him. All right, let's go. Back in the main hall, 3 people were locked in a tense standoff. Melbourne shouted in pure anger, breaking the engagement. Is that really Count Serad's intention? Breeden smiled, confirming the old man's fears. We are simply here to inform the young duke. Helen gritted her teeth, completely at a loss for words. Melbourne raised his voice, demanding an answer. Are you prepared to take responsibility for the consequences? Breeden just kept that confident, smug smile on his face. He stated that as compensation, they would hand over a gold mine, a crystal mine, and 2 sawmills in the Brinksat forest to the Pendragon family. Melbourne was absolutely stunned by the offer. Helen couldn't believe her ears either. The old man stammered, torn between accepting the deal or furiously rejecting it. Breeden bowed his head, but his face was filled with annoyance. It seems Pendragon's servants and knights are not satisfied at all. Should I offer more conditions, my lady? He seethed with inner rage. Just how much more was that little brat going to insult their family? Helen was just as furious, her emotions completely churning inside. She gritted her teeth. The Pendragon family was struggling financially, but their pride would never allow them to bow their heads. Helen made her stance absolutely clear. I refuse your offer. Breeden kept pushing her buttons. Are you sure? This might be the last chance for the Pendragon family to regain its footing. Helen was about to fire back, but a sudden voice cut her off. Hold on a second. Melbourne whipped around in total shock. Helen's eyes widened in pure disbelief. The soldiers on the left immediately dropped to their knees. The ones on the right followed suit, kneeling in unison. Irene Pendragon stepped quietly into the grand hall. His cold, detached gaze swept across the entire room. Luna Serad quickly followed right behind him. Helen called out to him, her voice filled with joy. Irene. Melbourne cried out as well, young Duke Irene. Breeden smirked to himself. The brat was finally here. Watch closely, Lady Luna. I will prove that I am better than him. Irene Pendragon walked up and stood next to Helen, exuding an aura completely different from before. Breeden gave an arrogant bow. It's been a while, I hope you've been well. The main character looked down at him and casually asked, who are you? The entire hall went dead silent in utter confusion. He let out a sigh. I don't remember anything after waking up, so I have no idea who you are. Breeden froze, then let out a mocking sneer. Amnesia. Even if you've changed, you're still just an idiot. He proudly introduced himself. I am the head knight of the Serad family, but the main character just coldly replied, get lost. Breeden was left completely speechless. Irene Pendragon waved his hand dismissively. I have zero interest in you. You are just a knight, so know your place. Breeden snapped back, furious, speaking like that to the captain of the knights is incredibly disrespectful. The main character's voice turned ice cold. What is disrespectful is barging into my castle and causing trouble. I will say it one last time, get out. His eyes were sharp and piercing. Do not make me repeat myself. The sheer pressure left Breeden with trembling hands, forcing him to lower his head in complete silence. Standing behind him, Luna Serad let out a soft sigh. Irene Pendragon's voice rang out, heavy with absolute authority. It seems you all are discussing breaking off the engagement, are you not? He gestured toward Luna Serad, but spoke to the room. The rest of you can leave. I am only speaking with the person actually involved in this. She looked at him in flustered confusion, completely caught off guard by how things were turning out. Irene Pendragon reiterated his point. From what I understand, your family wants to break off this engagement in exchange for the gold mine, the crystal mine, and 2 sawmills, am I right? Luna nodded in confirmation. The main character just smiled. Then it is a done deal. Luna gasped, covering her mouth in sheer shock. Helen was completely stunned, too. She thought to herself, a done deal? What exactly does he mean by a done deal? Melbourne spoke up in absolute panic. Young Duke, this is a matter of grave importance to the Pendragon family. Please, think this through carefully. Irene Pendragon stood up, cutting him off completely. To take back our power, the Pendragon family is going to need a lot more than just some cheap political marriage. His eyes carried an intense, commanding aura, a total 180 from his weak and fragile past. He added smoothly, besides, no matter what I do, the Count is not going to change his mind. Isn't that right, Luna Serad? She stammered nervously, Luna gripped the fabric of her dress tightly. She was supposed to tell him that she could not marry him, but the words just would not come out of her mouth. Her face flushed deep red, realizing she was actually starting to waver. Irene Pendragon gave a faint, dismissive smile. Seems like that is a pretty tough question for you to answer. His tone turned ice cold. You do not need to say anything. Your opinion, and the Serad families for that matter, do not decide a damn thing. I accept the annulment. Luna lowered her head, drowning in awkward guilt. Irene Pendragon turned to Helen. What do you think about this? Helen let out a long, heavy sigh. She gave a supportive nod. You are the head of the Pendragon family. I trust your judgment completely. The main character gave a slight nod in return. He made his official declaration. As the head of the Pendragon family, I hereby declare the engagement between Irene Pendragon and Luna Serad officially terminated. Luna stood there in total silence, overwhelmed with an undeniable sense of regret. Breeden ground his teeth together, absolutely seething with anger. Melbourne just let out a defeated sigh. A relieved smile finally spread across Helen's face. Without another word, Irene Pendragon turned his back and walked away. Lind quickly hurried after him. The main character's head was throbbing from running so many calculations, all while having to deal with that totally pointless engagement. He thought things over, reclaiming the crystal mine, and those resources made the annulment a really solid move. The mana drawn from there was going to be absolutely crucial for the mages. As he walked down the hall, the main character character passed by a very familiar portrait. He looked up, his eyes locking onto it to get a closer look. Memories suddenly flooded back, memories of the very person who used to calm Soldrake down. Irene Pendragon stopped dead in his tracks. He turned to Lind and asked, "Who is that?" She quickly replied, "That is Glenn Pendragon's older sister, the daughter of the previous Duke." Lind went on to explain, "Her name is Asha Pendragon." The main character quietly muttered the name to himself. Asha Pendragon. A soft voice echoed from behind, making him turn around. "I heard you call my name, little Pendragon." Asha Pendragon stood by the window with a smile. "I have something to ask you." She made a rather cryptic suggestion. "Let's have a little chat, shall we?" Irene Pendragon closed the door and asked what Lady Asha wanted with him. She just smiled and said, "Because you've already seen me, of course. I am a ghost. I can only speak to the living when my name is called." And that was exactly who she was, Irene Pendragon's aunt, Asha Pendragon. He crossed his arms and frowned. He had spent 10 years facing terrifying demons without a flinch, but having a casual chat with a ghost, that was definitely a first. Ever since he took over this body, trouble had been following him non-stop. Figuring there was no point in overthinking it, he just listened as Asha Pendragon smiled and decided to cut straight to the chase. She tilted her head, pointed a warning finger at him, and asked, "Who are you? You're not the real Irene Pendragon, are you?" Irene Pendragon froze and stared at her, while Asha Pendragon let out a soft chuckle, knowing she had hit the nail on the head. Immediately after, her voice softened. "I am sorry for startling you like that. I just wanted to test your reaction. Honestly, it's not too surprising to me." Recalling the first day she crossed paths with Soldrake, she added, "She already told me that you aren't the real Irene Pendragon." He leaned back in his chair and let out a heavy sigh. "So that's how it is. You can talk to Soldrake too. Then you must know exactly what happened, right?" Asha Pendragon shook her head with a smile. "I don't know everything, but could you tell me exactly how you ended up as Irene Pendragon?" He thought to himself for a moment. Since he was the only one who could see this ghost, he figured he could trust her for now. After a few seconds of careful consideration, he nodded. "All right, fine." Irene Pendragon leaned forward and said, "I'm not sure if y'all believe me, but I'll tell you everything." He began to recount the events of July, year 321 of the imperial calendar. At that time, Raven Vanterer and Irene Pendragon had both been killed in the Lotten Plains. He crossed his arms wearily. "When I woke up, I was already in this body. As for why I was reincarnated into the past, I am still trying to figure that out myself." Asha Pendragon rubbed her chin. "I think I get the gist of it." He looked at her and asked, "You actually believe me?" She replied, "Whether I believe you or not doesn't change the fact that you're sitting right here. Besides, Soldrake already confirmed it, however." She spoke slowly, bringing up the Irene Pendragon he had met back in the Lotten Plains. "There's a very good chance that the one you saw was just an imposter." He furrowed his brows. "That's impossible." Asha Pendragon explained that for generations, every Pendragon heir had to form a pact with Soldrake. "Do you know the true importance of the mausoleum opening ceremony?" She told him that the Pendragon mausoleum wasn't just a resting place, it was the ultimate treasure vault of the family. Inside, it held immense wealth, the blessings of their ancestors, the soul of Soldrake, and even the magic tower that safeguarded their secret arts. Everything was locked right behind those doors. The doors of the mausoleum were the very source of the Pendragon family's power and prosperity. If they could be opened, the family would thrive. If they stayed shut, the family would fall into ruin. Only someone who could overcome Soldrake's power and sign the pact could open the mausoleum, and they only ever got one chance to do it. Even the mighty Glenn Pendragon had to struggle desperately just to succeed. The original Irene Pendragon failed years ago, which left him in a coma for 3 years, completely overwhelmed by Soldrake. His chances of waking up were practically zero, and the White Dragon would only ever follow the one who conquered her. Because of that, the idea of Irene Pendragon going out to the battlefield and meeting Raven Vanterer was absolutely impossible. He froze, completely stunned and unable to believe what he was hearing. Asha Pendragon stepped closer, but that isn't even the main point. He started to break a sweat. "What do you mean?" She told him the important thing is that Irene Pendragon finally woke up, but the soul inside the body belongs to someone else. He scowled deeply. "What exactly are you trying to imply? If the body is still a Pendragon, but the soul is different, then you have a chance to forge a new pact." Asha Pendragon smiled warmly. "Isn't that right, Raven Vanterer? Right now, the Pendragon family is severely lacking in capable warriors." But she suggested that he head to the Ancona Forest, a place crawling with vicious monsters, and hunt them down one by one. He needed to push through the deep woods to reach the family mausoleum right at its center. There he would have to face Soldrake, the guardian of the tomb. Prove your strength to it and then form a pact. An image flashed by, showing Irene Pendragon and Soldrake bound together by a beast-taming pact. Asha Pendragon looked at him with eyes full of hope. "Please, become the true heir, and throw open the doors to the family mausoleum." She asked if he had what it takes to meet its demands. He just gave her a faint, knowing smirk. He answered with a single, confident phrase, "Consider it done." Aisha Pendragon was caught a little off guard. He explained that opening the mausoleum only brought benefits. Plus, he was already used to hunting monsters, so he had zero reason to turn it down. Besides, restoring the Pendragon name serves my own personal goals too. Aisha Pendragon let out an amused laugh. You really are the type of person who will do absolutely whatever it takes to get what you want. I only want to see the Pendragon family rise again. I won't stand in your way. He gave a respectful nod, thank you. He pointed out that the next step was to take control of the vassal families, especially since the original Irene Pendragon had such a garbage reputation. Aisha Pendragon reminded him that he needed to go meet them face to face and firmly assert his authority. He summed up the plan. He had exactly 2 weeks to bring the vassal families to heel and prepare for the mausoleum's opening. He was totally confident he would get it done ahead of schedule. Irene Pendragon began his sword training, perfectly recreating the martial arts techniques from his past life. He closed his eyes, recalling the gritty thrill of hunting monsters back in the dungeons. Every swing of his blade was deadly and razor-sharp. His movements flowed with the effortless grace of pure instinct. Sweat poured down his face, but his eyes were burning with intense focus. In his mind, vicious monsters were lunging to tear him apart. He knew better than to rely on allies. He had to slaughter every single one of them himself. He remembered the bitter lesson from his past. Over-relying on Soldrake was exactly what had led to his death. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. In his mental simulation, every single monster was struck down in a single, flawless blow. Standing off to the side, Lind watched him with wide, awestruck eyes. She brought over his fresh clothes, thinking to herself, the young master is truly incredible. As Irene Pendragon changed his shirt, he realized how far he had come. At first, this body had been so pathetically weak that just holding a sword was a struggle. But after just a few days of brutal training, his muscles were building back up, and his natural healing factor was kicking in too. Mark Killian stepped into the courtyard, getting visibly emotional. Young master, are you actually practicing with the sword? You've finally turned over a new leaf. I am so fired up right now. I feel like I could go out and wrestle a lion. He quickly added, if you ever need a sparring partner, just say the word. The Knight Commander of Pendragon is always at your service. He chuckled, calm down, Killian, pretty soon. I am going to show you a much bigger stage. Killian looked a bit confused, but he knew better than to question him further. Later, in the Grand Hall of Conrad Castle, Irene Pendragon gathered everyone together. He stood tall and made his absolute declaration. I will be holding the ceremony to open the family mausoleum. The entire hall dropped into a dead, stunned silence as the massive shockwave of his words hit them. Mark Killian stepped up to remind the young master. To do that, they had to conquer the Ancona forest on the other side of the gate. We are ready to follow your orders, but you have only been training for a few days. Isn't this far too risky? Irene Pendragon sighed. There is no need to worry about me. Tell me the situation around the gate first. Mark Killian reported the dire situation. Since the beginning of the year, monsters had been running rampant, and looting had surged. The towns had set up their own guard patrols, but if the gate collapsed, everything would be devoured. The main character nodded. No matter how dangerous it is, I cannot just stand by and do nothing. Melbourne rushed to stop him. Please think this through, young master. We just received the crystal mine from the Serod family. It would be better to let Killian handle it according to the plan. Irene Pendragon replied bluntly, we do not have enough manpower to protect the mine. The only way is to open the mausoleum and reclaim our family's power. He slammed his sword onto the floor. We are out of time. We leave in 15 days. The main character finalized the decision. The journey would begin in 15 days. Mark Killian boldly declared, if anyone objects, then I volunteer to lead this campaign. The entire hall fell dead silent. Irene Pendragon let out a cold laugh. Excuse me, what did you just say? He walked down the stairs. So I am not fit to be the commander, or do you want to settle this with a duel, Killian? Mark Killian explained, I prepared a large training ground for you, my lord, but an expedition cannot be handed over to someone who only knows how to read books and paint pictures. The main character rested the wooden sword on his shoulder, his voice dropping low. You sure talk a big game. Irene Pendragon instantly shifted into a combat stance. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Mark Killian hastily blocked the strike. Killian gritted his teeth under the crushing weight of the blow. The main character spoke coldly, use your sword and defend yourself. Mark Killian shoved hard and launched a counterattack. Irene Pendragon spun his sword high in the air. In the blink of an eye, he had seized the high ground. The main character lunged down, delivering a decisive strike. Mark Killian's hands trembled in sheer shock. He desperately tried to mount a serious defense. Killian couldn't believe that someone who had been in a coma for 3 years could be this strong. Irene Pendragon smirked, then swung his sword with absolute precision. Mark Killian gasped for air as he looked up. The main character spotted an opening in a split second. He spun his body and unleashed a sweeping horizontal strike. Just 1 second later, Mark Killian was sent flying backward. He clutched his stomach, completely dazed. Irene Pendragon stood tall, looking down at his fallen opponent. The onlookers watched with their jaws dropped. The sword hit the floor with a piercing clatter. The main character turned his back and walked away. He made his declaration, "We leave in 15 days. I will form a pact with Soldrake and open the mausoleum. If anyone objects, pack your bags and leave Pendragon right now." Everyone bowed their heads, chanting their obedience in unison. Over at Conrad Castle, a frantic scream pierced the air. Breeden stormed into Luna Seyrod's room and yelled, "Even if we are in Pendragon territory, why are you insisting on going with Irene Pendragon?" He desperately tried to talk her out of it. "Even if the Duke has changed, it won't be enough to save this campaign. Please, come back with me." Luna Seyrod glared at him coldly. "I absolutely despise your arrogant attitude. Listen closely to my reasoning." She broke it down for him. Pendragon is one of the 5 Grand Duchies of the Empire, carrying royal blood. Getting a read on their situation is absolutely essential for the Seyrod family. Luna Seyrod turned her back. Going back right now would not be a smart move. Breeden gritted his teeth in helpless frustration. "If the Duke is heading out, then I am going with you." He finally lowered his voice. "Then please, at least let me escort you to the Berlin Gate. I will fall back after that." Luna Seyrod took a sip of her tea, thinking to herself, if Irene Pendragon had truly changed and successfully opened the mausoleum, the Pendragon family would rise again. She blushed, wanting to see with her own eyes just how strong he had become. Breeden turned away in a fit of anger. That little brat was actually making the young lady waver. He gritted his teeth, muttering, "Just you wait. It'll show you just how cruel this world can really be." Dressed in his armor, Irene Pendragon marched out to where the army was waiting. He looked over the formation with a stern, commanding gaze. From behind, a voice called out Irene's name. Helen hugged her son, sobbing uncontrollably. "Please come back safely. Your safety is the most important thing." The young master awkwardly called out, "Mother." He promised her that he would return, right after conquering Soldrake and opening the mausoleum. Helen choked back her tears, whispering a heartfelt prayer. In the distance, Irene Pendragon caught sight of 2 familiar figures. It was Mia and another relative, their eyes brimming with tears. He quickly reassured them, "Everything will be fine, I will come back." Lind brought his horse over and said, "It is time, young master, we should set off." Irene Pendragon mounted the horse, pulling the reins to get a feel for the steed. The army behind him stood ready for the long journey ahead. Melbourne offered a warm, parting smile, but Lind couldn't hide her endless worry. Breeden was still gritting his teeth in sheer frustration. Luna Seyrod pursed her lips, quietly watching him leave. Mark Killian stepped forward, presenting the Pendragon heirloom sword to the young master. He took the sword, feeling its heavy, familiar weight in his hands. He silently swore to restore the Pendragon name, and to wash away the traitorous disgrace that Raven Vanterer once bore. Irene Pendragon lifted his head, thinking, "I will fight for myself once again." He raised the sword high into the air. Irene Pendragon shouted at the top of his lungs, "Move out, for the glory of Pendragon." He spurred his horse forward, leading the army into the march. The banners fluttered wildly in the wind. A pack of demonic wolves watched the convoy with hungry, bloodthirsty eyes. Mark Killian shouted a warning, "There is a horde of monsters up ahead." Irene Pendragon gripped his sword tightly, "I will crush them to pieces." He charged in, unleashing a sweeping strike that wiped out the monsters completely. He roared, "Do not fall back, keep pushing forward." Mark Killian and Lind beamed with excitement, flashing confident smiles. Luna Seyrod and Brito stared in absolute awe, so shocked that they completely froze for a few seconds. Through the light, drizzling rain, a massive fortress gradually appeared, with the towering Berlin Gate looking as if it could swallow the very sky. Irene Pendragon pulled the reins to halt his horse, then commanded loudly, "Everyone halt." He took a few slow steps forward, then turned back and ordered, "I will go inside and check the situation myself. All troops, rest here and await my next command. Yes, young master." Lind quickly stepped forward, her eyes filled with worry. "Young master, you are already far too exhausted." Even though she was covered in mud and gasping for breath, she held up a cup of water with both hands. "Please, have some water." Irene Pendragon paused for a moment, silently looking down at her. He quickly wiped a smudge of dirt from her cheek, letting out a soft sigh. "You should get some rest." He furrowed his brows and grumbled, "Wipe your face and go get some rest. You are covered in mud. It is a complete mess." "No, it is fine. You really do not need to worry about me like this." Irene Pendragon turned, looking confused, before ordering in a cold tone, "This is an order. I am fine, so go get some rest right now." Lind blushed, bowing his head and muttering a soft yes. He cast his gaze over the desolate, starving village. The situation was way worse than he thought. There wasn't even a decent spot near the fortress to store their luggage or let the soldiers rest. The main character walked around to inspect the area, his heart feeling heavy. The soldiers' equipment was in a pathetic, torn-up state. It honestly reminded him of the Demon Legion from the old days. Irene Pendragon furrowed his brow. If he remembered correctly, the Berlin Gate was supposed to be the main stronghold for this entire region. It seems the knights and commanders here treat their duties like a walk in the park. If this isn't handled completely, the consequences will be disastrous. Irene Pendragon called out loudly, Killian, what exactly are the commanders and knights doing? Killian looked clearly awkward, acting like he really didn't want to bring up the ugly truths. Irene Pendragon glared in absolute disbelief. Are you telling me that the knights led the army here, and then just deserted? Killian stammered out his confession. Yes, young master. I just got the news yesterday. They've banded together into a group of bandits now. The remaining forces in the fortress are nothing but a pathetic bunch of stragglers. Irene Pendragon let out an icy, killing intent. Those undisciplined bastards deserve to die. He turned around decisively. We are going to capture all of them today. Send the order for the entire army to get ready to move out. The main character looked back with a harsh warning. I am going to chop off the limbs of those scumbags. At that very same moment, in another building within the Pendragon territory, south of Norton Village, lay a gloomy, abandoned monastery. A chubby hand was swirling a glass of wine, looking completely thrilled. He looked at the blood-soaked people in front of him and laughed gleefully. Did you hear the news? That useless brat from the Pendragon family finally woke up. That's great. I was getting really sick of killing women and children around here anyway. His mocking laughter echoed through the freezing room. I wonder how funny his face will look when I smash it to pieces. Back at the army camp, inside a private room surrounded by the Duke's sturdy iron fences, Esqui looked at Breeden and Mark Killian, making a suggestion. I want to increase our military strength for tomorrow's bandit subjugation. Mark Killian immediately objected. Young master, if we do that, the castle's defensive forces will take a massive hit. Breeden calmly cut in. A few days ago, our family received troop support from Conrad Castle. I'd like to return the favor this time. I will dispatch more troops from the Xerox family to support you. The main character frowned slightly. It's hard to trust the words of a traitor. I have no idea what you're plotting, but do as you please. The Xerox family still has some use to me. Irene Pendragon shot him a glance and gave a warning. There will definitely be people who oppose leaving the territory to come here under your orders. I just hope everything goes smoothly. He crossed his arms and analyzed the situation. Now isn't the time to worry about that. The bandit leader has recruited over 20 deserted soldiers. The current number is probably way higher than we expected. We definitely need to increase our troop count. Irene Pendragon gave a soft, satisfied smile. The main character nodded. I highly appreciate your judgment. Now, tell me more about Del Gelfrey. Mark Killian immediately reported. Del Gelfrey is an incredibly exceptional swordsman. A memory of the man's arrogant smirk flashed through Killian's mind. However, he is extremely conceited. When your power weakened, he openly demanded a promotion, along with 3 territories right next to the Berlin Gate. The image of the guy furiously making demands was still crystal clear in his memory. Lady Aisha Pendragon rejected his demands. He then ran off with a few loyal soldiers, even though he still held the rank of general. We found out that he's currently manipulating the area south of Norton Village, acting like a literal bandit. Irene Pendragon fell deep into thought, then let out a dry laugh. That's actually pretty smart. Instead of taking over the fortress, he's expanding his influence by dominating the surrounding villages. If I were him, I'd do the exact same thing. Mark Killian continued with a heavy tone. Women and children are being relentlessly slaughtered. The southern part of Norton has completely fallen into chaos. If we don't step in, they might even target the city gates next. The main character pointed at the map. I will draw up a plan for scouting and subjugation. After that, he looked at Killian. I am handing the command of this battle over to you. Killian froze, gasping in pure shock. Irene Pendragon smiled and explained. Those soldiers used to be under your command when I was gone. They'll listen to you way more than a total stranger like me. Killian placed a hand on his chest in a respectful gesture. Yes, young master, please leave it all to me. The main character gave a firm nod. Then, swordsman Irene will take on the role of supreme commander. After that, Irene Pendragon turned to Breeden. Yahello be our cavalry messenger. He looked at the two of them one last time. We head out tomorrow morning. You two should get some sleep. Irene Pendragon suddenly called out after him. Hold on a second, Knight Killian. The main character leaned against the table and spoke bluntly. I want to apologize for what happened last time. A brief image of his final punch, slamming right into Killian's stomach, flashed through his mind. Killian was so moved that he tightly pressed his lips together. He bowed his head with deep respect. It's totally fine, sir. I didn't break a single bone. Thank you for caring. Irene Pendragon smiled warmly. I understand. I am counting on you for this battle. In the arid lands just south of Norton Village, heavy horse hooves trampled over a man, making him scream out in pure agony. Del Gelfrey led the bandit raid, roaring at the top of his lungs. Strip this place of anything valuable. Kill every woman and child you see on the way. A woman clutched her child tightly, begging through her tears, please sir, at least spare my little girl. He sneered down at her. This land belongs to me. You should know the consequences of disobeying your ruler. Del Gelfrey rested his sword on her shoulder, his eyes full of arrogance. You have nothing to offer as tribute. What a bunch of worthless trash. Please stop, but before her plea could even finish, the cold blade mercilessly sliced right through her forehead. The little girl cried out tragically, Mom, Mom, please wake up. The little girl turned around, only to see Del Gelfrey slowly walking toward her. He gave a cold smirk. I absolutely hate noisy brats, farewell. The little girl stared blankly in terror as he lunged right at her. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the air crimson. Del Gelfrey listened to his subordinates complain, then barked an order. There is nothing left to steal here. It is time to attack the fortress. He licked his fingers in pure sick delight, thinking of Irene Pendragon and Helen. Next up will be Conrad Castle. I am going to kill that useless brat, right in front of Lady Helen, and then she will be all mine. He burst into a sick, twisted laughter, just imagining that glorious scene. The Pendragon family will become our slaves sooner or later. Irene Pendragon sat on his horse, completely stunned into silence by the horrific sight before him. He observed in silence, a furious anger simmering in his heart. This land has been devastated way too heavily. It will be incredibly hard for the people to even survive. He asked, without even turning his head, Knight Killian, is the entire area outside the fortress this tragic? Killian sighed heavily, looking out at the wasteland. About 70% of our territory looks exactly like this. The few villagers left are barely hanging on. They cannot ask the fortress for help because they have to hide from bandits while dodging roaming monsters. They will be wiped out sooner or later. Irene gripped his reins tightly. He used to think that opening the tomb was his absolute top priority. But now it was completely obvious that restoring his territory came first. If he could rebuild the city to just an average standard, the population could reach 10,000 people. The Pendragon territory is massive after all. Suddenly, a violent rustling sound echoed right above their heads. Irene Pendragon looked up and shouted furiously, Flying monster, all troops, get into battle formation. A demonic bird swooped down from the sky, its beak wide open as if it wanted to swallow its prey whole. Irene Pendragon gave a slight smirk, gripping his sword hilt as he looked up. A harpy eagle, huh, you really picked the perfect time. He swung his blade, unleashing a clean slash that knocked the creature far away. He glanced at Kazel staggering back, and immediately gave an order. 5 archers with strong arms, step forward. He grinned with overwhelming confidence. Capture it alive for me. A volley of arrows tore through the wind, accurately pinning down Kazel's weak points. Seeing the monster crash into the dirt, he immediately stepped forward. Excellent, it finally decided to land. Mark Killian observed their surroundings and spoke in a deep tone, just as expected. The demons have completely pulled out of the village. A sudden rustling sound came from the bushes, and a pack of goblins aggressively charged out. Killian spotted them first and yelled, Goblins approaching, young master. Facing the horde of monsters, he did not flinch at all. A single sweeping strike from his sword cleared out the entire pack. Killian stared with wide eyes. Your strikes are just as fast as ever. Mark Killian looked at him surveying the battlefield and reported, Young master, we have finished taking care of the demons. We really should leave now. He turned his head, flashing a highly meaningful smile at the entire squad of soldiers. But right after that, he shook his head and issued a bold command. We are going to make them submit to us. The soldiers were completely stunned. What did he just say? Tame the monsters, seriously. He looked at the alpha goblin and explained, this species has exceptionally good eyesight. Then he pointed at the harpy next to it. That bird's speed is something we can definitely use. I am thinking about the immense value they could bring us. Killian stepped forward with a worried look. I have never heard of anyone turning monsters into subordinates. That kind of thing only exists in legends or ancient books. Irene Pendragon laughed with pure confidence. Whether it is a demon or a monster, they are all just tools if you know how to use them. Step back and watch me work. He stepped toward the alpha Kazel, making it flinch backward. What are you doing outside the forest, sneaking around the village? The beast replied. The woods are full of wolves, ghouls, oros, eagles, and even the white dragon. Everything we hunt just gets snatched away by them. The main character narrowed his eyes, giving a slow nod. I see, so you guys are Kazels. I understand your situation now. He turned, pointing his blade straight at Tata, making it back away on high alert. And what about you? Have you ever eaten human flesh? The monster broke into a panic, stammering its words. No, I have never eaten a human. I only eat sheep and snakes. He stared it down with a dead, freezing glare. Is that so? Memories of his past life flashed through his mind, taking him back to the moment he watched his comrades get ripped to shreds by this exact same species. Raven Vanterer looked down in total silence, his deep gaze completely devoid of any emotion. Right in front of him stood the beast known as Happy, its jaws clamped around a chunk of human guts before it slowly turned its head. He put on a fake, friendly smile. The eagles I used to know also had a taste for human flesh, but I will believe you this time. The beast breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, my lord. But before the two monsters could even retreat, he suddenly slammed his blade deep into a tree trunk. His voice dropped to an icy whisper, however. He glared fiercely at the crowd, then coldly declared, from now on, all of you will bow down and obey my commands. I am the absolute master of this land. Listen up, as Duke Pendragon. I swear if you dare to defy my will or even think about escaping, I'll toss you to the White Dragon for dinner. The two monsters hugged each other, trembling like leaves. They stuttered that dragons are absolutely terrifying, and swore, Kazil and Tata pledge our absolute loyalty to you, my lord. Irene smiled in satisfaction, then stood up and gave his orders. Good boys, now then, Tata and Kazil, it's time to get to work. Lead us to the southern village using the shortest route possible. Tata immediately dashed forward, shouting loudly, understood, sir. Kazil knows this way, just follow me. Mark Killian stepped forward, his eyes wide with astonishment. Did you really turn them into your loyal lackeys? We definitely need to learn from your incredible imagination and quick thinking, my lord. Irene glanced at him and let out an amused laugh. You're exactly right about that. He furrowed his brows slightly. What the main character truly wanted was for those annoying nobles to throw themselves into a brutal fight for survival. Sitting on Kazala's back, Tata happily raised a hand to signal that they were getting close. We're almost at the southern village. Thanks to the shortcut Kazil showed us, we're practically there. Irene stepped forward, then turned back to give his instructions. All right, Mark Killian, you stay right here. Breeden and I will raid the abandoned monastery with a small squad of soldiers. Only move the troops in when you see my signal. Is that perfectly clear? Luna Serad followed closely behind, filled with anxiety. Breeden casually reassured her, noting that the young duke had always been sheltered and had never seen a real battlefield. Don't worry, my lady. I will personally guarantee your safety today, so just stay close to me. Raven Vantra turned back and roared, all troops follow me. He then dashed forward at blazing speed, signaling for Kazil and Tata to take to the skies. https://www.kaziliar. Your mission is to scout out the situation. Go, right now, understood, sir. As the entire group closed in on the ruined monastery, Del Gelfrey gnashed his teeth in anger, then grabbed a young child by the hair and viciously dragged him along the ground. The boy's mother, bound tightly behind them, wept and begged endlessly, which only made him even more irritated. Please, I am begging you. Please don't hit my boy anymore. Shut your mouth. You should be grateful you get to keep your miserable, cheap life. The helpless child screamed out, crying for his mother in pure despair. Del Gelfrey flew into a sudden rage. He raised his fist high, ready to strike, and yelled, "You little brat, are you going to shut your mouth or not?" The panicked mother sobbed uncontrollably, desperately begging him to stop. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of a sword sliced through the air, completely severing his arm and sending it flying into the sky. Del Gelfrey stared at his bloody stump with wide eyes, utterly unable to comprehend what had just happened to him. Irene stared down at him from above, his eyes filled with nothing but cold, absolute hatred. He slowly leveled the tip of his blade straight at the man's face. Del Gelfrey collapsed heavily onto the dirt, stammering in total disbelief. "Who the hell are you?" he shrieked in sheer terror, desperately screaming out his name. "The name is Irene Pendragon." The mother burst into tears of joy, a bright smile spreading across her face. The Duke. Irene casually rested his sword against his shoulder, looking down at the man like he was nothing but pure garbage. "I finally found you, you filthy animal." Narrowing his eyes with a cold smile, Irene glared at Del Gelfrey. "So, I finally get to meet a piece of trash like you face to face." Del Gelfrey remained slumped on the ground, his glazed eyes filled with overwhelming terror. Trembling violently, he raised a shaking finger to point at him, his mouth helplessly stammering, You. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. Why on earth would the notoriously useless young master of the Pendragon family show up in a place like this? A swift sword strike flashed out, mercilessly slicing right across half of his face. The razor-sharp blade he always carried effortlessly carved deep into his opponent's flesh. The main character glared at him with dead, cold eyes. "Who gave you permission to open your filthy mouth, huh?" Del Gelfrey froze in pure shock. A second later, he whipped around and sprinted away as fast as he could, screaming out for his life. He lunged toward his heavily armed subordinates, screaming out a desperate command. "Get him, all of you, kill that bastard." The goons let out arrogant, mocking laughs before swarming forward like a pack of rabid hounds. Irene stood completely still, calmly observing the chaotic rush. Then, he slowly rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. With absolute composure, he smoothly and deliberately drew his blade from its scabbard. The very second his scabbard hit the dirt, the main character's figure vanished, darting forward with blinding speed. Irene's blurry silhouette swept right past Del Gelfrey like a fierce gale, carrying a massive, suffocating wave of killing intent. In one fluid motion, he unleashed a single, devastating strike that wiped out almost the entire mob of henchmen in an instant. Skulls rolled across the ground, leaving Del Gelfrey in an absolute panic, totally clueless about what the hell was going on. The protagonist swung his sword, fully intending to finish the guy off right then and there. But the moment the blade came down, it was instantly blocked by another sword. Irene furrowed his brow slightly as he watched his attack get deflected. Breeden immediately dropped into a defensive stance, keeping his sword raised to guard himself. From horseback, Luna Seyrad's eyes went wide as she screamed out in shock. What the hell is going on? Breeden looked back with a smug grin. Let me give you a hand with this, Mr. Bandit. Del Gelfrey stammered in confusion. Who the hell are you? Irene leaped backward to create some distance, keeping a sharp eye on the shifting situation. Breeden shot them a glance and introduced himself as the Knight Captain of the Blood Knight Order, serving under Count Xerox Joseph. The bandit's eyes lit up with wicked excitement. Looks like you want to kill that little punk too. Well then, I am more than happy to team up. The protagonist just pressed his lips together, watching the whole scene play out without bothering to say a word. Luna Seyrad rushed forward and yelled out, "What is the meaning of this? Back off right now." Breeden kept his sword raised defensively in front of Del Gelfrey and spat out his insults. My lady, don't let that useless fool deceive you. He doesn't deserve the title of Count. I am the one meant for you, not that piece of trash. Del Gelfrey slowly stepped out from behind his new ally. So he's just a traitor, huh? Spotting a discarded sword on the ground, the bandit quickly bent down and snatched it up. In less than a heartbeat, he launched himself at Irene, letting out a wicked sneer. You are more than welcome to try. The two of them leaped into the air, bringing their weapons crashing down together. You're going to regret looking down on us. Irene stared them down without a single flinch. Lord Irene, someone cried out. But he effortlessly blocked the combined strike with just one hand, looking completely bored. With a single, sweeping slash, he sent both of them flying back like useless sandbags. Irene turned to scold Luna Seyrad. I thought I told anyone who can't fight to stay back. Just watch. I'll take care of that night for you. The protagonist immediately called out to his companions, Tata Kazil, I am leaving her safety in your hands. Tata gave a cheerful reply and quickly pulled Luna Seyrad away from the battlefield. However, Luna was still deeply worried, wondering if the young master could actually handle the combined strength of Breeden and that bandit leader. As she was dragged away, Luna Seyrad kept looking back over her shoulder, her face pale with anxiety. But Irene just maintained that same calm, unwavering smile. Seeing his confidence, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her anxious heart finally began to settle. He glanced up toward the sky, reminding Kazil and Tata to stick to the plan they made that morning and contact Mark Killian. Understood, Tata yelled back, immediately rushing off to complete the mission. Breeden just scoffed at the scene, and Del Gelfrey eagerly chimed in to mock him. It's way too late to be calling for backup, kid. Long before your little rescue squad gets here, you'll be dead in a pool of your own blood. Irene simply gripped his sword, tilting his head back with a dark chuckle. You guys really are a bunch of comedians. Why don't we test that theory? His eyes burned with battle lust as he shifted into a combat stance. I'll take both of you on right now, bring it. Greedo charged forward, his face twisted in absolute contempt. You think you can keep playing it cool? I don't care how much you've changed. You still lack actual battlefield experience. I am 1,000 times the warrior you'll ever be. Breeden swung his heavy blade in a vicious downward arc, aiming right for him. But Irene didn't dodge instead. He ruthlessly stomped his foot right down onto the descending blade. Using nothing but pure physical leg strength, he snapped the steel sword in half like it was a dry twig. Breeden froze in absolute shock, staring at the broken weapon before instinctively reaching down to grab the discarded blade. But he was completely oblivious to the fact that Irene Pendragon had already closed the gap. The sword in Irene's hand brutally shattered the knight's remaining offense. The protagonist followed up with a sledgehammer of a punch, smashing right into his opponent's face. And without missing a beat, he launched a devastating kick, sending the traitor flying backward right into Del Gelfrey. The two of them hit the ground hard, clutching their bleeding heads as they stared up at the protagonist with absolute terror in their eyes. Irene flashed a dangerously cold smile. Battlefield experience. Huh, with that pathetic excuse for basic swordsmanship, you two aren't even qualified to touch my clothes. He viciously stabbed the tip of his sword into the ground right by Breeden's legs, speaking in a slow, icy tone. I'll show some mercy, considering you once helped me back at the castle. The protagonist raised his blade high into the air, locking his eyes onto his target. Think of this as my formal thank you. So gracefully accept it. The moment those words left his mouth, a flash of steel cut through the air, completely severing the knight's arm from his body. Breeden collapsed into a screaming panic, staring in total horror as a fountain of blood endlessly poured from his stump. He clutched his severed arm, rolling on the ground and screaming out, my arm. Irene walked right past him, not forgetting to demand, "Why are you just lying there? Wasn't your mission to protect Luna Seyrod in the back?" He glared down at him, his voice ice-cold. "Get the hell out of my territory, right now." The man trembled at the grim warning. "Don't you ever dare set foot on my land again." Breeden scrambled to his feet and ran away in absolute panic. Irene then turned his attention to Del Gelfrey, stepping closer. "Now, it is your turn." He looked down from above with absolute arrogance. "You are next, you piece of trash." Del Gelfrey stammered in sheer disbelief. Did you make a deal with the devil?" Suddenly remembering something, he blurted out, "My comrades are still inside the mansion. You are not planning to slaughter all of them, are you?" Irene just gave a faint smile, as if he had just heard a hilarious joke. His eyes were ice-cold, looking at the man like he was nothing but garbage. The Pendragon family still has plenty of elite soldiers. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves suddenly echoed all throughout the monastery grounds. The reinforcements had finally arrived. "My work here is done," Irene said, smiling down at Del Gelfrey. "The Pendragon soldiers will handle the rest. Traitors do not get an easy death." Panicking, the man covered his face and desperately looked for an escape route. He stared down with pure contempt. "Did you really think you could betray the Pendragon family and still beg for a painless death?" The traitor could only tremble in absolute terror. The heavy hooves of the warhorses trampled violently over his body, showing absolutely no mercy. Del Gelfrey's severed arm was brutally nailed to a wooden stake. Even the bloody stump of his arm was pinned securely to the hard wood. His battered and broken body was strung up high, displayed like a common criminal for all the public to see. The surrounding air immediately sank into a heavy, suffocating silence. Irene turned his body, looking back toward the courtyard. A group of pale, severely malnourished villagers were standing right there. Their ankles were tightly bound together by heavy iron chains. In the distance, the door to an old, run-down room swung open, revealing a truly horrific sight. Massive piles of human skulls were stacked so high, they were literally spilling out the doorway. Irene furrowed his brows slightly at the downright hellish scene before him. He walked over and plunged his sword right into Del Gelfrey's chest. "Ever since I arrived at this village, I have not seen a single resident. That massive pile of bones over there is the proof that you slaughtered all of them, isn't it?" Del Gelfrey lowered his head, coughing up a mouthful of blood. "I am sorry, please, spare my life." Irene replied coldly, "Spare a man who dared to run wild in my own territory, and now has the nerve to beg. Despicable scum like you only deserve brutal punishment." The man asked weakly, Are you going to kill me?" He simply shook his head. "I am not the one who gets to decide." Del Gelfrey froze in confusion. "Wait, what?" Irene turned around and walked toward the captive villagers. "Listen to me, and listen well." The main character looked at them and loudly declared, "His life will be decided by the surviving villagers themselves." The villagers just stood there, completely stunned and unable to process what was happening. Del Gelfrey was frozen in absolute dread, helplessly waiting for his final verdict. The air grew incredibly thick and tense, following that grim declaration. Irene turned his back and walked away, not even bothering to look over his shoulder. The villagers looked at one another, and slowly, they gave a silent nod. They gritted their teeth, their eyes suddenly burning with an intense, fiery rage. One by one, they gathered every last ounce of their remaining strength, picking up weapons to claim their bloody revenge. Del Gelfrey trembled violently, screaming out, "No, please, have mercy on me." But they charged at him like wild, starving beasts, tearing him apart to avenge the ones they had lost. Before long, nothing was left at the base of the wooden stake but a massive, spreading pool of blood. Irene walked slowly down the decaying hallways of the old monastery. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, glancing up to take a good look around the room. Right in front of him stood an ancient, crumbling stone statue. Hiding just behind that statue was one last surviving lackey. The guy lunged forward with his sword drawn, swinging wildly like a cornered beast. Irene effortlessly blocked the desperate strike with just one hand. He shifted his weight and launched a swift counterattack, completely overwhelming his opponent. The lackey collapsed heavily onto the cold floor. Our main character swung his blade without a single ounce of hesitation. A clean thrust straight through the heart, sending a geyser of blood spraying into the air. The crimson blood splattered all over the crumbling statue in front of him. He slowly tilted his head back, staring up at the stone figure. He stepped closer with a faint smirk. "Oh, goddess of light, Leona, will you curse me for completely defiling your sacred sanctuary? This body once belonged to a weak, gentle soul, even though I have reincarnated and been given a second chance at life. Deep down, my soul simply refuses to accept the pathetic life of a weak and cowardly outcast." Irene slowly confessed his true feelings. "I will protect those who actually deserve it, and I will make the wicked pay with their lives." He unbuttoned his collar, revealing a hidden pendant. "That is exactly who I am." Our guy reached up and unclasped the necklace from around his neck. He walked right up to the stone altar and carelessly tossed the pendant into the collection box. He stood there, waiting for the heavy metal to hit the bottom with a quiet clink. Looking back up at the goddess, he declared, "This is the bloody path that I have chosen. So if you truly wish to punish me for my sins, Irene turned his back on the altar, walking away without a single shred of hesitation. Then wait until I finally achieve my ultimate goal. When that day comes, I will gladly bear your divine punishment. As the evening sun began to set, his lone silhouette faded down the dusty road. Meanwhile, over in the north-south village, the atmosphere had completely shifted. Duke Irene Pendragon rode his horse slowly through a massive crowd of cheering villagers. "My lord, we are forever grateful to you," they cried. He offered a warm smile. "If you need any repairs or extra supplies, just send word to my estate." The villagers bowed deeply, murmuring, "May the gods bless you, your grace." Everyone gathered behind him, enthusiastically waving goodbye. "Please take care of yourself, Duke. We will always honor your name." Meanwhile, Kazil and Tata were excitedly trotting alongside his horse, eager to show off. "Boss, Kazil worked really hard today. You owe us a reward." Irene let out a loud laugh. All right. Both of you head back to the campsite and wait for me there." The two tamed beasts were so thrilled that they literally started jumping for joy. Mark Killian rode up beside him and gently reminded his lord, "The north-south village is finally secured. Are we heading to the Ancona forest next, sir?" Irene shook his head with a slight grin. "Not quite yet. Before we step foot into that forest, there is one last piece of business I need to handle." Back at the palace, he sat quietly across from Aisha Pendragon, flashing back to a tense conversation they had a few days prior in the study of Conrad Castle. Our guy had turned to her, questioning her plan. "Are you seriously saying we can use the orcs in Ancona to our advantage?" Aisha had just smiled confidently. "Exactly. They refuse to leave the forest because of an ancient pact to live within our territory. Their combat power completely dwarfs your average Oros. If you manage to tame them, they will be our ultimate trump card." Irene had let out a heavy sigh. "Those monsters only know how to fight and slaughter everything in their path. Do you really believe they would ever help us?" Aisha shot him a knowing wink. "Well, that all depends on your skills, my boy. Orcs will only ever submit to someone who is overwhelmingly stronger than they are." She calmly explained the harsh reality to an orc. The absolute pinnacle of strength is a dragon, but you cannot just use Soldrake's name to intimidate them. They know perfectly well that Glenn Pendragon never managed to sign a contract back in the day, so your only real option is to beat them into submission. Irene frowned, sinking deep into thought as he weighed the risks. Aisha let out a soft chuckle. "I have heard rumors that people used to call you the Grim Reaper of the battlefield." She leaned in with a curious smirk. "Tell me, have you ever actually taken down an orc before?" Her question visibly annoyed him. He scoffed. Suddenly, brutal memories came rushing back into our hero's mind. A massive, hulking orc roaring as loud as a crack of thunder. In that memory, Raven Vanterer stood directly across from the beast, cold sweat pouring down his face as he muttered, "Damn it all." It was heavily injured, but it still refused to go down. The Oros gripped the spear lodged deep in its chest. It ripped them out one by one, throwing them to the ground. Its eyes glared at Raven Vanterer, burning with absolute hatred. Then it charged forward, swinging a massive blade. The powerful strike tore through the wind, but he managed to dodge it by a hair. Raven Vanterer was really starting to feel the fatigue. Seeing him weaken, the orc immediately pressed the attack. It swept its heavy blade at him again, but our main character barely slipped past the attack. "If this drags on, I am going to be at a serious disadvantage." He kept dodging while desperately calculating his next move. "I already pierced its heart and it still didn't die, so the next target has to be the neck." Raven Vanterer slowly widened the distance between them. The Oros brought its blade crashing down, missing him by mere inches. Seizing the opening, he launched a counterattack, aiming his sword straight for its neck. The blade sliced deep into the monster's thick throat. Using his momentum, he leaped right onto its massive shoulders. Putting all his strength into the strike, he drove the sword completely through the orc's neck. Finally, the orc's head hit the ground, and the fierce battle came to an end. The flashback ended, and Irene's expression turned incredibly serious. He closed his eyes and muttered, "When I first joined the Demon Legion, I actually managed to take one down. It was a brutal fight, but if we fought again right now, I am confident I could win." Aisha's face lit up with joy. "Then you can definitely tame them." She gave him an encouraging thumbs up. "Once you defeat the Oros in Ancona, Yahello be able to open the tomb." Irene just furrowed his brows. "You sure make it sound easy." The steady sound of horse hooves echoed along the dirt road. A squad of soldiers was marching straight toward the Ancona forest. Suddenly, someone shouted, "We're going to turn the Ancona orcs into our allies." Mark Killian looked worried. "I am really not so sure about this," Irene calmly replied. "Raiding the forest with just this many men is incredibly dangerous. But if we can tame the Oros, we'll significantly reduce our casualties." Tata and Kazil stepped right in front of him. "That's exactly right, Master." Tata desperately tried to talk him out of it, while Kazil teared up. "Fighting an Oros is just straight up suicide. I don't want to die yet." Our main character sighed heavily. "I absolutely hate that loser mentality. Start believing that we're going to win, or I'll throw you both to Soldrake as monster bait." Suddenly, a loud scream echoed through the air, making him snap his head around. "Stay away from me." Mark Killian frowned. "That voice sounds exactly like Breeden. Hasn't that guy left yet?" Tada frantically reported back, Master, the situation is looking really bad. It's a whole pack of Ancona Oros. Irene let out a soft chuckle, looking like he'd just found exactly what he was waiting for. Meanwhile, Mark Killian was completely panicking. Irene spurred his horse and charged like the wind toward where Tada was pointing, leaving Mark Killian totally caught off guard, young master. The sword in Breeden's hand was shaking violently. He stumbled backward, waving the tip of his sword wildly in front of him. Behind him, Luna Serad was also frozen stiff with fear. Facing the massive pack of Oros, Breeden shrieked, "Stop right there, get the hell away from me." Luna Serad looked at him with utter disgust. Hanging out with this loser was a terrible idea. She remembered the moment she had chewed him out. Do you have any idea what you just did? Sitting on horseback, she had pointed her sword toward Irene Pendragon, shouting, "Messing with the Duke is a direct attack on the Empire. If you want to commit treason, then get the hell out of my family." Breeden panicked, "My lady, please don't expel me. I still have to escort you back to the Serad territory." Luna Serad's voice was ice cold. "Your only duty was to protect me." Her eyes were stern. "Your position ends here. My father will decide your punishment when we get back home." Breeden could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Luna Serad spoke calmly, "This journey is over. I want to rest now." An orc with a terrifying aura suddenly spoke up. "Hey, human. Are you really pointing your sword at us?" He roared furiously, "Do you have a death wish?" Breeden was so terrified, he almost burst into tears. Right at the peak of the tension, Irene showed up. "What are you all doing?" The Oros orcs turned their heads to look at him in unison. Breeden was completely stunned when he saw him. Luna Serad shouted with pure joy, "Duke Irene." Breeden immediately rushed over to beg for his life. "Damn it, please save me." He looked at the pathetic scene with absolute disgust. How did a coward like him ever become a knight? Mark Killian and his cavalry squad finally managed to catch up with their young master. "Please stop, it's way too dangerous for you to go off alone like that." The flag bearing the Pendragon crest fluttered wildly in the wind. Seeing it, the Oros orcs completely froze in surprise. The orc leader stood silently, staring at the flag before muttering, "The Pendragon flag, then that kid over there is." The orc pointed a massive finger right at him and roared, "Irene Pendragon, I was just looking for you." The main character narrowed his eyes, staring right back at him with pure annoyance. A suffocating killing intent suddenly erupted from the Oros orcs. Mark Killian felt that crushing pressure, and his face instantly lost all its color. Sweat poured down his face. This orc's killing intent. I can barely even breathe or move. Mark Killian quickly tried to warn him, "Young master, this is way too dangerous. We need to retreat right now." But Irene completely ignored him and hopped right off his horse. Mark Killian was totally bewildered. He can still move in this pressure, and he didn't even bring a weapon. Irene slowly walked forward and gave his orders, "Hold your positions. Nobody draws their sword." He stood face to face with the orc leader, radiating absolute confidence. "I am more than enough to handle this alone." He smiled with pure excitement, like he had finally found a worthy opponent. The entire pack of Oros orcs behind their leader fell into a dead, heavy silence. The fire of battle blazed in his eyes as he proudly declared he wanted to fight him one-on-one. He smirked cockily like I said, "I am all you get." Hearing that, the orc leader's face lit up with twisted excitement. Irene and the Oros leader locked eyes, silently acknowledging each other as true warriors. He finally spoke up, "Are you the Oros orcs from the Ancona forest?" The orc leaned in close, totally provoking him, "And what if we are?" His eyes darkened for a split second, but that cocky smile never left his face. Out of nowhere, he launched a brutal headbutt straight into the orc's face. The massive impact sent blood spraying from the orc's nose like an absolute fountain. Our main character just let out a dark, mocking laugh. The rest of the orcs stood there with wide eyes, watching their massive leader get knocked back. Two of the orcs were completely frozen in shock, unable to even process what just happened. The Pendragon soldiers were worried, wondering if it was really a good idea to start a fight like this. Suddenly, two other Oros burst out laughing. The whole group mocked him. "Look, the leader's nose is bleeding. He actually got busted open by a human." The main character's teammates were completely stunned by the sight as well. The leader flew into a humiliated rage, but the main character just coldly told them to shut up. The leader barked, "Pendragon, what the hell are you doing?" To which he replied, "I should be the one asking you that." Irene frowned. "According to your pact with the Pendragon family, you aren't allowed to leave the forest, but now you've broken the rules." The leader yelled back, "That is your fault." He pointed right at him. "You've been abandoned by the guardian spirit. The Oros do not serve the weak." In their minds, they were still thinking about Soldrake, even though they had once submitted to the guardian spirit of the forest. Irene was not happy when he heard the leader continue, "We will not follow someone who lost their status alongside the guardian spirit just because the pact failed." The main character frowned. Was his guardian spirit of the forest really Soldrake? The leader arrogantly declared, "Because of that, we left the forest to taste blood and fight for our own territory." Irene let out a laugh. "So it turns out you guys are just a bunch of bloodthirsty savages." An intense pressure radiated from his body. "I wanted to use your strength, but but it looks like you have no intention of listening to me. He cracked his knuckles loudly. I had to travel a long way to get here, so I'm pretty sure you understand exactly why I've come. The Oros smirked. Why didn't you bring a weapon? The leader looked at him with deep amusement. A human actually understands the laws of the Oros this well. Then he tossed his massive mace to the ground. The main character confidently replied, I know a lot more than you think. He clearly laid out the combat rules of the Oros. When an opponent fights barehanded, you must also drop your weapon, and if you are challenged to a one-on-one duel, you have no choice but to accept it. That instantly got the Oros fired up and excited. The main character spoke with a serious tone. All right then, let's have a match. The leader roared and charged right at him. If we're fighting, then bring it on. The orc lunged forward, but he smoothly dodged the attack. As he evaded the strikes, the main character silently evaluated his opponent. His combat skills were far beyond that of a normal Oros. If an ordinary person tried to fight him, their bones would be shattered in an instant. Catching him while he was still up in the air, the leader threw a heavy punch. Seeing this, the main character twisted his body to brace for the impact. He perfectly blocked the incoming punch with a pinpoint, precise kick. A massive shockwave rippled out, completely cracking the ground and shattering the rocks all around them. Mark, Killian, Tada, and Kazil all stood there with their jaws completely dropped in shock. Luna, Seyrod, and Breeden were absolutely stunned by the sheer power. Even after the brutal clash, the main character stood as firm and unmoving as a mountain. He glanced down and noticed that a piece of the armor on his leg had actually cracked. He had to admit the leader was strong, but he still wasn't on the same level as the Oros he had fought in the past. The orc leader slowly stepped out from the cloud of dust. He roared out, if I were to use my full power, you fragile humans would die on the spot. I only go all out when I find someone who can actually block my punch. The main character just smiled casually. Well then, use your full strength. The leader let out an exhilarated roar. You really are interesting. I haven't been this fired up in a long time. Another heavy punch grazed right past the main character's face, making him pause for a split second. A thin line of blood appeared on his cheek. Man, he's fast. He stepped back to wipe away the blood, but his opponent was already throwing another strike. The orc charged forward and yelled, I want to fight you until the bitter end, so don't go dying on me too early. The distance was so close that he was forced to take the massive punch head-on with his bare hands. Irene braced himself, struggling against a force as heavy as a collapsing mountain. Luna Seyrod covered her mouth in suspense, while Breeden just flashed a cryptic smile. Totter and Kazil were shaking like leaves, while Mark Killian stuttered out the Duke's name. A sudden spray of blood made Mark Killian scream at the top of his lungs. Duke. The ground right beneath Irene Pendragon caved into a massive crater, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust and debris. The orc clenched his massive fist, feeling a bit suspicious. The guy had definitely taken the full brunt of the punch, but something about the impact felt totally off. Unbelievably, he stepped right out of the smoke without a single scratch. He muttered, damn it, before a sly grin spread across his face. The main character clicked his tongue in annoyance. Lately, all I ever do is clean up after these small free. Dealing with them non-stop is really starting to piss me off. Every single one of his allies went completely pale. On the flip side, the Oros pack was getting seriously hyped up. Even his own retainers were scared out of their minds. Mark Killian couldn't believe his own eyes. He took a devastating punch from that Oros head-on, and he's actually still standing. He gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his face. A normal human couldn't possibly beat an orc in a one-on-one fistfight. The young master was the heir to the Pendragon family, and keeping him alive had to be their absolute top priority. Mark Killian immediately roared everyone, protect the Duke, move out. But before anyone could charge in, Irene raised a hand, signaling them to stop. He glanced back and stated firmly, this is my fight with the Oros. His unwavering gaze made one thing crystal clear. He didn't need anyone's protection. Mark Killian wanted to argue, but in the end, he just let out a heavy sigh, as you command. Prudel started clapping, looking completely thrilled. As he clapped, he praised him aloud, absolutely fantastic. He let out a hearty laugh, surviving a clash with the strongest Oros in Ancona. Now that's a rare sight. He marveled at how Pendragon was truly a force to be reckoned with. Irene and the Oros leader locked eyes in a tense stare-down. He crossed his arms with a faint smirk. This fight is exactly what I needed to get my groove back. It's time to go all out. The orc grinned with excitement. You're the very first human to survive a punch from me, but enjoy it while it lasts, because those injuries will drop you sooner or later. The protagonist ran a hand through his hair and chuckled softly. You're really underestimating me. A weak hit like that, with my regeneration skills. He brushed his hair aside, revealing a wound that looked like nothing more than a mosquito bite. and in the blink of an eye, the scratch healed up completely. The orc was totally stunned, the wound, it just vanished. He licked his lips, his excitement skyrocketing. Now this is getting interesting. He let out a massive roar and charged straight at Irene Pendragon. You've really fired me up now. He leaped into the air, aiming to crush him with a devastating overhead smash. But the hero's body moved with perfect agility, smoothly dodging to the side. He calmly analyzed the situation. If I want to take this guy down, I'll have to unleash everything I've got. Stepping back to strategize, he quickly realized, first things first, I need to lock down his movements. He let out a mocking laugh. These Oros guys were so simple-minded. With his insane regeneration, dealing with this brute would be a total walk in the park. The orc was absolutely furious, throwing a relentless barrage of attacks. He bellowed in rage, is dodging all you can do, Pendragon, aren't you getting bored? Irene just gave a contemptuous smirk. The protagonist taunted him right back. Is aimlessly swinging your fists the only trick an Ancona Forest Oros has? That comment drove the monster completely insane. He lunged forward, veins practically popping out of his forehead. You dare mock our kind, he roared, winding up for a massive kick. A brutally powerful kick swept right toward Irene. It'll make you swallow those words. The main character smirked to himself, knowing the enemy had taken the bait. He blocked that earth-shattering kick with his arm, even though it was clearly outmatched. His arm immediately snapped with a sickening crunch. Mark Killian shouted in panic, Duke, your arm. The orc laughed triumphantly. Your arm is completely ruined, Pendragon. Irene let out a sly chuckle and suddenly grabbed the beast's leg. You got played. The orc lost his balance and stumbled backward. The main character kept a death grip on his opponent's leg. I am always ready to put my arm on the line. His eyes went wide and ice-cold. You are dead meat today, Oros Ancona. The orc panicked. I clearly snapped his bones. So how is he still moving? Was this a trap all along? Suddenly, Irene let go of his leg. He launched himself high into the air. The orc realized the danger, but it was far too late. A brutal, direct kick smashed right into his face. The terrifying force twisted his facial features, sending blood splattering everywhere. The main character landed back on the ground with absolute coldness. The battle came to an end as the leader, Oros, completely collapsed. His retainers just stood there, jaws dropping at the outcome. The Pendragon forces were still in absolute shock. Brutal of the Oros smiled, fully acknowledging the young man's strength. The rest of the Oros broke into excited cheers and swarmed over. They cheered wildly, as if they had just witnessed the greatest victory of their lives. The main character stood tall and proud. Pendragon truly is a terrifyingly strong warrior. Now that the victor had been decided, Mark Killian quickly hopped off his horse. He ran over in a panic. Duke, please let us treat your injuries right away. Irene pulled his injured arm away and gave a calm response that completely startled Mark Killian. It's fine, it doesn't even hurt that much. Mark Killian looked worried. How can you say that, my lord? The main character let out a heavy sigh. He clenched his fist. The pain of regenerating is actually a lot worse than getting injured in the first place, but thankfully I have this power. He squeezed his hand tightly. In just the blink of an eye, his shattered arm was moving perfectly fine again. Irene let out a deep sigh of relief. He looked over at the Oros and spoke in a stern voice, Oros Ancona. The main character's eyes softened. You are the leader, aren't you? He flashed a bright smile. Follow me, and that is an order. The orc hesitated for a split second before nodding. The winner makes the rules. What do you want us to do? Irene replied with deep satisfaction. We are going to conquer the Ancona Forest, and you all are going to help me do it. The orc looked completely clueless. But why? You are already the guardian deity, aren't you? The main character answered with absolute certainty. I am going to open the mausoleum. Every single Oros present was completely stunned by his bold declaration. The Oros immediately stepped closer to confirm. Does the guardian deity really want to form a pact with us? Irene Pendragon's voice grew dead serious. That's right, on our way to Soldrake, we will have to face countless monsters. So many, in fact, that your arms will fall off from slashing before you can kill them all. His mood noticeably brightened. Isn't that great? From now on, y'all get to fight to your heart's content every single day. Hearing that, the eyes of the Oros lit up with pure, unadulterated excitement. The leader acted like a kid in a candy store, wildly swinging his arms and legs as he bragged. Those monsters are nothing but annoying mosquitoes to us. Well, swat them in the blink of an eye. The main character just shook his head and walked on ahead. Well, if that's the case, then I have nothing to worry about. An attendant stepped forward and handed him the sword. The exquisite blade was drawn from its scabbard, the cold steel gleaming. The Oros warriors seemed to realize something. Their leader immediately dropped to one knee in a deeply solemn gesture. The rest of the Oros warriors behind him froze in surprise. Then one by one, they all followed suit and knelt down. Bathed in the sacred glow of the sunset, Irene spoke with a clear, commanding voice. Oros of Ancona, from this day forward, you will pledge your absolute loyalty to the Pendragon family. He gave a faint smile. Do your absolute best. The leader grinned back, completely fired up. Luna Serad watched the scene unfold, her heart skipping a beat. Breeden, on the other hand, looked absolutely sick to his stomach. Everyone gathered at the wooden bridge leading out of the forest. Sitting tall on his horse, Irene turned to her. "I'll have my soldiers escort you safely back to Ciro's. We need to head back to our own territory as well." Luna Serad bowed her head in gratitude. "Yes, thank you so much then." Irene shifted his gaze over to Breeden. "As for you, if you ever dare to point your sword at me again, the price you pay will be far more than just a single arm." The threat left the man trembling in absolute fear. The Oro's warriors also glared at Breeden with pure disgust. Irene turned his back to them. "Let's move out." Luna Serad gently shoved Breeden out of her way. She stood there quietly, her eyes locked on his retreating back. Her eyes sparkled with emotion, looking as though she had just found her lifelong ideal. There was a heavy sense of solemnity as his group marched away. The Oro's leader and Mark Killian marched forward, brimming with absolute confidence. Meanwhile, Kazil and Tata looked completely on edge and full of anxiety. Krutel followed quietly, his mind completely consumed by thoughts of the dragon's pact and the opening of the tomb. The main character's broad shoulders seemed to carry the crushing weight of a heavy burden. Luna Serad softly whispered his name to herself, Irene Pendragon, and Breeden stood there, witnessing that entire tender moment. Night finally fell over the deep Ancona forest. Irene let out a quiet sigh. "We're finally here." A pitch-black forest loomed right in front of their eyes. The eerie atmosphere of the Ancona forest left him deep in thought. Mark Killian nervously gulped. Kazil and Tata were shaking with so much fear they were practically on the verge of tears. The Oro's warriors, on the other hand, were completely buzzing with excitement. The main character finally spoke up. "This is where everything truly begins." His eyes flashed with eager anticipation. "Finally, I can actually do this. I can finally start my real battle." The white dragon raised its massive head to the sky, its deep voice echoing through the air. "So you've finally arrived." It sounded desperate for liberation. "I am here, find the entrance to my domain." That booming voice carried such a profound sense of longing. "Oh, you, the one who does not possess the true soul of a Pendragon." Hidden deep within the valleys of the Ancona forest, snake corpses littered the ground everywhere. Fresh blood stained the surrounding trees. The Oro's warriors enthusiastically slaughtered the monsters, but their leader looked completely bored. "Killing these snakes isn't even enough of a warm-up for me. I am sick and tired of cleaning up these small fries." Meanwhile, the human soldiers were dead on their feet. Suddenly, another wave of snakes launched a surprise attack. One careless soldier was caught completely off guard, with a snake closing in by mere inches. Irene swung his sword in one clean, graceful arc. The blade sliced the snake right in half, saving the soldier's life. The soldier was absolutely overwhelmed with gratitude. He dropped to his knees, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. "Thank you so much, Your Grace," but the main character just casually replied it was nothing. Irene turned and gave an order to Krutel. "I am leaving the treatment of the wounded to you." Krutel let out a booming laugh. "Understood. I will use the finest herbs we have. Just leave it all to me." Right at that moment, Mark Killian slid down from above. "Your Grace, are you injured?" Irene turned back to ask about the current situation. Mark Killian reported that the soldiers upstream had not suffered heavy losses, but they would definitely burn out if the battle dragged on. Hearing this, the main character turned to ask Oros, "How much further until we reach Soldrake's estate?" The leader rubbed his chin in thought. "I am not exactly sure, but..." He pointed toward the setting sun. "If we go a little further, we will find the remains of the red stone quarry. Near there, you will find a cave that connects straight to the guardian god's estate." Irene carefully surveyed the area before asking if there was any danger on the way to the quarry. The leader replied, "This is still Oro's territory. Those snakes only came here looking for water." Irene nodded in agreement. "Then let's keep moving toward the quarry. We will set up camp there and search for the cave at sunrise." The main character flashed a confident smile. "And if we get dragged into another fight along the way, the Oro's warriors will handle it." "We move out right now." Both the Oro's leader and Mark Killian broke into a grin. They followed closely behind him, responding, "Understood." Night quickly fell over the Ancona forest. Irene walked slowly through the pitch-black darkness. He tilted his head back, gazing up at the deep, endless sky above. A heavy, gloomy atmosphere blanketed the mountain peak. The wind howled in fierce gusts, sounding as if it wanted to tear the very air apart. Everyone could feel that something was off. Irene Pendragon furrowed his brows and muttered, "This place is way too creepy to just be a normal quarry." He turned and asked the Oro's leader, "Why exactly was this quarry sealed off?" The leader rubbed his chin again. "I don't know the full details. I just heard the elders say that goblins used to mine ore here. But one day, every single one of them vanished without a trace, and they never came back." Irene shot a questioning look at Tata, but Tata just shook his head. "Kazil doesn't live in this area, so he doesn't know anything about it." Tata quickly added, "And I have never even heard about goblins mining around here either. Besides, Kazil is only good at sneaking food. He definitely isn't the hardworking type." All three of them let out a helpless sigh. Mark Killian quietly asked, "Your Grace, is something wrong?" Irene issued his orders. No one leaves this spot until morning. The Oro's warriors will take turns standing guard. Set up camp so the soldiers can get some rest, they replied, understood. He then turned his attention to the Oro's leader. I am leaving the night watch in your hands. The leader gave a firm nod. I will let my warriors know. Get some sleep, Pendragon. Several torches were lit, cutting through the dark night. The Oro's warriors gradually drifted off to sleep. Kazil and Tata also curled up, sleeping soundly through the night. The entire camp fell into a dead silence. A lone guard sat on watch right at the edge of the camp. Suddenly, he picked up on a weird noise nearby. The guard instantly shot up to his feet, staring hard in the direction of the sound. He cautiously crept closer, wondering, what the hell is that noise? Out of nowhere, something sharp blasted right through his chest. An agonizing wave of pain hit him in the blink of an eye. He collapsed to the ground, barely managing to gasp out, "Dude." Meanwhile, Irene was still sitting alone inside his tent, deep in thought. He just couldn't shake the feeling that something was incredibly off about all this. The goblins couldn't have just vanished into thin air. There had to be someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. Our main character suddenly realized, maybe they didn't run away, maybe they were totally wiped out. Up on the mountain peak, a mysterious, shadowy figure loomed in the distance. Irene muttered in a low voice, so someone forced them to disappear. His eyes turned icy cold with absolute rage as he thought, who would dare pull a stunt like this? Over in another location, a mysterious man raised his magical staff high into the air. A surge of terrifyingly powerful magic instantly erupted from it. The ground started to violently shake as creepy, skeletal hands burst out from beneath the dirt. In no time at all, the crazed skeletons dragged themselves up, clearly being controlled by some dark force. They quickly organized themselves into perfectly neat, terrifying formations. Their empty eye sockets glowed with a sinister crimson light. Even the hellhounds shifted right into combat mode. Irene was stunned for just a split second, before he immediately forced himself to calm down. He drew his sword, seamlessly dropping right into his fighting stance. His grip tightened on the hilt, fully prepared to burst out of the tent at any second. Wasting no time, our guy charged outside. He was immediately met with thick fog and vicious hellhounds. He moved like the wind, slicing them cleanly in half with razor-sharp sword strikes. Irene's eyes blazed with intense killing intent and pure hatred as he glared at the monstrous hounds. He did a mid-air flip, delivering a fatal slash straight to a hellhound's face. He was furiously fighting while quickly coming up with a battle strategy. Looking at the undead skeletons, he couldn't help but wonder, where the hell did these things come from? Spinning out of the way of an attack, it clicked. He was absolutely certain that the missing goblins had been turned into these undead monsters. He quickly flanked around to the back of a hellhound's head, bringing his blade down with brutal force. The demonic beast let out a crazy, ear-piercing howl of pure pain and rage. The massive commotion instantly jolted everyone in the camp wide awake. A ton of people were thrown into an absolute state of panic. Over in another direction, the remaining goblins had also caught wind of the chaotic battle. Mark Killian snapped awake the moment he heard the violent clash. He charged out of his tent with his sword drawn, as the others rushed right behind him, shouting, "What the hell is going on out here?" But he stopped dead in his tracks the second he saw the insane scene unfolding in front of him. Irene was standing right on top of a hellhound, gearing up to deliver the final, brutal finishing blow. His overwhelming presence completely terrified everyone watching. Someone tremblingly called out, "Dude." His face was so twisted in a dark, terrifying rage that he didn't even bother to respond. Irene pivoted hard, driving his blade straight into the hellhound's eye, its absolute fatal weak point. The beast desperately thrashed and threw him off, but our guy landed perfectly on his feet. The hellhound roared out in furious hatred, but he didn't back down for a second. He just kept slashing relentlessly at its eyes. Finally, the massive hellhound collapsed to the dirt. Mark Killian rushed over, calling out to the Duke. He anxiously asked him what the hell was going on. And then, he slowly tilted his head and looked up. Their eyes widened in absolute terror at the horrifying sight unfolding right in front of them. Mark Killian stood there in pure shock. Wait, weren't those skeletons the goblin miners from earlier? When another soldier frantically asked who could have killed them, Irene lowered his voice. Only a necromancer could pull this off. The entire goblin horde must have been slaughtered. It looks like he wants to stop us from completing the tomb opening ritual at all costs. Mark Killian and the rest of the soldiers were completely stunned by that terrifying possibility. Irene didn't miss a beat. We're completely surrounded. We don't have any other choice but to wipe them all out. He quickly calculated their options, his voice turning deadly serious. These monsters won't stop until we find and take down their ringleader. The main character dropped into a combat stance, while Mark Killian and the soldiers gripped their weapons tight. He'll track down that bastard and finish him off. You guys hold the line against this mob. A fierce battle cry rang out through the air. Standing right in front of them was an entire undead army of goblin skeletons and mutated beasts, but not a single person took a step back. The two warriors fought in perfect sync, flawlessly covering each other's blind spots. They slashed down the advancing skeletons one by one, with absolute brutal precision. Mark Killian thought to himself, the enemy brought this whole army just to stop the Pendragon family from rising back to power. He unleashed a massive sword strike, completely wiping out the wave of skeletons in front of him. I won't let you bastards get your way. The Duke had changed so much lately, it honestly felt like he was a completely different person. Mark Killian let out a faint smile. His young master was now even more brilliant than he ever was before. If anyone could tame the white dragon and break the seal on the tomb, it was definitely him. He was the only one who could restore the family's lost glory. This dark era was finally coming to an end. The Pendragon family would absolutely rise to greatness once again. Off in the distance, the dragon let out a furious, earth-shaking roar. Seeing that intense reaction, Mark Killian gripped his sword even tighter. All right then, we fight this out to the bitter end. Mark Killian gritted his teeth, roaring fiercely in his heart for the honor of the White Dragon Knights, before bringing his heavy blade crashing down. The demonic hound took the hit head-on, letting out an ear-piercing shriek of pure agony. A split second later, its ugly head was cleanly severed, flying right off its shoulders. The severed head smashed violently into the rocky cliff behind it, sending a heavy tremor through the cave. Seeing their comrade get slaughtered, the horde of dry bones instantly raised their spears, getting ready for a brutal counterattack. 3 iron spears violently sliced through the air. Their main target, Irene Pendragon, who was currently being backed into a corner by a massive snake monster. Our main guy quickly sensed the incoming danger. Just as I thought, they're aiming straight for me. At this rate, I won't be able to track down that lick. He smoothly spun his sword in his hand, adjusting his grip into a flawless defensive stance. Then he launched himself into the air, driving his blade straight into the beast's eye, making it shriek out in absolute torture. At that exact moment, the 3 flying spears zipped past and impaled the monster that was acting as his meat shield. Pierced through by the 3 iron spears, the massive beast hissed in defeat and violently crashed to the ground. Meanwhile, Irene had already locked his cold gaze onto a new target. Pure rage boiled up inside him. He didn't know which bastard was pulling the strings, but the downfall of the Pendragon family and the tragic fate of Raven Vanterer were definitely connected. A chilling, highly calculating smirk slowly crept onto the main character's face. Glaring at the towering monster in front of him, he muttered under his breath, "All right then, let's play. I am going to take back the absolute power of my family with my own 2 hands. Don't you even think about getting in my way. If you really want to stop me, then bring it on." The massive snake monster let out a deafening roar, unhinging its jaw as it lunged forward, trying to swallow Irene whole. He planted his feet firmly into his stance, both hands gripping the hilt of his sword with lethal intent. Slash! With one ruthless motion, the razor-sharp blade sliced the massive snake completely in half in a mere fraction of a second. Irene stood there with a cold, piercing glare. "I swear on my life, I will bring the Pendragon family back to the top." The massive, lifeless body of the monster heavily collapsed right at his feet. Scanning the totally chaotic battlefield, our main guy thought to himself, okay, we've managed to thin out the herd quite a bit. But with this absolutely overwhelming number of skeleton soldiers, plus a literal lick lurking in the shadows, they were still at a massive disadvantage. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly sinister and evil aura burst right out of the pitch-black smoke. The dark energy completely enveloped Irene, and out of nowhere, a massive, deadly scythe was pressed right up against his throat. He sensed the danger, but his reaction was a split second too late from the ambush. Liches are mages who seal away their souls to achieve immortality. Their very existence defies the laws of nature, making them targets for the entire empire to hunt down. Because of that, it wasn't surprising that the Legion was ordered to wipe them out, no matter how heavy the casualties. In brutal battles like these, casualties are just an inevitable reality. An agonizing scream tore through the air as a massive scythe cut down a soldier, right in front of Raven Vanterer's eyes. With a deafening blast, the soldier's head completely exploded, making Raven flinch in horror. Panic set in as Raven spun around, desperately trying to figure out what had just happened. Staring at his comrade's headless corpse, a cold chill ran down his spine. Who could have done this? A sudden, eerie feeling washed over him, making Raven instantly whip around. Standing right in front of him was a skeleton draped in a black cloak, radiating a terrifying dark aura. An overwhelming, suffocating malice completely swallowed the area. Raven's last surviving comrade was trembling in absolute panic. He screamed out in terror, "Phantoms, they actually exist." The skeletal figure just slowly raised its hand. Thick black smoke instantly coiled around the soldier, lifting him helplessly into the air as he thrashed in despair. In the blink of an eye, his head exploded too, sending blood and gore flying everywhere. Raven was drenched in cold sweat. This was a lick's most powerful form, the invisible phantom. Phantoms are completely formless souls. Ordinary humans can't even see them with the naked eye. Raven kept his guard up, frantically scanning his surroundings. He swiftly dodged to the side, just as the deadly scythe swept past him. Even a graze from that blade meant instant death. Irene could feel that terrifying memory resonating within him too. The main character was caught off guard for a second by the strange sensation welling up inside him. Snapping back to the present, he barely managed to raise his sword in time to block the Reaper's scythe. The blade of his sword suddenly pulsed with a bizarre, glowing light. The violent clash between the sword and the scythe triggered an explosion that shook the ground like an earthquake. Shockwaves ripped through the area, blasting away the thick clouds of dust and smoke. Thanks to that, Irene caught a fleeting glimpse of the hidden enemy right before it vanished into thin air. He sat on the ground, staring hard at the spot where the phantom had just faded away, his eyes filled with suspicion. Looking down at his glowing sword, he muttered to himself, "What the hell just happened?" Suddenly, Mark Killian's voice snapped him out of it. "Young master, stay exactly where you are." Mark Killian was clutching a comrade's lifeless body, totally panicked as soldiers kept dropping dead around him. Irene immediately snapped to his senses and reached his hand out. He yanked Mark Killian out of the way just as the scythe viciously swept past. Once he found his footing, he looked back in sheer terror. What on earth is happening? He silently cursed to himself. These phantoms were way too bizarre. Anyone who hadn't faced them before wouldn't even know what hit them. They slaughtered people before the victims even realized what was happening, and the phantoms would only vanish once the lick was destroyed. If they just charged in blindly, the soldiers were going to get completely massacred. But if they didn't take down the lick, that endless army of dry bones was only going to keep multiplying. Even with their incredible eyesight, Tatar and Kazil couldn't detect the hidden lick at all. The situation was getting seriously desperate. He couldn't just let his soldiers die for nothing. There had to be another way out of this. Suddenly, a majestic staff was thrust into the air, radiating a strange, blinding light. The person holding the staff slammed it hard into the ground, sending a massive wave of energy rippling outward. Instantly, the entire camp was engulfed by an intense, mystical surge of power. Krudel gave a soft chuckle. He placed a hand on Irene's shoulder. "Looks like it's my turn, young Master Pendragon." Irene turned to look at his teammate, his eyes wide with surprise. Krudel swung his staff. "I'll lend you some power. This is the earth god magic bestowed upon me." The teardrop-shaped gem on his staff glowed with a brilliant light. Massive roots erupted from the ground, lunging straight at the goblins. Their speed was absolutely unbelievable. They tore through the air like living spears. Irene's entire squad froze for a few seconds, completely stunned by the sight. The giant roots coiled tightly, completely surrounding the goblin horde. Krudel scanned the area, nodding in satisfaction at his perfect placement. He raised his staff high and began chanting his spell. The massive roots instantly swept away the monsters and surrounding goblins. Shattered bones flew everywhere, bursting like a macabre fireworks display. The soldiers watched the carnage unfold, completely shocked but full of awe. The roots twisted together into a towering ancient tree, radiating a brilliant green light packed with raw power. Irene Pendragon observed thoughtfully. "If you can use magic, just finish them off." Krudel stroked his chin. "High-level spells take serious preparation, and they drain a lot of energy." He turned to the main character. "Let me bring the light to you, young master," he said calmly. Krudel snapped his fingers. "This isn't a spell I can just spam," he said casually, "so we only get one shot at this." Irene looked completely confused. "What opportunity? I don't even know what's going on." Krudel continued, "Use this to track down the liches." Watching the scenery transform before his eyes, our main character stared in absolute shock. A perfectly orderly little forest sprouted right out of the roots, looking as if it had been perfectly engineered. Leaves rustled at the mountain's peak, and the spreading light filled the air with a newfound sense of hope. Irene glared fiercely in one direction, a lethal killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Found them," he muttered, hearing this. Krudel gave a faint smirk. He chuckled, "Well then, we just need to clear out the rest of these skeleton grunts. Kraton Anthem, I'll leave the rest to you." Before he even finished speaking, Irene dashed off like the wind, leaving Krudel to panic. "Young master," he yelled after him. But the main character tuned out everything around him. His eyes were completely locked onto the dark target up ahead. Meanwhile, on another side of the battlefield, Qatar was going completely berserk, slashing through the hordes of dry bones. He fought like an absolute madman against the endless tidal wave of skeleton soldiers. Just then, Irene showed up and shouted his name, making Qatar whip around. "The lick is up there." Hearing that, Qatar instantly caught on to the young master's plan. Standing between two piles of shattered bones, Qatar let out a battle cry and braced his stance, just as our main character charged in. Irene stepped right onto Qatar's hands, using them as a launch pad. He used the momentum to launch himself straight at the lick's location. Qatar channeled all his strength and hurled him high into the air. Boosted by that perfect assist, our guy soared straight up into the sky. The second he landed, he dropped into a combat stance, ready for anything. A heavy, suffocating killing intent sparked between the two of them like a bolt of lightning. Irene swung his sword down in a brutal overhead strike, but the lick barely managed to block it with his staff. A blinding flash of light exploded from the impact. Blown back by the recoil, Irene skidded away to create some distance. The main character calmly threw out a provocation. "You want my life, right? Well, I'm standing right here." The moment he finished speaking, a burst of dark energy appeared right behind him. Irene glanced over his shoulder. Just as he expected, the phantom had shown up. Looking down at the battlefield, he quickly assessed the situation. Only the skeleton soldiers were left down there. But his own troops were already pushed to their absolute limits. He quietly made up his mind. He had to end this fast. The lick sensed his intense killing intent and immediately froze. He raised his scepter, and a sinister wave of dark energy began to spread. Giant skeletal hands suddenly burst out from the ground, but our main character just gripped his sword tighter and charged straight ahead. With a cold, ruthless glare, he slashed through every single skeletal hand in his path. Once the obstacles were cleared, Irene dashed straight for the lick. When he closed the distance, he unleashed a heavy slash fueled by pure rage. But the lick quickly backed away, commanding the phantom's twin scythes to counterattack. Irene felt the crushing pressure and flinched in surprise. He quickly ducked low, narrowly dodging the scythe as it swept right over him. He gritted his teeth, so the phantom came back to protect its master, He stepped back to create some distance. Man, this situation was getting really troublesome. Irene looked up, his mind racing as he calculated his next move. He had to figure out a way to separate the lick from that phantom. The lick raised his scepter again, getting ready to launch another spell. A massive shower of dark flames rained down on him. Even though he was already in a defensive stance, he was completely caught off guard by the sheer scale of the attack. "Flames," he muttered, "damn it, it completely blocked off my escape route." And right as the phantom crossed his mind, those twin scythes came slashing right at him. Irene froze as the deadly blades closed in on him. Suddenly, the gemstone embedded in his sword began to glow. A brilliant surge of blue energy wrapped completely around his body, instantly blocking the scythes. The lick stood there, absolutely stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Irene closed his eyes, feeling this massive surge of power flooding into his body. "I want to know who you are," he thought. A mysterious, echoing voice answered him. "Prove that you are worthy, O nameless soul." Right in front of him, the vision of a colossal skeleton, radiating an ancient, overwhelming aura appeared. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the true source of this immense power he was inheriting. He softly whispered a single name, Soldrek. Across the battlefield, the lick watched cautiously, as Irene was completely engulfed in this bizarre new energy. He snapped his eyes open. A brand new aura exploded around him, forming a massive pair of glowing, ethereal wings. The lick panicked and immediately sent his skeleton army charging in, desperately trying to stop him from fully controlling this power. Irene remained totally calm. "So that's what the phantom actually is," he muttered. Thanks to his newly awakened eyes, he could finally see the true forms of the phantom, two terrifyingly giant skeletons. Even though it was his first time seeing their true, horrifying forms, he didn't waver for a single second. The phantoms let out an ear-piercing shriek, gearing up for their next strike. Irene lowered his sword to the ground, steadying his breathing and focusing his mind. With a cold, razor-sharp glare, he was more than ready to take them head-on. He swung his sword with incredible force, slashing right into the phantoms just as they swung their massive scythes to counter. With just one strike, the two phantoms shrieked in absolute agony, completely scorched by the blinding blue light. Panic finally set in for the lick. Seeing his most powerful phantoms get completely crushed, he immediately scrambled backward, desperately looking for an escape route. But Irene wasn't about to give him that chance. With a single wave of his hand, he completely cleared away the last traces of the lingering black smoke. Irene Pendragon coldly closed in, forcing the lick to step back toward the edge of the tower. He advanced without a single moment of hesitation. The sword in his hand swung up, then thrust straight forward. The blade pierced right through the lick's skull. As the main character's voice dropped low, "It is over." He pushed the blade deeper through his opponent's forehead, his gaze chillingly ruthless. A calm voice rang out, "Your journey ends here." The lick let out an agonizing scream amidst the blue flames, before being completely incinerated. Irene calmly sheathed his sword, the surging power around him gradually fading away after completing his mission. Looking at the remaining pile of ashes, he took a deep breath to steady himself. The lick's scepter shattered into pieces, rolling across the cold stone floor. Down below, the dry bones that were just fighting suddenly lost their power, collapsing to the ground and leaving the soldiers completely bewildered. Qatar looked up in astonishment. The skeleton soldiers have all stopped. Beside him, Krutel closed his eyes with a satisfied smile. It seems the young master has finished off the lick. Shattered bones were scattered all over the battlefield. They emitted a thick black smoke, then slowly evaporated into thin air. The soldiers watched the scene, feeling a mix of absolute exhaustion and profound relief as their enemies faded away. Krutel looked up at the sky and said, "They have lost their leader." Amidst the lingering haze, Irene stood tall and unyielding high above them. He watched the specks of dust float up into the sky, while Krutel muttered, "They are returning to dust." The space around the main character was covered in a surreal, hazy mist. He watched the souls crumble into sand, looking as though they had finally been set free. After clearing the battlefield, the soldiers quietly wept, mourning their fallen comrades. Mark Killian could not hold back his tears, while Irene stood behind them, silently bearing the heavy emotional burden. His heart was weighed down, his face reflecting nothing but profound sorrow. The soldiers buried their brothers in arms, then knelt down to pray. As night gradually fell, the entire group returned to their tents to rest. Irene alone remained outside, sitting in absolute silence as he wiped his sword clean. He closed his eyes, lost in deep thought. Suddenly, the gem on his sword began to glow, signaling something ominous. His consciousness was violently pulled back into the past. Dark memories came rushing back like a raging storm. He saw his former self once again. The main character was stunned. What is this? Are these the memories of that very day? The memory of being framed by a forged letter appeared vividly before his eyes. In the vision, he screamed out, "That was not me." He desperately tried to explain his innocence, but the memory continued to tighten its grip on his mind, refusing to let go. In the pitch-black dungeon, a frail Irene called out to his mother and older brother, "Please make it stop." The scene abruptly shifted to the execution grounds. He was bound in heavy chains, surrounded by the judgmental glares of the massive crowd. Tears streamed down his face in pure, helpless despair. The memory then shifted to a young Irene Pendragon from his childhood. The main character was left even more horrified and bewildered. In that memory, the young boy wailed over his father, begging him not to die, and swore he would become a dragon knight. He promised to become the absolute pride of the Pendragon family. Irene jolted awake, his shirt soaked in cold sweat. He gasped heavily for air, his entire body trembling. After the panic subsided, he gritted his teeth, infuriated by the lingering memory. Sitting all alone in his tent, the main character clutched his forehead, desperately trying to calm himself down. A moment later, he stepped outside and bumped into Krutel, who was keeping watch. Krutel gave a faint smile. "Young master, are you still awake?" Irene softly called out Krutel's name. He asked why he was still on guard duty after such a grueling battle, to which Krutel replied that while Oz was incredibly strong, they couldn't just leave everything in the hands of humans. Hearing that, the main character subconsciously glanced over at the freshly dug graves. Krutel stretched his arms, noting how fierce the battle had been, when Irene suddenly brought up his sword. Krutel gave him a curious look upon hearing those words. Irene tightened his grip on the Pendragon family sword. "This very sword protected me from the Phantom's scythe. It carries the flame of Soldrake." Krutel froze for a second. "You mean the guardian deity of the forest?" He explained that the blade was imbued with Soldrake's sheer power. Bringing that up, the main character recalled the exact moment he was blessed with that power. Back then, he could actually see the phantoms through his newly blessed eyes. Irene fell silent, deeply pondering this clairvoyant ability. As his story trailed off, Krutel stared at him in utter confusion. Irene gripped his sword tight, realizing that the white dragon must know he wasn't the original owner of this body. He gritted his teeth, feeling completely cornered by the truth. The image of the original Irene Pendragon, calling out to his father right before he passed away, flashed through his mind again. That desperate promise echoed in his head, giving him a splitting headache. "I will become the pride of Pendragon." Irene scowled in deep discomfort. "Why the hell did I even dream about that?" he thought to himself. Seeing him in such visible pain, Krutel quickly asked, "Is everything all right?" Irene was grinding his teeth so hard that it actually startled Krutel, making him even more worried. He roughly ruffled his hair and replied, "It is nothing. I am just running on a lack of sleep." Krutel gently advised him to get some actual rest. The main character stayed quiet for a long moment. Then a very strange, almost unsettling smile crept onto his face. Nobody had a clue what was running through Irene's head as he smiled like that, so Krutel just stood there, quietly observing him. After speaking, he slowly turned and walked away, muttering something totally inaudible under his breath. The very next morning rolled around in a flash, just as the first rays of sunlight were peeking over the distant mountain range. In another area, as Irene Pendragon's group was crossing the Kata region, someone muttered that they were getting a seriously bad vibe. Kratel, who was standing right next to him, didn't even try to deny it. He just nodded in agreement, admitting that the group's chances of making it back alive had just taken a massive nosedive. Everyone locked their eyes on a massive cave up on the cliffside, which was radiating an eerie, mystical mist and a bizarre surge of magic power that no one had ever encountered before. Jing Lion stared into the deep abyss of the cave, her heart suddenly skipping a beat. A demon's intuition is always way sharper than a human's, so when they sense something completely off, it is definitely no joke. Irene Pendragon chimed in, stating that this place was absolutely hiding something, leaving her terrified of what it could be. The main character seemed to have his own little plan already figured out, so he casually strolled right into the tomb. The very second he stepped inside, an incredibly uncomfortable memory from his past life as Raven Vanterer swept through his mind like an icy gust of wind. Even though it was just a fleeting thought, it was more than enough to trigger an overwhelming sense of sheer disgust. Irene gritted his teeth, his brow furrowing in pure, unadulterated rage. He figured Soldrake had to be waiting for him, but if he wanted to get his revenge in the name of the Vanterer family, he had absolutely no choice. He had to borrow that dragon's power. So the main character made up his mind. He was going to make Soldrake bow down and submit to him. Thinking back on the past, he completely lost himself in his own thoughts. Something massive must have happened to that dragon on the battlefield all those years ago. And then, by some crazy twist of fate, he had actually been reincarnated as Irene Pendragon. He gently closed his eyes for a second, and then he slowly drew his sword from its sheath. The main character figured that the white dragon definitely had to know the real truth behind everything. After thinking it all over, he swung his sword to give the signal, decisively ordering his troops to get ready for action. Kata took the lead, holding a torch up high to light the way for the rest of them. The whole group started making their way deeper and deeper into the dark heart of the cave. Brightly glowing crystals sparkled all around them, creating a breathtaking fantasy landscape that was almost blindingly beautiful. Kata suddenly started sniffing the air, acting like he had just picked up on something that was totally off. His ears even twitched as he focused hard, carefully listening to every single sound echoing through the cavern. A moment later, Kata confidently pointed out that this was definitely the right way to go. Jing Lion looked pretty exhausted, but he was still totally amazed by that trick. Walking up ahead, Irene Pendragon explained that an orc's senses could feel the air currents and track down water sources, and in their current situation, a skill like that was incredibly useful. Right as they were moving, Krattle suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. He just stood there frozen, leaving Kata and Irene Pendragon completely confused about what was going on. Irene asked him what was wrong. Krattle replied that he was sensing something nearby, and right as he said that, brightly colored water droplets suddenly appeared out of nowhere, hovering and dancing all over the air. Krattle squinted to get a better look, and then a smile crept onto his face, like he finally understood what was happening. Seeing him react like that made the whole group super curious, so they all followed his gaze to see what he was looking at. Colorful spirits with crystals on their heads were flying around in the air, leaving Krattle completely in awe. The mischievous little spirits fluttered around wildly, right over everyone's heads. Someone in the group got super excited and yelled out that they were spirits. A little while later, Irene Pendragon's team came to a halt right in front of a massive waterfall. Krattle spoke up loudly, saying that there were water spirits nearby. Irene immediately asked him if they were dangerous. Krattle quickly replied that they weren't dangerous at all. However, this cave was seriously lacking in life force. It was a weird spot that fell completely outside the Earth God's protection, so technically, spirits really shouldn't even be able to exist in a place like this. Hearing that, the main character rested his chin on his hand, falling deep into thought. Jing Lion guessed that maybe they were just trapped and couldn't get out. Kata shined his torch around to get a better look, and then pointed out that there were stairs behind the waterfall with wind blowing through. He said it might just be their way out. But right then, he seemed to spot something weird, so he squinted hard to get a better look. Hidden right behind the rushing water was some kind of mysterious object. It was giving off an incredibly strong aura, proving right away that it wasn't just some ordinary item. He called out that there was something glowing right in the middle of the waterfall, looking almost like a disc. Hearing that, Krattle strained his eyes to look too, totally curious. Suddenly, the water in the cave started swirling together, like it was being controlled by some kind of invisible force. Seeing that crazy sight, everyone freaked out and immediately started backing away. Kata was totally shocked and blurted out, "What the hell is going on?" The main character just stood there completely frozen. He stared intently at the whole thing, looking like he had just unlocked a whole new level of understanding. As the water droplets slowly merged together to form a shape, Krattle started muttering to himself. The water spirits had finally gathered up enough water to transform into a massive, aggressive turtle that was guarding the area. Irene gasped in shock. A turtle, Kata also yelled out that it was a water turtle. Right then, the massive beast reared up, lifting its heavy leg high into the air. It slammed its foot down with a massive stomp, sending the entire group stumbling and crashing to the ground. The main character panicked as he realized it was actually attacking them. Prattle quickly guessed that the monster was probably just trying to protect its treasure. He looked totally confused and asked, "Wait, a treasure?" Prattle glanced over at him and explained that it was that exact glowing thing, sitting right in the middle of the waterfall. The giant water turtle let out a ferocious, ear-piercing roar. Prattle kept rambling on, saying he had already warned them about this. Since this place doesn't have the earth god's protection, there must be something triggering the water spirit to fight back. The main character stepped back to create some distance. He yelled that the creature was trying to crush them to protect the treasure, and Prattle completely agreed. He locked his eyes on the massive turtle, keeping his guard up and watching its every move. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, and the jewel embedded in it suddenly began to glow. The water beast glared right back at him, clearly sensing the danger. They were locked in a tense stare-down for what felt like forever, until he finally shifted his hand, getting ready to make his move. Killian panicked and tried to stop him. He shouted, "Young master, what the hell are you doing?" Nobody had a clue what his plan was. They just watched the main character stand his ground, completely unfazed by the giant water monster. He raised his glowing sword right in front of the beast, and in a dead calm voice, commanded it to stop. The turtle glared down at him with pure rage in its eyes, but our guy didn't even flinch. It was almost as if the creature could actually feel the intense emotions radiating from him. The gemstone on the blade erupted into a blinding light, releasing a massive shockwave of energy that violently shook the air around them. The rest of the party stood there with their jaws on the floor, absolutely stunned by the unbelievable scene unfolding in front of them. A massive tidal wave of water came crashing down, but he just stood there with his eyes closed, completely unshaken by the torrential downpour. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, staring at an object that was slowly taking shape through the heavy, swirling water. Right before their very eyes, a brilliant red shield with a dragon carved into it materialized out of nowhere. The shield glowed with an overwhelming, majestic magical aura. Killian grabbed it, completely losing his mind with excitement. He yelled, "So this is the hidden treasure." He was totally in awe, explaining that the shield had the power to heal both its wielder and the soldiers fighting alongside them. Our main character didn't even look surprised. He just gave a flat, calm response, "Oh, is that so?" Prattle looked at him with total respect and said, "It's absolutely incredible that you managed to push back a water spirit. Is this that power of sorrow you were talking about last night?" He just stared down at the sword in his hand, letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh. He lowered his voice and admitted that even he didn't really get it. He just felt something deep inside, and the rest happened on its own. Hearing this, the whole group just exchanged confused, blank stares. Prattle quickly chimed in, "Sir, you really don't look so good." Kata, who was walking right next to him, nodded in agreement and muttered, "That was just the power of the earth goddess. You know, the guardian spirit that watches over this entire forest." Hearing that, Killian completely snapped. He furiously barked back, "What the hell are you talking about? This was all thanks to the power of the Pendragon family." Hearing the argument, Irene Pendragon thought to himself, he's not entirely wrong. The power of Soldrake truly is the absolute symbol of the Pendragon bloodline. But at the end of the day, that power never really belonged to me back when I was still Raven Vanterer. He completely lost himself in his own dark, swirling thoughts. Memories flashed through his mind, showing the promise the original Irene had made to his dying father. The memory hit him so hard that he gritted his teeth, completely torn by the inner conflict. He shut his eyes tight, reminding himself of who he really was. "I am Raven Vanterer," he muttered inwardly. Before long, the entire party stepped into a bizarrely magnificent location. It was so breathtaking, it looked like it was ripped straight out of a high fantasy novel. Looking at the stunning scenery, Killian couldn't hold back his awe. "Man, we finally made it here," he breathed out. Irene Pendragon stood quietly by his side, his mind still working overtime as if he were silently plotting his next move. He scanned the area, his sharp eyes picking up every single little detail around them. Looming right in front of them was an ancient tomb, guarded by a massive, towering statue of the Pendragon dragon. A chaotic wave of indescribable emotions suddenly washed over him. The group cautiously made their way up to the front of the ancient, imposing structure. Without warning, the gemstone embedded in his sword flared up and started glowing all over again. Killian's eyes went wide. "The Widow's blade is reacting," he shouted. The main character cut in, his voice dead serious. "No, it's screaming." He pointed his blade straight ahead, absolutely certain now, this is it. This is the tomb we've been looking for. As he slowly drew the sword from its scabbard, the raw steel erupted in a bizarre, blinding light. Right after that, the massive doors of the tomb burst open. A rolling fog poured out, forcing everyone to cover their eyes. Kata shouted out in pure shock, "The fog is spilling out." Suddenly, the main character's eyes went wide, as if he had just noticed something. He saw the faint, ghostly silhouette of a knight, riding a horse straight toward him. Irene Pendragon quickly yelled out that something was charging right at them, his heart pounding with absolute disbelief. The heavy fog slowly began to fade away. The figure finally revealed itself, swinging a giant sword to scatter all the remaining mist around them. The rest of the group just stood there, completely stunned and speechless. Kata stuttered out the name Gorazon Pendragon, his voice trembling in extreme shock. The main character immediately raised his sword to defend himself, muttering the name Gorazon under his breath. Right in front of them stood Gorazon Pendragon, looking incredibly majestic on his horse with his sword drawn. His overwhelming aura left the whole group frozen in fear, as he calmly looked down at Irene Pendragon's team. Kata and the others couldn't help but feel completely dazed by the sudden appearance of the Duke. Someone panicked and whispered that it was the previous Duke. Jing Lion's voice shook as he called out to Duke Gorazon Pendragon, while the main character standing next to him could only stare in shock. He wondered if that transparent body was actually a ghost. Then, he asked himself why he knew that name so incredibly well. An old fragment of Irene Pendragon's memories suddenly flashed through his mind. The main character furrowed his brows, feeling deeply uncomfortable. He suddenly realized that these feelings were coming from the lingering memories of Irene Pendragon. All of a sudden, a blinding beam of holy light crashed down from above, lighting up everything around them. Everyone had to throw their hands up to cover their eyes. The main character groaned softly from the blinding glare. When the light finally dimmed, he slowly opened his eyes, looking completely dazed. The moment he looked up, he was absolutely shaken to his core. Up in the sky, a massive dragon appeared right in front of the moon, looking like the true overlord of the ancient dungeon. Everyone instinctively tilted their heads back, their jaws dropping in pure awe. The dragon spread its massive, powerful wings wide open. Cotter and Crattle couldn't hold back either, staring up at the beast in total shock. Without warning, the dragon dived straight down toward them. That sudden dive sent the entire group into a terrified, trembling panic. Its deep blue eyes burned bright, looking like they held the entire sky, but it still radiated a cold, terrifying aura that nobody dared to underestimate. The main character looked up, forcing a stiff smile as he muttered, "It finally showed up." Soldrake touched down, kicking up massive gusts of wind, as the main character softly called out its name. Soldrake landed right behind Gorazon Pendragon, standing tall like a fiercely loyal guardian. The dragon curled its massive tail around the majestic Duke, shielding him completely. Jing Lion stared at the scene and couldn't help but blurt out, "It's so beautiful." Crattle and Kata both cried out at the exact same time, calling it the guardian spirit deity. Meanwhile, the main character watched Soldrake with a mix of high alert and pure amazement. The dragon glared down at them, and its deep rumbling voice asked, "Who are you?" Caught off guard by the direct question, he had no idea how to answer for a second. He quickly glanced over at Gorazon Pendragon, trying to see if the Duke was the one who had just spoken. But the Duke stayed completely silent, not moving a single muscle. Jing Lion frantically asked if it was the Duke who just spoke, but Cotter immediately shot that down, saying it was totally impossible. The main character thought to himself that this whole scene felt weirdly familiar. Back on the Liuding Plains, when he first met Irene Pendragon, that voice had sounded exactly the same. Which meant the one who spoke back then was the exact same being speaking to him right now. It wasn't Irene Pendragon, nor was it Gorazon. It was Soldrake. His heart pounded heavily in his chest. He realized in absolute shock that the dragon was speaking directly to him. That voice echoed once more, demanding to know who he really was. This made everyone around him stare at Irene Pendragon in utter confusion. He hurriedly replied that he was Irene Pendragon. Soldrake stared at him in silence for a long, heavy moment. Then she stepped closer, causing the entire group to immediately drop into a defensive stance. Soldrake coldly stated, "You are not Irene Pendragon, do not even try to fool me." The dragon maintained her piercing, unwavering gaze. "I will ask you one last time, who exactly are you?" He jolted in fear, breaking into a cold sweat. Suddenly, his old memories from when he was Raven Vanterer came rushing back. Back then, he had to endure brutal, agonizing punishments all alone, with no one to understand his pain. Being manipulated and controlled like a mindless puppet made it utterly hard to breathe. The sheer weight of those memories made Irene Pendragon gasp for air, before letting out a sudden, agonizing scream. He immediately clutched his head and collapsed to the ground, howling in absolute agony, while Killian desperately cried out for his young master. Trembling as he gripped his head, he cried out that his skull felt like it was going to explode. What the hell was he anyway? While he thrashed around in torment, Soldrake simply stared at him with cold, emotionless eyes. Irene Pendragon continued to scream and clutch his head under the dragon's utterly indifferent gaze. The people around him called out his name in pure panic. Refusing to let him go, Soldrake lowered her voice and demanded again, "Who are you?" He could only hold his head and scream out in sheer torment. Deep within his mind, a massive flood of forgotten memories began to resurface. The distant flashes of his past life forced his eyes wide open in shock. Every single fragment of his traumatic past came rushing back like a violent flood. Filled with despair, he desperately wanted to shut them out, refusing to ever see them again. The dense waves of memory threatened to completely shatter his current mind, all because the dragon was forcing him to face his entire past. Soldrake continued to watch him suffer with that same chilling, deadpan look in her eyes. A moment later, she lowered her massive head right next to him, coaxing him once more, "Tell me, who are you?" He lay sprawled on the dirt, sweat pouring down his face like rain. He stammered out, I am. Suddenly, the dual memories of Irene Pendragon and Raven Vanterer began to violently overlap, leaving him in a state of absolute panic. Blurry images of the Duchess and Gorazon Pendragon flashed before his eyes. He saw a small child, and suddenly jolted as he realized it wasn't Irene Pendragon at all. It was himself, back when he was Raven Vanterer. Everything just kept repeating itself, exactly like some twisted twist of fate. He was forced to relive his father's final, bloody moments all over again, the unbearable heartbreak tearing through his chest. And then it finally clicked for him. Yes, that was him. He gasped and violently choked for air, barely surviving after being completely drowned in the sea of his own memories. Right after that, Irene Pendragon violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. The bystanders desperately called out his name, their faces completely pale with terror. Soldrake watched him collapse to the ground, before harshly commanding, "Say your name." Lying completely paralyzed on the ground, his eyes losing all focus, he weakly muttered, "I am Raven Vanterer." In his hazy, fading vision, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar maid, and his heart skipped a beat. He saw Lind anxiously calling his name, and unconsciously, he softly called back. Following that, images of Helen and Mia quickly flashed by. Memories rushed in like a fierce storm within the mind dungeon. He gritted his teeth, bearing the heavy weight of all those painful moments. Our protagonist told himself that these were his true memories, recalling the days he spent fighting alongside his party. From the fierce martial arts battles, to the intense confrontation with the water spirit inside the cave. Outside, everyone was anxiously shouting, "Hang in there, Irene Pendragon." Jing Lion aggressively ordered the men to protect the young master, even if it cost them their lives. Kata gritted his teeth, saying there was no other choice, but Kratel stopped him, asking, "Are you seriously planning to go against the guardian deity?" Kata shot back, "He is our comrade. If this keeps up, he's going to die." Lying on the ground, our protagonist suddenly let out a heavy, ragged breath. He forced himself to hold on, telling himself, "That's right." Irene Pendragon dragged his weak body up, struggling to sit, and declared, "I am." Soldrake looked at him in complete astonishment, moved by his unyielding willpower. Our protagonist violently stabbed his sword into the ground. A loud clash rang out, sending shockwaves through the entire space. Using the sword for support, he proudly stood up, raised his head to face Soldrake, and declared himself the official heir of the Pendragon territory. Irene Pendragon used every last ounce of his strength. His face showed obvious pain, but he adamantly refused to take a single step back. Soldrake watched him in absolute silence. Our protagonist gasped for air, anxiously waiting for the final judgment. Suddenly, Gorazon Pendragon nodded with a warm smile, leaving him completely stunned. Right after that, Gorazon's figure faded away into nothingness. Our protagonist stood frozen in shock, seeing that Gorazon Pendragon had completely vanished. Abruptly, Soldrake raised its massive head and stared up at the sky. It unleashed an earth-shattering, deafening roar. The massive shockwave spread in all directions, leaving everyone dizzy and disoriented. A few party members were violently thrown back. Kata and Kratel panicked, yelling, "What the hell is going on?" When the roar finally stopped, thick dust and smoke clouded the area, throwing their formation into total chaos. Then Soldrake bowed its head before Irene Pendragon and said, "Our promise has been fulfilled." Still clutching his sword, our protagonist stared blankly as the dragon continued to speak. As the true successor of the Pendragon bloodline, hearing this, a faint, relieved smile finally appeared on his face. Finally at peace, our protagonist collapsed. His party members rushed over with joy, as a warm light gradually illuminated the entire area. After the massive shockwave, a sense of calm and peace returned to the surroundings. Everyone quickly crowded around Irene Pendragon, all under the calm, watchful gaze of Soldrake. He waved his hand dismissively, telling them he was totally fine. Then, a bewildered Jing Lion asked what had just happened. Our protagonist smiled with pure satisfaction, explaining that the oath was completed and that he had been officially chosen by Soldrake. The whole party stood stunned for a few seconds, before erupting into wild, joyful cheers. Everyone enthusiastically chanted his name, loudly cheering that Irene Pendragon had finally been chosen. The future of the Pendragon family was now officially secured. Kratel marveled in awe, realizing that from now on, he he would be fighting alongside the guardian deity. Kata laughed out loud, saying he was the absolute only one who could have ever survived this brutal trial. Suddenly, Soldrake lifted its head, staring up at the sky once more. Our protagonist also looked up, following the dragon's intense gaze. He asked, "What's wrong, Soldrake?" and the dragon simply replied, "A guest has just arrived." Our protagonist looked totally confused, muttering, "A guest." Looking up at the sky, he sees some dark shadows flying in, and figures they are just birds. But as they get closer, he is completely startled to realize they are definitely not birds. Kata also panics, crying out that this is just impossible. Right before their eyes, a massive swarm of dragons is flying in, leaving absolutely everyone completely stunned. The horde of dragons is drawing closer and closer by the second. A whole swarm of dragons is wildly circling the sky, completely dominating the entire airspace. They fly tail to tail, creating a surreal and magical vortex straight out of a pure fantasy world. The crowd down below can only stare up with absolute panic and terror in their eyes. Irene Pendragon widens her eyes in pure shock, completely unable to believe that 6 dragons have shown up all at the same time. The entire pack of dragons simultaneously glares down at the ground with cold and piercing eyes. A terrifying aura of magical pressure radiates from their bodies, making the very air feel like it has completely frozen solid. A single glance was all it took to understand that getting out of this situation safely was not going to be easy. 6 colossal dragons descended one by one, surrounding the group and forming a tight circle, like the opening of a fantasy boss battle. The immense draconic pressure weighed down on them like a mountain, causing everyone to break out in a cold sweat. Irene Pendragon stood frozen, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The dragons spoke, asking if he was the queen's new false contractor, and he immediately turned toward the source of the voice. There stood a jet-black dragon with cold, sharp purple eyes, its deep tone anything but friendly. Soldrake calmly confirmed that it was true. Immediately after, Soldrake coldly questioned them, stating she hadn't summoned them and that their oath to the Pendragon family was of no concern to them. But a blue dragon immediately retorted that this time was different. Before he could finish his sentence, Soldrake shot him a sharp, warning glare, even calling him by his name, Irigurian, but the blue dragon didn't flinch at all. He bowed his head respectfully and replied, "We came because it is our duty. Surely you must know the reason." Soldrake swept her sharp gaze across the entire pack and said in a cold voice, "Do you think you have the right to question me?" Crushed by that overwhelming presence, the dragons could only shrink back, their eyes filled with hesitation. One enraged dragon roared but still managed to say, "Our queen senses the aura of both the demon god and the dragon god within that man's body." Hearing this, our protagonist could only stare witty, completely baffled by this mythological conversation. Soldrake spread her white wings. A majestic roar that seemed to shake space itself thundered with authority. Instantly, those standing nearby were thrown far back, as if hit by a shockwave. The remaining dragons hastily retreated, on guard against such immense power. Only he remained standing in place, as if being shielded by Soldrake. Soldrake's sharp voice boomed, "Uninvited guests, leave my territory at once. In the name of the King of Dragons, I command you." Hearing the words King of Dragons, he flinched and whipped his head around. His eyes shone with utter disbelief. Our protagonist muttered, "King of the Dragons." On the other side, the dragons exchanged glances and then nodded slightly, as if they had reached an agreement. They spread their wings, preparing to leave this place. Only the black dragon remained, staring stubbornly at Soldrake. It said, "Well, stop here for today, but if that human sets foot in our territory again, then all mysteries will be revealed." He looked up, watching them with a wary gaze. After speaking, it too flapped its wings and flew away. All 6 dragons finally left the sky, their objective unfulfilled. Soldrake silently watched their figures fade into the distance. A moment later, Tavan Bantai came to, letting out a sharp breath and asking what in the world had just happened. Ruth Talon said in confusion that it seemed like they were communicating with each other, and Breeden replied that only the Chosen One can hear a dragon's voice, before making the vow they could hear through Gorazon, but now it was completely silent. He froze, wondering if he was the only one who had heard them. But after the vow was complete, Soldrake's voice also vanished. The protagonist stroked his chin, thinking that 6 dragons, along with the aura of the dragon god and the demon god, was a classic system move to crank up the difficulty. Thinking this, he looked up. He was beginning to understand that Soldrake probably knew all the secrets, including the reason he was reborn into the body of Glen Pendragon. His mind made up, he softly called out to Soldrake. Our protagonist waved his hand and said, "I have something to ask you. Could you lower your head a bit? My neck is getting really stiff." Hearing this, Soldrake lowered her head to look at him, as if considering his request. Suddenly she said, "If that's the case, I have a more interesting way." Right before everyone's eyes, Soldrake began to glow brilliantly, leaving them all gaping in astonishment. Her colossal body gradually faded and then vanished into thin air. Mark Killian Killian cried out in a panic, Soldrake's gone. A blinding flash of starlight suddenly erupted out of nowhere. He threw his hand up to shield his eyes from the harsh glare, letting out an annoyed groan. As the intense light finally faded, our guy slowly lowered his hand. The massive dragon was completely gone, leaving nothing but an empty, mystical purple sky in front of them. Panic set in as he yelled out, Soldrake, where are you? Her voice suddenly echoed right near him. Where are you looking? Confused, he glanced down. Right in front of him, the hem of a beautiful green dress slowly materialized. A stunning young woman with snow-white hair appeared out of thin air. A pair of majestic white wings gently folded behind her back. She stepped closer to him, tilted her head, and said, I am right here. The rest of the group stood completely petrified, all gasping her name in shock, Soldrake. Standing before them was a gorgeous girl with pure white hair and eyebrows, her forehead adorned with sparkling, precious gems. She had an absolutely breathtaking figure, dressed in luxurious attire that screamed ultimate fantasy queen. Her elegant dress featured an open-back design, perfectly showcasing her soft, feathery white wings. Her beauty could easily rival any top-tier goddess, made even more striking by her cold and arrogant aura. Soldrake offered a faint smile and asked, You mentioned you had a question, right? Well, go ahead. Tavan Bantai, Mark Killian, and Breeden were completely frozen, having no clue what was going on as they kept muttering her name. After recovering from the shock, his entire group finally resumed their journey. He took the lead on horseback, with Soldrake walking right alongside him in her human form. Del Gelfrey took his time, casually strolling behind them at his own pace. A little further down the road, Tavan Bantai turned to Mark Killian, Hey human, what the heck are those two talking about? Mark Killian furrowed his brows and shot back. Why are you asking me? If you really want to know, go ask them yourself. Tavan Bantai looked dumbfounded, so Breeden quickly explained, trying to approach a divine tier being like her isn't exactly a simple task for guys like us. Mark Killian stared thoughtfully ahead before speaking up. Even if you did get close, you wouldn't hear a single thing anyway. He fixed his gaze on the cold, distant girl. We can't actually hear Soldrake's voice. He paused, then added, and what's even weirder is that we can't hear the young master's voice either. He rubbed his chin in deep thought. As for a mighty dragon transforming into a human, I have never heard of such a thing in my entire life. The group continued pushing through the dense forest under his lead, when Mark Killian suddenly muttered, To think she's actually that gorgeous. Tavan Bantai just stared at him blankly. Tavan Bantai's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. Breeden quickly chimed in, well, as Orachi, we definitely don't see it that way. Breeden swallowed hard, thinking to himself, just one glance from her cold eyes is enough to freeze my entire body in pure terror. Just then, he gave Soldrake a quick signal to step a bit closer. He looked at her and asked, Who exactly were those 6 dragons? They clearly weren't happy about our pact. What in the world were they objecting to? Soldrake used her divine telepathy to respond smoothly in his mind. That is a matter that only time will be able to reveal. He gave her a deeply frustrated look, completely stumped, and stayed quiet for a few seconds. Furrowing his brows, he pressed on. You showed me the past back when I was Raven Vanterer, so you must know the truth behind your mysterious death, Irene Pendragon's fate, and what that giant hand was talking about. Glenn Pendragon narrowed his eyes, speculating, You definitely know something about those guys, don't you? Not to mention the real reason I got reincarnated into this specific body. Soldrake completely dodged the question, simply stating with cold indifference, Time will reveal all answers. This vague reply made his face twist with visible irritation. At this point, he was starting to get genuinely pissed off. You've been repeating the exact same sentence this whole time. Would you just explain what is actually going on? He snapped, but Soldrake didn't even bother to look at him, calmly replying, You certainly talk a lot. She gracefully continued, It is quite rare for anyone from the Pendragon family to actively seek out a conversation with me. Hearing her say that, a sudden wave of suspicion started creeping into his mind. He grabbed his head and groaned inwardly. Seriously, what is her problem? I really thought forming a pact with her would instantly unlock all these hidden secrets. Just then, a massive, thunderous crash ripped through the air, making him flinch. A gargantuan, rampaging monster was charging straight toward him like an out-of-control freight train. Absolute panic instantly washed over the entire group. This demon is way bigger than it has any right to be. He didn't hesitate for even a single heartbeat. Our guy drew his sword, charging in to take the demon's head off in one clean strike, showing off some textbook martial arts. But before he could even show off his moves, the unlucky demon got crushed barehanded by Soldrake, squashed as easily as a ripe tomato. The whole group fell dead silent, completely paralyzed by shock. He shivered inwardly, she was so fast, he didn't even see her move. Everyone gulped hard, staring at Soldrake as she stood completely unfazed over the monster's corpse. Soldrake casually ripped a chunk of meat right off the demon she just took down. She examined it for a second, then shoved it straight into her mouth, eating it completely raw right there on the spot. Watching a dragon devour its fresh kill, completely raw, horrified the whole group. I guess that is exactly what you would expect from a dragon god-level beast. Mark Killian muttered awkwardly, saying that even in her human form, she still doesn't act human at all, though he had to admit she was gorgeous. He stared at her back and let out a heavy sigh. She might be a total beauty, but her habits are pure dragon. Our hero watched Soldrake in silence, realizing that her looks could easily make a guy let his guard down. As night fell, his crew set up camp to rest, and Breeden took the night watch as usual. While everyone else was sleeping like logs, Soldrake climbed up onto a high branch, leisurely gazing up at the moon. A sudden voice broke the silence, making her pull her gaze away from the night sky. Down below stood our guy, hugging a fat goat. He clearly wanted to throw a midnight barbecue with the dragon beauty. It didn't take long for him to neatly carve up the ribs. He sat by the fire he built, carefully grilling the meat like a seasoned professional chef. The rich smell of roasted meat drifted through the forest, smelling so incredibly good it could wake the dead. Once it was perfectly cooked, he held out a piece to Soldrake. Here, try a bite. She took the piping hot meat from him, her eyes shining with a mix of curiosity and pure interest. He took a big bite to show her how it's done, casually telling her, if you are gonna stay in human form, you gotta eat like a human. Soldrake just listened, looking as composed as ever. She took a tentative bite, like she was sampling some exotic human culture. After she finished eating, she looked back up at the starry sky, lost in thought like some kind of profound ancient mage. Then she softly muttered, "You really are an interesting Pendragon, aren't you?" He was completely immune to her dominating aura. He simply replied, "I might be a Pendragon, but..." Lowering his voice, he continued, "But I also used to be Raven Vanterer." Hearing that, Soldrake fell silent, staring at him with an unreadable expression. Right on cue, a crow flew out of nowhere, letting out a loud caw that completely killed the mood. An awkward silence instantly fell between them. Feeling the tension, he awkwardly changed the subject. "All right, enough about me. It's not like you are gonna explain yourself either." He went back to eating his meat, adding, "I actually used to do this a lot back in the day. Not too bad, right?" Soldrake just stared at him for a moment, lost in her own thoughts. Since she didn't answer, he was just about to ask something else when she suddenly spoke up. He looked at her, completely confused. Soldrake smiled gently at him. Even with a few meat crumbs stuck to the corner of her mouth, she still radiated this blindingly gorgeous aura. Then she said, "From now on, just call me Saul." That smile totally caught him off guard. Dragons actually know how to smile. He quickly tried to calm his racing heart, letting out a nervous ha. Not forgetting his original purpose, he pressed on, "So, what is the deal with the dragon god and the demon god?" Saul gently cut him off, "Only time will tell." Just like that, the romantic mood completely vanished. He was so frustrated he practically blew a fuse. Hey. Back at the castle, he was welcomed by loud cheers and a massive line of servants bowing respectfully. The young master has returned with the dragon. Hearing the commotion, his entire family instantly rushed out to the balcony to look down. Helen emotionally wiped away her tears. "My son, you are truly your mother's pride." Lind breathed a sigh of relief, remembering how worried she was when she saw him off at the city gate. Seeing him return safely, she could finally relax. The people on both sides of the road waved friendly greetings. Thousands of people were packed together, as if it were a victory festival. Lind let out a soft hum, and he looked on with curiosity as well. Tavan Bantai and Del Gelfrey marveled at the jam-packed scene. Breeden laughed heartily. "It certainly is lively, isn't it?" Sun soared above him, her white wings beating powerfully. The butler Melbourne asked in surprise, "Why are there goblins and an Orachi here? And who is that winged woman?" Helen looked closely and was stunned when she saw the woman. A confident voice rang out as he smiled faintly. He declared loudly, "The House of Pendragon is victorious. From this day forward, a dragon will fight by our side." Everyone was bewildered, but Helen was so astonished she was speechless. Sun emitted a brilliant aura of magical power. She placed her hand on his sword, and a wave of power spread throughout the square. A blinding light erupted, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they took in the sight before them. Soldrake gradually materialized within the beam of light. She transformed into her giant dragon form and let out a mighty roar, her overwhelming presence blanketing the entire city. Cheers erupted as the people witnessed her appearance. Let the celebration begin. Fireworks lit up the sky. The noble houses raised their glasses in celebration inside the grand hall. Melodious music filled the air, elevating the atmosphere. Young maidens watched adoringly as the musician sang and played his instrument amidst the shimmering lights. Lynn's eyes scanned the grand hall as she marveled. "This is a truly aristocratic celebration. It's the first time I've ever attended an event this grand." Irene Pendragon smiled brightly and replied, "This party is to celebrate the pact between the White Dragon and my brother. Lords from neighboring regions and powerful merchants have all come to attend," which made Lin's eyes widen in amazement. She then turned, blushing, and asked softly, "By the way, where is the young master?" Upstairs, he quietly approached Soldrake from behind as she sat alone by a high window. He drew closer and asked quietly, "Why aren't you down at the party with everyone else?" Soldrake glanced at him and chuckled softly, "Whether it's you or Irene, have you not said enough to me already?" He stubbornly thought to himself that he couldn't understand her at all. As Soldrake continued, "You are the heir to Pendragon, shouldn't you be busy entertaining your guests?" He sighed, "Entertaining guests is such a tedious task. You probably understand human society better than I do." Soldrake replied, "I have accompanied the Pendragons for a long time, but I have never seen a dragon required to attend a party like this." He wondered aloud, "But you can take human form now, can't you?" Hearing this, she turned her head and looked deep into his eyes, causing him to freeze for a moment. Soldrake murmured, "As I thought, you are completely different from the Pendragons of the past." With that said, she flew swiftly into the night, leaving him standing there stunned, calling after her in vain. He silently watched her silhouette disappear into the night sky. Lost in thought, he sensed someone approaching from behind and turned his head slightly. A group of noble ladies, holding up their dresses, ran over and surrounded Duke Glen Pendragon. "Please, tell us the story of how you made a pact with the dragon." He turned pale looking at the crowd of beautiful women and screamed internally, wanting to escape this dungeon they called a party. In another corner, Lind was carrying food when a guest started to harass her, even making lewd remarks about making her his wife. She forced a smile to hide her fear, while in the distance, the other girls were still chattering away, flirting with him. Hearing the commotion, Lind looked up and saw that he was completely surrounded. The young ladies crowded around him, pulling at his arms and praising how he took down Orochi with his martial arts. Then, Crescentia of the Papanzuku family proudly bragged about her noble bloodline. Another girl introduced herself as Marbel from the Goldman family, tied to the Javanissan Merchant Guild, but Crescentia immediately sneered at her for just being a lowly merchant. Marbel just gave a smug smile. She held up her hands, flashing her gem-encrusted rings, and bragged that her family financially backs the whole empire. She then mocked Crescentia, asking how many of these her Midran territory could actually afford. Fuming, Crescentia snapped at her, calling her new money, while Marbel just smirked back with dripping sarcasm. Getting stuck right in the middle of this catfight made him cringe in absolute discomfort. After a bit of a struggle, he finally managed to slip away, leaving Lind staring after him in surprise. He thought to himself in annoyance that everyone just wanted to get on his good side, but he knew he shouldn't lose his cool over it. Suddenly, a familiar voice boomed out, "Hey there, you scrawny human." He glanced over and saw Tavan Bantai forcing Mark Killian to chug beer. Mark was already slumped over, begging for mercy, whining that he couldn't possibly keep up with a monster's drinking tolerance. Nearby, Breeden was happily playing with little Mia, explaining some simple magic to her, which made the whole scene feel incredibly warm and wholesome. He just stood there quietly, watching everyone for a long moment. Spotting him, Tavan Bantai immediately called Glen Pendragon over for a drink. Mark Killian frantically tried to stop him, stammering that the young master was busy. Feeling the genuine warmth from his men, he gave a soft smile. He walked up to the table and joked that he couldn't just stand by and let them drink each other under the table. Tavan Bantai cheered loudly at that, while Lind turned to look at him with deep curiosity. Right before her eyes were comrades who had fought through life and death together, now just laughing and drinking without a care in the world. It was the true bond of brothers in arms. As the night slowly came to an end, the Pendragon castle fell into a peaceful silence. Lind had to help walk him back to his room since he was completely wasted. He held his head, letting out a quiet groan, while she asked with deep concern, "Young master, are you all right?" He felt bad and apologized for being such a burden, but Lind just shook her head with a gentle smile. She told him, "It has been such a long time since I've seen you this happy. Not since your father passed away, so seeing you like this makes me really happy too." He looked at her and replied softly, "Is that so?" Then he casually asked what his mother was up to, since it was already getting so late. This question totally caught Lind off guard. She replied that Lady Helen wanted to see him, and that she was actually waiting for him inside his room right now. The moment he stepped inside, he froze dead in his tracks. The entire room was completely packed with all the young ladies from earlier. From high-ranking noble ladies to the wealthy daughters of top merchants, every single one of them was blushing and staring right at him. He stood there totally dumbfounded. Then Helen calmly asked, "So does anyone in this room catch your eye?" He just blurted out, "Mother." Helen spoke in a very gentle tone. "Since you have forged a pact with a dragon, you now need an heir. It is your ultimate duty as a Pendragon." That news hit him like a massive truck. He stood there frozen solid, completely unable to process what she just said. He panicked and shouted out loud, "Wait, what?" He started stammering, what?" He then looked back at the crowd of gorgeous women standing in front of him, absolutely in shock. The girls just smiled sweetly at him, eagerly waiting to be chosen. Some were blushing furiously, clearly daydreaming about becoming the next bride of the Pendragon family. Helen gave him a kind, motherly smile. "It really is your duty, my son." She explained that this was an ancient tradition. Right after swearing the oath to a dragon, all the noble families would send their best women over to help birth the next successor. She sighed regretfully and mentioned that Luna Serad would have been standing here too, if only their engagement hadn't been completely broken off. He almost cried as he looked up to the heavens, silently whining, why did that engagement have to be cancelled? But then he suddenly blinked, thinking, wait, did that actually happen? And quickly forced himself to regain his composure. Helen added that every single woman in the room today came from a family whose status easily matched the Ciro's family. Crescentia covered her mouth with a delicate hand and boasted that she carried the bloodline of the very first emperor, making her even more noble than the current royal family. Another girl bragged that her family had top generals controlling the military, while yet another woman scoffed, saying that economic wealth was the only true power. In just a few seconds, they were back to shouting and bickering at each other. A lowly merchant like you doesn't even belong in here. He just furrowed his brows and stared at the absolute chaos unfolding in his room. Helen approached nervously, while he crossed his arms and asked bluntly, "Is this a mandatory choice?" She gave a vague nod, and he confirmed, "Only within this room, right." Helen lowered her head sadly. "This is how the family preserves its bloodline." He hesitated for a moment, then said, "I understand." Suddenly, he pulled Lind into his arms and declared, "I choose Lind to be my bride." Helen and Lind both stood there, completely stunned. The bickering young ladies all fell silent at once. Lind looked up, unable to believe what she was hearing. The entire room was plunged into silence. Lind let out a gasp of shock. He quickly covered her mouth to calm her down. He said, "Calm down, you always took care of me, even during our dusty expeditions." He slowly recounted the events in Barinto and the responsibilities he had to bear, apologizing for having kept silent until now. Helen quickly reassured him that it was fine, but explained that this tradition held a much deeper meaning. She explained that it was to ensure the family's stability, and he nodded, showing he understood. He shot a cold glance to the side, his mood clearly far from pleasant. He looked at the bewildered young ladies and said in a low voice, "These people only came to this party because they heard I made an oath with a dragon." His face darkened as he questioned them. "When our family was in peril, did they ever lend a hand, or did they just wait until we grew strong to seek an alliance?" He declared firmly, "The one who has stood by my side for 3 years without any ulterior motives is Lind." Lynn's face flushed bright red, unable to believe what she had just heard. The disgruntled ladies began to whisper among themselves, "But she's just a maid." He replied in a cold tone, "Status means nothing to me. The ones who only know how to rely on their ancestors' fame are the truly foolish ones." His words left the entire room speechless. He turned to Helen, as if he had something more important to say. He smiled and said, "I already have companions of my own." He recalled the battle in the tomb alongside Mark Killian and his loyal soldiers. He also remembered the orc warriors in the forest who had fought shoulder to shoulder with him, and the 2 goblins, Kazel and Happy, who were always by his side like true comrades. He said proudly, "They entered the tomb with me without fear. They are my comrades in arms." He walked over, took Helen's hand, and asked, "Mother, was the Pendragon family once weak simply because it didn't rely on allies?" Helen looked at him and then smiled, her face full of happiness. Lind stood there, so moved that her eyes glistened with tears. He turned to her and asked, "So, Lind, will you accept becoming mine?" She replied with a tremble in her voice, "Of course, young master." He squeezed her hand tightly and declared, "From this day forward, Lind is a bride of the Pendragon family." A soft voice rang out, truly a sight to behold. Then Aisha Pendragon emerged. She caressed his cheek and smiled. "I once thought you were just an untrained rookie, but it seems this was your true choice all along." He kept his eyes closed, not turning to face her. Aisha said, "Even though the tomb has been opened, I remain just to see my descendant one last time." She stepped closer to praise him, but he completely ignored her as she continued, "You've changed so much since we first met." Aisha looked into the distance and warned, "The path ahead will be incredibly difficult without allies." He replied, "I already have a plan." Aisha looked at him in surprise. He crossed his arms and said, "The Pendragon family has restored its dragon power, and many factions now want to invest. I, Raven Vanterer." He smiled, "Intend to seek out unknown individuals who have the potential to become future heroes." Aisha's eyes widened in utter astonishment. He analyzed, "If I recruit them when they have nothing, I can build a loyal army both inside and outside our territory." Aisha was stunned and asked if he had really planned that far ahead. She grabbed his wrist, asking if he was aiming for the throne. He said coldly, "Don't touch me, ghost." Aisha just laughed it off. "Can't I even give you a hug? Fine then." She turned away with a smile. "I was only joking. I have no regrets now." He hesitated for a moment before telling her about the 6 dragons that appeared when he made his pact. Aisha was startled. The other dragons came too. He nodded in confirmation. He recalled the black dragon speaking of a dragon god and a demon god. He deduced that his reincarnation and his memories from his past life were likely all connected to a conspiracy in the background. The mysterious hand had also told him that everything was connected. Aisha asked for more, but he replied that Soldrake only said time would provide the answers about the dragon god and the demon god. Aisha smiled. You two seem quite close. Seeing his silence, she teased, after all, you even call her Saul. He replied, she told me to call her that. Only you and she know about this. He looked up and asked, can I really tell you these things? Aisha began to grow faint. He cried out in shock. Aisha smiled, it's time for me to go now. Tears silently streamed down his face. He watched her gradually disappear, but she kept a reassuring smile on her face. I have to leave. He instinctively rushed forward. Aisha reached out her hand. Whether you are Raven Vanterer or Glen Pendragon, I believe you will achieve your goal. She sobbed as she called his name one last time, my dear Glen. He watched as her ethereal hand caressed his cheek. He frowned, surprised at how emotional he felt. He pulled Aisha into a hug, stammering, wait. Aisha was stunned for a moment, then smiled and returned the embrace. She patted his back gently. Keep moving forward, Irene Pendragon. He stood silently as the last speck of light vanished, Raven Vanterer. He stood there silently in the middle of the room. Aisha's portrait still hung on the wall, and he whispered softly, I will do it. A wedding scene appeared. In the year 314 of the imperial calendar, Glen Pendragon and Lind were formally joined in marriage. As he sat lost in thought on his bed, a familiar voice echoed from outside the window. So you chose that girl. A shadowy figure in a dress appeared by the window frame. He recognized her. It was Soldrake. He said dismissively, you know full well the reason behind that celebration. Soldrake replied softly, I do, but why did you choose a maid? He sighed, if I had married the one who was arranged for me, I would have been bound by duty. When it comes to producing an heir, it's the same no matter who it is. It's just a task to get over with. Soldrake tilted her head, so you have no feelings for her at all. He answered, she took care of me for 3 years when I was on the verge of death. I trust her. He then asked, where did you fly off to earlier? Soldrake, sitting on the windowsill, mentioned Rhea. She said, on the cliff behind the castle, there's a statue of the holy dragon. That's where I've been staying since I made my oath with the Pendragons. He leaned back and asked, don't you ever get bored? Soldrake gazed into the distance. It's the same everywhere, because no one can hear my voice except for a Pendragon. The main character looked up at the sky. I've never spoken with a Pendragon before, not even the first ancestor. He was startled by this revelation. Soldrake said softly, they never wanted me to take a human form like this, so I respected their wishes and remained in Rhea. The main character then remembered what Aisha Pendragon had said. You're actually very close to Soldrake. Soldrake glanced over, looking puzzled, and then remarked, it's rare for a Pendragon to initiate a conversation with me like you have. He suddenly remembered inviting her to the balcony before the party, but she never came down. She replied calmly, no one can hear my voice anyway. He watched her figure and sighed. She had always been so lonely for centuries. The main character bowed his head slightly, reminding her, whether I am Irene Pendragon or Raven Vanterer, I am still your contractor. He looked at her and said, I am not used to you calling me that. He smiled, you can call me whatever you like, just as long as you don't use that name. Soldrake froze, momentarily at a loss for words. She stammered, thinking for a moment. Then in a soft voice she said, then I will call you Raven. He stood silently for a few seconds. Memories from his past life suddenly flooded back, hazy like mist. The image of the past gradually became clear in his mind. Soldrake asked worriedly, don't you like it? The main character shook his head, that's not it. He smiled, I like it very much from now on, please call me that. Soldrake was taken aback by his expression. Then she smiled gently and agreed. She said tenderly, you're really different from the Pendragons who came before you. The main character let out a long, slow breath. Soldrake also bowed her head as if accepting something. Her voice echoed softly in the quiet night. She looked up at the moon, her eyes unusually joyful. The bright moonlight shone down, as if witnessing a promise that had just been fulfilled. Birds circled in the high sky. A messenger bird flew off, carrying news about the Pendragon family. The newspaper article was distributed everywhere with a striking headline. The Pendragon family has once again formed a contract with a dragon. This news quickly spread throughout the empire. A person holding the paper exclaimed, the Pendragons are still a force to be reckoned with. Barrio said excitedly, they possess a territory the size of a small nation but only have 5 knights. If things go well, I might be able to get some land and a title. They both turned to the young man behind them and asked what he thought. The man, with his face covered, remained mysteriously silent. Evenings fell at the harbor. A man leaning against a railing read a newspaper. Not just a dragon, but a demon and an Ancona Orachi are following him as well. He rubbed his forehead wearily. Irene Pendragon, I am starting to get interested in you. In Conrad Castle, a shout rang out. Irene made a contract with a dragon. Luna Serod's father was horrified. Doesn't that make us a laughingstock? He fumed, I can't even sleep. Luna Serod lowered her head, blushing as she softly called his name. A magical hand materialized in the darkness. He slowly read the name, Irene Pendragon. The man let out a gleeful laugh. Well then, it looks like we'll have to make our move. The mage beside him began to mutter an incantation, preparing the ritual. A purple flame flared to life as he said coldly, "You're going to be a major problem." The flame devoured the newspaper in an instant. A bearded man sneered while chewing on a piece of meat. He said, "Just leave that matter to me." The mage smiled, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Mad Dog of the Empire, Demon General." This was the very man who had killed Raven Vanterer in his past life. Tavan Bantai, please be careful, Lord Glenn Pendragon, Lind said, bowing her head shyly. Glenn smoothed his hair back and smiled. I am heading out, she asked worriedly. Where are you going, my lord? He replied, I am going to the Berlin Gate to recruit more soldiers for Pendragon. Outside the city walls, Mark Killian bellowed, it's only been 1 hour and you're already falling apart like this. His threat made the soldiers immediately straighten their ranks. At this rate, you're not worthy of being called Pendragon Knights, is that clear? Glenn walked over and praised him. Good work, Killian. How is the recruitment of new soldiers going? Killian sighed. These days, there are too many people who are all talk and no action. He replied, recruiting in large numbers to make up for the lack of quality isn't a bad idea either. Glenn laughed. Well, training them is your job, Commander. Those words brought a wide smile to Killian's face. He turned to the soldiers. Did you hear that? The young lord has great expectations for us. So train until you drop and become true Pendragon Knights. The new recruits grumbled in annoyance, but they still had to obey. Glenn watched the scene and thought to himself, everything is progressing in the right direction. By gathering these new recruits, the knightly order he had long envisioned was finally beginning to take shape. He narrowed his eyes, thinking about the dragon god and the demon god. Everything seemed to be connected. Even though the enemy had yet to reveal themselves, strengthening the army was never a waste of effort. He glanced over at Breeden, who was reading a book, preparing for a future battle. Glenn looked up at the city wall, where a flock of griffins was perched. Soldrake sat among them. It seemed she had left her lair to come here. Those griffins looked like her family. He watched her closely and realized she seemed happier than before. Soldrake tilted her face up, enjoying the peaceful night breeze. Suddenly, she noticed something in the distance. Hey, Raven, look over there, she called to him with her mind. In the distance, a group of people was approaching, and there were knights among them. Killian immediately stepped forward to block the group of 3. The curious recruits gathered around, whispering they're freelance knights. One of the recruits explained, they're warriors who have fought all over, surviving on nothing but their weapons and their skills. They sound pretty impressive. They must have heard that House Pendragon's glory is being restored and came to enlist. I am Mark Killian, commander of House Pendragon's White Dragon Corps, he announced, jutting out his chin. Where are you from? Reed Pollock stepped forward with a friendly smile. We are freelance knights from Evando. We wish to serve a lord who possesses both great power and charisma. Barrio Latin added, I am just looking for a place where I can show off all my skills, whether in a sword duel or on a real battlefield. Killian turned to the last person, and what about you, model? Isla coldly replied, I'll show you who I am, but I don't have a name. Killian was stunned into silence, but Reed quickly interjected, don't mind him. We met him on the road, and he's always like this. Reed added that all 3 of them were heading to the same destination, so they were temporarily traveling together. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Killian said, I see, so you're all here to join Pendragon, right? Barrio boasted non-stop that Pendragon currently lacks a proper legion, and with their skills, the force would become significantly stronger. Reed chimed in that they would no longer have to rely on an army that was all brawn and no brains. They wouldn't even have to go through the trouble of recruiting more soldiers. Glenn Pendragon stepped forward, his presence overwhelming, and uttered a single word, good. In a low voice, Glenn stated that freelance knights are judged solely on their strength. As long as they're powerful enough, their attitude doesn't matter. Killian shot him a worried glance. Glenn tilted his head, but first, you have to prove your abilities. He then gave an order, Killian, fight them. Killian was startled for a moment before letting out a hearty laugh. As you command, young lord. Barrio charged forward first, laughing with delight. Now this is my kind of fight. The new recruits began to whisper, that opponent is huge, but our commander is no slouch either. Barrio flashed a contemptuous smirk. Killian remained as still as a stone. With just a single clash of swords, Barrio's blade was sent flying from his hand. He stared at his trembling hand in disbelief. Reed's face went pale as Killian nonchalantly asked, "Anyone else want to try?" Reed gritted his teeth and drew his sword. Damn it. He lunged forward, putting all his strength into an overwhelming assault. Killian clenched his jaw and blocked the attack. As Reed's strength began to wane, the sword fell from his grasp. He was left completely stunned, as the soldiers behind him gasped in amazement. They marveled at how strong their commander was, to which Killian simply gave a subtle wink. Glenn asked about their skills, and Killian replied that they weren't bad. Since the clan was short on men, he suggested they could be considered. Through it all, Isla had been observing in complete silence. Glenn turned to him and asked, "What about you? Are you not participating?" Isla flatly replied, not interested. Killian's eyes widened in shock. How dare he speak so disrespectfully to the young lord? Glenn simply chuckled. "What's your name?" "I already told you," Isla replied indifferently. "I don't have a name." Killian was so furious, he ground his teeth. He let out a yell and charged forward. Isla simply pivoted, effortlessly dodging the attack. Killian stumbled, grabbing onto his opponent's clothes as he shouted, "How dare you be so insolent to the young lord?" In a flash, Isla reversed the hold, leaving Killian staring at his own hand in utter shock. The soldiers were baffled. What just happened? Did our captain just get thrown? A smile formed on Glenn's face, just as I thought. This man is incredibly strong. He looked at Isla with absolute determination, thinking to himself, I must recruit him, no matter the cost. Isla's, however, remained completely unfazed by the whole affair. This only solidified Glenn's certainty of his immense power. Watching Isla casually brush the dust from his sleeve, Glenn's desire to obtain this sword grew even stronger. Isla pressed his lips together, his expression utterly bored. Killian pushed himself to his feet, his mouth hanging open, completely speechless. He was about to get angry, but the main character cut him off. "That's enough, Killian." He looked straight at Isla and then drew his sword. The main character declared, "I will be your opponent." The area fell silent, with only the sound of the wind sweeping past. Isla frowned. "You wish to fight me?" The main character smiled and asked, "Surely you wouldn't pass up the chance to test your skills against the young Lord of Pendragon?" Isla fell into a thoughtful silence. His sword's blade glinted in the sunlight. He pointed his sword toward Isla. "This is the challenge ritual of a Van Vast rider, isn't it?" Isla watched him in silence. Killian was astonished. "A Van Vast rider?" a rookie asked. "What's that?" Killian explained that Van Vast is a war-torn land in the south, where territories are in constant dispute. Rider is what they call their knights there, warriors raised on the battlefield, whose skills are said to rival 1,000 soldiers. Killian said, "I've only heard the rumors. This is the first time I've ever seen a Van Vast rider with my own eyes." Watching the young lord point his sword, Killian muttered, how did he recognize him? But seeing that confident smile, he suddenly understood that the main character had seen through it all. The main character had observed the distinctive clothing, the southern accent, and the fact that Isla used 2 swords sewn long and 1 short. He recalled that in his previous life, he had fought against Van Vast riders before. Even the shield hanging from the horse's saddle was identical. Add to that a concealed crossbow. This was clearly a warrior prepared for any situation. The main character said, "Van Vast riders do not bow their heads unless they have chosen a master. Not even an emperor can force them to kneel, because their faith lies solely in their own strength." The main character concluded, "You came to Pendragon to find a master worthy of your blade, am I wrong?" Isla's lips tightened slightly. Then he raised his head. "I no longer have any interest in serving anyone. I came here only because I was following the stars." Barrio and Reed looked bewildered, as Isla added, "I traveled with them because they gave me water," a statement that left the 2 men speechless. The main character thought to himself, the people of Van Vast are tied to the sea, so to them, water is as precious as life itself. He chuckled softly. "Well then, it seems I was half right." After hearing this, Isla's expression remained as impassive and unreadable as ever. Glenn Pendragon confidently declared, "The stars have led you here before me." Isla simply stared back at him in silence, his gaze deep and unfathomable. The main character stated with absolute certainty, "I want you on my team." Isla calmly met the intense gaze of the man standing before him. He drew his sword, his voice cold. "A Van Vast rider does not serve just anyone." He continued, "We do not bow for status, money, or some meaningless bloodline." Isla stood tall, holding his twin swords, his aura as sharp as a newly drawn blade. He declared, "If you want me, y'all have to risk your life to take me. To lose is to die." The main character took his fighting stance and replied calmly, "This is exactly how a duel with a rider should be." The surrounding soldiers cheered with excitement, as if they were watching a top-tier performance. Reed muttered, "The young lord's stance is perfect," while Barrio wondered why a young nobleman would use a mercenary's sword style. He shifted his weight onto the balls of his feet, preparing for an explosive burst of speed. The main character shot forward like an arrow, swinging his sword directly at Isla. One of the soldiers yelled, "He's so fast." Isla's eyes were still dull, and all he could think was, so slow. He raised his sword, cleanly blocking the protagonist's slash. Then he used the momentum to force his opponent's blade down. The protagonist's sword-wielding wrist was pushed completely to one side. Isla's other hand immediately thrust straight for his neck, but the thrust missed by a hair's breadth. For the first time, a flash of surprise flickered in his emotionless eyes. Breaking free, the protagonist spun and slashed across Isla's abdomen and chest. He bent his back, dodging in an instant. Despite the dodge, he still received a small cut, while a thin slice also appeared on the protagonist's cheek. The two exchanged blows continuously, their clashing swords a blur of afterimages, accompanied by the shrill screech of metal. Suddenly, as if on cue, they both stopped at the same time. The crowd stared, jaws agape. Reed stammered, "They race so fast, I can't see anything," and Killian was also at a loss for words. The protagonist muttered, "Did I really miss? My counter to dual blades is usually very effective." He analyzed, "When you used your left sword to break my balance, you immediately went for the finishing blow. But in that exact moment, I had already turned to slash at your back." He touched his wound and said calmly, "And you countered instantly, aiming for my head, truly powerful." Isla stared intently and asked, "Are you really a nobleman?" The protagonist replied, "I am just like you. I've killed my fair share of monsters and people." He added, "I don't kill indiscriminately, only to survive." Isla asked, "Really?" and he nodded. The protagonist spoke softly, "You have the stench of someone who has walked through battlefields." Isla suddenly changed completely. His dead fish expression vanished, replaced by a serious, spirited gaze. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing sharp teeth. He raised both his swords in unison. Sensing the killing intent, Killian cried out, "Something's different now." The protagonist gave a slight smile. Finally, Yurei actually using both hands. He looked at his opponent and thought, "This is the true explosive power of a vast cavalryman." Far in the distance, Soldrake let out a long yawn. She mumbled, "It's too noisy. How can I sleep? Breeden next to me a guest. They must be sword fighting." Soldrake scratched her head and asked, "What are they doing?" The three of them looked towards the battlefield and were struck silent. The protagonist was locked in a fierce battle with Isla. What in the world is happening? The two were fighting with extreme excitement. A rare look of interest was clearly visible on Isla's face. The protagonist was also astonished by his strength. Mia trembled, while Breeden exclaimed, "He's on par with the young master." Killian was also baffled. "I want to know who he is, too." Elsewhere, the battle continued to rage on. Isla raised his sword to block his opponent's strike, but the protagonist's strength was not to be underestimated. The soldiers watched in awe. That last move was beautiful. The two blades clashed with a piercing sound. Then they both pressed downwards. Killian yelled, "Watch out for his other sword." With a crazed look in his eyes, Isla thrust his secondary sword forward. The main character leaped into the air to dodge, then counterattacked from above, forcing Isla to lean back and retreat. He landed firmly on the ground, steadying his stance. He quickly analyzed his opponent's breathing rhythm and movements. Isla launched a relentless assault with both swords. Killian panicked the attack from the left. Isla aimed his sword straight at the man's neck. The main character blocked it, but his expression grew more tense. From a distance, Soldrake shouted, "No, it's the right side." Isla unleashed a torrential storm of combination attacks. At that very moment, the main character reached out and seized his wrist. Isla struggled to break free from the hold. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but he still smiled with exhilaration. "You're really good." Isla laughed in return, "So are you." He suddenly slammed his knee into the man's thigh. The main character took the blow with a sharp pain, his leg stumbling. Isla continued to lock his leg, refusing to let go. In the blink of an eye, the main character was flung into the air. Thrown off balance, he thought to himself, "This leg sweep is truly the pinnacle of martial arts." As he was thrown, he immediately planted his hands on the ground to maintain his balance. Immediately after, he twisted his hips and delivered a powerful kick to Isla. He couldn't react in time, and his back knee also took the hit. Isla collapsed to one knee, whipping his head around in shock. Pressing his advantage, he brought his sword down in a decisive slash. Isla hurriedly raised both of his swords to parry the blow. The two were so close their foreheads nearly touched, straining against each other in a deadlock struggle where neither would yield. Reed gasped. This exchange of offense and defense is on another level. Barrio's jaw dropped. Are those two monsters in human skin? Breeden chuckled and asked Soldrake, "Who do you think will win?" She shrugged and replied, "I am not sure at all." Killian's face went pale as he thought to himself, "Thank God I wasn't stupid enough to pick a fight with that guy." In the midst of the fiery battle, the main character laughed loudly. "Should I tell you the weakness of a dual-wielding swordsman?" Isla asked with keen interest, "What weakness?" The main character suddenly clenched his fist. Then he threw a handful of sand straight into his opponent's face. Isla was stunned, caught completely off guard by such a simple yet effective move. Breeden yelled. It turns out he grabbed the sand when he fell. The sand flew into his eyes, instantly blinding him. Isla's feet slid across the ground. The main character's sword pushed him backward. The blade was poised for the finishing blow. One of his hands dropped the smaller sword. The main character's blade flashed sideways, like a bolt of lightning. Killian asked in alarm, did he miss? But Soldrake cried out, no, he's counterattacking. Isla's excited expression immediately returned. He gripped his remaining sword tightly with his right hand, preparing to charge forward. But the MC lightly swung his sword, creating a visual magic afterimage. In the blink of an eye, the blade was already at Isla's neck, causing him to freeze in place. Killian, Reed, and Barrio couldn't react in time at all. Even Breeden and Soldrake broke out in a cold sweat. Isla stopped, breathing heavily as he stared intently at his opponent. The MC said cheerfully, just as I thought, the Van Vast Knights are truly exceptional. If it weren't for this sword, I probably would have lost. A thin cut trickled blood on his neck. He smiled, this sword has saved me countless times. It's the treasure I cherish most. Isla bowed his head, lost in thought. Then he dropped his remaining sword to the ground. He suddenly dropped to one knee before him. He said solemnly, Irene Pendragon, you are more worthy than any Van Vast Knight. My name is Elkin Isla. From this day forward, I swear to become your sword and destroy all your enemies. The MC was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, Elkin Isla. The crowd around them erupted at his spirited oath. Killian stood frozen, muttering, Elkin Isla. Reed asked, is he a famous knight? Killian shook his head. This is the first I've ever heard his name. They looked at their young master's reaction and guessed that he probably knew who he was. In the memories of his past life, Elkin Isla was the strongest knight of Van Vast. A few years later, he would be known as the Southern Sea Dragon King, his fame spreading throughout the empire after countless battles. The MC smiled, though he was unknown now. In the future, he would be a hero. With that thought, he unexpectedly dropped to one knee in return. Isla's eyes widened in astonishment. Killian, Reed, and Barrio were petrified when he told Isla to stand up. He smiled warmly, you are my sword, and I am the one who holds its hilt. We are no different, aside from our status. I want you to be my partner. Then he glanced toward his own comrades, as if including Isla as one of them. Isla's eyes lit up. He closed them for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He chuckled softly, you truly are interesting, Pendragon. Reed joked, who knows, he might just conquer the world. Barrio also declared, I am with you. While Killian grumbled, nobody said you guys could be partners yet. A familiar voice rang out, is it over? The MC knew it was Soldrake. And just as he thought, Soldrake approached them. Reed and Barrio's jaws dropped. Isla froze for a few seconds. The MC happily called out, Soldrake. She landed gently on the ground. Two griffins stood beside her. A majestic draconic aura emanated from her body. Killian, Reed, and Barrio trembled involuntarily. Barrio stammered, what is this pressure? Reed asked. Who is she? Killian broke into a sweat. That's the white dragon, Soldrake. Reed and Barrio screamed, she's a dragon. Killian was speechless. I was wondering the same thing. Killian stroked his beard, saying her surreal beauty was truly otherworldly. He added that just getting close to her was enough to make his body freeze up from her overwhelming presence. The atmosphere immediately became incredibly tense. The main character introduced her to Isla. This is Soldrake, my contract partner, the white dragon of the Pendragon family. Isla looked at her without saying a word. Then he stepped forward. Their eyes met and he stammered, a white dragon. The ruler of griffins. Soldrake remained silent, full of majesty. The other three thought in shock. This kid Isla can stand before a dragon and stay calm. He's really something else. Glenn crossed his arms and shook his head. No, you've all got it wrong. He remembered the first time he met Soldrake in his past life, and how he had also been crushed by that same immense pressure. That feeling isn't something you can just ignore, no matter how strong you are. Not everyone with great power can withstand the dragon's might of the dragon clan. But you're different, Elkin Isla. He smiled, how interesting, then looked up toward the sky. The clear blue sky made him ponder, from now on, I have to leave my territory and find the legendary figures from my past life. For example, Eden Dorian, the young business genius of the Free City, whose wealth was said to rival the entire national treasury. He was the one who built a tower in the south of Van Vast and settled there. Or the genius mage, Del Gelfrey, a master craftsman of magical artifacts. Or the military genius, Ivan Jetter, who at only 20 years old led a few hundred soldiers to conquer the Northern Knights. These memories from my reincarnation are my greatest asset for recruiting those who once dominated the battlefield. Suddenly, the crystal on Breeden's collar began to beep, interrupting his thoughts. He was startled. It's a call from the Elder. The crystal in Breeden's hand glowed a brilliant blue. Killian asked in surprise. What is that? Breeden explained. This is a mineral communication artifact. He added, with this, I can contact the Elder using magic. Killian marveled. That's incredibly convenient. Breeden closed his eyes to concentrate, his aura flaring. There are several armed groups entering Ancona Forest. Everyone listened intently. Their numbers are around a few dozen soldiers. Someone asked in horror, what? Breeden's eyes shot open. The leader. He's wearing an elven helmet. The whole group was alarmed. An elven helmet. Soldrake frowned. He defeated an elf and made its head into a helmet. Killian said grimly, if so, then that person is extremely dangerous. Only Isla's cold expression remained unchanged. Glenn began to tremble, because in this world, there was only one person famous for wearing that helmet. A flood of dark memories came rushing back to him. His mouth fell open as he shouted a name. The atmosphere suddenly grew dark and heavy. A fierce killing intent erupted from his body. A chill ran down the spines of everyone around him. Glenn growled, Breeden, where is he? Breeden's voice trembled. The message. It was sent from Oro's village. He immediately gave the order, move out. We're heading to Oro's village right now. The scene shifts to Oro's village. Orc corpses lay scattered all over the ground. A man stood amidst the corpses, laughing loudly, finally finished clearing out this trash. Orcs are surprisingly heavy. He cackled with pure glee. The man proudly stroked the goblin helmet on his head. Someone brought up Pendragon after reading the news. That family now possesses the power of the White Dragon and is busy recruiting soldiers to build an army. He sneered. He finishes his business here and then goes to strengthen his forces. You think so too, don't you? Tavan Bantai sat leisurely on the back of his wolf. A centaur standing across from him showed clear hesitation. Tavan pulled out a magic mirror. The mirror radiated a sinister aura. An image of a man appeared, speaking of an imperial shield and a great bow. His eyes lit up at the thought that if he could get his hands on them, from this day forward, you all will become the mightiest army in the world. The scene cuts back to Oro's village. The children cheered and came rushing out. They climbed all over Breeden, calling him dad, leaving him flustered and helpless as he cried out, don't pull my hair. The atmosphere suddenly became boisterous. Killian asked in surprise, are orc children really this gentle? Breeden just laughed and said, they ain't no different than tiger cubs and kittens. Killian nodded, I guess that makes sense, but a little boy ran towards Glenn, smiling brightly. Then he suddenly froze, his face turning deathly pale. The grim killing intent radiating from him froze the air solid. His face was as cold as ice. The terrified boy turned and bolted. Killian whispered, it's been a long time since the young master has been like this. And Breeden replied, he's had that look on his face ever since he heard the news. Killian was suspicious, recalling what he'd seen behind the man just a moment ago. He felt as if a dragon's aura was intertwined with killing intent, coiling all around him. Breeden shouted, hey Pendragon, stop scaring the kids. The boy who had run towards Isla also turned pale and kept on running. Isla stood in stunned silence for a long moment. He reached out his arms, intending to pick the child up, but the little one was drenched in a cold sweat. Then the boy screamed as if he'd just seen a demon god and fled for his life. Isla stood there, completely frozen on the spot. Everyone began whispering, maybe he's just into cute things. A majestic voice rang out, thank you for coming, new leader of Pendragon. Breeden shouted, elder, and a surprised Killian asked, who is that? Breeden said proudly, that's my father. The elder froze for a few seconds. His gaze landed on Soldrake, who was standing below. He called out in a booming voice for the villagers to gather. The people of the village all stepped forward in unison. They knelt before Soldrake and Glenn, chanting, we greet the guardian spirit of the forest. Soldrake and he simply looked at each other in silence. She spoke up, if this continues, we won't be able to discuss important matters. I'll go rest up above. He nodded in agreement. She advised him, I understand why you are so angry, but if you let that rage consume you, you will lose yourself. Glenn remained standing there, his killing intent swirling like a storm on the verge of erupting. Everyone looked up in unison as Soldrake soared into the sky. Glenn fixed his ice-cold gaze on the elder. Afterward, he respectfully bowed his head and introduced himself. I am Irene Pendragon. Greetings, elder. The old man laughed heartily. So, Ure the Duke's son, Glenn Pendragon, please come inside. Before long, they were all seated around a wooden table. The elder took a sip of tea, then said in a low voice, it's true, dozens of armed men have entered the forest. His face grew heavy. They even managed to evade my surveillance magic. I only discovered them when they were retreating. Breeden was astonished. They evaded your surveillance. Did they have an ancient sorcerer helping them? The elder replied, I only saw soldiers and giant wolves, but there was definitely magic involved. Glenn mused, this is certainly a problem. The elder said sadly, I sent orc warriors to pursue them, but they were all killed. Breeden looked as though he'd been struck by lightning. What? He gritted his teeth, thinking, giant wolves strong enough to fight orcs and goblins. It must be Tavan Bantai who led them here. The elder continued, their target was clearly the centaur tribe. Glenn and Breeden were both stunned. The centaurs, why them? The protagonist thought to himself that the relationship between the Pendragons, the orcs, and the centaurs had always been extremely complicated. The centaurs originally lived deep within the Ancona forest. The Pendragon family came to settle in the borderlands. Meanwhile, the orcs lived inside the forest itself. The centaurs hated humans and used to attack the Pendragons, so the orcs became a shield. Both tribes were warlike, leading to constant conflict. The protagonist hadn't planned on getting involved, since he was an outsider, and he hoped things would settle down on their own, but Killian burst in, breathless. Young master, there's trouble. He gasped out his report, the centaurs. Outside, a bloody battle has broken out between the centaurs and the orcs. Breeden was horrified. Why are they fighting? This hasn't happened in a long time. In the midst of the chaos, someone drew a bow and aimed directly at them. An arrow shot toward Glenn, but he managed to block it in time. He froze for a few seconds. His eyes were glued to the crest, engraved on the arrow. Killian's face turned pale. That's the Imperial crest. Why would the centaurs have that? Glenn stood stunned. I see now. They've colluded with each other. His eyes widened, and his hands clenched into tight fists. A ferocious aura exploded around his body. Killian panicked. Young master, you're killing intent. He roared, I wouldn't care if you were all wiped from the face of this earth. From high above, Soldrake observed everything. She showed no emotion. Emanating a powerful killing intent, Glenn charged toward the battlefield. Reed and Barrio were startled. My lord. Isla's eyes widened. Pendragon. The centaurs all fired their arrows at him at once. But our protagonist charged forward defiantly. A single swing of his sword swept away the rain of arrows. Reed and Barrio's jaws dropped. He broke all the arrows. Wherever he went, centaurs fell. So fast, Isla muttered. Glenn continuously defeated his enemies, leaving everyone stunned. Reed and Barrio shouted words of encouragement, but the centaurs kept swarming forward relentlessly. They roared as if they wanted to send him to his grave. He was momentarily surprised. Don't they feel any fear? The centaur's eyes burned a fiery red. One of them roared, you have invaded our forest. Today, we will destroy you. They shouted that their army had grown, just waiting for this very moment. Glenn froze. What's going on? The centaurs charged forward in unison, shouting, protect the forest. Breeden gritted his teeth and focused on the fight. He felt as though they were all acting with a single will. Breeden questioned if the centaurs were truly this strong, then explained that they were under hypnosis. He fought as he spoke, explaining that their fear and anger were being exploited. Forced magic pushes their bodies beyond their limits, turning them into killing machines. Barrio panicked when his sword was shattered by a blow. Luckily, Killian rushed in just in time to block the attack. A centaur unleashed a devastating reverse kick. The kick landed squarely in Killian's abdomen. He was sent flying. Reed and Barrio rushed over to their commander. Killian trembled. The kick had pierced right through his armor, and a sharp pain shot through his ribs. The battlefield was as tense as a bowstring, with the centaurs gradually gaining the upper hand. Glenn unleashed a powerful slash, making a centaur scream in pain. An enemy from a high vantage point drew a bow, preparing a sneak attack. He spun around to dodge the shot and cursed under his breath. Glenn looked up at Soldrake and called out loudly. He pleaded for help. Help me take down these crazed horses. Soldrake shook his head. The orcs and the centaurs are both my children. I cannot interfere. Glenn stared, stunned, as he watched his subordinates being overwhelmed. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. The mocking face of Tavan Bantai flashed in his mind. His aura erupted violently, those bastards. But then, in the middle of his rage, he suddenly stopped short. Right before Glenn Pendragon's eyes was the sight of a young orc boy being mercilessly hunted by a group of centaurs. The boy Oros ran while sobbing, so panicked that he could only flee for his life without looking back. An arrow from a centaur's bow had locked onto its target, aimed precisely at the child. Fortunately, Glenn Pendragon lunged forward like a gust of wind, saving the young boy in the nick of time. Oros looked up at the Lord, his eyes shimmering as if he had just seen a light at the end of the tunnel. The boy managed a tear-streaked smile and whispered his thanks. That moment made him freeze for 2 solid seconds, as if he were paralyzed in the middle of the battlefield. Afterward, he scanned his eyes across the entire area to assess the situation. His forces were gradually losing ground, and Oros's village had been almost completely flattened. A question flashed through Glenn Pendragon's mind. How in the world was Pendragon going to turn this game around? Without a moment of hesitation, he decisively leaped onto his horse's back. Then he roared out a challenge, calling the half-man, half-horse creatures to come out and fight. Immediately, the eyes of every centaur turned towards him. He scoffed, taunting them that he heard centaurs were so prideful, yet they had to rely on weapons forged by humans. He continued his mockery, saying that the very thing they despised most was what they now clung to, and for shamelessly attacking children, their tribe was nothing but a herd of useless half-breeds. He declared that he alone was enough to deal with them, and that to come so far without taking the enemy leader's head was truly pathetic. As he spoke, he spurred his horse to trample a centaur's corpse, adding that their fallen warriors were weeping in despair in the underworld. Hearing this, the centaurs were seething with rage. They immediately scrambled to give chase and kill him. Those left behind watched, unable to understand what was happening. Someone whispered worriedly, asking if Glen Pendragon was trying to lure the centaurs away from the village. But how could one man possibly take on so many of them at once? Aisla's eyes widened in astonishment at such a bold decision. Even Soldrake hadn't expected such a reckless move. She waved her hand, and the griffin immediately spread its wings and flew forward. It landed in front of Aisla, leaving him momentarily stunned. Aisla stammered in utter amazement. A griffin. He looked up at Soldrake as if seeking confirmation. Then he dazedly asked if she was the one who had summoned it. In just an instant, Aisla understood everything. His eyes lit up as if he had just found his path. Glen Pendragon's black steed shot forward like a flash of lightning. The centaurs advanced slowly, spreading out to surround their prey. He was now trapped, with a deep abyss on one side and a circle of enemies on the other. One of the centaurs sneered, asking if he intended to be a decoy to save his people, adding that if he died here, Oro's village would be finished too, calling it a foolish decision. He replied coldly that they were the fools. I already told you. I alone am enough to send you to your graves. He narrowed his eyes, calculating. The centaur tribe was magically enhanced, and a thought flashed through his mind about whether he could really win against such overwhelming odds. Across from him, the centaurs roared, tightening their grip on their weapons as they prepared to tear their prey apart. The leader and his comrades charged forward, screaming arrogant challenges. Clem gritted his teeth and lunged, but in the next moment, the tables suddenly turned. 3 sharp arrows sliced through the air, whizzing past Glen Pendragon's head and making him flinch. Those arrows plunged deep into the chests of 3 centaurs, knocking them backward. On instinct, he immediately turned to look in the direction the arrows had come from. In the sky, a griffin was circling with its wings outstretched, and the one riding it was none other than Aisla. He looked down, his eyes blazing with determination. Glen Pendragon couldn't hide his surprise and called out the boy's name. As he knocked a bolt to his crossbow, he looked toward Pendragon. I told you, sir. I will become your sharpest sword, and I will cut down all of your enemies, he declared, forcing the centaurs to look up at him with wary eyes. Zhang's jaw dropped when he realized it was the griffin of the great clan's guardian deity. The griffin let out a piercing shriek and circled above the centaur horde. The centaurs gritted their teeth, drew their bows, and fired back at the creature in the sky. Aisla skillfully maneuvered to dodge the volley of arrows. With one hand, he deflected an arrow, while with the other, he calmly reloaded his crossbow. His arrow plunged deep into the centaur's chest, causing it to roar in agony. The others soon met the same fate, one by one. The remaining centaurs all aimed their crossbows at the griffin and Aisla in unison. Glen Pendragon noted in a deep voice that griffin riders are sacred beasts that serve under the dragons. Despite their colossal size from the ground, they appeared to be dancing gracefully through the sky. The power this species commands is incredibly formidable. They're used for both hunting and military campaigns and are extremely difficult to counter on a fantasy battlefield, thanks to inheriting ancient knowledge. And after a long, arduous period of training, the first griffin capable of being ridden by a human was born, and after hundreds of life-or-death battles alongside his chosen rider. The result today was Aisla, loosing each arrow with pinpoint accuracy, sending his opponents to the afterlife with a single shot. A true griffin rider had finally emerged. Glen Pendragon fixed his gaze firmly on the remaining centaurs. He vaguely recalled that Elkin Eisler, his nickname from a past life, was once the wielder of the sword Stormbringer, which radiated an overwhelming killing intent. He smirked slightly indeed, the name said it all. The centaurs began to panic as they were taken down one after another. Their leader bellowed an order for an immediate, full retreat. No sooner had he spoken than he turned and fled, and Aisla immediately deduced they were retreating into the heart of the forest. If they were allowed to go deeper, the griffin would struggle to pursue them, and they could recover and regroup. He immediately shot down another wounded centaur. The creature fell flat on his face in utter humiliation. Glen Pendragon slowly approached the defeated foe. He calmly raised his crossbow, locking his sights on the trembling centaur. Glen Pendragon chuckled lightly. The Empire's crossbows really were top tier, perfectly suited for a fantasy battlefield. Compared to the junk you half-horse creatures crawled out of the forest with, they're a worlds apart, aren't they, centaur leader? The centaur struggled to sit up, as Glen kept his crossbow aimed squarely at him, urging his horse closer. The protagonist coldly reminded him, even if the pain fades, that broken leg of yours won't get you very far. The centaur's eyes widened in terror, and he broke out in a cold sweat. A peculiar shield hung from Clint's horse. He reached out and snatched the shield. Then he aimed its brightly glowing face at the centaur. The centaur froze as the light enveloped his body, shocked to see his wounds gradually closing thanks to magic. My wound. The centaur's expression shifted from one of hatred to one of utter confusion. He trembled as he stared at the shield, his mind reeling as he struggled to comprehend what was happening. Why did you heal me? Glen Pendragon replied nonchalantly, I only returned you to your normal state. If I wanted you dead, you would have been finished long ago. His voice turned stern as he demanded now, tell me who supplied you with these weapons. Who is the mastermind behind this? The crossbow in his hand began to emanate a heavy, oppressive aura. The main character continued to press him. So, where is the person who gave all of these weapons to you? The centaur was stunned when he mentioned the mad dog of the Empire, the commander of the Demon Corps, Tavan Bantai, asking where is he? The centaur was aghast. The Demon Corps, how do you know that name? He coldly replied that he was the one asking the questions, and demanded to know what happened between that man and the centaur tribe. The man was silent for a long time, as if struggling with an internal conflict. Finally, he lowered his head and confessed that Tavan Bantai had suddenly entered their forest and proposed an alliance. He recalled the man's words, that the Pendragon family had restored the White Dragon and was now recruiting soldiers and strengthening their weapons in preparation for war. The man claimed they were plotting to turn the tables against their ancient enemy, the Centaur tribe, so he offered to lend them weapons before that could happen. Go and destroy Oro's village and reclaim the Ancona forest with your own strength. Glen Pendragon frowned and asked, you were swayed just because of those baseless accusations. The centaur gritted his teeth in resentment. It might have been his magic, a power that came from a strange mirror. He explained that a cloaked figure appeared in the mirror and spoke, and then they were all swept up in a rage, as if their emotions were being controlled. After that moment, I don't remember anything else. After hearing this, he fell into a thoughtful silence. Then Glen turned his horse toward Isla, who stared back with wide, astonished eyes. Pendragon formula. Glen Pendragon looked at the bodies lying on the ground with an emotionless expression. Then he activated his magic shield to heal them. The centaurs shot up, their faces filled with bewilderment as they saw their wounds had vanished. They all stared at him as if he were some strange creature. Sweat soaked the back of his shirt as Glen sighed. It seems my life force can only heal them this much. Asla asked, why would you do that? He explained, the real enemy is the one who instigated them, and besides, these negative emotions partly originated from the Pendragon family, so we must also bear some of the responsibility. Hearing this, the centaurs were completely stunned. As he urged his horse to leave, he said, I cannot resurrect those who have already fallen. The centaur leader clenched his fist. They were warriors. Dying on the battlefield is not something they would regret. Glen Pendragon glanced briefly at him. The man remarked, young Pendragon, you are very different from your ancestors. Glen replied, time will prove everything. The man laughed loudly. Remember what you once said, you truly are a wise ruler. He placed a hand on his chest to show his respect and declared that from this day forward, the centaur army would become allies of the Pendragon family. Isla and Clint were so stunned they couldn't believe their ears. The centaur leader vowed to take revenge on the one who turned us into this. We will cooperate fully with the Pendragons. He turned to his subordinates and asked, am I right? The other two stammered, if the elder has decided, then we will follow. Glen Pendragon thought for a moment in silence. Then he raised his head and said, I will ask the centaur army to protect this forest, in the name of the mightiest knights. The two sides shook hands cheerfully. From now on, we are comrades. After the conflict ended, peace returned to the Ancona forest. The soldiers were healed by a water spirit and held a feast to celebrate. At the tavern, Asla sat alone quietly in a corner of the room. He gazed out the window with a profound look in his eyes. Suddenly, someone's greeting startled him, and he looked down. Two innocent Oro's boys smiled and said, you're so cool. You can even ride a griffin. After saying that, the two kids jumped up and hugged Asla tightly. He suddenly felt a strange warmth fill his heart. Asla smiled and patted the two children on the head. In a wooden house built high up in the forest, a round table meeting was taking place. Krattle frowned and asked, magic coming from a mirror. Lind wondered if that was even possible, and Krattle replied that he didn't have enough knowledge to make a conclusion. He then turned to the centaur leader and explained that it was an extremely powerful and complex form of magic. capable of both brainwashing and strengthening its targets. Prattle analyzed that it was like controlling the emotions of numerous centaurs all at once, and the mastermind behind it had to be a formidable mage. While everyone else was arguing, Glen Pendragon remained deep in thought. That night the moon was bright, and a cool breeze rustled through the leaves. He stood on a high tree branch, silently observing the night. Soldrake flew over and asked why he looked so pensive, startling the main character, who quickly turned around. He asked if she had let Isla ride the griffin, but Soldrake replied that the beasts had only sensed the aura of a griffin rider on him. The main character lowered his voice, speculating that perhaps Isla had once been a griffin rider, but didn't want to talk about it for some reason. Soldrake sighed, remarking that humans were truly complex creatures. She asked if he was being consumed by the berserk dragon aura. Glen Pendragon was surprised. Berserk dragon aura. Then he recalled the moment he had unleashed his power to shatter his opponent's arrow. The main character was confused about that sudden surge of power, and Soldrake explained that as her contractor, his body could wield the power of a dragon, but the level of control depended entirely on him. Glen Pendragon turned his face away, his gaze darkening as he thought, if I let my rage consume my reason, I won't be able to see things objectively. He told himself that was true, but there was still a knot in his mind he couldn't untangle. At first, he had overlooked this detail because he was so angry, but according to his memories from his reincarnation, by this time in his previous life, he should have already joined the demon army. And back then, the demon army was fighting a war far to the south in the Woodsea, facing off against the region's most brutal monster king. That horrifying battle had resulted in one half of the legion being wiped out. However, Tavan Bantai had also been present on that battlefield, so his contact with the Centaur tribe was extremely unusual. So what exactly happened in the battle at the Woodsea? And what about that troll king? And where did his past self, Raven Vanterer, fit into this grand chess game? Glen Pendragon crossed his arms in thought, recalling the vague words from back then. Everything seemed to be connected. The decline of the Pendragon family, the fall of the Fanter family, and now the forces conspiring to wipe the Pendragons off the map. Clay gritted his teeth and declared, "Come to my homeland and see for yourself." He spoke of a land where a family had once lost its honor, sinking into disgrace and shame. Irene Pendragon paused slightly, then said in a low voice, "It is time for us to return to our homeland." Hearing this, Soldrake looked at her, startled. Her gaze fixed on the cold distance as she crossed her arms against the night wind and said, "The place where our family lost its glory is that very land of humiliation." Heading to Seirod, the scene before them was one of devastated ruins that were once magnificent structures, under an overcast sky where only the mournful cawing of crows echoed. Amidst the dust and rubble lay a family banner, scorched, tattered, and stained with mud. The scene changes to a grand hall where a group of nobles are leisurely enjoying a banquet. They calmly cut into their meat, savoring each bite as if nothing was happening in the outside world. Before them, a long line of lavishly dressed people were kneeling prostrate on the ground in reverence. At the front of the line knelt Count Seirod and his daughter, their heads bowed low to the floor. Their faces were pale, their eyes filled with bewilderment, wondering why things had turned out this way. Luna Seirod trembled even more, not understanding why the royal family had suddenly visited the Seirod territory. On the exquisitely embroidered tablecloth, the proud and authoritative symbol of the royal family stood out. Prince Ian and Princess Ingrid were seated at the head of the table. The two of them casually enjoyed their meal, as if it were nothing more than a simple outing. Ian lifted his head, his arrogant gaze looking down with contempt upon the kneeling crowd. He suddenly kicked out, sending the table in front of him flying. Seirod and his son flinched, their heads snapping up in surprise. With a haughty expression, Ian berated the worthless trash before him. Immediately, a thunderous chorus of apologies to the prince echoed through the grand hall, loud enough to shake the rafters. Ingrid set her teacup down with a soft sigh. "That's enough, brother, you're ruining the mood." Then she leisurely took another sip of her tea. Ian replied with a slight smirk, "I was just waiting for you to finish. Aren't I a wonderful big brother?" His words did nothing to improve Ingrid's mood, while Seirod and his son only grew more flustered by this tense display of sibling affection. Then Ian pointed to himself, holding his head high as he declared, "There is only one reason I've come all this way myself." The moment the crown prince mentioned that this remote countryside was right next to the territory of Duke Pendragon and its master, Irene Pendragon, the father and daughter could only stare in witty-eyed astonishment. He rested his chin on his hand, his voice flat as he added that the Irene he once knew was like a fragile, weak earthworm, making all of this truly hard to believe. After waking from his coma, he formed a contract with the White Dragon. "Do you guys have any idea what the hell happened to our main character?" The Countess was too flustered to answer, so he turned to her daughter and asked, "You've met him, haven't you, Luna? What's he like?" Luna froze, stammering, "I." She took a deep breath to calm herself and said that she had known him before, but now, it was as if he had transformed into a completely different person. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed pink and her eyes grew dreamy. He had become bolder while still retaining his composure, and was even far stronger than before. A gloomy voice from Ian cut in, startling Luna and forcing her to face a pair of red eyes filled with a sinister energy. He cracked a smile that made his already grim face even more terrifying. Luna trembled, the words catching in her throat, leaving only a few disjointed, meaningless sounds. Suddenly, Ian clutched his face and laughed like a madman, leaving her bewildered by his dizzying mood swings as a golden aura began to rise around him. He leaned back, laughing hysterically, his presence exploding like a lion king rampaging across a battlefield. The faces of the nobles turned pale as sweat beaded on their skin, and they stammered in shock. "What is this? An aura, the aura of an invader." Ian excitedly shouted, "Is that Junfellow trying to seduce a young lady? How ridiculous, Ingris." He turned to share the news as if the sky were falling, while Ingrid could only bite her lip in second-hand embarrassment for her brother, choosing to remain completely silent. Then Ian leaned down to look at Luna and said, "Lady of House Saros, you will come with me." She started, baffled. "Huh?" He gripped her chin, his voice cold as he declared, "This is an order. You are not allowed to refuse." Ian said scornfully, "That Junfellow has crossed the line. Wouldn't you agree, my lady?" Luna's face went white as she trembled, her mind a tangled mess because she couldn't refuse him. After all, he was the tyrannical second prince, Ian Aragon. The brilliant sunlight shone upon the high towers of the castle. Irene narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked, "The prince and princess are heading this way?" Melbourne the butler replied, "Yes, my lord. Second Prince Ian and his sister, Ingrid, have arrived." He couldn't help but feel annoyed, wondering what kind of trouble they were planning to stir up. Melbourne broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling. Hearing the word bastard from his master's lips made his heart nearly leap out of his chest, but our main character just calmly asked, "What?" He scratched his cheek awkwardly and explained, "Princess Ingrid was once your fiancé, and it was Ian who broke off the engagement." Irene looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, shouting, "What? I had another fiancé even before Lady Saros." Melbourne's eyes widened as well, and he asked, "You truly didn't know, my lord?" He rolled his eyes in annoyance that the other party was a princess, trying to search his hazy memories for any mention of her. Our main character sighed in exasperation, bowing his head as the situation became more and more of a tangled mess. 1 month after the Centaur tribe incident, many new knights have joined our ranks. Aesla has also begun reorganizing the beast-aiming cavalry, further solidifying our military forces. Furthermore, he has gained considerable control over the White Dragon's aura. The Pendragon family usually takes a vacation in the summer, so our main character plans to use that as an excuse to visit the mansion near Saxi to investigate. He needed to investigate the decline of the Van clan and find the mastermind pulling the strings behind it all. And then there was the mystery that was now unfolding right before his very eyes. Irene asked nonchalantly, "Is the reason they're insisting on meeting me related to the engagement?" Melbourne said cautiously, "I am not certain, my lord, but I urge you to be extremely careful," which only confused him more. He slowly explained that the second prince has been chosen as the successor and is known throughout the empire as a tyrant, so if you were to accidentally provoke him, the consequences would be dire. Those words made our main character suddenly grasp a key point. He looked up and cut him off. "Wait a minute. Why was the second prince named the successor to the throne?" Melbourne stammered, "The first prince is gravely ill." Our main character clasped his hands behind his head, his sky-blue eyes gazing up at the ceiling as he let out a low, thoughtful hum. He shifted his body to find a more comfortable position. Suddenly he froze, his eyes widening in realization. "Wait a minute." He whispered in astonishment, "Ian, no, it wasn't supposed to be him." In his past life's memories, Raven Vanterer stared coldly at the thin newspaper in his hand. On it, the name of the next emperor was clearly printed. A photo from the coronation ceremony prominently displayed the name Gold Aragon on the front page. Our main character muttered the name Gold, leaving Melbourne completely confused. He asked, "Is the first prince's name Gold?" Melbourne replied, "No, my lord, his name is Saint Aragon. I've never heard the name Gold before." At that moment, he truly shuddered, because Gold wasn't the first or second prince, so who on earth was that mysterious person? The present had already deviated from the path of his past life, and the image of the colossal monster Oros slaughtering humanity suddenly flashed through his mind. The confrontation between the Demon Corps commander, Tavan Bantai, and the Centaur tribe made him wonder if the two events were connected. A bluish-white flame ignited on the tip of his finger. Before Melbourne's astonished gaze, the flame took the form of a majestic dragon. Irene said coldly that he now had a legitimate reason to meet Ian Aragon. Before the gates of Pendragon Castle, a cry announcing the royal family's arrival rang out, and the people lining the road knelt in unison as the procession entered. The moment Ian dismounted, he unleashed the aura of the Golden Lion King, standing arrogantly in the middle of the courtyard with his hands on his hips. A terrifying pressure spread throughout the castle square. The nobles broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to lift their heads under the pressure from the tyrant, Ian Aragon. They could only swallow their grievances, but just then, his attention was drawn forward. Irene calmly strode forward, Ian's aura seemingly powerless to even stir the hem of his clothes. He let out a quiet "oh." A flicker of mild interest appeared in his eyes. Then he withdrew his aura. The two men stood facing each other, the tension between them as taut as a bowstring. Ian shouted, "Aren't you holding your head a little too high, you Pendragon whelp?" To which the protagonist calmly replied, "And why not? You are not the emperor." He retorted irritably, "But I will become the emperor." Ian unleashed his oppressive aura once more, but the other man merely observed him with a cold gaze. The protagonist countered, "The one who becomes emperor won't be you," as the deep blue aura of the white dragon swirled around him. Ian flinched in shock. A cold laugh rang out as the white dragon's aura roared in defiance against the golden lion king's. Ian thought in bewilderment, "The blood of the first emperor flows through my veins, along with the aura of the invader." And yet his eyes remained wide with disbelief. Am I actually being pushed back by that white dragon? This bizarre disparity felt as though it was crushing his pride. Facing that terrifying presence, the protagonist stood firm with the guardian white dragon behind him, forcing Ian to feel its true power for the very first time. Unwilling to accept this, he roared, "You bastard, how dare you!" The sudden sound of footsteps cut through the tension, drawing the attention of them both. Ingrid and Luna stepped out of the carriage, and a stunned Ian called out, "Ingrid." Ingrid replied with a hint of annoyance, "Stop causing trouble, brother." Irene coolly observed the way she looked at her brother, thinking to himself, she called him brother, that must make her a princess. He wondered why Luna Serad was here, and sensing his gaze, she shyly lowered her eyes. Observing royal protocol, Ingrid stepped forward and curtsied, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Duke." "I am Ingrid," Irene replied. "I am Irene Pendragon." She casually explained that they had been engaged since they were in their mother's wombs, which was why they'd never formally met. Hearing this, he just gave a non-committal grunt. Suddenly, Ingrid flashed a smile as sweet as honey, instantly changing the atmosphere, however. She looked directly at Irene Pendragon with sparkling eyes and said, "It's just as Luna Serad described. You're not only powerful, but handsome too." Her expression a mixture of shyness and admiration. Hearing her words sent a chill down his spine, like he was being stared down by a dungeon monster. Seeing this, a frantic Ian cut in, "Are you abandoning your brother?" But Ingrid just cheerfully grabbed his hand and began to pull him along, asking, "Would you be so kind as to give me a tour of the castle?" Luna Serad stood behind them, silently watching the scene unfold. She looked a bit lost and flustered as the four of them proceeded into the castle, with Ian openly glaring at the hand holding his sisters, while Irene could only sigh, sensing that a whole new world of trouble was about to explode. Just then, a voice called out Irene's name, and he saw three people waiting for them up ahead. It was Lady Helen with his two younger siblings. She smiled and greeted the royals. "It has been a while, Prince Ian and Princess Ingrid." He also returned the greeting with a bright smile, saying it was a pleasure to see her. Ian suddenly froze, as if captivated by something. Ignoring Lady Helen's conversation, he leaped forward and asked Lady Pendragon if she remembered him from the White Palace, begging to know her name. The young woman politely replied that she was Irene. Hearing this, Ian preened like a peacock, slicking back his hair and saying with a smile that Irene was a name as beautiful as a flower, then introduced himself as Ian Aragon, the second prince and the top warrior of the imperial capital. He even bragged about being blessed by the gods, but his narcissistic words went in one ear and out the other for the protagonist, as the girl suddenly cried out "brother," and cheerfully ran towards him. Completely ignoring the second prince, she stood beside her brother, chirping about how he was even more radiant today, and that she could feel his aura. Ian was so stunned he was speechless, unable to believe that he, a prince, was being cast aside. His anger flared up, his golden aura nearly spiraling out of control, which startled Mia. The little girl screamed in terror and darted towards the nearest person. Her round, tear-filled eyes looked up as she clung tightly to the person's pant leg. Mia hid behind Lind while the knight shot Ian a cold, piercing glare. Struck by that gaze, his face darkened as he snarled, "Who are you?" Lind replied with disdain that she had no obligation to report her name to him. Ian roared, "How dare a mere knight be so disrespectful to me?" Irene Pendragon quickly intervened, "Your Highness, please forgive her. She is a knight of Vanterer." But before she could finish, he burst out laughing. "A knight of Vanterer, that's a bizarre name I've heard." He eagerly suggested a duel to prove who was stronger, but Lind coldly replied, "You're not on my level." Those words were like lighting the fuse on the powder keg that was Ian. Ingrid appeared beside him, warning in a chilly voice, "This is the second time, brother." She declared that if he caused any more trouble, he would be forbidden from speaking for an entire year, leaving Ian to do nothing but click his tongue in annoyance. Finally, the storm temporarily subsided as the guards and Luna Serod stood by, observing in silence. Someone whispered that in the imperial capital, he was a tyrant whom no one dared to defy. Yet here in Pendragon territory, he was constantly being led by the nose. They all secretly marveled at how different this family truly was. Before he could find a moment of peace, Ian approached the protagonist again, making him want to roll his eyes in exasperation. He said, "Let's talk in private. I have something important to discuss." But the protagonist just gave him a cold, indifferent look. Ian's lips curled into a smirk as he taunted, "Or what, are you scared?" The protagonist calmly replied, "I am just surprised by that nickname, that's all, and I'd also like a word with you, Eternal Prince." In a luxurious room, the two men sat opposite each other at a long table, as if preparing for battlefield negotiations. Ian broke the silence, remarking, "You've changed a lot." He swirled the wine in his glass and said, "The last time we met, you were just a weak little bug, which is why I called off Ingrid's engagement." The protagonist calmly raised his own glass and replied, "That was your choice, so whatever. Are you here today about the engagement again?" Ian's expression turned grim as he denied it. "I would never hand my sister over to you." His demeanor shifted as he said, "Since arriving, I haven't sensed any loyalty from the Pendragons towards the royal family. Including that night of yours, what do you mean by showing such an attitude towards royalty?" The protagonist calmly replied, "The Pendragons live under no one's shadow, and I only do what I want." The moment he finished speaking, a murderous aura flooded the air. Ian clenched his fist and lunged forward without a single warning. The protagonist immediately flung his glass of wine straight into his face. The second prince was thrown off course for a split second. The protagonist seized his opponent's arm, vaulted over him, and drove an elbow straight into his face. Blood gushed from Ian's nose, but his eyes were filled with excitement, as if he had finally met a worthy opponent. He spun around and locked the protagonist's arm in a tight grip. Using a leg sweep, he slammed the protagonist face first onto the table with a deafening crash, a malicious grin spreading across his face. But even through the pain, the protagonist counterattacked, grabbing Ian's hand in return. He wrapped both of his legs tightly around the second prince's neck and yanked him backward. He held his opponent's arm in an iron grip and forcefully slammed Ian's face down onto the table. Ian gritted his teeth, trembling as he desperately struggled to break free. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes caught the glint of something flashing. A sharp dagger lay just a few inches from Ian's trembling hand. Irene's gaze instantly turned as cold as ice. He sprang back and Ian looked up in astonishment. Ian silently brushed back his hair and asked, "Why did you let me go?" Irene closed his eyes to steady his aura, saying, "It seems you weren't using your full strength." Ian said, "If you had picked up that dagger and stabbed me, you could have escaped." Irene simply remained silent. Losing his patience, Irene's white dragon aura flared, and his voice turned sharp as he asked again, "Why did you come here?" The two pressures, one golden and one blue, clashed like fire and water. Ian let out a soft chuckle. Then his laughter turned wild and filled with excitement as he said, "So, you can actually push me this far." Irene froze as Ian continued, "You truly have my interest." Ian made a serious offer, "Work with me. I will make you a pillar of the Empire." He asked once more, "Do you want to stand with me? I need the power and the army of House Pendragon." Irene cursed inwardly at how quickly the situation had turned. The tyrant's aura vanished. He retracted his white dragon aura and asked, "What do you mean by work together?" Ian hopped off the table and said, "Right now, the royal family is fighting over the succession," while Irene silently watched his back. Ian continued, "It's not just me. There are many other princes and nobles with their own backers." He then turned back and proposed, "Side with me, Pendragon, and I will grant you gold and silver, or even autonomy." "I promise you that." The tempting offer made even Irene hesitate. He pondered if he really does take the throne. But then his eyes darkened, and he rejected the thought, "No, I can't." Despite his reputation as a tyrant, perhaps that was just a facade. Two conflicting images of Ian appeared in Irene's mind. He wondered why someone who wanted to be emperor would deliberately cultivate the image of a tyrant in the eyes of the world. "So what you're saying is," he crossed his arms, narrowed his eyes, and looked straight at Ian, unmasking him, "you don't actually want to be emperor, do you?" Ian was momentarily stunned. He whipped around to look at Irene Pendragon, who calmly asked, "The title of tyrant is just a cover, isn't it? What are you really planning?" Irene tilted his head and said, "The reward doesn't matter. I want join hands with someone I can't trust." The two of them stared at each other, the air thick with tension, like the calm before a fantasy battle was about to erupt. Ian spoke warily, "You know quite a lot. Besides Ingrid, you're the first person to see through my intentions." He bit his lip, silent for a moment. Then, as if he made up his mind, he lowered his voice, "I want to put my older brother, Saint Aragon, on the throne." Irene furrowed his brow in surprise. "Saint, the Grand Prince who is bedridden with illness." Ian turned away, his usual arrogant demeanor suddenly faltering. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's not an illness." He clenched his trembling fist. "You're wrong." Ian burst out, 3 years ago, my brother was nearly assassinated during the uprising in Saxi. Irene was startled to see him so agitated as Ian continued. My brother could do anything. He was kind and just. He declared he should have been a wise ruler. He swore he would change this country. Irene watched the out-of-control Ian, completely astonished. Ian's voice choked with emotion, which suddenly triggered a memory from 3 years ago in Irene's mind, and his eyes widened. An image of the Sea of Fire in Saxi flashed back, a young boy kneeling before a mansion engulfed in smoke and flames. The memories of Raven Vanterer seemed to surge to the surface. After a few seconds of silence, he softly called out to Ian. Irene calmly said, "I'll accept your offer," causing Ian to freeze. "But in return, you have to tell me the entire truth about that uprising." Outside, Lady Helen was introducing Lind to Ingrid and Luna Serot, leaving them both stunned. Back in the room, a glass of wine was pushed toward him. "This is everything I know," Ian said, but the main character was silent. He stared into the wine at the reflection of his current face. For a fleeting moment, he saw the image of the teenager he was in his past life. Back then, a young Raven Vanterer had received a letter from the Lord of the Saxi territory, his hands trembling with his aspiration to become a knight. Perhaps everyone had their own motives for their actions back then, the main character thought, staring silently into his wine with a heavy gaze. Ian spoke up. "We don't know who instigated the rebellion. Could it have been one of the other princes trying to seize the throne?" He didn't deny it, adding that far too many princes and nobles were secretly vying for power at the moment. "I can't identify the mastermind," Ian said, as the other man rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The main character suddenly asked, "Do you know of a prince named Gold?" "Gold," Ian repeated. "He's just the son of a minor concubine, with nothing but a noble title to his name. He has no actual power at all." Ian then asked curiously, "How do you know that name?" He mused to himself, "So there really is someone named Gold, but he's just an insignificant shadow." Remembering the newspaper article about the coronation from his past life, the main character found it even more unbelievable that this man could ascend the throne in just a few years. He asked another question, "What is the family background of Gold's mother?" Ian replied, "She's the daughter of a baron in Saxi, from the southern port city." He suddenly trailed off as he said that. Ian slowly uttered the name Saxi, causing the main character to go stiff as well. He shot up angrily, exclaiming, "Even if he killed my brother, he still wouldn't be qualified for the throne." The main character stood up and said in a cold voice, "There's no guarantee of that." Remembering the moment Tavan Bantai grabbed his head in his past life, he realized all the pieces were starting to connect. A deep blue aura swirled around his body as his voice dropped lower. "I've had a feeling about this for a long time." His rage caused the white dragon's aura to erupt violently. Ian stared in disbelief as the torrent of power, like some strange fire, seemed to devour the very air around them. From their duel to the conflict in the plaza, it turned out the main character hadn't even been using his full power. Thinking back to his statement, "I've had a feeling about this," Ian's eyes widened in shock. He wondered just who this person in front of him was, to know so much. The main character suddenly snapped back to his senses, feeling a presence. Outside the window, the massive form of Soldrake appeared. The window burst wide open. "The white dragon, Soldrake," Ian stammered, as the dragon with sapphire eyes gazed down at him. A shimmering blue light filled the entire window frame. A deep indigo aura swirled like the waves of the sea. Soldrake transformed into her human form, standing in front of the window. Her vast wings blocked out a portion of the sun. He was slightly surprised by Soldrake's sudden appearance. "I felt your aura flare up intensely," Soldrake said in a deep voice. "Are you all right?" He reached out to steady her and replied, "I am fine." Ian was still dumbfounded, thinking to himself, so this is the legendary White Dragon. The Pendragon family had always been the contractors for the White Dragon. The corners of his lips curved into a slight smile. "I understand now," Ian said, which made the main character narrow his eyes slightly. He declared proudly, "Since you're someone I've acknowledged, I will put my faith in your intuition." The main character chuckled in response. Soldrake curiously asked what happened, but he just gave a short reply, "It's a long story." After that, the main character turned to Ian and suggested they go to the summer villa with them. He was surprised, and our hero explained that the place was in the suburbs of Saxi, along the Silverton coast. "Well, lure the enemy out into the open there, under the blazing sun." The deep blue sea stretched out, sparkling. On the dirt road, a caravan of horse-drawn carriages trailed one after another, heading south. They were heading toward the largest commercial city in the empire. At the Port of Lures, inside a merchant's office, someone whispered that Pendragon and the second Prince Ian had arrived at the Symbol Coast. Lively chatter filled the air, with people saying that those two traveling together couldn't be a good omen. A blonde man commented that Pendragon and Governor Segunda have always been like cats and dogs. The mention of Lady Alina made the other man panic, telling him to stop talking before he brought disaster upon them. Someone else chimed in, saying that Lures was especially bustling this year. Word was that the sea dragon King Aranges had docked with his formidable fleet. The two men's eyes widened as they repeated, the Sea Dragon King, and were told that he is protected by the sea dragon Viscula, a colossal beast with scales as dark blue as the deep ocean. The other man continued in a lowered voice, since when did Aranges possess enough military power to compete directly with the Emperor? That kind of strength is truly terrifying. The blonde man shuddered and said, the southern warriors were already a tough bunch, and now you've got Pendragon, the tyrant Ian, and Aranges on top of that. I just hope nothing major breaks out. Suddenly, a man's voice cut in, reassuring them, there's no need to worry so much. That person tilted his head back and drained his mug of beer, causing the blonde man to startle and call out, President, while the other man turned around worriedly, you've had a bit too much to drink today, sir. Vincent gave a wry smile and said, when all these big shots gather in one place, it's just a golden opportunity for merchants like us to rake in the cash. The scene changes to a stunning, sprawling beach. Underneath a wide-brimmed hat shielding her from the sun, Ingrid gently called out to the Lord, Irene Pendragon. She twirled slightly and asked, what do you think of my swimsuit? It was custom designed by a famous artisan in the royal capital. She beamed brightly while the main character just stood there frozen, not daring to look around, and just then, Mia's voice rang out, brother. He happily pulled Lind over, both of them were dressed in cool attire. Mia excitedly said, I am all changed, while Lind shyly added, it's been a while since I've been to the sea. The main character laughed and said, well then, we have to have as much fun as possible, and then called Luna Seyrod over. She softly replied, yes. Ingrid watched this scene, annoyed, and muttered, they have nothing to do with this, but they just had to butt in. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, we came to see Saxy to investigate, not to go on vacation. How did things turn out like this? It's all that idiot's fault. Just as he finished that thought, Ian appeared, shouting, hello, beautiful ladies. He was wearing nothing but swim trunks, standing against the sun with an over-the-top confidence that made the atmosphere freeze. Ian arrogantly said, ignore that little grub over there and come talk to this great prince. In a flashback, when the main character invited him here, Ian had protested, just the three of us, why are you dragging a bunch of girls along? And now, the atmosphere was so silent you could hear the waves. The girls were all blushing in their own ways, while he pretended not to notice. The main character laughed and complimented him, your highness is quite the comedian with those swim trunks, which left Ian stunned. He was dumbfounded, unable to understand why she was laughing, instead of swooning over his martial art-strained body. Ignoring Ian's bruised ego, he turned away, said, I am going to go catch some fish, and walked straight into the sea. Under the golden sun, the main character's broad back and defined shoulder muscles seemed to make the whole scene light up. The young ladies watched him go, their cheeks flushing pink. Ian was furious at the huge difference in their reactions, while the main character, holding a trident, muttered, what an idiot. Suddenly, something fell from the sky, making the main character look up. A loud boom echoed. A giant fish crashed into the sea, creating a huge wave that slammed into the group, causing them to cry out. He stared in amazement as Soldrake circled down and landed on the fish's body. She proudly announced, I caught a fish. On the shore lay a whale, as massive as a warship. Soaking wet, the main character laughed, saying that to a dragon, this would probably look like a small fish. After all, a whale is still just a fish. Amidst the bustling port city, Lind and Mark Killian walked together, wondering how their enemies would react. Mark Killian asked how their investigation had turned into such a grand vacation, adding that he never expected Ian to come along too. Lin just laughed and replied, who cares? He stared wide-eyed at the city, which was teeming with warriors. Knights were clad in gleaming iron armor. Warriors of all different styles were everywhere, each exuding a powerful martial arts aura. Lin said excitedly, this is paradise. I want to challenge every single one of them. Mark Killian looked at him helplessly, thinking to himself that his thirst for battle was the real reason he left the forest. So this was why he insisted on coming to the port. Suddenly, the crowd up ahead stirred and turned to look. Everyone automatically parted to either side, and Lind wondered what was going on. A coarse blue foot stomped heavily on the ground. Creatures with skin as blue as the sea strode arrogantly through the street, causing Lind to mutter quietly, Auros. Someone exclaimed, are those Ratuan orcs? Lind asked, what are those? Mark Killian replied, they're from the southern Motor Archipelago, a brutal tribe of orcs who live by plundering. To put it bluntly, they're pirates. The lead orc had an arrogant expression on his face. He sneered, mocking the weakness of humans. He boasted that they were just walking by, and yet humanity was already running away in fear. Another one pointed at Lind and said, look at that, a race I've never seen before. He said contemptuously, he can't be that strong, he still moved out of our way. Enraged, Lind was about to charge forward, but Mark Killian quickly stopped him. He reminded him that he was now part of the Pendragon house, forcing Lind to restrain himself. The Ratuan orcs, seeing their chance, began to laugh and mock them. They said that an orc who serves humans must be the weakest of his kind in the world. The whole group even started dancing provocatively. Lind and his comrades' killing intent flared, while Mark Killian, sweating profusely, tried to keep the situation from escalating. He suddenly noticed something unusual. Seeing that Lind had already pushed his sword partly out of its sheath, Mark Killian's face went pale. Lind growled, "I am going to kill them," while Mark Killian looked like he was about to faint. He clutched his head and lamented why he had to babysit these battle-crazed warriors when all he wanted was a beach vacation. Mark Killian wondered why pirates were brazenly strutting through the middle of a major trade city like this. His intuition told him that this city was hiding something. Dusk fell, painting the rooftops of Lures in a warm orange glow. Inside the residence of Count Segunda, an old man's silhouette looked out at the fiery red sky through a glass window. He asked, "What are your thoughts on the White Dragon contractor, Irene Pendragon, and Ian Aragon arriving on the outskirts of Lures, Lord Torio Segunda?" The governor of Lures asked Vincent in return, and he replied that they had also visited Sea Saxy and the Symbol Coast. Segunda tilted his head, worried. Could they have discovered something at Sea Saxy? Vincent said that even if they investigated Baron Allen and the Gelfrey family, the trail would end there. He analyzed that, putting Ian aside, the Pendragons had no reason to get involved. Segunda replied, "Even so, we still owe that family a great debt." Vincent remained silent as Segunda muttered, "Those cunning people are truly a nuisance." He gave a knowing smile and said, "Let's leave it to the one who controls those pirates, the Shadow King of Lures." The setting sun cast a brilliant light, bathing the entire port city in its glow. The first day of the Pendragon family's summer vacation officially came to a close. The party on the shore of Sinbul was extravagant and magnificent. While eating, Grattel asked why Lind was angry, as Mark Killian recounted the events at the harbor. A large crowd surrounded them, gathered around the carcass of a giant whale. On a distant cliff, Lind was excitedly picking out sharp accessories for her tamed beast, as if she were preparing to enter a dungeon. Night fell upon Lures, and a high moon bathed the bustling, sleepless port city in a silver light. Irene Pendragon sat on the balcony, leisurely sipping his wine while quietly watching the sky and sea meet. Suddenly, another hand poured more wine, and a voice rang out, "Drinking because Lures never sleeps." Ian approached with a confident air, his hands in his pockets, and said, "Mind if I join you?" He glanced over and remarked, "You don't look happy." Ian rolled his eyes and replied, "Of course I'm not." He recalled the incident at the beach and seethed with frustration. Ian grumbled, "I was the one who invited the girls on this vacation. Why are you always like this?" He clicked his tongue and said, "Your usual behavior just causes more trouble." He pouted and said, "Your face is always so stone-cold. Or could it be because—" Irene cut him off with a sip of wine, "I am already married." Ian sulked, "But it's not like you pay much attention to that wife of yours." He suddenly gasped, shouting, "Then is it because of—" Irene glanced at him with suspicion. Ian stammered, "Because of that dragon." Irene shot up from his chair, unable to believe his ears. Ian analyzed seriously, "When I saw you talking to Soldrake in her human form, you were completely different than usual." He fell silent, recalling the night Soldrake acknowledged him as a Pendragon. "But I am also Raven Vanterer." The memory of his rebirth sent him into a somber silence. After a moment, he slowly shook his head, denying it. "It's not like that, but—" He gazed at his own reflection in the shimmering golden wine. Then he tilted his head back, drank, and said, "Well, she is special." Ian immediately joked, "She's a real beauty, but I don't need her." Irene replied coldly, "I don't care what you think." He said seriously, "The purpose of this vacation is to investigate who was behind the assassination attempt." Ian guessed Crown Prince Gale Gelfrey. His mother, Baroness Balin, has ties to the governor of Lures, Segunda. Irene calculated, if he's the mastermind, he would have made a move when he heard we were coming to see Saxy. He said calmly, for example, by trying to kill me. Ian interjected, "Is that what you mean?" causing Irene to glance his way. He scoffed, "Those who disregard the law are truly despicable." He asked, "You're not the type to just sit and wait to die, are you?" Ian smirked, "I am actually hoping they'll come." Irene said flatly, "Then well, just wait for the fish to take the bait." Ian said nothing more, simply raising his glass and draining it. But he was still wondering if they could track down their enemy from those scraps of information. Ian recalled his previous encounters. He thought, is it just my intuition? Then stared intently at Irene. "Or is there something else you know, Irene Pendragon?" Irene looked out at the sea, his hair blowing in the wind. The scene shifts to the underworld of Lures. At a bar called the Three Killer Whales, a few Ratuan orcs sat arrogantly in front of the entrance. A passing knight whispered, "Who would have thought a human would dare to enter an orc pirate den?" The killer whale sign hung high above, swaying back and forth. Inside the tavern, a man drained a giant mug of beer. As he lowered it, the familiar face of Vincent was revealed. A deep, gravelly voice spoke up. "You can really hold your liquor." Vincent calmly faced the two giants, Brack and Tolio Arangues. The orc next to them was still in a daze, completely unaware of what was happening. Tolio spun his sword and asked bluntly, "What did the governor say?" Vincent replied curtly, "Take care of the snake and the cat." Those were his words. Tolio laughed loudly. "Such guts. Killing a prince too, that old man is no ordinary fellow." He tilted his head and said, 3 years ago, it was right here in C. Saxy." Vincent cut him off coldly. He doesn't like to be mentioned in a filthy place like this. Tolio fell silent for a moment. Then he chuckled, "You've got a lot of nerve, talking to me like that." "I like that attitude." His eyes locked onto Vincent. Tolio erupted in a powerful laugh. "Strong, I love it, whether you're an orc or a human." Vincent ignored him and handed over a piece of paper, saying, "Here are the details." Tolio glanced at it as Vincent explained that in 3 days, the snake and the cat would be invited over. Tolio grinned. "Well then, our lovely tyrant is in for some fun." He crumpled the paper in his hand. Vincent asked seriously, "May I ask a personal question?" He asked, "Are you really human?" Tolio paused for a beat. He muttered, "Human." Vincent flinched, recoiling from his seat. Tolio unleashed an aura of red and black energy, mixed with a wild, murderous intent. The oppressive pressure filled the entire bar. Vincent broke out in a cold sweat, unable to breathe under the weight of that killing intent. Tolio asked coldly, "What do you think?" Staring at the hand pulsing with tyrannical energy, Vincent gritted his teeth. He was about to react, but with a single flick of his hand, Tolio sent Vincent tumbling. He quickly scanned his surroundings. Luckily, he landed safely on his feet. Tolio clapped him on the back and laughed loudly. "Landed on your feet, huh, not bad." Then his expression darkened, but you're still just a human. He turned and called out to the sleeping Brack, "Wake up, you want some orc meat." Brack shot up as if a switch had been flipped, his eyes lighting up at the mention of food. Tolio boasted, "This orc meat has been aged for 10 years. It must be delicious," making Brack grin foolishly. Brack wiped his mouth and said, "So what does Junior get to eat? The orc is mine." Tolio laughed maniacally. "I'll eat the cat and the snake. I'll slaughter every last one of them." He roared with madness, as if everything was already within his grasp. Vincent stood frozen by the overwhelming bloodlust, as thick as the stench of blood on the sea breeze. He knew instantly that this man was absolutely not human. Before him stood Tolio Arangues, the second son of one of the 5 grand duchies of the Sea Dragon Empire, the man known as the Dark Emperor of Lures, with a crazed, murderous look in his eyes. The scene changes to a crystal clear, cloudless day. While Helen and Luna Serad were leisurely drinking tea, Mark Killian ran up to announce, "We've just received an invitation from the governor of Lures, Count Torio Segunda." Irene Pendragon and the girl beside her immediately lit up. "We're being invited to a ball." Mark Killian held up the letter with a bright smile. "That's right, we're all invited." Lind thought pensively, "Our chance has finally come." Ian glanced over smugly, while a worried Helen softly called out Count Segunda's name. "Count Segunda." Irene looked over, saw her hesitation, and spoke up, "Mother, please have a seat and rest here. A lot might be happening very soon." Helen smiled gently. "Thank you, my son Irene." He looked up, calling to Soldrake, who was lounging on the roof. Irene asked her to look after his mother, entrusting the Duchess to her care. Soldrake looked down impassively, her eyes deep and unreadable. The scene shifts to the residence of Governor Lures. At the Segunda estate, amidst the bustling and noisy atmosphere, the arrival of a certain group drew everyone's attention. Someone exclaimed, "It is a true honor to welcome you." The main attractions of tonight's party had arrived. Irene's party entered amidst gasps of admiration for the beautiful young ladies accompanying them. People whispered, "The prince and the duke. Their presence is truly extraordinary." The nobles maintained a cordial demeanor, knowing this was a rare opportunity to meet the young master of Pendragon. Suddenly a voice boomed, "Hey, Pendragon. This isn't what you told me it would be." The sudden outburst startled the young ladies. Lynn stepped forward with a cold look around, then shouted, "What the hell is this? This place is full of slick-looking nobles, not warriors. You said something big was going down, so I came here all fired up. I want to fight those orcs." Just then, a man raising a wine glass spoke up. "Thank you, Pendragon and everyone, for attending." The entire group immediately turned toward the speaker. The person who had just spoken was Vincent. He walked forward and introduced himself as a knight in service to Governor Segunda. "It is a great pleasure to meet the young master of Pendragon." As he spoke, he looked directly at Irene, emitting an invisible and powerful aura. Irene met his gaze and sensed a powerful flow of aura. He thought to himself, an aura like that only comes from a warrior who's survived countless battles. How interesting, I'll just watch and see what happens. With that thought, Irene gave a knowing smile. He then gave a slight nod. Vincent remained calm, as if waiting. Then he invited them, "Everyone, please follow me." The group quickly followed Vincent. Ian watched Vincent's back, his mind racing. He noticed Vincent's steady gait and perfectly straight posture, like that of a seasoned martial artist. Lind was also secretly astonished, but Lind's gaze remained as sharp as a knife. They entered a hall glittering with lights. The young ladies were delighted by the lavish scenery. A man leaning on a cane approached them. He smiled, introducing himself as Governor Lur's Torio Segunda, and greeted Ian. Ian laughed and replied that it had been 3 years, and that a lot had changed in the royal palace. Segunda turned to Ingrid, remarking that it had been 5 years since they last met. Then he unexpectedly glanced to the side. This caused our hero to look over as well. Segunda smiled. This must be Lady Irene, as beautiful as they say. But for a brief moment, a dangerous look flashed in his eyes. Our hero immediately noticed the change. Segunda raised his voice. Young Lord Pendragon has made a pact with the White Dragon, and he even commands orcs, quite impressive. However, where is the Duchess? He replied that she wasn't feeling well and was resting at another villa with Aisha Pendragon. Hearing this, Segunda feigned concern and offered to send a physician. Our hero politely declined, saying he didn't want to cause any more trouble. It would be a problem if something unexpected were to happen. Segunda looked at him thoughtfully. Then he announced, "Please enjoy the party." Standing nearby, Ian muttered, "What a phony old man," to which our hero just replied with a simple "yeah." He explained that Segunda had proposed to Helen 20 years ago and was rejected. Our hero asked, "And what about Vincent? Who is he?" Ian answered that Vincent is Segunda's right-hand man, who arrived in Lures 2 years ago and quickly rose to prominence. They say he handles the Count's dirty work, causing our hero to furrow his brow slightly. He wondered if Vincent could be connected to see Saxy. Ian raised his glass and said, "That's my hint for you now, enjoy the party and don't drink too much." Our hero was speechless. "I am the one who should be saying that to you." Outside the castle, the sound of an argument rang out. "Why are you here?" A trembling young man pointed a knife at his opponent, demanding, "Why did you show up?" Tolio Arangues smirked. "I heard there was a party, so I came." He then pointed and told the man to dress more appropriately. A cold slash cut through the air, striking the young man down. He collapsed to the floor as Tolio Arangues sneered, "This is my attire. I am dressed perfectly for the party." He turned to his companion with a manic laugh and said, "Well then, let's go wild." The two of them burst out laughing, as if they had just been let out of a cage. Inside the hall, Irene Pendragon and Lind stood together amidst whispers about the reckless kid named Pendragon. Segunda turned his head and asked for Vincent's opinion in a suggestive tone. Vincent was currently sitting at a desk upstairs. He swirled his glass of wine and said calmly, "When I released my aura, he noticed, but he immediately looked away. He must have been scared." Segunda laughed contemptuously. "He's just a little insect." "But that brown-haired man is very strong," Vincent added. Segunda asked curiously, "How does he compare to you?" He replied, "I don't know. I'd have to fight him to find out." After saying that, Vincent fell into deep thought. He thought of the knights from Vanterer, a bunch of reckless and foolish warriors. It made no sense for someone like that to serve under such a weak young lord. Segunda said scornfully, "It doesn't matter if you can't kill him. Our reinforcements will be here soon. Arangues, the Sea Dragon King's son, will take care of the cat and the snake. You've met him at the harbor before, haven't you, that Sea King?" An image of Tolio appeared in his mind. The memory of facing him. It was enough to make even Vincent break out in a cold sweat. He put his glass down, saying that man is a monster, one that a mere human could never defeat. Segunda laughed sinisterly. "If even you say that, then our plan is guaranteed to succeed. Of all the men I know, you are the most intelligent warrior. If tonight goes smoothly, the plan will be accelerated, and when the time comes, I will grant you the position you've always coveted." Vincent replied flatly, "I am not worthy of such an honor." Segunda looked down at the hall below and said, "I am not bound by anything that happens here." He chuckled darkly, "I am just a victim, just like those fools down there." With that, the old man turned his grotesque face toward Vincent. Vincent took another sip of his wine. Then he replied, "That's right, sir." Suddenly, the glass doors shattered from a powerful force outside. The protagonist immediately whipped his head around to look. Ian and the young ladies he was talking with were also startled. Lind and Mark Killian, who were in the middle of eating, quickly looked up. Ingrid and Luna Serad watched in horror as Tolio and Park burst in, their faces twisted with maniacal excitement. A scream rang out, "Pirates!" They swung their swords, slashing wildly at the party guests. Even the young women were attacked without mercy. Someone was thrown so hard they hit the ceiling. Tolio roared, "Slaughter all these insects, and take everything of value. Then we'll have our fun with the women. Let's raise some hell, you bastards." Upstairs, Segunda covered his mouth, feigning shock. The old man muttered, "He's overdoing it a bit. It'll be a pain to clean up all this blood." Vincent remained calm and said, "This is good. Since he's the one making a scene, no one will suspect you." He added, "I suppose I should get to work too," as a few people started running up the stairs. Ingrid and Lind were panting as they ran. The protagonist turned back and said, "Keep going, Lind, Ingrid, how could this be happening?" Suddenly, Tolio leaped down from above, blocking their path. He smirked, "Found you." Then he unleashed an attack. All four girls were frozen in place by the pressure of his aura, unable to react. Tolio raised his hand and pointed at them. He enunciated every word. The girls clutched their throats, choking as he said, "Now I'll choose my meal." Ingrid couldn't breathe, and he pointed to each of them, asking who's first. Luna trembled and stammered this failing. It was just like that time with the orcs, all those years ago. Tolio's finger came to a stop. He pointed directly at Luna and said, "I choose you." Tolio raised his sword, laughing boisterously. Luna cringed as the blade came crashing down. The sound of clashing metal rang out. Irene Pendragon appeared just in time to parry the blow. Ingrid cried out, "Brother." Luna also called his name, her voice choked with emotion. Irene, the main character, asked Luna if she was okay. Luna's face flushed, a mixture of fear and deep emotion. Tolio chuckled to himself. The fools had revealed themselves. Just then, another voice echoed from the staircase. Ian appeared saying, "No matter how carefully you observe, you're still just a fat pig." He challenged him, "Did you think you only had one opponent?" Down below, Lind and Mark Killian had also gotten into position. Lind stood with her hands on her hips and smirked. Finally, things are getting a little interesting. Blocked from three sides, Tolio began to feel uneasy. He wondered to himself if he was the one who had walked into a trap. He glanced from the main character to Ian. Then he looked over at Lind and burst out into gleeful laughter. He clutched his head and laughed like a madman as a fierce, Redan black aura erupted around him. "So that's how it is, ha ha ha. You idiots really never learn, do you? No matter how many pests you drag along, the outcome will be the same, you'll all be crushed by me." The situation remained the same, with Tolio surrounded on three sides. Irene Pendragon stood in front of the girls, protecting them. Ian completely blocked off one escape route. Lind and Mark Killian held the remaining paths. Tolio tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze turning ice cold. He muttered to himself, "For at once, this is a bit of a hassle. In that case, I'll just deal with the unnecessary ones first." Instantly, a blood-red flame erupted from his hand. The fire swelled, completely engulfing his arm. He focused his power and slammed his fiery fist directly into the floor. A shockwave radiated throughout the entire hall. Ian's face went pale, he was too stunned to even speak. The second-story floor shattered, as if it had been torn apart by a monster. Mark Killian fell straight down, while Lind jumped back, avoiding the massive hole. From up above, Segunda screamed in a panic, "My staircase." The entire grand hall turned into a chaotic battlefield. Mark Killian pushed himself up from the floor. He looked up and cursed, "What the hell is that maniac doing? He knocked us down to the first floor." Just then, a menacing laugh echoed from behind him. Someone pointed and shouted, "Over there, it's the Oros crew." The pirates swaggered over, roaring, "We're sick of eating fat pig. Oros meat sounds way better." Mark Killian recognized the man with the eye patch, whom he had encountered at the docks. The man charged forward, laughing loudly. "Today, I am going to eat you with a tankard of beer." Immediately, our protagonist and Lind charged in. The two of them fought fiercely against the group of pirates. Up on the second floor, after punching through the floorboards, Tolio was now facing Ian alone. He smirked, "Now it's just the cat and the snake. I suppose the party can begin." First up is the little cat. Ian scoffed, "You may be a giant pig, but don't think for a second that strength is everything." He took a fighting stance, his sword glowing brilliantly as if the system was buffing him with its full power. Irene worriedly asked if the prince would be okay, but Ingrid reassured her, "Don't worry. My brother is the most skilled fighter in the entire capital. I've never once seen him lose a fight." A golden aura erupted around Ian. He lunged forward with a direct thrust, but Tolio smoothly sidestepped the attack. Ian unleashed a continuous barrage of precise slashes. Our protagonist watched, silently admitting that Ian's technique was truly top tier. But his eyes caught something that was off. In just a split second, Tolio countered. Their two swords clashed, and a chill ran down Ian's spine when he felt no feedback from the impact. When did he even start his counterattack? Right there in his blind spot. Tolio put his full weight into it, forcing Ian's sword down. For a moment, he began to panic. Irene and Ingrid held their breaths. Tolio sneered, "Is this all the tyrant of the capital has to offer?" He swung a blazing red, fiery fist toward Ian. Suddenly, another slash came rushing in from the side. Our protagonist charged in, his sword sweeping horizontally, forcing Tolio to lean back to dodge. The slash forced him to take half a step back. Ian backed away to regain his footing. Our protagonist shouted, "Let's coordinate. This guy is not going to be an easy opponent." Tolio touched the new cut on his cheek. He gritted his teeth. "When was the last time I actually bled?" His gaze became even more dangerous. Perhaps I should start with the snake first. He laughed, this meal is getting more and more interesting, then raised a shield. Tolio taunted them, give it your best shot, if you lose, it'll devour you and those women over there. Down on the first floor, Mark Killian fought with gritted teeth. Lind dispatched one enemy after another with the clean precision of a professional assassin. Then he bolted straight up the stairs. Lind wore a rare, serious expression on his face. On the second floor, our protagonist and Ian were still coordinating their attacks. Lind narrowed his eyes, preparing to charge in. But from behind, a cloaked figure launched a surprise attack. Lind immediately spun around to block the blow. He dodged to the side, evading the next slash. Then he counterattacked with a single, sharp slash of his sword. The two blades clashed, sending sparks flying. Lind knocked his opponent's sword away. The cloaked figure's hand trembled. Lind coldly asked, "You're the knight from before, aren't you?" His opponent was stunned. He said that a knight from the Vantra region would never forget the aura of a warrior he had faced. The opponent's gaze gradually calmed. He raised his sword and said, "I have a reason to kill you right here, so you'd better get serious." And so, the two of them charged at each other again, amidst the chaotic battlefield. Tolio laughed like a madman, his eyes blazing as he taunted, "Go on, struggle all you want. If you lose to me, you and all those women will become the main course at my feast." Ian lowered his voice and laid out a plan to the protagonist. He'll force him to reveal an opening, and then Yao move in for the kill. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and replied, "That doesn't sound like the usual flashy style of a prince." Ian brushed it off, "This is no time for appearances. I just need to be able to say I fought him. The only one who can actually take down this monster is you." He stated bluntly, "The only person strong enough to defeat him is you." Hearing that admission, the protagonist paused for a moment. He let out a small laugh, "Just try not to die before I make my move." Ian gripped his sword tightly and replied coldly, "Don't joke around." The two of them simultaneously charged the monster, which was exploding with crimson magic. Down below, Lind was still stuck fighting the cloaked man. Meanwhile, Mark Killian was cutting through the pirates, as if they were monsters in a dungeon. But he was starting to feel the situation spiraling out of his control. He was still stuck on the first floor, fighting against Small Fry. Lind was pinned down on the staircase, unable to go up and provide support. Lind delivered a direct slash, forcing the cloaked man to retreat. The man counterattacked, but Lind dodged it cleanly. As Lind launched another attack, his opponent leaped into the air. He landed on a higher step. Then he declared, "I won't let you go any further." Lind stared at him coldly. On the second floor, Tolio was cackling wildly. He brought his weapon down in a heavy strike, forcing the protagonist to put all his strength into blocking it. Ian seized the opportunity to attack, but Tolio raised his shield and stopped him cold. He launched counterattacks against both of them, all while never forgetting to taunt them with a smirk. "Oh ho, is that all you've got?" He twisted his body to dodge a thrust. All of their coordinated attacks were gracefully neutralized by him. Ian gritted his teeth. Even with that huge body, he's terrifyingly fast. Suddenly, the protagonist shouted Ian. Tolio had appeared right behind him. Ian spun around to block, but his sword was shattered by the blow. The blade was now just a short stub. Tolio sneered at his first target. The protagonist immediately rushed forward to help. A manic expression appeared on Tolio's face. Ian dropped his broken sword. Then he grabbed tightly onto Tolio's arm. The protagonist paused for a split second. Ian screamed, "Do it now, I've got him pinned." The protagonist charged forward at full speed. Tolio suddenly let go of his sword. He spun around and lifted Ian high into the air. Then he slammed him violently onto the floor. The protagonist was stunned as he watched the scene unfold. Ian was thrown up into the air. Then he crashed hard into the protagonist. Before he could even regain his balance, Tolio closed in on him like a phantom. He unleashed a devastating punch into the protagonist's gut. He was sent flying backward, coughing up blood. Tolio followed up with another powerful blow. The protagonist was knocked even further away. Ian frantically cried out for Irene, but he was immediately kicked away. He too spat out a mouthful of blood. His body slammed hard against the table behind him. Ingrid and Luna Serad let out terrified screams. Tolio arrogantly said, "You humans are nothing more than food." The noise from upstairs caught Lin's attention. He anxiously called out for his young master. Distracted for just a second, the cloaked man managed to slash him across the cheek. He smirked, "Don't look away." Lind gritted his teeth, his killing intent surging. On the second floor, Tolio looked down at the two defeated men and let out a loud laugh. He declared that he had finished them off. The cat and the snake. Now it was time for the main course. He turned toward the four girls. All four of them trembled, not daring to even breathe. But suddenly his gaze froze. Though bleeding, the protagonist used his sword to push himself back to his feet. The girls all called out to him in unison. Tolio couldn't believe a mere human could still be standing after taking a hit like that. That last blow should have completely shattered his bones and ruptured his internal organs. The protagonist wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "You really are strong. From your physical prowess to your skills, everything is perfect, leaving no openings." But he still raised his sword and pointed it forward. "I've already taken down someone of your caliber, a long, long time ago." The image of his past self, Raven Vanterer, overlaid his back like a phantom of the past. Tolio raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Are you saying you've killed someone like me before?" He scoffed, "Have I hit you so hard you've gone senile, you piece of trash?" He smirked contemptuously. "Explaining it to you would be pointless." His eyes were as cold as ice. "You are strong, but..." Memories of the long-horned, pig-headed monster from long ago flooded back. "Compared to the one who slaughtered half a demon legion, you are nothing." The Boar King, the most vicious creature he had ever faced. Back then, blood ran down his hand. After he defeated it and obtained this near-immortal body, Tolio faltered for a moment. He stared intently at the protagonist's sword hand. That arm should have been shattered, yet it moved normally. Ingrid whispered, "Has this ever happened before?" Lynn shook her head. "He's never been like this." Luna Serad was also unsure. Maybe we misheard him. She remembered how she once thought he had no self-respect. Her hand clenched tightly, but in the arena, the killing intent rising from the two opponents was suffocating. Tolio sneered, "Stop trying to act cool, you dead man walking." He charged forward like a storm. The protagonist leaned back to dodge. He lowered his center of gravity and swiftly circled behind him. Tolio was astonished. A movement like that should have been impossible for him. He put all his strength into a downward slash, but Tolio's shield stopped it cold. He was stunned that his attack had been completely nullified. Tolio shoved hard, forcing the protagonist back. He skidded backward across the ground, and then he suddenly realized something. The shield in front of him completely blocked his vision. Because of that, he couldn't see where his opponent's sword was. He glanced down. Tolio's feet were already lunging forward. He spun his body, dodging the blade hidden behind the shield. The failure of his sneak attack left his opponent seething with anger. The shield was swung once more. He used it like a crushing weapon, trying to smash him. But he missed both times. Their swords clashed, sending sparks flying. He parried forcefully, making his opponent stumble back half a step. Tolio began to look at him in a new light. He raised his sword. "I told you, I have killed someone like you before." An invisible aura spread out, so powerful it made everyone hold their breath. In his mind, he analyzed the coordination between the sword and shield. It was the Rajuan style. Rajuan was once a city of dwarves in the middle of the sea. It was later captured by Auros, who combined it with the archipelago curved sword style to create a unique form of swordsmanship. The way he threw that person just now also resembles a southern technique. After just a few exchanges, he had already completed his assessment. That man is proficient in southern techniques as well. The protagonist's gaze turned ice cold. He's either a renowned warrior from the south or the illegitimate son of an Auros noble. Tolio was also silently analyzing the situation. The man had recovered and deciphered the Rajuan style. Anyone who used the royal swordsmanship was utterly crushed by the Rajuan. There's no way this punk has ever fought against the Rajuan before. But his words still echoed in his mind. "I've killed someone just like you before." Tolio realized something was off. Even though he was far superior in strength, the protagonist was just too unpredictable. The man he thought he had already taken down hadn't actually been completely defeated. If those guys down there make it up here, the situation will become dangerous. For his ambition to become the Sea Dragon King, he had to kill Pendragon right now. His resolve hardened. He changed his tone, pretending to be relaxed. "You're pretty good at dodging." He wore a smile like a cat playing with its mouse. But the protagonist had already lived through 2 lives, so he wasn't falling for the trap. Tolio continued, "I hate draws, so." He emphasized, "You should probably worry about your comrades." The protagonist suddenly realized something was wrong. Tolio instantly changed direction. He cursed under his breath. His target was Ian. He had already grabbed him by the leg. Tolio lifted Ian up like a frog, yelling, "If you dodge again, I'll turn him into a pile of meat." Ian, still conscious, heard the insult. A burst of anger erupted from him as he grabbed a broken piece of a bottle. He then threw it straight at the man's face. The shard of glass lodged itself in Tolio's eye. He let go of Ian, clutching his face and screaming in agony. Through his gritted teeth, he hissed, "You bastard, my eye." Despite his bruised face, Ian grinned with satisfaction, and he growled, "That girl Jun doesn't just know how to run. Her counterattacks are pretty sharp too. You absolute idiot." He erupted in a furious tirade of curses, not even getting a chance to compose himself. Tolio suddenly felt a spine-chilling killing intent approaching from behind, where Yairn was closing in. He didn't hesitate, swinging his sword down in a single, decisive strike. Two bursts of bright green energy exploded simultaneously, mixing with the thick dust and smoke. Tolio's ability to react to the situation was unbelievably agile. He spun around, reversing his direction and sweeping his blade horizontally to block his opponent's attack. Witnessing this, Ian's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe that Tolio had managed to react in such a short amount of time. The sword in Yairn's hand shattered into pieces, but he didn't panic at all, instead immediately using his bare hand to grab the hilt of his opponent's sword, model. Using that as a foothold, he leaped up and locked his legs tightly around the man's neck. This bold close-quarters maneuver from Irene Pendragon made even Toledo's eyes widen in surprise. He perfectly exploited the blind spot behind him to apply the chokehold with pinpoint accuracy. However, right after that, his opponent's hand let go of his sword. But Toledo used his massive frame to suddenly spin his body around, reversing the pressure and putting Irene on the defensive. He roared that a move like that was useless against him. Thrown completely off balance, Irene started to panic, quickly grabbing onto one of his opponent's giant fingers. Toledo's bloodshot eyes glared down at him with pure ferocity. And then, Irene executed a classic thumb break, just like something out of a martial arts textbook. No matter how ferocious Toledo was, he couldn't withstand such a painful move. He let out a scream of agony that echoed throughout the room. His center of gravity was instantly shattered. Gritting his teeth, Irene seized the golden opportunity. He used all his strength to yank the man's arm toward him. At the same time, he delivered a powerful kick to his chest to gain complete control. Meanwhile, in another area, a breathtaking sword fight was raging on. Isla had the upper hand, effortlessly neutralizing every attack without breaking a sweat. Vincent was clearly flustered by his opponent's superior skill and power. He was suddenly startled, his eyes wide with panic, because right in front of him, Isla was already preparing to swing his sword and rush in for the finishing blow. In an instant, blood and shards of steel flew everywhere. Isla had decisively shattered his opponent's sword without a moment's hesitation. Half of the blade fell onto the stairs, clattering with a piercing sound as it tumbled down. Wielding dual swords, Isla coldly remarked that such a thin blade was only suitable for assassination, not for a proper one-and-on duel. Vincent trembled as he stared at the severed hilt of his sword, as if he'd just suffered a devastating blow. He suddenly realized the tattoo on his right arm was exposed and quickly tried to cover it. Isla furrowed his brow, looking confused. Suddenly, a scream tore through the air. Vincent turned his head, wondering doubtfully if that scream belonged to Toledo. Isla's attention was also caught immediately, and he tilted his head toward the source of the sound. The thought of Toledo filled Vincent with a sense of unease. He muttered to himself, wondering if that roar could have come from that monster. Just then, another scream echoed up from downstairs. A fist smashed right into an old man's face, sending him reeling. He crumpled to the floor. His attacker, an aggressive and arrogant brute, bellowed, "Now do you get it?" That damn pirate Oros threw his head back, raised his arms, and roared like an orc of the Ancona forest. He proclaimed himself the strongest, leaving Vincent stunned and wondering if the orcs from the archipelago hadn't been completely wiped out after all. Just what kind of monsters were these guys? A single drop of cold sweat trickled down his cheek. Before Isla could even react, Vincent had already leaped over the railing like a flash. He charged straight down, sensing that something was terribly wrong. Isla glanced back, looking up from where Vincent had jumped. He immediately bolted up the stairs in pursuit. On the other side, Tolio's thumb had been gruesomely bent backward until it snapped completely. The two separated, keeping their distance, neither one daring to make the first move. Irene smirked and said, "Looks like the tables have turned, haven't they?" He gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on the shield, and glared at him with pure murderous intent. He growled, refusing to concede, "Don't count on your luck just yet. Even with one hand, I won't lose to a lockless creature like you." Just then, Isla and the others rushed forward, shouting Pendragon. The two of them quickly charged in, intending to provide support. He raised his voice, calling out to Isla and the others. Meanwhile, Tolio unexpectedly loosened his grip on his shield. The moment everyone's guard was down, he hurled the shield straight toward Ian. Irene immediately launched a kick, knocking the shield away to the side. The momentum forced him to drop to one knee, right in front of his opponent. Taking advantage of the chaos, Tolio climbed onto the windowsill, preparing to make his escape. Before he left, he glanced back with a taunt. "The next time we meet, I'll chop your head clean off." He immediately gave chase, but the man had already leapt down below. Tolio brought a hand to his mouth and let out a long, sharp whistle. Below was a dense, overgrown area, a prearranged landing spot. Suddenly, a giant bird with wings outstretched came swooping in. As if expertly trained, it skillfully descended to let Tolio climb onto its back. Everyone in the room stood there stunned, watching him ride the bird and fly away. One person angrily cursed that the damn pirate had escaped on a beast tamer's mount. Irene said, I managed to injure his right hand, and so for now, it's unlikely he'll be able to launch an attack right away. Isla also reported that the one who attacked her was the knight Vincent, which shocked the other two, who couldn't understand why he would appear here. Ian thought of Segunda and gritted his teeth in fury, convinced that the old man had orchestrated this whole chaotic mess from the start. But Irene rubbed her chin, cautiously noting that this reason alone probably wasn't enough to draw a conclusion. He turned to ask Isla just how strong this knight Vincent really was. She recounted that in their exchange, they were evenly matched, so he certainly couldn't be some nameless nobody. She also emphasized one more noteworthy detail. Isla raised a hand and pointed to her own right arm. He has a large tower tattooed right on his shoulder. Hearing that key point, he was slightly taken aback. A light rain drizzled by the seashore, creating a strangely hazy and ethereal scene. Across the sky, twinkling stars were scattered like a blanket of light. A mother and child sat on their porch, reading a book and sharing cheerful laughter. Suddenly, the mother froze when she noticed a strange flock of birds approaching from the distance. She whispered in alarm, "What are those?" As they drew closer, they were revealed to be giant birds, each carrying groups of armed men. Horrified screams erupted everywhere, heralding a tragic reincarnation. As Tavan Bantai rode his bird through a deep forest, he was startled by a voice calling out to him. Someone shouted, Tavan, Tavan Erengins. From the bushes ahead, Segunda burst out, looking completely frantic. He was panting heavily as he yelled, "What in the hell do you think you're doing, you bastard?" The giant bird landed, its talons digging deep grooves into the ground. Still perched on the bird's back, he looked down at the man with one arrogant eye and reminded him, "You promised not to call me that, Governor." But Segunda shot back furiously, "You think I'd keep my word when you were the one to break our agreement first?" The more he spoke, the angrier he became. "You turned my mansion into a pile of rubble, and you couldn't even take care of a few simple targets." He replied calmly, "Aside from the snake, I did manage to inflict heavy losses on the cat." His voice carried a cold, threatening undertone. "All we need is for the sorcerer I brought from the south to finish the rest of his work, and we're done." Hearing that, the governor stammered back, "A sorcerer?" Tavan Bantai jumped from the bird's back and said, "That's right. You wanted to kidnap White Jun's mother, didn't you? I've already sent the Oro's clan there." He is an extremely notorious sorcerer who specializes in brainwashing and assassination. He leaned in close and whispered, "If he's there, is there any chance we wouldn't be able to handle them?" Then he suddenly screamed right in Segunda's face, "Because I had to send him to the villa. The plan failed. It's all because of your bottomless greed, sir." Though trembling with fear, the old man still argued back, "Shut your mouth. You boast about your abilities, yet you couldn't even complete the mission. You're nothing but useless." Before he could finish, the man slapped him so hard that a tooth went flying, and blood filled the old man's mouth. He crossed his arms and said coldly, "That's right, and I also have to make it look like you were injured." After speaking, he stomped hard on Segunda's body to stage the scene, as if he too were a victim. He casually picked up the old man's staff and said, "I'll be taking this as a trophy." In the end, only Segunda was left in the desolate forest, his body battered and broken. In the skies above the village, the flock of Akia birds was locked in a fierce battle with the white birds. The white birds charged forward in a dense formation. They swung their sharp talons, attacking their opponents head-on. The green and blue forces also joined the chaotic brawl. The blue team screamed in a panic, "What the hell is going on? There are more of us." Looking over at the green team, which was radiating a fierce fighting spirit, they had to admit the enemy was too strong. Mark Killian also drew his sword and charged to the front lines. He swung his sword with great force, sending a member of the Blues flying as blood splattered everywhere. Breeden and Del Gelfrey ran over when they saw it and shouted, "You got him, that's our commander for you." He looked at the green aura surrounding his blade and muttered, "That monk's enhancement spell really isn't half bad." Elsewhere, Ruth Talon stood in the middle of a magic circle. Holding a staff, he said, "After that incident with the centaurs, I now have another reason to continue my training." A magic sphere beside him was reflecting the entire battle. Two men hiding behind a rock outcrop watched the sphere in astonishment as they saw the famed Latuan Oros tribe of the archipelago being pushed back by the declining Pendragon forces. A voice interjected as a pair of bandaged hands picked up a cricket. "That's only because of an enhancement spell, Lord Galota." He added while chewing on the cricket that it wasn't just one person using it. There was another mage of the same caliber there. A dark and terrifying aura emanated from his body, but of course, they're still far beneath me. The other two men shivered for a moment at that sinister aura, wondering, is this truly the power of a sorcerer? Galota gave a hideous laugh and said, "Even if they can slaughter thousands of knights, they're nothing but decoys." He glanced at the sphere and gave an order, "While they're busy fighting the pirates, we will kidnap White Jun's mother." That is the order given to us by the young Dark King. He reached out and touched the magic sphere, asking, "Where is her location?" Immediately an image appeared, showing a mother and child holding each other, trembling in fear. Desperate sobs filled the air. The child shivered and said, "I am so scared, I don't want to die," while the woman tried to act strong. Although she was worried, Helen tried to reassure the children, saying it's okay, the soldiers are fighting to protect us. She chose to believe that, but suddenly, a fire erupted near the door. Everyone stared blankly at the unnaturally fierce flames. Sweat trickled further down her forehead. The metal door began to glow red-hot. Galota and his accomplices stepped out from behind the incinerated door. He caressed the flame in his hand and said with a faint smile, "My lady, be a good girl, tie yourself up and come with us." He then threatened that if she resisted, the people behind her would melt just like that door. Tata and her friend trembled and cried, saying they didn't want to be turned to ash. Helen was silent for a long time, contemplating her options. In the end, to protect the children, she decided to approach him alone. She cautiously asked if this was an order from Governor Segunda. Galota lost his patience and waved his hand, telling her to cut the chatter or he would make her disappear. As soon as he finished speaking, white tendrils of ice shot from his hand, binding her tightly. Helen was gagged, unable to make a sound. She collapsed onto the floor, completely bound. The panicked servants cried out, "Lady Helen." Galota signaled his subordinates to take her away, and they responded in unison, "Yes, Lord Galota." Helen was bound so tightly that she struggled to breathe. One of the henchmen cheered gleefully. Capturing the Duchess was too easy. Mages are on a completely different level from ordinary people. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of power erupted, causing the very air around them to freeze solid. In the blink of an eye, all of Galota's men were sliced in half. Horrified, he whipped his head around. The children's eyes widened as they stared toward the source of the power that had just appeared. A figure with pure white wings descended, her silver hair flowing gently in the wind and exuding a sacred aura that made it seem as if time itself had stopped. Helen's eyes widened in astonishment as she whispered, "Soldrake." Galota, however, was frozen in shock. His subordinates had been annihilated without a single drop of blood being spilled, and he muttered, "Is that an aura sword?" His entire body trembled uncontrollably. In his time, he had killed countless people. He had even faced knights from the royal aristocracy, but this feeling was completely different. And then he realized that the only thing left in his heart was fear. Galota unconsciously took 1.5 steps back, his eyes glued to the woman before him. Before him, Soldrake's perfect beauty offered no sense of enchantment, only a chilling certainty that his death was near. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, because the being before him was clearly not human, from the jewel on her forehead to the wings on her back. Galota knew all too well that he had no chance of fighting back against her ability to create a blade of light from thin air. The image of a mythical creature flashed through his mind, because only one race was capable of such a feat. He just let out a desperate scream when Soldrake gave him no chance, as a cerulean blue light tore through the air. In the blink of an eye, his head fell to the ground, leaving no time for any last words. The carriage rolled silently through the darkness of the night. Inside were Irene Pendragon and his group, having just escaped a life-or-death battle. Ingrid raised her healing shield to Ian and asked, "Are you all right?" Wiping sweat from his brow, he answered, "I am better now. The magic on this shield is ridiculously powerful." After speaking, Ian hesitated for a moment before looking up. He asked directly, "Irene Pendragon, what in the world is going on with your body?" All eyes immediately turned to him, because he had been crushed by that monster yet was still able to get up and continue fighting. He glanced away and said in a low voice, "It is the power of the White Dragon." He leaned back and chuckled, "The White Dragon, huh? That's a pretty epic name." Luna Serod's expression grew serious, her eyes betraying her doubt. Could it really be that simple? Night fell and the moonlight shimmered on the calm surface of the water. A flock of griffins circled the rooftops, as if guarding their victory. Mark Killian, his face smeared with grime but full of excitement, shouted, "Look at this." He pointed his sword toward a pile of monster corpses. "We've completely wiped out the Latuan Orc Legion." All the pressure seemed to melt away as the entire team broke into radiant laughter, cheering victory for the Pendragon army. Prattle, who rarely smiled, showed a look of satisfaction as he proudly stroked a griffin's head. Griffins responded with resounding cries, spreading their wings against the night sky. In the distance, Soldrake's silver wings also caught the cold moonlight. Helen quietly walked up behind her and whispered, "Thank you." Her face was filled with a sadness that was completely different from her usual calm demeanor. Soldrake gently stroked a griffin's feathers and replied, "I am only following the pact. Protecting him is my duty." Her aquamarine eyes lowered. "I don't fully understand your words, but..." Helen stated bluntly, "You have no responsibility to the Pendragon family. You are only bound by a false pact." She lowered her head and quietly replied, "I know that." Soldrake turned back to look at her. Helen seemed to have more she wanted to say. Back when Glenn Pendragon was still alive, old memories flooded her mind. She had only ever seen the White Dragon in this form once. The night breeze swept by, seeming to carry the memories back with it. Back then, Soldrake's gaze had always followed the man with brilliant golden hair. Seeing the two of them together, Helen had thought that Soldrake was stronger and more radiant than anyone else. An irrepressible jealousy had once consumed her, but now she slowly closed her eyes, as if she had truly let it all go. She began to speak. When you looked at my husband, I could feel your emotions. Her gaze was wistful, as if reminiscing about a distant past. Now I finally understand that feeling. Ellen bowed her head sincerely. Please, continue to protect my son. A lock of golden hair fell forward as her voice trembled slightly. I understand that. Mother's instinct tells me my son, no Irene, he may have changed. Her hands tightened on the hem of her clothes, but I am still a mother. Even if the soul within him has changed, I must accept it. Through tear-filled eyes, I will still love him with all my heart. Wiping her tears, she choked out, I am trying to love him. Goldrake listened in silence as the night wind gently rustled his silver hair. She answered softly, I don't fully understand your words, but whether he is Raven Vanterer or Ellen Pendragon. Looked up at the moon, I can still see his soul. Her hand reached out, as if wanting to touch the distant moonlight. Voice lowered among all the contract holders, he is the one I cherish most. The two of them fell silent, as if sharing a common memory. Suddenly the door burst open, and Irene Pendragon rushed in, followed by two girls. He asked worriedly, Mother, are you all right? I heard you were attacked. Helen shook her head, it's all thanks to Soldrake. She wiped away her tears, thanked Soldrake, and then asked, are you okay, son? The main character paused, then gave a strained smile, I am still all right. Helen sighed in relief, is that so? Thank you for coming back. She embraced his no-grown frame, you're safe now, my son. He stood frozen, feeling the warm dampness of tears on his shoulder. Helen even pulled Irene into the hug, leaving her bewildered as she called out, Mother. The main character's expression flickered, as if something deep within him had been touched. Under a sky with only a single, silent moon, he softly called out, Mother. Soldrake watched from a distance, remaining silent, not wanting to intrude. After making sure that everyone was safe, the heavy atmosphere gradually began to dissipate. Helen smiled gently, sleep well, Ellen. His sister also waved and wished him good night. The main character suddenly noticed Lynn's strange state. He leaned down and hugged her. Sleep well, my lovely wife. Lind blushed and replied, good night to you as well, my lord. Luna Serad stood watching quietly from a distance. He turned to call her name. Luna suddenly cut him off, Ellen. She took a deep breath. I have something important I need to tell you right now. The main character was stunned, having never seen her so serious before. Luna bit her lip, waiting for a response, her cheeks slightly flushed with nervousness. The two orcs lay motionless, never to awaken again. Their comrades stared quietly at their lifeless faces. They all remained silent for a long time, no one saying a word. Finally, one orc roared, hey, aren't you jealous of them? He flashed a grotesque, twisted smile, and casually declared that to die in battle is the greatest glory for their tribe, and that the other two had understood that for a long time. That orc arrogantly assured everyone that this was the greatest pride of their lives, while Raven Vanterer and Luna Serad just stood by silently, not saying a word. High-spirited leader then suggested that instead of a dull send-off to the earth, they should perform an awesome ritual befitting true warriors, which made the rest of the orcs cheer in agreement. Kratl rested his head on his staff, and a stream of green magic suddenly flashed in the air. From the ground, saplings rose up to envelop the bodies of the two fallen orcs. Pure white flowers bloomed all at once, shining so brilliantly it was as if life itself was being reborn. The remaining orcs danced around the ring of flowers to bid their comrades farewell, shouting that they were brothers in arms. They were a destiny bound together, inseparable. Even Vanterer and Luna Serad silently observed the farewell dance in the field of white flowers they had created. Luna Serad whispered softly as an indescribable feeling welled up inside her. That scene was truly beautiful. Tears welled up in her eyes, their glistening surfaces reflecting the white sea of flowers. Mixed with that beauty was a profound sadness as she watched the Oros tribe, who were still dancing joyfully. Raven Vanterer maintained his calm expression, explaining that only those who have fought side by side are permitted to witness the most sacred burial rite for a warrior. He explained in an even tone that they normally wouldn't let other races see this, and that perhaps they already considered us family. Hearing this, Luna Serad's heart ached even more, and she softly whispered, is that so? He closed his eyes, as if wanting to close the book on that story and move on to a different topic. She said she had something to confess, but asked to find a quiet place, saying the moonlight tonight made her heart feel even heavier. He led her to a flight of steps overlooking the sea, and the two of them sat beside each other in a long silence. Luna Serad was the first to speak, hesitantly asking what would have happened if she hadn't brought up the divorce back then. He cautiously asked if she would have truly become his wife in that case. He didn't answer, his long eyelashes simply lowered, hiding his gaze. She continued, saying that she began to regret her decision after seeing the new man he had become. Even though it was her family's decision, and one she thought was inevitable, she had chosen to just accept her fate. He raised a hand to gently rub his temple, as if under some invisible pressure. Luna Serad recounted how, ever since setting foot in Mausolar, she had been silently watching his every move. Those memories were etched into her mind like a film that could never be erased. When he stood up to protect her, a strange new feeling awakened in her heart. From that moment on, she found she could no longer take her eyes off him. Luna Serad's voice trembled as she confessed that she didn't want to hide these feelings anymore, even though she knew it might not change anything, but every time she thought of him. She was about to say more when his cold voice cut in with 2 words, "I am sorry." His long hair obscured his eyes as he stated bluntly that he didn't have those kinds of feelings for her. His words felt like they had sent Luna Serad plummeting into a bottomless abyss. She quickly regained her composure and whispered back that she understood. She blamed herself for having treated him so poorly in the past and felt pathetic for only approaching him after he had become successful. Her face burned red with shame. She couldn't believe she had been so foolish. Both fell into silence, with only the sound of rustling leaves mingling with the sea breeze. Suddenly he spoke up, telling her she had it all wrong, that it wasn't because of any of that. Luna Serad looked at him, stunned, as he insisted that he had never hated her or thought she was pathetic. A conflicted look crossed his face before he admitted that, in this life, he was incapable of having any genuine emotions. Perhaps he was swept up in her emotional state, which is why he opened up like that. He compared himself to a mere pawn in a game of fate, controlled by someone else. He asserted that emotions simply didn't exist within him. He said his inner self was such a mess that he would have to say the same thing to anyone who tried to get closer, and he apologized for his own chaos. He stood up, his voice heavy with exhaustion, and told her she should get some rest. Luna Serad remained silent, letting the tears stream down her cheeks and fall onto the cold stone ground. Suddenly, a curious head popped out from a nearby bush. He spotted her immediately and called out directly to Princess Ingris, telling her she should head back as well. He put his hands in his pockets and nonchalantly walked away from the scene. Even so, deep inside the protagonist, it seemed something had quietly begun to change. He suddenly recalled the first warm embrace he had ever received. His resolute expression tightened as he realized he couldn't remain in this state forever. He stopped walking, stared out into the vast emptiness, and wondered what he was supposed to do now. Finally, he determined his next destination, his homeland, the place tied to the name Divan. The flames of hatred still burned fiercely in his mind, especially toward the unforgettable name of Sissa. The sun slowly rose above the horizon, signaling the beginning of a new day. The Lure's trading post was buzzing as rumors spread like wildfire that the Latuan orcs had crashed the governor's party. People whispered that many nobles were murdered so brutally that their bodies were left unrecognizable, and that the governor himself was severely injured. The news passed through just a few mouths, traveled with incredible speed, and some even cursed the foolish governor under their breath, saying he got what he deserved. What shocked everyone even more was that those ferocious Latuan orcs were dealt with so cleanly by the Pendragon family. Some confidently claimed that the Pendragon warriors had turned the tide and completely wiped them out, fueling even more gossip among the crowd. Vincent stared intently at the coins laid out on the table. He rested his chin on his hand in thought, a calculating look in his eyes. Scales on the table were heavily tipped to one side. He picked up a coin, his golden eyes shining with intense focus. Vincent recalled the battle, where the entire Latuan orc force was taken down by a single Ancona orc warrior, a fact that had since been confirmed. He dropped a few more coins onto one side of the scale. Another person who had impressed Vincent was the knight he once dueled, Van Vass. He placed more coins on the other side of the scale, as if weighing 2 different possibilities. His face, which rarely showed any emotion, flickered with a hint of uncertainty as he spun the coins in his hand. The image of the knight's evasive face, when they had confronted each other, flashed in his mind. At the same time, he thought of the name Tolio Arangues, the Dark Emperor, the undefeated monster of the South. Just remembering the man's presence was enough to send a shiver down Vincent's spine. The invisible pressure made him break out in a cold sweat, drop by drop, even though the battle was long over. Just as Vincent was about to place the last coin on the scale, a hurried voice called out, announcing that an unexpected opportunity had just appeared, causing him to frown in annoyance at the commotion. News spread throughout the town that Glen Pendragon was here, something that not even Vincent had anticipated. Those words instantly sent ripples across the calm surface of Vincent's mind. Raven Vanterer walked into the trading post, his eyes leisurely scanning his surroundings. Let out a comment, quite luxurious, isn't it? His tone a mix of praise and sarcasm, then remarked that a small business could hardly maintain so much equipment, and that this place must be raking in a fortune. Vincent raised an eyebrow at the arrogant young man before him, his gaze filled with assessment. Raven Vanterer maintained his casual expression, shaking his head slightly, and saying that old Governor Segunda had developed this place too quickly, its economy bloating to an astonishing degree, while Vincent unexpectedly poured beer into a mug as if nothing was happening. He didn't seem to care, lost in his own thoughts, and muttered that Segunda must have had an exceptionally talented subordinate to pull something like this off. That is, until Vincent pushed the mug of beer toward him in a silent invitation. The main character's train of thought was cut off, and he glanced over. His hand reflexively reached out to take the mug, but just before his fingers could touch it, Vincent suddenly let go. Instantly snatched the mug out of the air with the instinct of a seasoned warrior. At the exact same moment, the man in front of him launched a lightning-fast kick. The main character leaned back, dodging the attack in an instant, his movement so clean it seemed precalculated. He looked up just in time to see Vincent's fist closing in on his face. He immediately counterattacked, deflecting the punch's trajectory with a single, precise twist of his wrist. Two men launched into combat, each move a probe, like martial arts masters testing one another's strength. A moment later, they both had a tight grip on each other's collars, the distance between them suffocatingly close. He smirked slightly and said that he had to be at least this good, being the cunning fox who held his own against Asura, after all. Vincent laughed contemptuously in reply, saying that the one who pretended to read the flow of his aura was the truly deceitful one. His hand tightened on the other's collar, not letting go, and he said that since he was able to defeat the Dark King, he was certainly no ordinary man. Vincent's eyes flashed with killing intent, but the other man asserted that if he thought he could be killed that easily, he was gravely mistaken. Vincent's presence flared like magical fire, because he still had an unfulfilled purpose in this world. The other man's long eyelashes didn't even flutter, his face remaining perfectly calm. He suddenly asked, with the power of this merchant guild, "Are you planning to close the Empire's economic gap and restructure it?" causing Vincent's eyes to widen. He stared at him in utter astonishment, as if his deepest secret had just been exposed. Both let go of each other's collars, and the protagonist calmly said, "You've misunderstood. I didn't come here to capture or kill you." He casually declared his purpose was to buy him the master of the Twilight Tower, John Vincent. Vincent's face froze, his golden eyes widening in disbelief. He asserted that he hadn't recognized him at first because the name Vincent was simply too common. After Isla's report about the tower tattoo on his shoulder, everything started to fall into place. The conclusion was almost certainly correct. Twilight Tower is a mysterious organization known to few, and information about them is almost completely sealed off. He knew full well that its members all bear the tower tattoo, and the most talented among them are called masters of their respective fields. They have sworn to walk the path of righteousness for the good of the world. In his past life, he had heard of them within the demon army. He chuckled softly and called out his name. The protagonist calmly analyzed his plan, saying that first, he wanted to consolidate less, and then control the entire coastal city. Through the Chamber of Commerce, he was gathering small merchants to put economic pressure on the major merchants and the nobility. Each word was like a knife cut that left Vincent stunned, because that was precisely the method to disrupt the revenue streams of the powerful. His mind was in a whirl. He had never revealed the true nature of his plan to anyone, yet this man knew everything. His expression was unreadable, as he said that doing so was tantamount to erasing the Empire's economic hierarchy, a massive plan indeed. He quietly mentioned the title, Ashen Shadow of Twilight, John Vincent. Wasn't so different from the image before him. In his past life, he had been one of the most illustrious heroes. He tilted his head and asked why someone like him would be willing to work for Count Segunda. The only response was a long, drawn-out silence. Vincent turned away and denied that Segunda was incompetent. He admitted that the Count was willing to overlook his status and use his talents to develop the economy of the entirety of Les. Thanks to that, the population had increased sharply, and he didn't object to that outcome. He coldly reminded him that it was for the sake of that very profit that he had plotted to kill him and Ian. His turquoise eyes glanced over, adding that the Crown Prince might even be involved. Vincent just replied indifferently, "So what?" His eyes widened slightly, but he showed no surprise. Vincent walked to the table, picked up a bottle of beer, and said that nobles and royalty all fight for power and profit. Whether they win or die is their business, and it has nothing to do with him. The goal of Vincent George Biazakok is to bring prosperity and safety to the people, and that's all. Before taking a sip of beer, he added one more thing, that most nobles are no different from Count Segunda. He smiled sarcastically and asked, "Even me, is Raven Vantra the same?" Vincent froze, his golden eyes glancing over slightly. His gaze returned to the beer in his hand, as he said that he didn't know yet. The protagonist seemed to read his thoughts perfectly. He extended an invitation to the Pendragon territory, promising to treat him as an honored guest. After that, he could decide for himself, while Vincent simply crossed his arms and listened. Continued, saying that if it's for the good of the people, he could try to cut off Pendragon's revenue, or even kill him. Vincent looked conflicted by the incredibly blunt offer. Still couldn't give an answer right away. He said, "If you consider me an ally, you can expose Segunda's conspiracy. Isn't that what you've been hoping for?" Vincent leaned against the table, laughed lightly, and replied, "All right, I'll give cooperation a try." Having received his answer, the protagonist turned to leave and said, "I am very much looking forward to it." Before walking out, he nonchalantly tossed a few coins behind him. Vincent's eyes widened as he watched the coins hovering in midair. landed precisely on one side of the scale. The clang of metal striking metal rang out crystal clear. All that was left was his retreating back and his words, explaining that it was for the beers they had just toasted with. Vincent watched the scale tilt slightly, then lean completely to one side, his own thoughts shifting along with it. This encounter had completely changed his initial impression. Glen Pendragon. Another day passed as gently as the morning mist. Ian asked if his wound was all right. They clinked glasses on the balcony, and he replied that thanks to a healing shield, he was out of danger. He sighed, saying the expedition had been hell, and that Ingrid would probably carry the psychological scars for the rest of her life. Suddenly, Ian flared up, pointing directly at him and declaring, "I won't let you take my sister from me." He just nonchalantly replied, "Do as you please. I'll be giving you plenty more to worry about." Ian changed the subject, asking if he was going to Siku. The protagonist nodded, saying he had to continue the investigation and that this time he would take Isla and Sun with him. Ian asked worriedly if just the three of them would be enough, especially when they didn't know what the enemy was plotting. He gave a small smile and said, "You must have seen Mai and Isla's power back at the Segunda estate." His eyes shone with absolute confidence as he added, "And the last one, she's stronger than both of us combined." Hearing this, Ian chuckled and said that, after all, she was a Soldrake, a true fantasy-style monster in human skin. But then his expression turned grim, but calling her a monster isn't quite right. He added, "So what in the world was that pirate leader? Every time I remember that life-or-death moment, I get goosebumps." Still couldn't understand how, even when fighting both of us at the same time. That man never lost the upper hand, not even for a second. Clearly, he wasn't an ordinary person. The protagonist mused that he might be a half-Oros, who was also a master of southern martial arts. Ian's playful demeanor vanished, so there's a power even greater than Count Segunda pulling the strings behind this whole charade. The two of them fell silent for a moment, the air growing heavy like the calm before a storm. He was the one to break the silence, saying, "It's somewhat reassuring to know there's still someone who understands the situation." Ian jumped as if someone had spooked him in broad daylight. The protagonist was still lost in thought, recalling the battle with that monster. "If you hadn't shown up," he said, "I might not have made it out alive." This left Ian stammering, at a loss for words. He asked in alarm, "Did you hit your head on a rock, or were you really injured that badly in the fight with the pirates?" That reaction killed the mood, and all he could say was, "Hey." Enough joking around, Ian stuffed his hands in his pockets. "We set out tomorrow morning." He smoothed his silky hair, and then mentioned that he still needed to find Godfrey in the royal palace. The moment he heard that name, a ripple went through him. The memories of that man were still as clear as if they were from yesterday. A man who would become the future emperor of the empire. He warned Ian not to be too careless, because enemies could be lurking anywhere. Ian smiled, gave a wave of his hand, and replied, "You too." Next morning, the sky was clear and cloudless, with bright sunlight pouring down everywhere. The whole family came out to see the carriage off in a light-hearted atmosphere. Princess Ingrid happily poked her head out of the carriage, waving goodbye. No one's expression looked like it belonged at a sad farewell. Only Luna Serad stood apart, silently gazing toward the distant sea with a heavy look in her eyes. Till dusk fell, painting the horizon red. Vincent, mounted on his warhorse, glanced back at the town one last time. Then he spurred his horse onward, riding off into the twilight. A long day came to a peaceful close under a sky glittering with countless stars. And yet somewhere out there, someone was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Segunda clutched his head, trembling as he muttered, "What do I do now?" Ian was already on his way to the royal palace, and the assassination plan had been a complete failure. He was in a panic, realizing he couldn't lay a hand on Duchess Irene Pendragon. Another piece of bad news drove him to the brink of despair. Vincent had also vanished without a trace. Segunda furiously punched his own leg, cursing because he couldn't understand what the hell was happening. Even so, he stubbornly clung to the hope of making Godfrey the crown prince as soon as possible. The thought that they might trace the clues from Prince Sion's assassination in Sissa sent him spiraling back into despair. Cold sweat dripped down his face, and his eyes were bloodshot with fear. The future he had schemed for could collapse at any moment. He decided he had to contact them immediately. In the desolate and deadly land of Sissa, the thunder of hooves mingled with the echo of terrified screams. In the sky, vicious birds shrieked greedily at the sight of their prey. A group of people ran for their lives, a flock of giant birds hot on their heels. Someone screamed in panic, "Damn it, they're catching up. We never should have come to this place." But by the time he realized it, it was too late. All he could do was scream in despair. This land was the desolate territory of Sissa. Suddenly, arrows tore through the air with a piercing whistle. 3 of the large birds were instantly struck in the head and plummeted to the ground. The fleeing group froze in stun, watching the monsters fall like autumn leaves. Looking up, they spotted 3 figures standing on a high rocky ledge. One of them had just lowered a crossbow after a precision shot. The remaining bird immediately changed direction and charged toward them. Another person drew a sword, its blade flashing with a cold light. He leaped up to confront the monster head-on, Single clean slash came down as easily as cutting grass. The group of merchants below gaped in horror. The blink of an eye, the bird was sliced in two in midair. That was Raven Vanterer, his jet-black hair flowing behind him. Cold eyes glanced over the crowd as if they weren't worth his time. They trembled at the thought that if they angered this mercenary, their lives would be over. One of them dared to speak up and ask a question. "Aren't you going to charge us a protection fee?" Casually wiped his sword and said, "I was just testing my blade, I don't need any money." The two merchants were both surprised and grateful, bowing repeatedly to thank him and ask for his name. His long, neatly tied black hair swayed gently in the wind. He calmly replied, "My name is Raven." Then he called to the two people behind him, "Let's go, Elkin John." The two removed their hoods, revealing Isla and Soldrake in disguise. Three of them continued toward their destination, their figures slowly disappearing into the distance. Before long, they arrived at the residential area of Sissa. Weather was heavy and gloomy, and they stopped at Elma's tavern. Inside, the tavern was filled with the boisterous laughter and chatter of drunkards. A waitress approached and asked if he had ordered yet, her voice a suggestive whisper in his ear. He even hinted that if he wanted to order any special services, those could also be arranged. Immediately after, a few gold coins clinked onto the table. Waitress was startled when the customer pulled down his hood. "2 beers, herb-roasted chicken, smoked pork, and the specialty rice," he said, revealing his face as he ordered. Before long, a hearty feast was laid out on the table. The steaming hot rice, mixed with rich spices, gave off an enticing aroma. Isla took a bite and calmly remarked that it had been a long time since she had eaten rice like this, ever since leaving the south. Raven Vanterer pushed his hair back and scooped up a spoonful of rice, explaining that Sissuk was full of rocky mountains, making it unsuitable for wheat, and that the heavy rains forced the people to carve terraces into the mountainsides to farm. Isla couldn't help but say, "You certainly know a lot about Sissuk." He simply gave a somber reply, "Perhaps." Hearing this, Isla fell into thought, while Soldrake remained focused on tackling the piece of chicken in front of him. In the end, no one spoke further. They all just continued to focus on their meal. It wasn't just their table. The entire tavern was filled with the smell of food and the sound of lively chatter. The tavern attracted all sorts of mercenaries, some with such poor character that they would start brawls right in the middle of the place. Already knew that the barren mountains of Sissuk were crawling with mercenaries and wandering monsters, a land that had been cursed for many years. His turquoise eyes darkened as he recalled that this cursed reputation had first appeared 10 years ago. He still clearly remembered the name of the man who had started it all. Feudal lord of Sissuk was Count Bressa. He had spent a colossal sum of money to purchase his title from the empire. Since then, the royal army, the force that once controlled this region, withdrew, and since Bressa had spent his entire fortune, he lacked the strength to protect his own domain. As a result, gangs and monsters flooded the region, and the government of Sissuk all but collapsed. The people were forced to pool their meager funds to hire mercenaries just to protect themselves. He knew that period all too well, back when the Fan clan trained actual soldiers to keep the people safe, until the day the flames of war blazed up and consumed the sky. Nonchalantly introduced them, "Elkin and Son are sisters, and Son is my wife." The man opposite him guessed, "The whole family are mercenaries. That's unusual," to which he just replied indifferently, "I guess so." The man continued, asking if they were also here to hunt monsters, adding that Sissuk was teaming with them because the lord was completely useless. He sighed, saying that both the villagers and the nobles were helpless, and that with sky-high rewards for quests, this place was a true paradise for mercenaries. His tone implied that if they were confident in their skills, a chance to make a fortune was waiting for them. The two at Raven Vanterer's table simply fell silent, offering no response. The short-haired girl smiled seductively and told Elkin, "Well now, you're not bad looking at all. Your face is totally my type." She enthusiastically suggested, "Hey, why don't you join our group? I guarantee you won't be disappointed." Third man in her group sighed, "It's because of this man-crazy habit of yours that you always get into trouble." She paid him no mind, slamming her mug on the table and calling out, "Elkin, come on over here to me." The middle-aged man apologized awkwardly for her, saying she's always like this, while Elkin just shrugged, not paying her any attention. Then asked, "So the nobles are hiring mercenaries?" The other man nodded in confirmation. The main character's expression darkened at the mention of this region's lord. The vile face of a man he loathed to his very core appeared in his mind. He thought of the name Rutiel once again. The middle-aged man was instantly startled, stared at the young man before him in astonishment, thinking, "Was that killing intent I just felt real?" To everyone's astonishment, he announced, "Well, go to the Jufti land domain with them." Everyone at his table turned in unison to stare at him. He smiled and said, "It looks like we've found ourselves some decent temporary allies, wouldn't you all agree?" Isla, completely stunned, stammered Wahat. Sala's eyes lit up as she grabbed Elkin's hand and cheered, "My love, we can fight side by side and do everything in the world together." He looked at Jody, smiled, and said, "Fate brought us together, didn't it? Weren't you the one who said connections are important?" Which made Jody stammer, "Yes, that's right." Meanwhile, Sala had Isla's hands pinned as she cried out to Soldrake for help, but Soldrake just calmly drank her beer. A little while later, the moon was high in the sky. Inside a small, rented room, Isla asked coldly Ben Dragon, "What is the meaning of this? Why do we have to travel with those three?" He calmly replied that it was to gather information, since they had traveled all over the Empire. Traveling with them also makes it easier for us to maintain our disguises. Especially Sun, he's too conspicuous, so we need a way to divert people's attention. Hearing this, Isla glanced over at Soldrake. She looked out the window and said that the more high-profile they were, the harder it would be to act. Our true objective. Both of them stared intently at her. Suddenly, Soldrake spoke the name Reptilno. Startled and turned to look. He saw she was still sitting motionless, just as she was before. Then Soldrake asked him if he was the one who framed and destroyed the Fan Clan. He lowered his head and said, "So, you've seen my memories." He then gritted his teeth in fury at the mention of that man. In his past life, when he was Raven, he had been overjoyed to hear he was being recommended as a knight for House Bressa. A man named Talon confirmed it, saying, "Along with my son, Jeff, because your swordsmanship is outstanding. I was the one who recommended you, so I want you to deliver this letter to a guest who's staying in this district." Sometime later, a happy Raven told his father and older brother that he had done it. He gushed, "Lord Tylon recommended both me and Zep as knights. We just have to complete one more thing." Older brother was overjoyed and congratulated Raven. His father trusted the news, since Talon was a close subordinate of the Count and had enough authority to make such a recommendation. But the next morning, everything changed in a flash. Soldiers burst into Raven's home and shouted, "Traitors, arrest them all." At that moment, a bewildered Raven insisted that there had to be a mistake and that he was being framed. Back in the present, he said, "According to what Ian told me, the letter was actually for Prince Sion, who was secretly visiting Sissa." The prince opened the letter. He was afflicted by a poison that was laced into the ink. Afterward, the letter simply evaporated due to the magic that had been cast on it. Since his family was considered the prime suspect, they were brutally tortured, and while Raven was locked away in prison, that man Talon appeared with a cold smile. He told him, "Your father, Ray Venter, has already confessed. He was hired for 5 bars of gold to have his son swap the letter as part of an assassination ploy." At the time, Raven couldn't believe it and asked, "How could that be?" That man continued. He even arranged things so his eldest son could safely inherit, while pushing his useless second son out as a sacrifice. What a humiliating farce. And all this from a man who was publicly praised as an honorable knight and a loyal friend. Enraged Raven Vanterer screamed, "Stop making things up. My father would never say that. You're the one who's lying." But Ruth Talon coldly cut him off, between the word of a close vassal to Count Bressa and the second son of a minor family. Who do you think the world is more likely to believe? It's simple enough for a child to understand. At that moment, Raven could only grind his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with hatred. He continued, saying he had arranged for you to leave this place and be exiled to the Demon Legion. Only if you survive those 10 years of hell will your crimes be absolved. To think that someone once so proud is now nothing but a puppet following orders, the thought alone fills me with glee. Hearing this, Raven was stunned, unable to comprehend. Ruth Talon turned his back and laughed sinisterly. "You should be grateful for your father's testimony, Raven Vanterer." His pupils contracted. He lunged at the iron bars, screaming like a madman. "I swear I will kill you. I will survive those 10 years. I will grind you into pieces." Returning to the present, he covered his face wearily and said, "My father lied. And it was the only way to save my life." All started when he switched the letter. After hearing the story, Soldrake remained silent. He continued, explaining that the entire Vanterer family was convicted of treason, and everyone except for him was executed by hanging. But this time, his voice was filled with determination. "We will disguise ourselves and approach Ruftalin. Find an opportunity to capture him. Force him to confess to all of his crimes." Soldrake's expression also grew determined. He unleashed a bolt of magic and declared, "I will hunt down every single person who pulled the strings in this affair. And I will slaughter them all." In the tavern across the way, murmurs could be heard. "Are we really going with them?" Sala snapped in annoyance, "If you don't like it, then go by yourself, stop whining." She then analyzed that the woman traveling with them seemed unable to hear or speak, questioning if she was really a mercenary. Jody said that according to them, she's the strongest, which made Gut laugh and say, "It'd have to be crazy to believe that." Sala thoughtfully agreed, while Jody was lost in deeper thought. There's definitely something unusual going on. But the flash of killing intent he sensed proved they were no ordinary people. Jody drained his mug of beer and reassured everyone. He gave a thumbs up and a confident wink, because my intuition is rarely wrong. Just then, Raven Vanterer appeared and told Jody it was time to head to Ruth Talen's domain. Soon after, the 6 of them set off, and he asked how long it would take to reach Ruftaland. Jody turned back and replied, "About half a day after we leave Elma." Suddenly, Gut pointed towards the city gate and said there was a commotion. Carriage rushed past, its driver shouting for the commoners to bow their heads because the young lady of the Bressa family was arriving. Sophia Bressa sat inside the carriage with an air of arrogant leisure. She even boasted that she wasn't just the flower of Sissa, but of the entire empire. Sophia dreamed of capturing the crown prince's heart, leaving this filthy land, and becoming the empress. A twisted laugh filled with ambition echoed from inside the carriage. Gut said contemptuously, "I heard the count's daughter was a piece of trash, and it turns out that wasn't wrong," while Sala asked, "I am more charming, right?" and he flatly denied it. Jody seriously reminded the group to avoid trouble, adding, "Let's go, Raven." Unexpectedly, he walked straight towards the carriage, stunning everyone. Panicked Jody called out after him. The main character's eyes began to fill with killing intent as he looked at that family's crest. The name of the Bressa family echoed in his mind. They were the ones who had framed and destroyed his family. The magic within him flared up, but Soldrake immediately reminded him. Her hand intertwined with his, pulling him back to reality. He glanced over at her. Then he took a deep breath, suppressing his hatred, because today was not the day. 2 of them turned and walked away. Suddenly, Sophia yelled loudly, telling them to halt. She snarled that he had dared to look at her, and demanded that the worthless mercenary scum kneel. Jody's group panicked, realizing they hadn't gotten away fast enough. A knight tried to intervene, but Sophia snapped at him, asking how he dared to interrupt her. She ordered her men to force them to their knees immediately. Knights had no choice but to reluctantly obey. They rushed forward to restrain him. In an instant, one knight was put into a lock by Isla. Another was swept off his feet, sent tumbling to the ground. Then Isla tossed them far away. Sophia's jaw dropped as she stared at the scene. Jody's group also stared wide-eyed in disbelief. In a matter of seconds, Isla had taken care of 3 knights all by herself. She stood protectively in front of him and warned in a cold voice, "If you want to lay a hand on him, you'll have to go through me first." Her hands rested on the 2 swords at her hips. Sophia turned pale and trembled, but still managed to scream that she was the daughter of a count. Isla replied coldly that she didn't care about her lineage. The girl burst into tears, a mix of anger and fear. Stepped forward to intervene, telling her to stop. But Isla had already lunged forward with her sword. The blade swung out sharp and cold, and was promptly blocked by the knight captain standing beside the carriage. He immediately halted, his eyes scanning the entire situation before him. The knight captain remained calm, bowed his head, and said, "My apologies, warrior of Van Vast." Isla remained silent, her icy gaze fixed on her opponent. Sophia, meanwhile, had stumbled to the ground, her dress now dirty, and she stammered, "What is Van Vast?" Knight captain sheathed his sword and explained that they come from the lawless south, that they are knights of Van Vast, people who won't hesitate to kill anyone who dares draw a sword against their master. "Are they nobility or royalty?" he said, glancing at the arrogant young lady behind him. Sophia covered her mouth in horror as he continued, saying that the young lady still has much to learn about the world and shouldn't be so arrogant about her bloodline. Then he turned to Isla, smiled, praised her extraordinary skills, and asked for her name. She still replied coldly that she had no intention of giving him her name. Her answer made both sides pause for a moment. Sophia scrambled onto her carriage, not forgetting to shout that she was going to tell her father about this. He watched her go, thinking about the Bressa family and the Fillmore Knight Order. When he was a child, he had admired that knight and wished to one day be that strong enough to even block one of Isla's attacks. The thought of having to serve under Count Bressa filled him with nothing but shame. Not long after, the 6 of them continued on their journey. Jody asked in amazement if Isla was truly the Knight Van Vast, while Sala got right in her face, begging to be taught the move she had just used. Seeing her fawning all over Isla like that, Wood could only remain silent. Irritably thought to himself that because she was the Van Vast Knight, she would never listen to someone weaker. With that thought, he glanced over at the other man, and he silently guessed that guy was much stronger. Wood said with a bitter smile that Jody's intuition was truly impressive, to which Jody replied, "See, I told you so." Sala suddenly cried out in joy, "Look, that's the Ruftaland territory." The scene shifts to the manor of Count Bressa. Talon rested his chin on his hand and asked, "So you wish to join my forces?" Below him stood the 6 members of his group. Jody replied, "That's right, but we are professional warriors." Sala added, "We fight for money, we don't become anyone's loyal dogs." Ruth Talon nodded, "Of course, you all certainly look capable." His gaze shifted towards the 3 people in the back as he asked, "And what about them?" He closed his eyes, silent as hatred welled up inside him. Ruth Talon continued, "Then I will test you with a monster hunting mission. It's on the border of my territory, in the village of Mancha." Upon hearing that name, his eyes snapped open in shock. Mancha, he thought to himself. He gritted his teeth because that was his homeland. land once ruled by the Vanterer family. The scene changes to the village of Manhwa. Monsters swarmed in like a rising tide. Jody systematically took them down one by one. Ala swung her sword with elegant, fluid grace. Wood cleaved a monster in two with a single strike. Knights who were watching couldn't help but be stunned. An exquisitely crafted spear appeared out of nowhere. A monster immediately collapsed at the feet of the spear's wielder. Ila fought relentlessly like a raging storm. She single-handedly faced the most gigantic monster. Knight's expressions showed a growing mix of shock and admiration. But another colossal demonic beast appeared behind Isla. It opened its mouth wide, intending to swallow her whole. Isla calmly tilted her head up to look at it. That very moment, Raven Vanterer leaped onto the beast's head and plunged his sword deep into it. He landed back on the ground as the monster roared in agony. He calmly charged forward once more. He swung his sword in a powerful slash. Blood splattered everywhere, causing two of the knights to turn pale. His slashes tore through the air like bolts of lightning. Behind the pile of crimson flesh, a pair of mystical blue eyes emerged. Soldrake stood in the middle of the demonic beast's corpse, surrounded by scattered pieces of flesh, model. The blood splattered on her face only made her aura even colder. Two knights broke out in a cold sweat, their backs drenched. After the battle, the villagers were able to return to their fields. Sala laughed excitedly and asked, "Did you guys see the looks on those knights' faces?" He saw our strength and went pale, not daring to make a peep. Jody said they were mostly looking at the other three, especially Soldrake, and Gut laughed, saying, "Well, that means we got the job." He was about to say more when he noticed Raven was lost in thought. Jody asked, "What's wrong, Raven?" He replied, "I am worried about the villagers." The people were still diligently tilling their land. Wondered if they were really that poor, but Jody replied, "They aren't just ordinary farmers." Her words made both him and Isla look over. Jody explained that they have no property or freedom, they are serfs. Stunned and asked, "What did you say?" Isla and Soldrake also listened intently. Explained that after Bressa bought this land, he imposed heavy taxes to recoup his investment. But that still wasn't enough, so he established a system of serfdom. From then on, all their property was taken from them, leaving them with just enough food to survive day by day. All because of the insatiable greed of one wealthy man. As he spoke, he drained his beer to calm his frustration. Sala nudged him gently, reminding him not to speak too loudly in case the knights heard, but Gut just sneered. Those noble knights wouldn't be caught dead in a dump like this. Raven gritted his teeth in fury, and Isla couldn't hold back a curse. They were nothing but a bunch of worthless bastards. He clenched his fists, the thought flashing through his mind that this had never happened in the past. At least, not when his father was still alive in this village. When the Vanterer clan still protected this place, his family was very happy. Back when he was young, he had grown up with the complete love of his parents. Returning to the present, the main character just lowered his head in silence. Suddenly, rain started pouring down, and Sala held out her hand to catch the drops, cheering, "It's raining." He showed no emotion as he pushed himself up from the table and stood. Seeing him leave, the group was bewildered. Jody called out, "It's raining, where are you going?" Without turning back, he just said, "Leave me alone for a while." Miller and Soldrake understood what he was thinking, so they quietly watched him go. The rain began to fall harder and harder. He walked in the rain for a long time before stopping in front of a dilapidated building, ruined beyond recognition. Knelt down and picked something up from the ground. It was his family crest from his past life, now scorched and discarded like a tattered rag. He stood alone before the collapsed ruins of his old home. His gaze was heavy as he looked down at the ground. Before him lay his family's banner, almost completely burned away. Soldrake appeared behind him and asked, "So, this is the Vanterer estate. Is this where you grew up?" He turned around and said, "I told you to leave me alone for a bit." Soldrake replied, "I was worried about you." Hearing that, he was slightly surprised. He continued, "Ever since we came to Sisup, you've been acting very strange. We're bound by a soul contract, aren't we, or am I mistaken?" Hearing that, his expression grew even darker. He continued to walk forward. 3 graves stood before him. Soldrake asked if they belonged to his family. He replied, "My father, Ray Vanterer, my older brother, Rit, and my mother, Sina. Ever since the Vanterer family was accused of treason. There's no way Ruth Talon or the Bressa family would have built them a grave, so who did?" Just then, a figure with torn pant legs appeared from behind. It was a scruffy, bearded man wearing round glasses, a hat and soaked, tattered clothes. He silently wondered if the man was just a commoner. But then he froze as a realization hit him. In the memories of his past life, he had met this man before. Mr. Raymilda, the butler of the Vanterer family. Raymilda walked up to the graves and asked, "Are you here to laugh at these traitors? I served them for a very long time, and my loyalty has never wavered." He lowered his head again in silence. He spoke, "I heard that Lord Ray was a noble warrior who always protected the villagers. I don't believe they committed treason. There must have been some misunderstanding." Raymilda was surprised, then bowed his head in thanks. two of them stood facing each other for a long time. He asked, "Did you build these graves yourself?" Ramelda replied, "Yes, I wanted them to be able to rest in peace. We were all wonderful people." Lord Ray used to say that the only difference between a lord and a villager was their role in society. Rit followed in his father's footsteps, risking his life to protect the people from monsters. And Sina would often distribute food during famines and help the poor. But everything changed when Rit went to the Bressa family to deliver a letter. Hearing that, he was completely stunned. Quickly asked again, "Wait a minute, wasn't the messenger Raven?" Ramelda asked in confusion, "Who is Raven?" His mind felt like it was about to explode. He grabbed the man by the shoulders and screamed, "The second son, Raven Vanterer, you don't know him." Ramelda shouted back, "The Vanterer family has no second son. There was only Ray, Rit, and Sina." "What are you talking about?" Shaking, he realized that Raven Vanterer didn't exist in this world. He could barely stay on his feet. His eyes went dim as he thought about restoring his family's honor. If no one was even left, what was the point of all his efforts? Who am I? The memories of his past life seemed to shatter inside his head. He clutched his head and screamed in agony. Soldrake rushed over in a panic, but it was too late. He collapsed to his knees, screaming in despair. His body was racked with tremors, and all Soldrake could do was sit beside him. Ramelda, sensing something was very wrong, quickly took his lead. Behind a broken wall, someone was watching in silence. It was Aisha, who was also completely stunned. He couldn't keep his composure, muttering to himself, "Why me?" Soldrake held him, trying to comfort him. The rain showed no signs of stopping. Inside the carriage escorting Sophia, she could be heard cursing, "Those damn mercenaries, I will not forgive them." She gritted her teeth, vowing to gouge out their eyes, make them crawl like dogs, and enslave them until they died. The head knight, Fillmore, advised the young lady to lower her voice. She screamed, "I am a count's daughter. Do they really think I'll just let this go? My father will do anything I ask of him." Just then, a bearded man appeared with a sinister smile. He laughed maniacally, saying, "Looks like I've found two puppets I can make use of." The scene shifts to night, and panic screams ring out, "The demons are here." Hordes of roaring monsters surged forward like a black tide. At night, Fillmore stepped forward, decapitating several beasts with a single swing of his sword. He single-handedly cleared away the monsters in front of him, but his gaze suddenly darted behind him. Another demonic beast was charging straight toward him. He immediately spun around and delivered another slash. Servants watched in awe, whispering, "Sir Fillmore truly is the strongest knight in Sissa." After finishing it off, he broke into a sweat, thinking how strange, it was decapitated, but it still hasn't stopped. He saw the head lying on the ground, still growling. The sight of the disembodied head still roaring was truly grotesque. On its forehead, a circular sigil began to glow. Fillmore immediately stomped hard on the sigil. He walked up the stairs, where the servants bowed respectfully, greeting the head knight and the young lady. He stopped in front of a large door. He called out, "Lady Sophia, I've taken care of things." His expression suddenly turned grave. The bearded man from before was standing there with that same eerie smile, asking after the health of Sissuk's mighty knight. Sophia was bound and gagged, and the man warned, "Don't move, or her head will roll." Fillmore quickly scanned his surroundings. On the floor lay the decapitated bodies of several guards, their blood pooling everywhere. He thought in horror, 3 elite guards, all killed without a sound, and the young lady has been captured. Fillmore, sweating, asked, "Who are you? Do you want money?" The man gave a cold smile. "Everything is for the grand plan, you don't need to know anymore. An insect like you isn't worthy of hearing it. Using you and that foolish Bressa, I'll be able to capture the one I want without lifting a finger." Fillmore said, "I don't care about my own life, let Lady Sophia go." The man laughed in that case. He pointed to his own eyes and said, "Gouge out both of your eyes for me." Fillmore was stunned once again. The man jabbed a finger towards Sophia's eye, threatening, "If you're not quick about it." He pressed hard, causing her to cry out in pain. Then he continued, "I'll just take them from her if you delay." This, tears streamed down Sophia's face. She squeezed her eyes shut as his fingers continued to press down. Suddenly, a spray of blood shot out. The bearded man's jaw dropped in shock. Fillmore was holding something in his hand. His eyes were clamped shut as blood streamed down his face, and he asked if that was enough. The man laughed heartily. "So loyal are we, what an amusing knight's oath. But you really are a fool." Just as Fillmore's vision faded to black, a bloody head came flying toward him. He was completely bewildered, unable to understand what was happening. His hands unconsciously caught the head, let out a roar of pure fury. Then he swung his sword and charged. The other man brought his axe down, cleaving him in two. Afterwards, he let out a sinister laugh. "Did you really think you could beat me? What an idiot, taking orders from that useless wench." He held up a scepter embedded with a purple stone. The stone began to glow. Purple energy shone down upon the corpses of Fillmore and Sophia. Their bodies began to transform. Mangled flesh slowly pieced itself back together. Severed parts were reconnected by magical power. Bathed in the purple light, they slowly rose to their feet. Anne smiled with satisfaction. From now on, you are my puppets. The two of them revealed sharp fangs as a sinister energy radiated from their bodies. They both knelt and said, "We obey your will, Master Tavan Bantai." Purple circle appeared on the back of their necks, identical to the mark on the monster's forehead. The scene shifts back to the inn with Jody's group, where they whisper, "How is Raven? He hasn't come out of his room since that rainy day. Say something, Elkin." Ayla remained silent. In his room, he still couldn't accept the reality that he didn't exist in this life, while Soldrake sat beside him. Tavan Bantai's mansion, he asked about the strength of the 6 mercenaries. A kneeling knight replied, "They are all first-rate, but there is one small problem." He furrowed his brow in confusion. Back in his room, the fresh food Soldrake had brought in sat next to the old, untouched meal. Soldrake called out sadly, "Please at least eat something." He continued to clutch his head in despair. He mumbled, "Raven Vanterer doesn't exist. Vanterer family is gone too, so what am I, and what am I even living for? Somebody just tell me." Soldrake simply remained silent. The curtain of rain, someone softly whispered, "I am sorry." The scene changes to a magnificent white mansion. Count Bressa thoughtfully twirled a gemstone in his hand. Lately, there's been an unusual coldness in Sophia's eyes. He is the lord of the Shishakshi region, Count Bressa. The knights below were still confused. He suddenly exclaimed that he had an idea. "I'll gift Sophia another Mithrin gemstone, a jewel so expensive it could be placed in the royal treasury." Then his expression darkened as he added, "For that reason, we must raise the taxes." When one person tried to object, he snapped that anyone who doesn't pay will be turned into a serf. O Ovitaline, our family's most important vassal, will also support this policy. Just as one knight was left speechless, another rushed in breathlessly with urgent news. Lady Sophia and Sir Fillmore have returned. Upon hearing this, the Count cheered with joy. He rushed outside, calling out Sophia's name. Then he stopped short, completely astonished. Sophia was now a puppet of Tavan Bantai, wearing a daring, form-fitting, off-the-shoulder dress. The slit in her skirt ran all the way up to her thigh. She wore a wide-brimmed hat and cold, sharp makeup, with Fillmore standing by her side. She spoke in a mechanical voice, greeting her dearest father. Fillmore also stated, "We have returned." Count Bressa's face flushed with surprise. His eyes were glued to Sophia's figure. He mumbled to himself that they seemed so different today. Fillmore spoke up, saying this is an important matter, and requested that everyone else leave. Immediately, the knights were dismissed from the room. Inside, the Count hurriedly asked what had happened. Fillmore replied that the Lord of Elma, Ruth Talon, was plotting a rebellion. Count, stunned, exclaimed, "What?" Fillmore explained that they had planned to take Sophia hostage and had set up an ambush in the mountains. "They've also recently hired a large number of mercenaries, and if we don't strike first, there will be trouble." The Count gritted his teeth. Ruth Talon had been his most trusted vassal, but he trusted Fillmore, who was his most loyal warrior. Suddenly, Fillmore threw down a cloth bundle, and 3 human heads rolled out. Not just one, but 3 entire heads. Fillmore claimed these were Ruth Talon's men, and that the young lady had been tied up and dishonored. According to his story, Sophia stepped forward, revealing a dark bruise on her arm. The Count looked as if he had been struck by lightning. She threw her arms around him, sobbing hysterically and calling out, "Father, please, you have to protect me." He blushed, completely overcome with emotion. He swore that he would protect his daughter. Under this heavy, pouring rain, the Count gathered his troops and shouted, "The enemy is the house of Ruth Talon." For honor and for Sophia, the entire army set out. Dressed in full armor, he looked majestic as he led his army into battle. Knights let out a spirited roar, their morale high. Sophia clung to her father's arm and said, "You are the best, father." The Count smiled, filled with a deep and profound satisfaction. Among the troops, Tavan Bantai laughed as his plan went smoothly. Ruth Talon. Deep within the forest, a violent noise echoed. Jody's group spun around in shock, and Good let out a curse. Sala was wrapped tightly in something slimy. It was the tongue of a giant monster, hoisting her high into the air. The monster shot out more of its tongues. 2 other people had their arms bound tightly as well. 3 of them were left dangling in the air together. It opened its mouth, about to devour Sala. Ayla appeared, drawing his sword. He sliced through the tongues, saving everyone. His face was calm yet resolute. Voice called out, "Elkin." Ayla charged straight at the monster. The sword tore its body to shreds. Back at the inn, Sala thanked him profusely. Jody laughed, saying a Van Vast knight was truly on another level. Sala said she wanted to go to Van Vast someday. Ayla just kept eating, his expression cold. He looked down at his bowl of rice. Then he gazed out at the ripe rice fields as memories flooded back to him. An image of a fire that lit up the sky. He was fighting the enemy all alone. After the battle, he dropped his sword. He was surrounded by bodies and smoldering flames. Tears of blood streamed down his face. Back in the present, he simply replied, "It's the same everywhere." The group stared at his strange expression. Good said they were almost killed by that monster. Life would be easier if they could become official warriors for some noble family. The Pendragon family, for example, hearing this, Isla spit out his rice. Sala mentioned the hero Lures, who defeated the pirate Oros and protected Segunda. The three of them chattered excitedly about how handsome the Duke was, making Isla break out in a sweat. Jody asked for Elkin's opinion, and Isla trembled while Good declared, "I am not gonna be a dog for anyone. Didn't you guys see how pathetic Suck ended up? Do the nobles and lords around here do besides bleed the common folk dry? They're just a bunch of useless parasites who are only good at exploitation. I'd rather go back to being a bandit than bow my head to people like that." As soon as he finished, he threw his head back and chugged his mug of beer. Sala then turned to Isla, shrugged, and said, "See, he used to be an outlaw." Jody chimed in, explaining that this territory used to be ruled by the Vantra family, and things weren't as bad back then as they are now. Hearing this, Isla turned to look at him, completely stunned. "I heard they opposed the serfdom system of Ludolin and the Bressa clan, which is what led to the conflict. People also say the Lord himself personally led his troops to hunt monsters and protect the people. He was a warrior who lived and died for honor." Good fell into deep thought, but Sala cut in, "But don't all the people of Luthalin call the Vantra family traitors?" Jody shook his head and said, "I don't know why they were convicted of treason. I only know that their reputation has been severely tarnished ever since. However, in the village of Monza, there are still quite a few people who believe they were once wise and benevolent lords." Isla looked down at his spoon and mumbled, "A warrior with a heart of honor, huh?" He suddenly recalled the image of Helen from the past. Suddenly, he froze as if he had just realized something, huh? Just then, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed. A knight galloped up on his horse, shouting toward the group of mercenaries, "Hey, listen up. Report to Ruth Talen's mansion immediately. Those idiotic Bressas are marching their army this way." 4 of them exchanged confused glances. Meanwhile, Count Bressa's army continued its steady march along the dirt road. The Bressa family banner whipped in the wind high above. Tyler immediately dashed toward the inn. Without bothering to knock, he shoved the door wide open. Inside, Soldrake was standing beside Irene Pendragon. Aisla took off his rain-soaked helmet and declared, "Irene Pendragon, it is time for battle." Irene grimly asked back, "Is that an order from Luthalin? Did his soldiers just relay the message? If we don't act, he'll be killed, and the entire investigation into Prince Sane's assassination plot will go down the drain." Aisla said urgently, "That's why we have to do something." Irene then asked why. Aisla suddenly froze, completely bewildered. He clutched his face in anguish and cried out, "I am not a Pendragon anymore. I am not a Vanterer either. So what does any of that have to do with me? What's the point of this battle, anyway?" As he spoke, his voice grew lower and lower, until he finally mumbled, "I don't have a reason to fight anymore." Suddenly, a dull thud echoed dryly. Aisla had thrown a punch straight into Irene Pendragon. The blow made Soldrake's eyes widen in horror. Irene tumbled to the floor. Aisla grabbed him by the collar and yanked him back to his feet. He leaned in close to his face and roared, "The man I decided to follow was Irene Pendragon. He really just some weakling like this?" His face was twisted in absolute rage. Irene looked up at the person in front of him and softly called out, "Aisla." He'd never seen him act like this before and was completely stunned. Aisla pushed himself up and said, "You don't normally behave like this. Ever since we arrived in Suck, I've sensed a change." Irene looked back at him, confused. Aisla continued, "Something has been weighing heavily on your heart since the moment we set foot here. I've also thought a lot about this godforsaken land and my own homeland, Ben Vast. 2 places are frighteningly similar. Ben Vast is a chaotic territory of overlapping domains, where wars break out constantly. Countless civilians and soldiers have fallen because of the greed and conservatism of the lords. Just like this rotten Suck is right now." Hearing that, Irene couldn't help but be stunned. Aisla recounted in a low voice, "I killed one enemy after another, but the more I fought, the less I understood what I was fighting for. In the end, I left." His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. "I had lost my will to live under the title of a Knight of Van Vast. Till I met Irene Pendragon." Irene was even more astonished. "After that battle, I became your sword, and you became my master. But that doesn't mean we aren't equals. It's simply that we have different roles to play." That's what the main character told me with a smile back then. It was that very straightforwardness that earned my complete respect and loyalty. He was the first person to ever do so. Isla knelt, placing his sword before him, "And for that reason, I, Elkin Aisla, swear to become your sword." His face was serious and filled with determination. Meanwhile, the main character was still reeling from shock. A moment later, he turned away and said helplessly, "Even so, that doesn't change anything." Inside, he screamed that the House of Vanterer and Glen Pendragon were no more. Seeing his despair, Isla grabbed him by the collar and roared, "Pendragon." Then he suddenly grew pensive, and then he unexpectedly called out the name, Raven Vanterer. The main character flinched, his head snapping toward him. He was met with a resolute gaze, completely free of hesitation. Isla said something definitely happened during the rain that day, I just don't know the details. I don't know what connection you have to the House of Vanterer, but they were the only ones in this rotten land who ever genuinely protected the people. I heard they were warriors who lived and died for their honor. You charged into the Centaur army all by yourself. I felt that same spirit. With that, he let go of his collar. Isla turned to Soldrake and said, therefore, let me. Ride the war beast she bestowed upon me one more time. He grabbed the main character by the collar again, shouting, you are Irene Pendragon, and you have the power to change the entire world. Even this rotten sea sucked. His eyes began to gleam with hope. Main character thought to himself, that's right, even though the House of Vanterer has fallen, their ambition has never faded. All of it seemed to still exist deep inside of him. A flood of memories from his past battles rushed back like a slow-motion film. From the times he was hailed as a hero to the tearful moments of farewell, every detail was crystal clear. Aesla clenched his fist and shouted, how much longer are you going to let your sword rust? I won't forgive you for it. Saying this, he swung his fist down. But just then, a dry thud echoed through the air. Soldrake, who was about to rush in and intervene, froze mid-step. Isla's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared straight ahead. Irene Pendragon had raised a hand, stopping the punch dead in its tracks. He gritted his teeth, then burst out into hearty, unrestrained laughter. Yahello was momentarily bewildered, while he muttered, you really are something else. You're usually so well-spoken. What's with the aggression today, Aesla? A radiant smile spread across the main character's face, causing Isla to crack a slight smile of his own. Isla grinned in reply, you're looking pretty haggard yourself today, Raven Vanterer. Two of them looked at each other and laughed, and he stood up, saying, I don't want to hear any more of that pessimistic talk. Their echoing laughter left Soldrake standing there, frozen, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Main character casually walked over to the dining table and picked up a loaf of bread. While eating, he called out loudly, John. His mouth was full, but he still managed to bring up the dragon armor. Only then did a relieved smile grace Soldrake's lips. The early morning sun quickly streamed through the window. Outside, the sky was already beginning to light up. At the distance, Jody, Wood, and Sala were gathered together, having a discussion. Wood spoke up, I am not getting involved, and I doubt Vanterer is either. There's nothing to gain from siding with Ruth Talon. Jody sighed, he's made an enemy of the Lord, but I have to agree with his decision. Just then, a pair of exquisitely crafted boots appeared before them. The sound of footsteps startled the three of them, and they quickly turned around. Irene Pendragon appeared, his voice cutting through the silence. Sorry to keep you waiting, Jody. This left him so stunned he could only whisper, Raven. Three of them stared at him as if he were an alien. He was clad in a magnificent and imposing suit of dragon armor. He calmly gave an order, we're heading to Ruth Talon's territory, bring the horses. Raven Vanterer stepped forward, his killing intent radiating off of him in waves. In his hand, he still held the black sword that had seen him through countless battles. His presence silenced the entire area. In the light of the setting sun, his armor and his black sword reflected a brilliant, intimidating glow. Jody, Wood, and Sala could only stare, their eyes wide with utter astonishment. He slowly approached them and said, sorry to have kept you waiting. A cold sweat broke out on Jody's brow, his mind racing with a single thought, where did this aristocratic aura come from? Even Sala's heart began to pound in her chest. She could clearly feel an aura radiating from him that was completely different from before. He was even more stunned, his eyes glued to the suit of armor. As a former thief, he'd seen his fair share of high-end gear, but he'd never laid eyes on armor of this caliber. Its aura, its value, and its uniqueness were simply overwhelming. It made them wonder if he really was just a mere mercenary, but he paid their suspicion no mind and simply gave the order to move out. The moment he finished speaking, all three of them yelled in unison, what? Jody asked nervously, are you really planning to team up with Ruth Talon? Wood and Sala also looked on anxiously. Did you know that Talon is in a feud with the Lord? Joining this fight won't bring us any benefits, only disaster. He just replied nonchalantly, is that so? For him, that wasn't the worst-case scenario, but letting Talon die would throw his entire plan into chaos. The horses were ready. He swung himself into the saddle and declared, this is my fight. I'm not dragging any of you into it. Before he left, he turned back to them. Take care of yourselves, Jody, Wood, Sala. With that, he spurred his horse and galloped off without a single look back. As Irene Pendragon rode off into the distance, Isla and Soldrake quickly mounted their own horses, while the other three finally snapped out of their stupor. Hey, are you serious? Isla asked, glancing back at them from atop his horse. He stated firmly, I am his sword, wherever he goes, I will follow. With that, the two of them spurred their horses and charged forward, leaving the others watching in stunned silence. The three of them stood there, frozen, watching as their comrades' figures gradually disappeared into the sea of fire. Sala trembled as she watched them go. Her heart wavering, she couldn't bear the thought of them fighting all alone. He suddenly shouted, "Wait," Raven Vanterer, and deftly leaped onto a horse, leaving Wood gaping in disbelief. He stammered out a curse, but Jody was thinking the same thing as Sala. After we took down that monster, we owe him. Jody mounted his horse as well, deciding to follow as a way of repaying his debt to him. It wasn't just about the debt. He had a gut feeling that if they parted ways now, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. That decided, Jody galloped off, leaving Wood standing all alone. Wood hesitated for a long time, torn between following them and going his own way. Finally, he cursed under his breath, gritted his teeth, and made his decision. Can't let them carry the whole damn burden alone, damn it. What a bunch of crazy bastards. After a hard ride, he and his 2 right-hand men finally arrived at the battlefield. The sky was stained red by the fiery sunset. Not only was the sky red, but the ground was also engulfed in a sea of fire and billowing black smoke. Irene Pendragon was stunned by the sight before him. Illa cautiously asked what he made of this conflict. Pendragon. He just turned his head, looking at him with a deep, unreadable gaze. Pendragon analyzed that normally, Bressa wouldn't declare war so suddenly, and the Talon soldiers also seemed bewildered. He speculated that someone was pulling the strings from behind, and their goal was to wipe out Ruth Talon. His expression darkened as he considered the possibility that the mastermind was connected to Prince Sane's assassination, or an even higher power. Even without an order, Isla was eager to charge into battle. He drew his dual swords from his belt, preparing to join the fray. Before he could act, his lord anticipated his intention and spoke up to stop him. Don't recklessly kill the soldiers, they're only following their lord's orders. Isla was surprised, but then quickly understood his leader's true intention. 3 of them immediately changed direction. They spurred their horses toward the fortress that was engulfed in a sea of flames. However, the scene that awaited them ahead left all 3 of them speechless. The fortress before them was so devastated that its original form was almost unrecognizable. Outside, soldiers were still attacking frantically, a scene no different from an apocalyptic battlefield in a bloody fantasy story. Isla gritted his teeth, saying we're too late, but Raven Vanterer immediately refuted him, saying no, they're still attacking. Deduced there was definitely more to the story, and told Isla that the Ruth Talon he knew wouldn't fall this easily. Ruth Talon is not the type of man to destroy himself for the sake of so-called honor. Irene Pendragon charged forward, taking the lead and ordering them to split up and find him. They hadn't gone far when they heard a voice calling from behind, Raven. Unexpectedly, Jody, Wood, and Sala had also caught up, with Sala calling out loudly as she galloped. Raven turned back in surprise. Their numbers had grown. Isla couldn't help but be amazed as well. Gave a faint smile and praised him, saying you're truly a Vantra cavalryman, you win people's loyalty quickly. Hearing a word of praise from his leader, it goes without saying how thrilled Isla felt. With more comrades, it was as if the whole group got a system power-up buff, and their morale instantly soared. Jody's group also charged forward with all their might. The 6 of them charged straight into the fortress, which was sinking in a sea of fire, with suffocating black smoke billowing up. Green Pendragon, on his warhorse, leaped over the blazing city gate, the image of a single rider so majestic it seemed to have stepped out of a legend. Soldiers were still massacring everyone everywhere, and wherever they went, the fire spread. Amidst the fire and smoke, the wild laughter of a madman in power echoed as he roared, "Look, Sophia." Issa sat on a high platform holding his daughter, gloating as he watched the entire domain sink into red flames, witnessing thousands of lives vanish, yet he laughed as if he were watching a mere amusement. Sophia, meanwhile, gently hugged her father, whispering sweet nothings, "My brilliant and brave father." Honeyed words flowed without a hint of shame, all to fuel his wicked ambition. "I love you most of all." Inside the castle, everything had been burned to the ground, leaving only ashes and ruins. Bodies of soldiers lay scattered everywhere. Some were hacked to death, others suffocated from the toxic smoke, and the tragic scene was breathtakingly grim. 3 surviving Talon soldiers tried to resist, but against Count Bressa and his lackeys, they were nothing more than cannon fodder. Before they could even celebrate their survival, they were cut down by a familiar sword stroke. Irene Pendragon swept past the enemies as lightly as if he were taking a stroll through the battlefield. He paid no mind to the small fry. In his head, there was only one goal: he had to find Ruth Talon. A soldier suddenly appeared, only to immediately have the tip of a sword pressed against his neck. Illa acted decisively, taking the man down without a moment's hesitation. He collapsed at his feet amidst the blazing sea of fire. All around them, unconscious soldiers lay scattered on the ground. Isla scanned his surroundings, his thoughtful gaze suggesting he was weighing his options. Of course, they weren't dead, because his twin swords had never taken a life. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out from behind him, "Why don't you kill them?" A man dressed in the same military uniform as the defeated soldiers, holding a gleaming longsword, startled Isla, who spun around. Moore appeared with a provocative look on his face. He sneered and said, "You're too soft for a Vantra knight." Isla replied calmly, "I remember you now." In his heart, he already knew this was the captain of the knights from long ago. Isla's eyes suddenly turned sharp and cold as he realized something was wrong. Without another word, he decisively drew his sword from its sheath. The gleaming blade was revealed, ready for a bloody, life-or-death battle. Scabbard fell to the ground. Isla was determined to settle the score with him once and for all, but was still suspicious, asking, "Who are you really?" The man didn't answer and instead lunged forward to attack, while elsewhere, a fierce battle also erupted. Soldrake unleashed his magic, felling numerous enemies with a single wave of his hand. Surprisingly, it wasn't just soldiers. Monsters had also joined the fray, leaving him baffled. Fortunately, Soldrake's magic was powerful enough to handle the ferocious monsters. But even after their heads were severed from their necks, their bodies still twitched grotesquely. They no longer had the strength to bite or tear, but they clearly hadn't been completely eliminated. On another front, Jody was also on a rampage, with another head falling for every swing of his sword. The number of monsters was too overwhelming. Just the three of them could hardly control the entire battlefield. Zala panicked. How can there be monsters inside the territory? They don't even die when you cut their heads off. Jody knew that if they kept holding out, they would become exhausted, so he signaled to ignore the monsters and focus on their main objective. The three of them fought as they retreated, finally breaking free from the swarm of monsters and rushing to the upper floor to find the missing Ruth Talon. In another area, Raven Vanterer was also locked in an intense solo battle with a monster in his own territory. Quickly decapitated the monster, but strangely, a glowing symbol appeared on the severed neck, activating like a system magic circle. Irene Pendragon was stunned to see that the monster, despite being headless, was still crawling around as if nothing had happened. The protagonist began to suspect that the Brescia family's sudden attack was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Quietly looked at the pile of monster corpses amidst the lingering flames, sighing inwardly, knowing this was all just a prelude to a much larger conspiracy. Irene Pendragon glanced over at the nearby staircase, where a ferocious fire was swallowing the entire castle like a giant, out-of-control monster. Just then, a familiar, mocking voice echoed from the floor above, saying, "For a mercenary, you raise stronger than I thought." His eyes immediately shot wide open, as if he were being dragged back into an old nightmare. A portly man walked out from the sea of flames, smirking as he remarked that it was rare to see someone survive an attack by the undead so unscathed. Irene Pendragon's entire body went rigid, as if he was once again facing the man who had killed him in his past life. That voice still haunted his mind with a chilling whisper, "How pitiful, Raven." Back then, that man had stomped him into the frozen ground, his contemptuous gaze serving as a death sentence for someone who had never even touched freedom. Even though Raven's head was covered in blood, the man grabbed him by the hair, lifted him up, and laughed maniacally, emphasizing that they were all just pawns in someone else's plan. That very hand sent Raven Vanterer to the other side without a second thought. Afterward, he had casually lopped off his head, a horrifying scene that remains deeply etched in his memory to this day. His head, severed from his neck as fresh red blood gushed out, had become a persistent, inescapable nightmare. Irene Pendragon bowed his head, trying to swallow the horrifying memory, while the man before him advanced with his weapon, declaring he would deal with him personally. To him, murder was just a means of clearing the path for some grand scheme, a deed that didn't weigh on his conscience in the slightest. Raven Vanterer tightened his grip on his weapon, mustering all his strength to face Tavan Bantai once more. In the midst of a sea of flames that raged like purgatory, two men faced each other, determined to use this battle to settle the blood debt from their previous life. In another corner of the castle, Lind and Breeden were also engaged in a fierce one-on-one duel, ignoring the billowing smoke and fire around them. Breeden maintained the offensive, each swing of his sword both precise and filled with killing intent. His opponent was strong. Lind parried his blows with relative ease, but if he kept defending like this, he would soon collapse from exhaustion even without being injured. The constant clash of their twin swords sent sparks flying, but Breeden's relentless assault was gradually draining his stamina. Taking advantage of his youth, Lind suddenly turned the tables, pinning his opponent's sword to the ground and making the man's eyes go wide. Breeden trembled with rage, growling and cursing the insolent little brat. He forcefully swung his sword upward, while Lind proactively retreated to his initial defensive stance. A single passing slash was enough to tear the boy's cloak in two. Seeing this, Breeden sneered, thinking his opponent was still far too green. His strength felt like a fully restored energy bar, and he immediately brought his sword straight down on Lind's head with a gleeful expression, as if victory was already his. Thanks to his agile movements, Lind managed to dodge the fatal blow in the nick of time. He leaned back, causing Breeden's full-force slash to hit nothing but empty air, leaving him wittied in astonishment. Lind took the opportunity to retreat a few more steps, creating a safe distance. At that moment, an opening was exposed behind Breeden, and Lind immediately spun around and slashed straight at his head. Breeden still managed to block the blow, his reflexes as sharp as a young man's, but it clearly cost him more effort. He had forgotten that Lind used twin swords. The blade he blocked was merely a feint, while the other was the true killing blow. Seizing the chance, Lind swung his sword across Breeden's torso, causing him to falter. Without giving his opponent a moment to breathe, Lind continued to press the attack with a relentless combo. He spun and lunged forward, aiming straight for his opponent's carotid artery to finish him off. Blood spurted out like brilliant red fireworks as Breeden's neck was nearly severed, and he collapsed as if his life was over. Still not convinced, Lind delivered another strike just to be sure. However, the man refused to die, his right hand gripping his sword as tightly as if he had never been hit at all. Suddenly, Breeden stabbed straight into Lind's shoulder, leaving the boy stunned. Pushed the blade in even deeper. The pain caused sweat and tears to mix on his face, but Lind simply gritted his teeth and endured it. To stay alive, Lind was forced onto the defensive. The gash in his shoulder was deep, staining his cloak red as he clutched his arm, panting and struggling to remain conscious. More terrifying still, Breeden's neck, though nearly severed, was regenerating on its own like some immortal monster. He casually propped his crooked head back into place, as if he were just adjusting a hat. In the blink of an eye, his head was perfectly fine, as if it had never been slashed at all. Lind watched with his jaw agape, thinking he must be watching a fantasy scene with terrible special effects. After reattaching his head, he even calmly remarked that even a veteran knight would have trouble dealing with an opponent like this. Wounded and with his strength failing, Lind gritted his teeth and cursed the thing before him, which was clearly no longer human. Eden spoke in a tone identical to Tavan Bantai's, claiming he had transcended the limits of humanity to serve a powerful master. As if brainwashed, he boasted that this immortal body existed only to eliminate the enemies of his mysterious master, making Lind frown and ask what this great cause was. He bowed his head and laughed arrogantly, saying a mere mortal didn't need to know, then continued to drone on amidst the sea of flames. "It is neither I nor is it you." Lind suddenly understood, whispering, "Then you're definitely not human anymore." Eden seemed momentarily surprised, and his gaze on the boy became deep and unreadable. He asserted that the thing before him was just a puppet on a string. During this, he furrowed his brow in annoyance, but remained silent. Not bothering to argue, Breeden lunged forward, slashing relentlessly. Lind immediately raised his sword to counterattack. Meanwhile, in another area, Tavan Bantai and Raven Vanterer were engaged in an equally fierce battle. The two were evenly matched, with every single move being perfectly countered. Every time the main character swung his sword, Tavan Bantai would retaliate with equal force. Even in a life-or-death battle, he couldn't resist his habit of taunting his opponent. He laughed and asked, "How do you know my name? Have we met before, or am I just that famous?" He coldly replied that he was under no obligation to answer. The main character declared, "In this battle, you will definitely die." However, Tavan Bantai cleanly dodged his most recent slash. Swung his axe in a counterattack, teasing, "You're a pretty fast young man." Just when it seemed like Raven Vanterer was done for, axe came crashing down right where he had been standing. But not only did the main character not fall, he even blocked the axe with a single hand, leaving Tavan Bantai completely stunned. Exclaimed in horror, You blocked my attack with one hand." The flames of power within Raven Vanterer completely erupted. He stared at his opponent with a murderous glare, as if he wanted to devour him alive. The wrath of Irene Pendragon ignited, and his eyes changed, becoming terrifying. The main character then swung his sword with immense force, sending Tavan Bantai flying several meters away like a ragdoll. Irene Pendragon stood amidst his own blazing sea of fire, completely unharmed, because this was no ordinary fire, it was the flame of hatred from after his rebirth. Those flames had erupted in response to Tavan Bantai's taunts, and now, after that counterattack, he had to use all his strength just to keep from being blown away like a bird with a broken wing. Irene Pendragon unleashed the full power of a fire-type warrior, his true form like living magma, causing the surrounding sea of flames to churn violently. The unleashed dragon roared, shaking space itself, as if declaring the sovereignty of its dragon aura. Tavan Bantai was stopped in his tracks by that presence, blurting out, "Is that dragon aura?" One would think he'd be terrified, but instead, the corners of his mouth curled up with keen interest. He laughed wildly and said, "How interesting, you truly are prey worthy of the hunt." The demon-hunting blood in his veins seemed to boil. The more dangerous the fight, the more thrilled he became. During this, the main character's eyes widened, as he realized this battle would be a formidable trial in his fantasy journey. He unleashed his fire magic, creating a gigantic ring of fire that entrapped them both model. This was his chance for revenge after reincarnating, so he was determined not to back down. Facing imminent danger, Tavan Bantai simply licked his lips with satisfaction, as if preparing to savor his delicious prey. Irene Pendragon charged forward to seize the initiative. Each thunderous step he took cracked the ground, as if it couldn't bear the pressure. He accelerated, rushing straight toward his opponent, without giving him a single moment to breathe. However, Tavan Bantai remained as calm as if he were watching an action scene. The despicable man called for his minions to back him up instead of fighting a one-on-one duel. In the shadows, a horde of monsters swarmed out, intending to tear our hero to shreds, causing him to pause for a few seconds. He was furious that this old geezer couldn't fight him fairly and had to resort to using a mob to hold him back. He roared "Get lost," and then unleashed a wave of flames to wipe out the swarm of monsters. In the blink of an eye, the monsters were incinerated, reduced to nothing but ash. Unexpectedly, Tavan Bantai mounted one of the monsters and fled, and upon seeing this, our hero transformed into a fire shadow to give chase. A raging sea of fire surged forward like a tsunami, sweeping away every obstacle in its path. Flames erected a circular spell formation, completely blocking his escape route. The charging monster screeched to a halt right before the wall of fire, nearly throwing its master into the inferno. Irene Pendragon was starting to lose his breath, blood from his nose staining his pale face, but he still growled, "I won't let you escape." He declared, "Today, you will die right here." Another wave of monsters charged in to escort Tavan Bantai, while our hero pointed his sword, issuing a direct challenge. Villain just kept smiling that wicked smile of his, finding it more and more amusing the angrier his opponent became. Elsewhere, Melbourne, Helen, and Mia made their way through the wall of fire in search of Ruth Talon. As she ran, Helen looked back excitedly, guessing that their friend had probably finished off the monsters, but Melbourne countered that he had only scattered them. Mia nodded and said that was even better, since it gave them a chance to find Ruth Talon first. But they hadn't gone far before the sight that greeted them left all three of them completely stunned. 3 knights were surrounding Ruth Talon, threatening him with their swords pointed right at him. They coldly declared that by order of their lord, they were to execute this traitor. Being a coward who clung to life, Ruth Talon immediately tried to plead his case the moment he heard he was about to be executed. He screamed that it was all slander, and called the lord an absolute idiot. One of the knights raised his sword, saying the matter had been reported by Breeden, so there could be no mistake. He insisted that their captain never made errors in judgment. Just as the blade was about to swing down, the sharp clang of metal on metal rang out through the air. Melbourne had rushed in to block the blow and save Ruth Talon, and he even managed to crack a few jokes, making the tense situation surprisingly funny. Seeing his savior, Ruth Talon's eyes lit up and he shouted, "The mercenaries are here." Helen and Mia slipped behind the other 2 knights, their movements perfectly coordinated. One of the men was taken down by a precise, stabbing sneak attack. The other one took the full force of Helen's slash across his stomach. Finally, Melbourne finished off the last one with a clean sweep of his sword. The 3 of them had dispatched the entire squad of knights, almost without taking a single scratch. Aside, saying that even though Ruth Talon didn't look so good, they were lucky they'd saved him in time. Helen even mocked the dead knights, saying they were pathetic for daring to call themselves knights when they were so weak. Ruth Talon was practically purple with rage, but he didn't dare to do a single thing about it. He even had the nerve to turn and blame them for being late, which left the entire group speechless. "Where are the other 3 guys?" Before he could even finish his sentence, Melbourne grabbed him by the neck in a clear warning. He yelled, "Shut your mouth. If you say one more word, I'll snap your neck for real." Helen also threatened him with her sword, while Mia reminded them that there was more trouble up ahead. A cavalry squad of nearly 10 riders charged forward, intending to wipe out the entire group. The 3 of them looked at each other and unanimously decided to run. On the other side of the battlefield, the main character continued to cut down the monsters that were charging at him. Any creature that advanced got a taste of his sharp blade. However, their numbers were so overwhelming that one monster slipped through and bit his arm. At the same time, an arrow pierced through his armor and lodged itself in his left arm. Irene Pendragon was caught in a 2-front attack, while Tavan Bantai just sat back and watched like a spectator. He even taunted him, saying, "Why are you only fighting the monsters? Did you want to kill me?" The main character was gradually running out of steam, looking up at his arrogant enemy, still unable to bring him down. His instinct snapped him back to his senses. He grabbed the head of the monster biting him and violently ripped it off. He slammed its head into the ground, causing black blood to gush out. 2 other monsters immediately rushed in, intending to finish him off. But as soon as they stepped into the ring of fire, they were burned to a crisp. Green Pendragon always leaves himself an escape route, so he never lets himself get trapped in a kill zone. Even so, his wounds gave him no time to recover. The main character's entire body was covered in so much blood, it was hard to tell whose it was. Tavan Bantai was both amazed and thrilled by the power of the dragon aura, to the point where he couldn't even tell who the real monster was. In his mind, this wasn't a fight but a hunt, just waiting for the prey to wear itself out. Meanwhile, the main character continued his frenzied slaughter, until the blood all mixed together and became indistinguishable. The more he watched him lash out, the more Tavan Bantai laughed like he had already won. He loaded an arrow into his crossbow, preparing to joyfully end this dragon hunt. Elsewhere, Lind and Breeden were still locked in combat amidst a sea of flames, but since Breeden was practically immortal, the advantage was on his side. Every one of Breeden's strikes forced Lind to dodge and wait for an opening. With his right hand injured, he could only counterattack feebly with his trembling left hand. Meanwhile, Breeden was as tenacious as a leech. His wounds healed on their own, and each of his sword strikes grew heavier. Even with only one good hand, Lind proved his skill as a veteran knight by bracing himself to block Breeden's terrifying blow. He pressed his blade down hard, forcing him back against a railing full of sharp spikes behind him. Breeden sneered, "Nicely done, but it's a shame your life ends here." Outside, the sound of rushing footsteps grew louder, and then a squad of knights under Breeden's command burst in, shouting their captain's name. As soon as they saw him, they immediately took his side, declaring their full support. Breeden gloated that with these reinforcements, Lind had no chance of winning. He madly threatened him, either run and be hunted like an animal, or stay and be beheaded on the spot. Blade pressed down harder, forcing him to make a choice. In that moment, Lind was trapped in a classic, life-or-death fantasy showdown. The mounting pressure left him gasping for breath amidst the chaotic smoke and fire. His eyes suddenly darted around and stopped on a glint of light. Lind mustered his strength and pushed his opponent's blade away, creating a small opening. Then he unexpectedly dropped his sword, as if he had accepted his own death. Because of this, Breeden let his guard down for a split second, unintentionally giving him a chance to turn the tables. Lind seized the opportunity, ducking low and wrapping his arms around the man's waist. He used all his remaining strength to lift Breeden into the air, causing his eyes to widen in shock. The target was the broken section of the railing, where only sharp iron spikes remained. This counterattack was a truly epic comeback. Breeden was thrown directly onto the spikes, which pierced through his chest as blood spurted out like a red fountain. The flames around the railing quickly consumed him amidst his final screams. The terrified knights screamed out for their captain. They still rallied together and charged forward, seeking revenge. Seeing that Breeden was no longer fighting back, Lind calmly remarked with a touch of sarcasm how respected he seemed to be. Breeden still tried to insist that Lind couldn't possibly fight against so many soldiers. He even believed he was immortal, boasting that these little tricks couldn't kill him. Lind just stared silently at his bloody head, bent down to pick up the sword he had dropped earlier. Breeden's eyes widened in fury as he saw the gleaming blade approach. Lind raised the sword high and declared the battle was over. The decisive slash came down in an instant, taking his life without a moment's hesitation. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. His body was swallowed by smoke and flames, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, Irene Pendragon was struck by a second arrow, and monsters continuously clawed at him, causing him to bleed non-stop. With each new wound, he retaliated with his dragon aura, but his accuracy was far from perfect. Even so, his endurance was impressive. He was still holding on. Ripped the 2 arrows out of his left arm without any hesitation. Another monster that lunged at him was sent flying with a punch, left groaning on the ground. Though he kept counterattacking, the force behind each blow was diminishing. Tovan Bantai just stood on the sidelines, laughing like a maniac watching an action scene. He planned it from the start, letting his opponent's rage wear down his own strength. He was willing to sacrifice his smaller monsters to hunt the bigger prey, knowing the dragon aura was powerful but lacked precision. Old Man quietly loaded another arrow into his crossbow, planning to wait until Irene weakened before finishing him off. At that thought, he let out a grotesque, delighted laugh. He aimed the crossbow straight at Irene Pendragon and yelled, "Keep trying, kid." He believed everything was already decided, including this battle. The old man even sneered that his stubbornness wouldn't help him live any longer. He roared that Ruth Talon's fate was already sealed. Hearing that, Irene's eyes widened in shock. Tovan Bantai always believed his own words were the absolute truth. He was delusional, thinking he would rule the empire and turn others into his slaves. Irene Pendragon froze for a moment, as if crushed by a heavy boulder. Memories of his poverty-stricken past flooded his mind. The harsh and destitute era appeared vividly before him. Fire that day had taken everything from him. The entire village was burned to the ground, the houses reduced to ruins. Children's parents were gone, leaving them orphaned, and he felt completely empty. He asked himself what he was even doing in the middle of this war. In his moment of distraction, 2 monsters seized the opportunity to charge. Tovan Bantai immediately aimed his crossbow and screamed, "Die." Just when it seemed Irene was finished, an explosion of blue energy erupted, enveloping the area. That surge of energy shattered the arrow before it could touch his skin. It also sliced clean through the legs of the charging monster. Tovan Bantai's face went pale at the sight before him. Irene Pendragon had activated his second dragon aura, revealing it in its entirety. The other monster also had all 4 of its legs severed, leaving it whimpering on the ground. He was shocked because the main character's attacks were now terrifyingly precise, but he still tried to curse him out in bitter frustration. He stood majestically within a protective circle of dragon aura, like a guardian deity. The blue dragon aura continued to expand. It closed in on Tovan Bantai's position. He began to realize the situation was spiraling out of his control. He swore under his breath as the main character's presence had completely transformed. Dragon aura also seemed to be healing its master's wounds. Despite taking many hits, Irene Pendragon showed almost no signs of weakening. The first time, Tovan Bantai retreated in fear. Main character tightened his grip on the bluestone sword, focusing on the mission of the Glen Pendragon family. Memories of fighting to protect the innocent replayed slowly in his mind. In his past, Raven Vanterer had successfully protected them and restored peace. He encouraged himself, gripping the hilt of his sword even tighter. The main character vowed to himself that he would see his duty through to the very end. Outside, the cavalry continued their frenzied assault on the territory, even as the fortress was engulfed in a sea of flames. Land, once shrouded in darkness, was now as bright as day, illuminated by the massive fire. The colossal mansion was burned to ashes, devastated beyond recognition. On a narrow path, Melbourne, Helen, Mia, and Roose Talon were cornered with nowhere left to run. Cavalrymen pointed their swords, threatening, "It's over for you all, there's no escape." The four of them were forced to huddle together, backing away step by step toward the towering flames. Roose Talon panicked, questioning how they ended up in this situation, saying they were truly trapped now. Helen immediately shot back that there was no other choice, since the mansion had become an inferno. Melbourne snapped, threatening that if she kept whining, he'd hand her head over to the cavalry himself. Mia even joked that perhaps that was the only way to save their own skins. Hearing this, Roose Talon trembled and stammered, "No way." Before they could even think of a plan, the cavalry charged in for the kill. The four were on high alert, but were still forced back by the overwhelming numbers. Just as the blades were about to touch their skin, the tables suddenly turned. A mysterious spell appeared, halting the cavalry's advance. A blast of magic detonated the ground, which was already brittle from the heat of the fire, stunning everyone. Melbourne was astonished. This magic had just saved them from a massacre. Soldrake shot up from within the smoke, using a thick mist to obscure the enemy's vision. Helen and Mia's eyes widened at the surreal sight. The cavalrymen also stood there gawking, having never witnessed anything like it. Soldrake unleashed another blast of blue magic, raining it down from above. Her unique wings allowed her to hover in the air, completely unaffected by the sea of fire. Soldrake's appearance as the group's savior left everyone dumbfounded. Helen noticed her magnificent wings while Roose Talon blurted out, "So beautiful." When smoke cleared, the ground between the two groups had collapsed into a deep chasm, granting them temporary safety. Soldrake said nothing and flew down to retrieve them. Seconds later, she touched down, startling the four of them into taking a step back. Her strength was terrifying as she effortlessly carried Helen and Roose Talon. Melbourne and Mia were also swept up neatly in her arms. Soldrake carried all four of them out of the encirclement, leaving the cavalry to stare in stunned silence. She flapped her wings and soared high into the air, her face cold and emotionless. Beginning to end, she didn't utter a single word. In the blink of an eye, she single-handedly saved 4 people from dozens of knights. It wasn't until they had vanished that the soldiers finally regained their senses, shouting that they had gotten away. Soldrake continued to fly higher, carrying the group safely away from the battlefield. Talon was still in shock that one person could carry 4 grown adults so easily. Melbourne just offered a wry smile, while Mia was silent, as if she'd been turned to stone. 5 of them had escaped the burning mansion in the nick of time. The rescue mission was, for the moment, complete. But inside, Lind still hadn't left. He remained trapped amidst a sea of flames and dozens of knights. Lind showed no fear, instead looking at them with cold, hard eyes. The bloodstained sword in his hand was proof of his growth after that life-or-death battle. Breeden, who they thought had been finished off, just laughed maniacally and called for his subordinates. Boasted endlessly about the loyal army he had raised. Lind shuddered as he looked at the man's mangled body. Breeden ordered them to attack, but the soldiers hesitated when they saw that his body had been pierced through. His neck was nearly severed and his arm was detached from his body, yet he was still talking, which sent a chill down everyone's spine. They were the clear signs of an undead creature, which terrified them. Breeden roared for them to charge, but no one dared to step forward. He stared at them with a look of confusion. One of the knights, trembling, declared that he wasn't their real commander. That man pointed directly at the grotesque body and accused him of being an imposter. Breeden's eyes widened in disbelief that his own subordinate would dare to doubt him. Immediately after, the knights simultaneously struck, finishing him off for good. Lind just stood there, calmly observing the scene. Even when blood splattered across his face, he didn't so much as blink. He looked down at his blood-stained sword, pondering the line between a human and a puppet. The blade glinted with a cold, red light. It reflected the image of a different version of Lind himself. He stared intently into it, as if examining his very soul. Lind gave a slight, satisfied nod. He calmly sheathed his sword. Breeden utterly destroyed, Lind turned his back and walked away from the scene. The mansion was now nothing more than a sea of flames and a pile of ruins. Oven Bantai and Irene Pendragon were still locked in battle within the territory. In the center, a dense crowd of knights had gathered, murmuring amongst themselves. From high above, Melbourne pointed down and said, "Look, something strange is going on." Bressa army seemed to have stopped its assault, which caught Soldrake's attention. She gazed at the burning mansion, lost in deep thought. Something was changing. Knights were in an uproar, realizing Breeden was an imposter and now wondering what they had been fighting for. Despite the chaos outside, the battle between Irene Pendragon and Tavan Bantai remained as intense as ever. Upon hearing that Breeden was dead, Tavan Bantai cursed him for being so useless. Irene Pendragon realized her opponent had lost his support and declared that it all ended here. Tavan Bantai noticed that the protagonist's wound had already healed. The bleeding had stopped, and the gash had already closed up into a scar. He stood firm as if he had never fought a monster, making his opponent suspect he possessed some kind of immortal power. The image of a strange creature from long ago flashed through his mind, but he immediately pushed the thought away, not daring to dwell on it. Tavan Bantai abruptly changed the subject, growling, "How do you know my name and what else have you heard?" Irene Pendragon lowered his head and slowly began to speak. "I am." He paused for a moment, still identifying himself as Raven Vanterer deep down. A slight smirk touched the protagonist's lips as the aura around him exploded violently. The dragon's aura immediately expanded, engulfing the entire battlefield and the two combatants. Light radiating from the dragon's aura was so brilliant that the very space around them seemed to tremble. Tavan Bantai's demeanor changed completely in an instant. His eyes widened and he gritted his teeth in utter astonishment, unable to comprehend what was happening. Within the dense, blue aura, Irene Pendragon's sword and armor began to transform. The mysterious black gave way to a brilliant, pure white. He muttered to himself, realizing his armor its changing color. The protagonist's entire being turned a brilliant white, leaving his opponent bewildered. His hair turned platinum blonde, and his cape became a fiery red, shedding his long-held disguise to reveal the appearance of a true nobleman. This was the true identity of the White Dragon's contractor, Irene Pendragon. He stood within the protective circle of his dragon's aura, facing the old man on his monstrous beast. Tavan Bantai stammered out the name Irene Pendragon, unable to believe his own eyes. His gaze darkened, his brows furrowing as if he were calculating something profound. The two of them remained silent, locked in a tense standoff for several seconds. Neither was in a hurry to make the first move. He glared at the protagonist, a guttural growl escaping his throat like a wild animal's. He responded with a calm, confident gaze. Finally, Tavan Bantai swung his axe and charged forward on his beast. Irene Pendragon immediately took a stance to meet the attack. He put all his strength into bringing down his axe, as if it were a life-or-death blow. The protagonist calmly parried the blow, his expression unchanging. The dragon's aura combined with his sword, creating an unstoppable dual-killing technique. He locked onto his target and struck precisely at his weak point. Tavan Bantai could only roar and swing his axe on pure instinct. The blade, empowered by the dragon's aura, tore through the air, sweeping everything away. A single slash split his axe and his body in two. His lower half remained on the beast, while his upper torso was sent flying. Irene Pendragon cut him down without the slightest change in his expression. The dragon's aura sent his mangled flesh flying as blood splattered everywhere. As the protagonist lowered his sword, the pieces of his body fell into a pool of blood. Only when his corpse stopped moving did the dragon's aura begin to recede. He won this battle cleanly with just one decisive strike. From the remaining part of the body, a mocking voice full of praise called out to Irene Pendragon. The protagonist turned his head to find the source of the voice, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Even with only half a body left, he managed to continue speaking with a tone of regret. He realized that the thing before him was merely a puppet. The beast beside him whimpered, just like its master. The main character was momentarily speechless. Before vanishing, he demanded to know where you got that immortal body and how you knew his name. He spat venomous words about the Pendragon family, but Irene Pendragon only offered a cold frown in return. Tavan Bantai continued his incessant rambling. He claimed the main character was disrupting a grand plan as his physical form began to melt away like mud. He declared that he would hunt him to the ends of the earth. He madly swore an oath in the name of the Demon Legion commander, Tavan Bantai. His head shattered amidst a fit of crazed laughter. His corpse bizarrely evaporated right before the main character's eyes. Irene Pendragon muttered that some things never change. He remained optimistic, however, because this was only the beginning. Now there were more important matters to attend to, starting with Ruth Talon. In the east, the sun began to rise, chasing away the darkness. But in a mansion near the harbor, the shadows still held their ground. Half-burned candles showed that it was well past midnight. Two young women anxiously clutched their blankets as they watched over a heavily wounded man. The three of them gathered around his bare, scarce-covered body. Tavan Bantai's eyes suddenly snapped open, causing them to recoil in terror. A web of wounds materialized all over his real body. One woman, trembling, pointed to the blood that was seeping out. He realized with horror that the injuries inflicted on his puppet had transferred to his true body. He decided he had to report this immediately to the one pulling the strings. Elsewhere, the night was still thick with darkness. A fiercely burning mansion continued to be consumed by flames. Melbourne, Helen, Mia, and Lind gathered to watch the scene unfold. Ruth Talon was on his knees, gasping for breath as he humiliatingly confessed his crimes. Irene Pendragon looked at him with cold indifference. He only saved him because it was his job. He was kneeling right in the middle of his own estate. Main character brought up the past, a time when their positions had been completely reversed. Ruth Talon was taken aback, asking, "What are you talking about?" The memory of how he had once chained the main character up like a dog came flooding back to him. He used to torture him for his own sick amusement. He even forced him to kneel in the rain before a crowd of onlookers. Irene Pendragon had never once forgotten those days of humiliation. His sword began to rise slowly. Placed the blade against Ruth Talon's neck, just as the man had done to him all those years ago. The man trembled, not daring to move a muscle. Main character pressed him. 3 years ago, you sent a letter to the Vantra family, didn't you? Ruth Talon fell silent, a guilty expression plastered all over his face. Irene Pendragon continued in a frigid tone, "You sent that poisoned letter to clear the path for Prince Saint's assassination." Horrified, Ruth Talon stammered, How could you possibly know that?" Seeing him still try to squirm his way out, the dragon aura within the main character began to surge. The terrifying pressure made the man's face drain of all color. Melbourne, Helen, and Mia were all visibly startled, but Lind remained perfectly calm, as if this was a common sight for her. Melbourne trembled as he thought to himself that this must be the warrior's aura, something only a soldier who has survived countless battlefields could ever achieve. He had never witnessed an aura so overwhelmingly massive. Irene pressed on, "Because of you, Mark Killian of the Vantra family was framed as a traitor." Ruth Talon was so overwhelmed that he didn't dare move, his entire body trembling like a leaf. Irene Pendragon was not satisfied and continued to shout, "Answer me." Stammered out a yes, sir, but he didn't even understand what he was saying himself. A confession began to spill from his mouth, admitting that the Vantra family had opposed his policies. He uttered words of contempt while panicking, unable to resist the pressure of the dragon's aura, and frantically explained that he had no idea the poison would reach the crown prince. His face was twisted, completely devoid of its noble composure, and all he could think was that this was no different from a monster's aura. Irene Pendragon continued his questioning, "Who gave you the order?" Ruth Talon collapsed, struggling to speak through his stammers. Sweat poured down his face as he kept his head low and confessed that it was an Oros. Irene looked momentarily stunned, and finally, the man confessed that the person was a half Oros, half human. A notorious pirate had sent a message demanding he eliminate the Count's guests. Irene Pendragon was surprised that the mastermind behind it all was a pirate. Lind was also astonished, as she had never heard such a bizarre story before. Ruth Talon added that he had been wary at first, but he was powerless to resist. He remembered the day he was threatened, being told that even if the plot was exposed, no one would dare to do anything about it. That man had brazenly sat on the grand chair and intimidated him. Dee narrowed his eyes, boasting that he was no ordinary pirate. That name haunted Ruth Talon to this very day, Arangues. Tremblingly revealed the full name, Tolio Arangues. Irene Pendragon's eyes widened, Arangues, Duke Arangues. His memory, Tolio Arangues was the Sea Dragon King who ruled the south. That very man had once held a sword to Irene's throat. His kinsmen had been tortured to death by him. Even Irene himself had his life threatened by that man. This person was clearly no ordinary foe. The group fell silent, watching Ruth Talon's pathetic state and leaving him to Irene Pendragon's mercy. Melbourne, not understanding what was happening, asked, "What is he talking about?" Lind was about to call him Pendragon, but instinctively switched to Raven. Irene replied, "I think we might have just found the puppet master." Just then Count Bressa rushed forward, screaming, "What have you done to my Sophia?" He cradled Sophia's melting body, trembling as he demanded answers. Irene Pendragon coldly addressed him, "Count Bressa." The Count was shaking violently, gasping for breath as he held his daughter. Bressa wailed, crying out, "My precious, beautiful Sophia, how did this happen to you?" Staring at her melting corpse, he desperately looked for someone to blame. He pointed at Ruth Talon and screamed, "Was it you?" causing the man to flinch in fear. In a fit of rage, Bressa ordered, "Gouge out his eyes and kill him." No one moved. Irene Pendragon and his group stood perfectly still, while Ruth Talon remained kneeling. Melbourne even asked disdainfully, "What's that fat pig blabbering about?" Irene Pendragon explained, Breeden was being manipulated like a puppet. He speculated that Sophia had likely suffered the same fate, leaving Bressa stunned. Irene added that the two of them had been acting unusually, as the knights behind them began to whisper amongst themselves. Bressa stood frozen in place. Seeing that the old man still didn't get it, Irene Pendragon bluntly told him that he had started this meaningless war because he'd been deceived. Bressa's jaw dropped as sweat poured down his face. He told Bressa that if he didn't believe him, he should ask his own soldiers why they weren't attacking anymore. Bressa trembled, unable to speak a single word. His face was contorted with rage. He turned his back and screamed the order to capture them, but no one followed it. Cavalry gathered in small groups, whispering amongst themselves, which made him roar, "What in the world are you all doing?" He continued to bellow, but he only received scornful glares in return. Asa furiously screamed, "I am giving you an order." Irene Pendragon reminded him that because of his actions, innocent villagers and soldiers had to die. Remote villages were burned to the ground, all because of that blind ambition. Children who lost their parents were left to wander the streets alone. The hero continued, pointing out that Bressa knew the truth just as well as he did. Bressa frantically cut him off, screaming that the villagers and soldiers were absolutely worthless. He considered them to be nothing more than his personal property. Seeing that his cavalry wouldn't obey, he turned to call for his mercenaries instead. Lind was already fed up, and Bressa's actions had just pushed him past his limit. He drew his sword decisively. The blade pressed against Bressa's neck, shutting him up instantly. Lind coldly warned him, "You have no right to speak here." Bressa trembled violently, his life suddenly as fragile as glass. Even though he was being restrained, he didn't dare to resist. Neither Irene Pendragon nor Soldrake intervened. The hero quietly called out to Soldrake, and she immediately understood his intent. She leaned on his shoulder for a moment, then spread her wings and ascended into the air. Her long white tail slowly came into view. Stunning sight made Bressa forget all about the sword being held at his throat. The band covering her forehead came undone, revealing 3 brilliantly glowing gems. Bressa gaped in complete awe at Soldrake's overwhelming beauty and majesty. Soldrake unleashed her dragon aura, helping Irene Pendragon undergo another transformation. Light from the dragon aura exploded in a blinding flash, completely covering a vast area. For a moment, the vision of everyone present was completely nullified. Melbourne, Helen, and Mia were blinded by the light, reflexively bewildered and completely unsure of what was happening. The surging dragon aura sent Bressa flying several meters away, even knocking Sophia's empty corpse from his hands. The combined aura enveloped the vast space like a powerful barrier. A massive pillar of smoke rose up, obscuring all vision, as the cavalrymen were violently blown flat to the ground. Within the thick, swirling smoke, the silhouette of a magnificent creature could be faintly seen. The creature opened its eyes, revealing brilliant blue pupils and scales of the purest white. White dragon emerged from the pillar of smoke, beating its wings and soaring into the sky as if it had finally been freed from its shackles. Melbourne stood frozen to the spot, his eyes wide open and unblinking. The entire group whispered in terror, as a trembling Ruth Talon realized that this was the White Dragon. He knew full well that it was a creature capable of destroying an entire nation in the blink of an eye. Bressa, shaking uncontrollably, stammered, then who in the world is this guy?" He watched as Lind walked step by step, approaching the giant dragon. He knelt on one knee and bowed his head, like a loyal knight before his master. Bressa was in such a panic that he could only mutter, "Impossible, it can't be." Green Pendragon stood in his white armor, under the absolute protection of the White Dragon, radiating an air of supreme authority. He kept denying the scene before his eyes, finding it too hard to believe. The White Dragon lowered its head to Irene's level, gently stroked its white scales. It was then that Bressa finally realized Irene Pendragon's true identity. White Dragon let out a thunderous roar, making the very ground tremble. Bressa's ordinary, untrained body was thrown a good 10 meters by the shockwave. His portly figure tumbled several times across the hard stone ground. He finally landed face first, his greasy cheek slamming into the dirt. The fall left him covered in blood, completely stripped of his initial arrogance. Before him now stood the villagers, wielding hoes, shovels, knives, and axes with hateful eyes. The very people he had driven into poverty were now filled with a fiery rage. Bressa stammered in horror, you peasants." Before he could finish his sentence, a farmer swung a hoe and struck him squarely across the back. The entire crowd swarmed him to exact their revenge, the smell of smoke and fire only fueling their fury. They screamed, "Because of you, our homes were destroyed and our families torn apart." The frenzied mob beat him relentlessly, while he just kept screaming, "Help me, where are my loyal knights?" His cries for help echoed, but the knights merely stood by, watching coldly. Inside, "It's finally over," Irene gave a slight nod. Felt a sense of relief, having at least been able to save part of the territory. The sun gradually rose, and the brightening sky heralded the start of a new day. With everything taken care of, they prepared to leave the place behind. The group quickly returned to the inn. By the time they got back, night had fallen. Melbourne set down his mug of beer and sighed, so that really was Duke Pendragon, the White Dragon. Helen dreamily thought about that powerful and handsome lord. Mia brushed it off, saying, "We're mercenaries, we don't serve anyone." He looked out the window and added, "We'll probably never see him again anyway." Hearing this, Wood just let out a faint chuckle. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open. The sound of footsteps made all 3 of them turn their heads. Irene Pendragon entered with Lind and Soldrake. He said, "Just as I thought, everyone's here." Melbourne asked in surprise, "Your Grace, why aren't you at the noble's reception?" Irene pulled up a chair and replied, "Listening to endless flattery ruins my appetite." Continued, I came to have a drink with you all, and I also have a favor to ask. Outside, a bright moon hung high in the sky as the night grew deeper. After their discussion was over, Irene Pendragon went out to the balcony where Lind and Soldrake were waiting. Are you finished? Lind asked. Irene nodded. His earlier cheerful demeanor was gone, replaced by a pensive expression. The air fell silent once more. His gaze was distant, as if his mind was weighed down by unspoken thoughts. Irene Pendragon spoke up. You were the one who helped me take up my sword again. It was the first time Lind had ever heard him speak with such gratitude. He confessed that after waking up, there was a time when he didn't know who he was and had no reason to live. Lind watched him in silence. Irene recalled that it was Lind who had helped him find his purpose again after he had been defeated. After that experience, he finally understood that he was no one but himself. Irene Pendragon accepted his identity and his destiny. Thanks to Lind, he came to understand his duty as the ruler of the Pendragon territory and vowed to take back what was rightfully his. Lind bowed his head and smiled softly, left the railing and came closer. Standing beside Irene, he smiled and said that if his lord ever lost his way, he would be the one to knock him back to his senses. Declared, because I am your sword. Hearing this, Irene Pendragon smiled, feeling reassured. A familiar sound echoed, making them both look up at the sky. Soldrake gently flapped her wings and flew away, giving them their privacy. He flew toward the moonlight, leaving them under the quiet sky. Irene looked at the table and saw 2 empty mugs and a bottle of beer. It was as if everything had been prepared for them. He let out a small laugh and whispered his thanks. Melbourne was a man of few words, but he was always thoughtful. He left, he smiled with satisfaction. Irene Pendragon and Lind sat under the moonlight, drinking beer. They clinked their glasses and reminisced about old times. The next morning, the villagers gathered in front of the inn to express their gratitude. They whispered that thanks to Duke Pendragon, that fat pig Bressa was finally dead. When Irene Pendragon's group appeared, the villagers cheered, welcoming their hero. Helen went on about how the people must have been waiting a long time for a hero to appear and save them from the hands of their foolish ruler. She enthusiastically spurred her horse onward, shouting, I am Pendragon's sole female warrior, Helen of the battlefield. But amidst the cheering crowd, hardly anyone knew who she was, so her grand introduction fell completely flat. Melbourne was so used to this scene that he could only facepalm, while Irene Pendragon just laughed it off, saying to let her be, as she livened things up. Joke that being stuck between 2 walking ice cubes all day made Helen's noisiness a welcome change. Irene turned to Melbourne and said sincerely, I am truly grateful that you all accepted my offer. Melbourne humbly replied that they were the ones who should be thankful. He glanced over at Ruth Talon, who was tied up like a criminal, and said that without everyone's help, capturing him would have been impossible. Irene Pendragon asserted, you are not just strong, you are comrades who have faced life and death with me. He gestured toward Lind and added, this night here also holds you all in high regard. Lind's expression remained as cold as ever. Melbourne swallowed nervously when he met the man's gaze. He awkwardly glanced at the person next to him. Then he gathered his courage and teased, I never thought someone who hates nobles as much as you would end up traveling with us. Wood shrugged and replied, it's just because of my complicated relationship with him. Recalled the previous night when Irene had bowed his head and asked for their help. Wood admitted that the man was completely different from the other trashy nobles, so he decided to follow him. Just then, a silver-haired old villager approached them, stroked his beard, looked at Irene Pendragon with suspicion and said, you look very familiar to me, my lord. In his silhouette, he could faintly see the image of the Raven Vanterer of old. Back then, Raven had shined just as brightly. The old man muttered, could it be Lord Graven? No one answered, but the corners of the old man's eyes were already welling up with tears. He just watched them leave in silence. Irene Pendragon turned back and said, let's go home, to the Pendragon territory. Elsewhere, Tavan Bantai is kneeling before Tolio Arengis. Seated on high, Arengis coldly reprimands him for the failure. Tavan Bantai bows his head, admitting his guilt and accepting his punishment. Arengis, however, smiles and says he enjoys a strong opponent. They just need to find the right way to deal with him. He mentions that the next phase of their plan is already in motion. Tavan Bantai cracks a satisfied grin. He bows his head and replies with reverence. Surrounding Arengis are countless beautiful women, all flattering the Sea Dragon King. He strokes his beard and brings up the White Dragon Duke, Irene Pendragon. Silently calculates how to remove this obstacle from the great chessboard of power. At Conrad's castle, within the Pendragon territory, Aisha Pendragon and Mia are overjoyed by the news. Aisha reads from a letter, saying her brother has completed his mission and will be returning soon, as Mia excitedly squeezes her hand. Sitting beside them, an emotional Lady Helen whispers the name Irene Pendragon. The Pendragon training grounds, Mark Killian is sparring with 3 young soldiers. He casually assumes a fighting stance. 3 of them lunge at him at once. Mark Killian calmly counters their attack with a swing of his wooden sword. Sharp clash of wood rings out. In the blink of an eye, he disarms all three of them. The onlookers murmur in admiration of their captain's skill. The three young soldiers look at their trembling hands, amazed at how much stronger he's become. Mark Killian proudly brings up the battle against the Oros pirates on the Sinvelma coast. He turns to them and says they're finally realizing the strength one gains by serving the young master. He even boasts that he can now fight on equal footing with Lind. A few of the onlookers can only look on helplessly at his bragging. Younger soldiers, however, gather around their captain, cheering him on. Suddenly, Mark Killian's attention is drawn to a stranger. Vincent approaches, applauding and offering his praise. Mark Killian asks him if he's just a spectator. Vincent bows and introduces himself, explaining he came at the invitation of Lord Pendragon. The entire squad stares at him with intense curiosity. Vincent grows flustered under their collective gaze. Shouldering his sword, Mark Killian remarks that if the Lord himself chose him, he must have some real skill. Declares that politics mean nothing here, strength is everything. He points the tip of his sword at Vincent, who flinches in surprise. Another sword is tossed onto the ground in front of him, leaving Vincent stunned. Mark Killian stares him down and orders, "Pick it up, it's time for your entrance exam." He presses, "Show me what you're made of." The soldiers roar with excitement, and Vincent just freezes on the spot. Remembers Irene Pendragon's conniving smirk and breaks out in a cold sweat. Ultimately, he can only resign himself to his fate. As Vincent picks up the sword, he wonders if he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. He lets out a sigh, raises the sword, and agrees to the duel. Elsewhere, the sky is a lazy river of cotton candy blue. The bustling marketplace of Count Seroth's domain. Helen laughed excitedly. A big city really is something else. She proudly showed off the gemstones she had just bought, and looked them over and said more than half were fakes, making her face turn pale. Irene Pendragon, walking ahead, paid no mind to her cry. Elburn asked him why he looked so thoughtful. He replied, "I am used to this kind of scene." The main character shook his head and said that wasn't it. Elburn wondered, "So what are we doing here then?" He answered calmly, "We're here for an audience with Count Seroth." A short while later, they arrived at Count Seroth's palace. Count Cyrus and Luna Serod couldn't hide their astonishment. Seeing Irene Pendragon's mature and somewhat domineering aura, it wasn't just the two of them, even the servants were stunned. Bowed politely and said, "It's been a long time, Count and Lady Luna Serod." Lady Seroth was momentarily dazed. She had heard the rumors, but she never expected Irene Pendragon to have changed so much. Luna, standing beside them, suddenly blushed as she realized something about him was different. She stared at the main character, feeling that since they had last parted, he had transformed yet again. Afternoon sun streamed through the window, warming the Serod's drawing room. As the Count said, "I've heard you caught the mastermind behind the prince's assassination attempt." Irene Pendragon calmly replied, "Soon, I will go to the capital to explain to the Emperor, and everything will be made clear." Count nodded, but he was still a little taken aback. He asked worriedly, "Will everything be all right? Bresser is dead, and it will be difficult for you to avoid suspicion." The main character took a sip of tea and said nonchalantly, "A foolish ruler like that deserved to die." That calm yet arrogant statement startled both the Count and his wife. Lady Seroth asked in alarm, "Don't tell me you were involved. That's against imperial law." Irene Pendragon put down his teacup and said, "He was a tyrant dealt with by his own people, if the Empire wishes to suppress them." He radiated a powerful pressure and coldly declared, "Then I will stand up and protect them." Count Seroth was petrified, his mouth agape and speechless. Luna, sitting beside him, was even more astonished by his drastic change. After their conversation, Irene Pendragon and Luna went out to the balcony to look at the view below. The main character softly called out to Luna. He said thoughtfully, "Your territory is far more developed than Pendragon is right now." Luna was taken aback, not understanding what he meant. He suddenly changed the subject, apologizing for the past, for not listening to her. Luna paused, then blushed and said it was okay, but the main character cut her off, saying, "I didn't understand back then." Thought back to those aimless days. "I used to wonder what the meaning of my life was." Main character looked down at the domain below and said, "But now, I have my answer." He remembered the moment Lady Helen hugged him in happiness. Even remembered Lind grabbing him by the collar in anger. And Soldrake's carefree laughter. The image of his people, who, despite their poverty, still placed their faith in him. Irene Pendragon said with conviction, "I will live as Irene Pendragon." His eyes were sharp and filled with determination. He declared, "The Pendragon domain will become a place where everyone can live in prosperity. That is what I realized in Sissa." Evening light enveloped him, making him seem warmer as he affirmed, "That is my answer." He recalled the days when he was lost, questioning the meaning of his life. Also remembered the times he'd shown weakness in front of Luna Serod. He placed his hand on the railing and said, "Now I understand." Luna looked at him completely surprised. He repeated, "I will live under the name Irene Pendragon and fully uphold my oath of honor." Under the Pendragon name, my domain will be a place of happiness. He declared that this was the path he had chosen after Sissa. Luna fell silent in the face of his determination. He brought up the past. Luna whispered, I understand. She asked him directly, are you by any chance drunk on love? Mumbled softly, letting her understand. Luna then offered as his secretary to stay by his side and help him. Green Pendragon was surprised by her proposal. Luna stated frankly that she wanted to learn and walk her own path. He hoped to be near him to offer her support, but he quickly interjected, saying that wasn't what he meant. Luna bravely confessed that his words had moved her, and that she also wanted to live as her true self. She didn't want to wait for a prince anymore. She wanted to test her own strength. She tried to reassure him that she was fine. A flicker of sadness appeared in Luna's eyes, because today was not the right time. Green Pendragon stood silently, watching her for a long time. Another day in the Pendragon Kingdom. Pendragon ran up, calling out loudly, brother. She threw her arms around him after they had been apart for so long. He wrapped his arms around his sister. Lady Helen stood there, stunned. She realized the atmosphere around him had changed. She astutely noticed that her son had changed yet again. He looked at his mother, his eyes full of emotion. She gave a gentle smile. He slowly walked closer. He reached out and took his mother's hand. Green Pendragon hugged her and said, I am home, mother. Lady Helen shed tears, seeing her son safe and sound. The mother and son held each other for a long time, unwilling to let go. She declared, welcome home, Irene Pendragon. Afterwards, he went to visit the officers and soldiers of his army. Mark Killian exclaimed, it's been too long, young master. He boasted about how he had protected the barracks, while the young master was away. He clapped Vincent on the shoulder and introduced him. This is our passionate new recruit. Vincent observed quietly. Mark Killian continued to praise Vincent, saying that although he was a bit arrogant, his skills were respectable. However, he still claimed to be slightly better due to his experience. Lind looked at Vincent, momentarily stunned. Mark Killian laughed heartily as he recounted the duel that had won him over. Vincent replied humbly, I am just a commoner. How could I dare to compare myself to the captain? Lind took another step closer to Vincent to get a better look. His eyes immediately turned serious, staring intently without blinking. Vincent didn't flinch either, returning the gaze with a look as sharp as a sword's edge. From a distance, Irene Pendragon had already noticed the adversarial sparks flying between the two men. He poured wine into a glass, then let out a faint smile, saying Vincent was truly a cunning old fox to the very end. He spoke casually, as if making small talk, but in reality, he was probing Vincent's true strength. Vincent raised his glass without any pleasantries and retorted, aren't you the real fox here? He stated bluntly, you were planning to test me, weren't you? Irene Pendragon smiled, pleased with his sharp perception. He recalled the match where Vincent, then a mysterious rookie, had taken down the knight captain in front of everyone. Vincent had cleverly handled the aftermath, knowing full well that rumors would start to swirl. He admitted that he had intentionally held back to save the captain's face and to conceal skills that would have made them an even match. At the same time, he also praised Irene for having a very high-quality knight order. Irene Pendragon asked him directly if he had a favorable impression of Pendragon, to which Vincent gave a non-committal reply, that's up to you. He realized this man was extremely difficult to read. In any case, he said, raising his glass for another toast. Vincent held up a bottle of beer and said, this place has its own unique flavor, but for me, it's still not enough. He then asked, why do you think it's not enough? Irene let out a soft laugh and thought, here we go. A drinking session, heavy with strategy, kicked off the trial for the master of the Sunset Tower, Vincent John. Two men sat opposite each other like two warriors, ready for a battle of wits. Irene Pendragon asked, what is this territory lacking? That's what you want to talk about, isn't it? Vincent poured some beer and smirked, why don't you try and guess? He was implying that the beer here was a far cry from the beer he used to drink in Lours. As soon as he finished his sentence, Vincent suddenly channeled his spiritual power and pointed a flaming sword right at him. The glowing red tip of the sword was pressed close to his face, but Irene Pendragon remained calm and even smiled. Vincent's cold gaze made the air as tense as a drawn bowstring. He understood that if he gave the wrong answer, this man would never side with him. He mulled over the hidden meaning about the beer and slowly understood the comparison between Pendragon and Lours. It was the fundamental difference between the two lands. Irene Pendragon had realized what was missing. He gently closed his eyes in front of the flaming sword. And opening them with resolve, he answered people to be specific, population. Vincent paused for a moment, not expecting such a perfect answer. He stated frankly that the Pendragon territory was vast but sparsely populated. He pointed out that the land could support over 100,000 people, but currently there were only 30,000. The seaport was attracting immigrants in droves, creating a world of difference. Without a concentrated population, there can be no technological progress or fighting strength, and the taste of the beer can't possibly change. He admitted that was something Pendragon currently lacked. Vincent spoke in a low voice, making an analogy like traditional sake, culture is the soul. He emphasized that a domain's strength lies in its products and its people. Green Pendragon looked at him with an expression that was both tense and intrigued. Vincent acknowledged that Pendragon had developed rapidly thanks to his leadership. He also pointed out that the immigrants were still living in poverty. He nodded, admitting his shortcomings, and said he had to help them first. Vincent asked how. The tip of the fiery blade once again exerted immense pressure. Green Pendragon replied that he would grant them fertile land and the right to cultivate it. This would not only increase the food supply, but also turn them into true citizens. Vincent couldn't hide his surprise. Green said that this plan had its risks, however. Vincent urged him to continue. Green Pendragon was concerned about security as villages began to spring up everywhere. The kingdom lacked the military strength to protect them from monsters and bandits. Vincent ventured to ask what would happen if the task was given to the griffins. The sharp question made the atmosphere even more tense. Irene shook his head, saying that even if they were tamed, griffins were still monsters at heart. He said that if they wanted the immigrants to truly become their people, they had to put someone they trusted in charge. For example, someone like Lind or the Knights. Or they could hire mercenaries for protection. Green Pendragon understood the immigrant mentality perfectly. Otherwise, they would feel they were being treated like serfs. Vincent's eyes widened at such logical reasoning. Irene hoped they came here for a better life, not to suffer oppression. If they were treated like serfs, the flow of immigrants would dry up. He personally witnessed the fall of Sisak due to oppression. Irene asserted that using force would never bring prosperity to the domain. When a worm will turn, an exploited populace will eventually fight back. Oppression only sows the seeds of rebellion. It will rise up and kill those who have crushed them. And in the end, the Lord will be dealt with by his own people. Vincent was stunned by this humanitarian philosophy. Green Pendragon said that all people living in the same domain must be a single community. The fiery blade automatically retracted, as if in acknowledgement. Room was scorching with spiritual power, yet the atmosphere had calmed down. Vincent remarked that since they last met, things felt different. He said, "You've changed." Irene was surprised, really. Vincent gave a slight nod, yes, and couldn't hide the fact that his opinion was gradually shifting in Pendragon's favor. He replied, "No matter how noble your intentions are, without a clear strategy, it's all just empty words." Ellen frankly analyzed Vincent's way of thinking, criticizing him for being too harsh, but Vincent understood Ellen's character, so he chose his words with care, saying, "If you were an ordinary person, I would have had no problem flattering you for my own gain." He raised his mug of beer, took a large gulp, and then continued with a serious expression, this time, "I truly want to discuss things with you properly." Ellen waited calmly, hoping they could have a frank discussion and find a path forward. Vincent chugged the entire bottle of beer in one long go, a bit of white foam comically clinging to the corner of his mouth. He slammed the empty bottle down on the table and shared his excitement, because he'd like to enjoy a few more delicious bottles like this. Hearing this, Ellen's face lit up with joy, and he immediately expressed his eagerness to listen. "I want to hear what you're thinking." The atmosphere between the two of them instantly softened, and their gazes met with a cordiality and ease that was absent before. Vincent revealed some good news. "I've found a way to solve the immigration problem, and I even have a plan to attract more people to the domain." Ellen smiled and replied, "I understand." He glanced at Ellen, then cryptically remarked that the answer was right there in what Lord Ben Dragon had just said. A griffin dove down from the sky with the speed of a whirlwind. Eisler was the one commanding the squadron of griffin riders below, as an entire flock of griffins circled gracefully through the air. Goblins were bustling about, busy with their tasks. Even the centaurs were pitching in, working tirelessly to help. Everyone was rushing to build large and sturdy homes, preparing for a booming future. The citizens looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with astonishment at the spectacular transformation, whispering in disbelief at how the Ansapur village of Jiok could have changed so much. Before them now was no longer a dilapidated village, but one that had been reborn as a prosperous and magnificent urban center, more splendid than ever before. Ellen had been standing. He was stunned by Vincent's assertion, realizing that this land had now developed into a true city. Hearing Vincent say that the answer was right there in his explanation, he nodded in confirmation and made a completely novel proposal that captured everyone's attention. "We're going to launch a massive scale construction project." Ellen's eyes widened in amazement at the bold idea, and he repeated, his voice filled with unconcealed surprise, "Construction." Vincent calmly presented the first step of the plan, which was to solve the employment problem for the influx of poor immigrants. He analyzed that instead of just giving them land to fend for themselves, assigning them construction work would be far more effective, because this colossal project would require thousands of laborers just like them. Vincent continued to emphasize the advantage of being able to concentrate the entire workforce in a single area. Ellen immediately recognized the security of this plan and enthusiastically agreed that it would significantly reduce the number of soldiers needed to protect them. Vincent further asserted that with the project's immense scale, it would undoubtedly attract many more people to join. He skillfully pointed out the chain reaction of benefits, where each newcomer would attract many others. This was precisely the goal Vincent was aiming for to promote development, paving the way for the birth of a free city. A metropolis that would welcome all residents regardless of nationality, race, or background. In his mind, an ideal vision formed. If everything went smoothly, the population here would grow explosively. At a manor in the city of York, Ellen, Vincent, and Luna were gathered in a meeting room to listen directly to the opinions of the people. An enthusiastic farmer stood up and offered to contribute both his labor and his assets, starting by introducing a piece of his land. Mentioned that there was a nearby forest with a source of high-quality timber, and hoped to be given priority to participate in the city's expansion effort. Another person eagerly volunteered to handle logistics, expressing his desire to open a tavern to serve the immigrant workers, because nothing beats a mug of beer after a long day of labor. He continuously offered persuasive reasons, arguing that their hard work deserved to be rewarded with moments of relaxation at the end of the day. Listening to these stories, Ellen began to understand the deeper meaning in what Vincent once said, "One person will bring many others." Those valuable strategies showed that as the population increased, the demand for new types of businesses would also explode. Vincent stated frankly that from this point forward, that factor was what truly mattered. He meticulously laid out the next strategy, signing contracts with the merchants gathered here to promote trade. Ellen stood up to address everyone, sincerely expressing his deep gratitude to them for traveling such a long way to join them. At the same time, he emphasized that York was a free city, a place where everyone's rights would be respected, regardless of race or nationality. Una brought out a large bag of money, and he announced in a loud voice that anyone wishing to do business here must adhere to one important rule. She poured brand new, glittering gold coins onto the table, capturing the attention of everyone present. Announced the momentous decision that all transactions in York must use this dragon coin. This announcement left the entire hall in a state of stunned amazement. Ellen had hesitated before making this bold decision, as issuing an independent currency was by no means a simple matter. Vincent calmly explained that the Empire would certainly object, but if the Pendragon family played its cards right, it could still succeed. He recounted the protagonist's righteous contributions in the battle at Luss, for which Prince Ian was incredibly grateful. Not only that, but capturing the mastermind behind the first prince's assassination attempt at Suk was also a key factor driving their resolve for change. Furthermore, with the person behind it all also connected to the Sea Dragon King, the Pendragon family's strength in the war against Arangues was indispensable. During this analysis, he couldn't help but waver. Vincent continued with his persuasive reasoning, arguing that with all these contributions, the Empire would have no choice but to accept this innovation. He stressed that if the dragon coin were used in trade with the Empire, the Pendragon family's influence would increase dramatically. These sharp arguments showed that to achieve his goals with the Empire, Ellen needed to possess even greater power and influence. That only strengthened his resolve, and he vowed to fight shoulder to shoulder with the Empire and launch powerful counterattacks. He immediately began to meticulously review the plan. His hand trembled slightly with anxiety, but determination was still clearly visible on his face. He wondered about the resources for minting the coins, because even though their territory had many gold mines, it would be difficult to meet the required quantity. Vincent was momentarily taken aback by this question. Then he burst into hearty laughter. He reassured them that everything had been calculated in advance, and the financial problems would be solved soon. Afternoon settled in with a brilliant pink sunset, painting the entire landscape with its enchanting beauty. Those who received the dragon coins were curious and skeptical about whether the currency could actually be used. They were doubtful when comparing it to the imperial coin, because the dragon coin only contained about 70% gold and was smaller, assuming that this inferior currency would disappear once the construction was complete. The man next to them immediately retorted that perhaps it was the imperial coin that would be the one to disappear. This man was Giovanni, the leader of the TOCE Empire's fourth largest merchant guild, a powerful and knowledgeable figure. Analyzed that due to its compact size, the dragon coin was more convenient to carry, and although its gold content was lower, its value was still equivalent to the imperial coin. Giovanni emphasized that in terms of convenience, the dragon coin was superior because the imperial coin was heavy and difficult to circulate. He posed a practical question: if they had to choose, which currency would people hoard and which one would they spend? People around him were absolutely astonished by his astuteness and wisdom. Vincent raised his beer bottle and shared a profound business philosophy. The currency that circulates first is the smarter currency. He explained that the value of a currency is determined by its level of circulation in the market. With great foresight, He predicted that if the imperial coin became a hoarded asset, it would eventually become like raw gold, while the market would be flooded with dragon coins. Luna began to understand, remarking that basically, the lower quality currency would replace the higher quality one, and he confirmed that this was correct. Vincent confidently asserted that even a single piece of paper would be enough to make that a reality. Ellen asked in amazement, and he replied while sipping his beer that it was just a hypothesis for now. However, he was confident that in the distant future, perhaps even after they were gone, there would be proof that this hypothesis was correct. Realizing this, Ellen smiled with satisfaction. He secretly admired Vincent's talent and vision, astonished that someone could possess such foresight without knowing the future. In his eyes, Vincent was a formidable strategist, a genius who inspired both respect and caution in others. Giovanni observed the newly issued dragon coins and acknowledged that the person behind this plan possessed extraordinary abilities, also affirming the success of Irene Pendragon. He was amazed at Irene Pendragon's ability to win over a brilliant strategist like Vincent as an ally. Giovanni clenched his fist and declared that within half a year, or a year at most, this new currency would cause a massive shockwave. A magnificent vision was painted, marking the birth of the brilliant free city of Jacques. At the city gate, the flow of people coming and going was bustling, just as Vincent's plan had laid out. The immigrants quickly struck up conversations and got to know one another in the lively atmosphere. They came from all over with all sorts of professions, creating a diverse tapestry for the growing city. At the registration desk, groups of people took turns reporting their information to Luna. One man chatted cheerfully while completing the registration process. Luna diligently recorded all the information with a professional demeanor. Sunlight shone down on the central castle, creating a majestic and splendid scene. She held a file in her hands containing the newly compiled immigration statistics. Luna calmly reported to Ellen and Vincent that this was the summary of the day's immigration situation in Jacques. Ellen seriously reviewed the document, then turned to Vincent and asked if everything was still proceeding according to plan. Vincent nodded in confirmation, yeah. After calmly reviewing the document, Raven Vanterer pointed out both its strengths and weaknesses, while also recognizing the sharp business acumen and true intentions behind the plan. Looked up at Luna Serad and gave her an appreciative smile. She's truly very capable in this field. Receiving the compliment, she beamed with a happy smile. Vincent smiled warmly, remarking that with the recent surge in businesses, the two of them wouldn't be able to manage without her help. Luna Serad placed a hand on her chest, humbly expressing her thanks with a joyful smile. Afterwards, she quietly left the room. Space grew quiet, with only the sound of the closing door echoing softly. Vincent turned to Raven Vanterer and remarked with a smile that she was truly excellent, which made him turn back with a slight start. He gave a slight nod and replied with a smile, yes. Elsewhere, a group of workers was hard at work, busily constructing a wooden structure. A green-skinned orc carried over a massive log, quickly tossed the log upwards for Raven Vanterer to catch. He leaped up to catch it, much to the astonishment of everyone around him. Then he angrily yelled down at the orc that throwing it so hard was dangerous, but the creature just laughed arrogantly, since to an orc, it was just a light object. Way above, Soldrake was perched on her bird, observing the entire construction site below. She thoughtfully pursed her lips. Her gaze followed Raven Vanterer as he chatted with someone else. Down below, Luna Serad and Vincent sat on a bench, watching the construction progress. She curiously asked why Irene Pendragon was participating directly in the labor, and he swirled his drink, explaining that it was an image strategy. He took another sip of his drink and said that when Irene Pendragon sweats alongside the workers, she will win the people's favor. Vincent concluded that this was how she could become their true companion, which only made Luna Serad offer a strained smile. He even revealed that he was the one who had proposed this plan. Up on the structure, Irene Pendragon continued to work enthusiastically with a radiant smile, and Vincent remarked that she seemed quite accustomed to this kind of manual labor. His eyes followed Irene Pendragon as she worked diligently, drenched in sweat. He suddenly found himself thinking back to his own past. Memories of his past life surfaced, a time when he had planted rice alongside the common people and greatly supported the Pendragon family. On the bank of the rice paddy, his mother brought him food and called for him to look up at her. He smiled gently, holding a basket of food as she beckoned to her son. He lowered his head, a wave of sadness washing over him at the thought of how hard his mother always had to work. Suddenly, a loud call from below directed at Irene Pendragon caught everyone's attention. Looking down, they saw Lind carrying a basket of bread and announcing that it was lunchtime. Soon after, the whole group, humans and orcs alike, sat down on the ground to enjoy a simple meal. Lind handed a loaf of bread to Irene Pendragon. She took a bite, her eyes widening as she praised how delicious the bread was. During this, Lind happily replied that since she used to be a commoner, she was very used to this sort of thing. Her hands were clearly calloused from a life of labor. Irene Pendragon stared at those hands, completely stunned. Her eyes flew open as if she had just realized something. The image of the mother from her memories resurfaced in Lin's presence. Luna Seyrod watched for a long time before looking up at Irene Pendragon in the light of the setting sun. Lind noticed the look and seemed puzzled, while Luna Seyrod and Vincent also found it hard to understand. Vincent smiled and remarked that he had a feeling he was about to enjoy some excellent beer in this domain, which surprised Luna Seyrod. A hint of sadness crossed her face. Vincent glanced over and quickly noticed the change in her expression. In the distance, Soldrake was also quietly observing the castle. She was astonished to realize that everything here was changing day by day. The city of Pendragon had been developing at an incredible pace ever since she arrived, a stark contrast to its previous tranquility. She recalled the agreement she had signed and silently contemplated its consequences. Soldrake continued to stare silently at the castle from afar, her eyes narrowing slightly as she thought of someone's name. As the wind blew through her hair, she wondered if this decision was the right one. Alex. She looked up at the brilliant sun overhead and thought, Alex Pendragon. On another mountain peak, a man on horseback was gazing toward the castle. The man muttered that he had finally reached the Pendragon domain, the place he had always longed to set foot in. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, and the horse beside him grew restless as well. The wind blew through his hair as he smiled eagerly, determined to become an honorable knight. Leon's face was filled with confidence. Meanwhile, Lind continued to distribute food to the people. Irene Pendragon cheerfully announced that the Pendragon territory was offering construction jobs to all immigrants. She went around reassuring everyone that they would no longer have to worry about food. The men around her were captivated by her beauty and whispered endless praise. Vincent sat with Mia and remarked that Lady Irene Pendragon was perfectly suited for this task. Mia agreed, calling it an effective strategy to improve her image, and teased that she looked more like an elf than a human, which made Vincent laugh. Irene Pendragon happily handed food to a seated man, who accepted it with sincere thanks. He leaned in to reassure him that everything would be all right, as they would provide him with a job. Suddenly, the man's body trembled, and he stammered that it wasn't like that. A surprised Irene Pendragon asked him to repeat himself. She noticed the quality sword at his side and thought to herself that this man was no ordinary person. She then observed his refined clothes and doubted if he was truly an immigrant. All of a sudden, a hideous zombie lunged out right where the two of them were. Both of them stared in horror at the terrifying creature. Writing Kazil, Tata spotted it and exclaimed in shock that it was a zombie. Immediately after, a horde of other bizarre monsters appeared, signaling the imminent danger. The first zombie charged straight for Irene Pendragon, causing her to scream in terror. The man from before immediately rushed forward to protect her, shouting out a warning. However, he was struck by the zombie and sent flying. Irene Pendragon was so busy watching him that she didn't notice the zombie in front of her opening its massive maw. A figure moved like lightning and rushed in. It was Vincent. He grabbed Irene Pendragon with one arm and sliced the zombie's body apart with his sword. The monster was cut into 3 pieces, and the situation was quickly brought back under control. He spoke up, warning that this area was truly dangerous, because the information board made no mention of monsters appearing here. Irene Pendragon softly thanked Vincent, then looked down to find the young man trembling on the ground. She rushed over in a panic and asked Leon if he was okay. He struggled to get up, his whole body shaking, and cried out in despair that he was pathetic. Irene Pendragon immediately encouraged him, saying he was very brave, and Vincent added that it was thanks to him that he was able to intervene in time. Helpless tears fell from Leon's eyes as he repeatedly slammed his fist on the ground, choking out that it wasn't enough because he came to Pendragon to become a knight. Vincent and Irene Pendragon looked at each other as if they understood his ambition. In the grand hall of the castle, a deep, steady voice rang out, thanking Leon for saving his sister. Irene Pendragon calmly stated that from what she knew, Leon had taken the exam to join the White Dragon Force, but was unsuccessful. He lowered his head, not daring to look up, and quietly replied that it was true. Wiping away his tears, Leon said that even though he couldn't become a knight, meeting Irene Pendragon was a great honor because he had always admired her. She asked about his admiration, and Leon confirmed that it started at Governor Seguna's banquet. Leon explained that he was also there and witnessed the attack by the Orachi pirate crew, at which time he had fled in terror. He clenched his fists and declared that Irene Pendragon had done the complete opposite. He emphasized that she fought against the pirates with all her might. She even defeated them and became the hero of Lois. Leon looked at her with shining eyes, expressing his desire to become a strong knight just like her, and that he had traveled a long way from the imperial capital to Pendragon. Irene Pendragon was silent for a moment before calmly replying that she understood. She gently asked about Leon's background, wondering if he was a nobleman. During the question, Leon seemed to lose all his strength. He slowly bowed his head and introduced himself as Leon John Bone, the second son of Count John Bone. Irene Pendragon looked puzzled, as she had never heard that name before. Leon stood silently for a moment with a gloomy expression. He smiled awkwardly and explained that the Jawbone family was merely an honorary countship, often treated as a joke in the royal court. Surprised, Irene Pendragon asked if his family possessed a national evil talent. Leon forced a smile and confirmed that his family had pursued that path for generations. However, he shared that the nobles in the royal court didn't respect it at all. Irene Pendragon listened intently as Leon expressed his frustration that his family was seen as nothing more than entertainers. She fell silent, contemplating his story. Leon clenched his fists, declaring that he wanted to become a knight to fight and restore his family's reputation. As he said this, his hand trembled uncontrollably with emotion. Irene Pendragon thoughtfully realized he was another victim of the Empire's discrimination. After a moment, she spoke coldly, demanding that Leon show her his talent. Leon straightened his posture as she repeated her demand, his expression turning serious. He tossed his cloak into the air and replied that he understood. Immediately after, Leon began his performance. First was his impressive ability to move his eyes with incredible flexibility. Next, he easily bent his body, bringing his leg all the way around his back. In just a few seconds, Leon balanced himself, crossed his eyes, and stuck out his tongue in a comical display. Lifted his entire body into the air using only one hand. Irene Pendragon stood frozen, observing the performance. Leon placed his hand back on the floor, preparing for his next move. Leaped high into the air, spreading his arms wide. Leon's entire body hovered skillfully in midair. Tumbled through several somersaults before landing as gracefully as a dancer. To finish, Leon stood at attention and performed a formal bow. Irene Pendragon and Vincent's eyes widened in astonishment at the unique display. He watched Leon intently for another moment. Then Irene Pendragon stood up and said that it was true, he would have a hard time becoming a knight. However, she asserted that she knew someone who could cultivate Leon's special talent. Both Leon and Vincent's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. Irene Pendragon lowered her head, thinking of the martial arts master from her previous life, who had accompanied her on the battlefield. The image of the powerful master appeared in her mind, and she believed he could train Leon. She placed her hands on her hips, remarking that Leon possessed flexibility, balance, and explosive power far beyond that of an ordinary person. Then Irene Pendragon cracked her knuckles and suggested that Leon become a fighter. Leon was stunned for a few seconds by the unexpected offer. Immediately after, he clasped his hands and agreed enthusiastically, thinking to himself that the title of fighter sounded really cool. As evening fell, Vincent spoke up, asking if Irene Pendragon and Leon would be traveling to the capital together. She sat across from him with her arms crossed and coldly confirmed that they would be. Irene Pendragon added that during this trip, she would be looking for a suitable person to become Leon's master. Vincent asked again with concern, as this trip was very important with many objectives to complete. Irene Pendragon laced her fingers together thoughtfully and said that this was also a reward after punishing Ruth Talon. It was also related to getting the Pendragon coin officially licensed for circulation. All of these plans had significant strategic importance. Vincent interjected while taking a drink, mentioning that Ruth Talon's escort was about to depart and the journey would be very dangerous. Irene Pendragon slowly replied that this was why they needed to prepare so thoroughly. He said that he had received reports from his scouts and the orc tribe. According to the reports, some of the zombies and ghouls near the tomb they had previously destroyed had come back to life. This meant that the lick they had defeated before still existed somewhere. Vincent suspected that yesterday's attack on Irene Pendragon was related to this, and he immediately confirmed it. He was bewildered, thinking that even after making a pact with the White Dragon, that creature hadn't lost all its power. Irene Pendragon pondered for a few seconds, before concluding that there was definitely a greater power behind everything. He speculated that it might be a being powerful enough to confront a dragon. The night grew late. Weary Irene Pendragon leaned back on the large bed in his room. Sensing a familiar presence, he struggled to sit up and open his eyes. He saw Soldrake peeking through the window. He softly called her name. Irene Pendragon invited Soldrake into the room, asking how she'd been since they hadn't seen each other in a while. Soldrake slowly replied that she had been in her lair, restoring her mana. She further explained that maintaining her human form outside the Pendragon territory consumed a great deal of her magical power. Irene Pendragon looked confused by Soldrake's words. He raised his voice, questioning why she hadn't told him this sooner, saying that if he had known, things would have been different. Soldrake lowered her head and gently replied that it was because she wanted to be by his side. Hearing that, he was immediately struck silent, unable to find words. He went on to ask if he felt happy, causing him to answer in confusion that it wasn't like that. He stopped mid-sentence as old memories suddenly flooded back to him. The image of Soldrake holding him, comforting him in the rain, appeared vividly in his mind. Then there was the time she brought food to him, the gentle gaze she always had for him. After a moment, he finally spoke. He said that she had taken care of him in Sisu. Soldrake gently replied that he didn't need to apologize because their souls were already connected. He slowly added that the fault was hers for letting him go against what he had once wanted. Irene Pendragon looked at Soldrake in silence, recalled his past memories, and then asked her a question. He asked if she had known what was going to happen beforehand. Soldrake quickly answered that she hadn't known at all, and then explained further. There was no magic she knew of that could turn back time. To this day, she had never heard of magic like that. Listened intently as she continued, saying that if it did exist, it would require a colossal amount of mana, along with a special place like a dragon vein to contain that energy. It would even require the life of a dragon clan chief. Only then could such a spell possibly be cast. Irene Pendragon clenched his fists, remembering the white dragon from his past. Recalled that back then, he hadn't fought with all his strength, and in the end, he had taken his own life. Just like the fate of the Pendragon family, in his previous life, his only wish was to return to the past one more time. Soldrake looked at his dazed expression, then stood up and said that was the reason she had to leave, which couldn't help but surprise him. She gazed up at the sky with a distant look in her eyes and spoke of her death back then. Immediately after, Soldrake transformed into a dragon and spread his wings, flying toward the vast plains. Next morning, a horse-drawn carriage rolled slowly along the long road. Its destination was the Alice territory, where a fighting festival was being held. In the arena, a young man who had been beaten to a pulp lay trembling on the ground. His arm was broken, and he couldn't move it properly. The spectators in the stands were stunned to see the son of Count Louvre so utterly defeated by a stranger. Everyone watched with curiosity, wondering about the identity of the victor. They all wondered who that man could possibly be. His hands were stained with his opponent's blood, which made the audience realize he was a mercenary. He stood tall with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance. An announcement echoed through the arena, declaring the winner to be the warrior Agate. His deep-set eyes seemed to hide secrets that no one could possibly guess. Upon arriving in the Alice territory, Irene Pendragon couldn't help but marvel at its beauty, and Lind readily agreed. It turned out they had arrived in Galaxy City Alice, a place of breathtaking beauty. Bustling crowds of people coming and going created an incredibly lively atmosphere. Irene Pendragon, wearing a black cloak with her hood up, observed her surroundings and thought to herself that at this rate, Alice would soon be on par with the Empire. She remarked that the place was far too crowded, but Leon explained that the annual festival had turned the city into a famous tourist destination. Leon added that he had come here many times before to hone his skills. Irene Pendragon and Lind chimed in at the same time, expressing their desire to see Leon's talents for themselves. Leon was surprised by the request. After taking a bite of an apple, he smiled and replied that they should just wait a moment. Immediately after, Leon tossed a series of apples high into the air. Irene Pendragon and Lind's eyes widened in admiration at the performance. Leon skillfully used his feet to juggle the apples, all while keeping his hands hidden behind his back. He even used his back to catch an apple without letting it drop. Next, he effortlessly balanced 2 apples on his shoulders. Masterful kicks from back to front left the onlookers gasping in admiration. Leon flicked an apple high into the air with the tip of his shoe. He leaped up, perfectly following its trajectory. Finally, he sent the apple flying away with an artistic flourish. Irene Pendragon and Lind applauded enthusiastically. Leon landed gently on his feet, radiating an air of confidence. However, everyone's gaze suddenly shifted in another direction. Leon also turned his head to see what they were looking at. A large man carrying an axe on his shoulder was approaching them. The apple Leon had just thrown was stuck to the man's clothes, and he glared at the boy with a cold, sharp gaze. Leon immediately dropped to his knees and bowed his head, apologizing profusely. Suddenly, he felt a heavy weight pressed down on his shoulders. It was Irene Pendragon. At some point, she had sat down on his back. When Leon turned to look, he was immediately met with a stern lecture. "Food isn't something you should be wasting." Leon broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as he apologized. The large man and his companions burst out laughing at the scene. Irene Pendragon helped Leon to his feet, but he was still completely dazed. Lind wondered if this place was full of powerful people. Irene Pendragon coldly explained that today was the day of the combat festival. Leon suddenly remembered and looked flustered for having forgotten. An idea flashed through his mind, making him excited. Leon eagerly asked if his young master intended to participate in the festival. Leon's eyes immediately lit up when Irene Pendragon confirmed that she did. She pondered deeply, wondering if Agate had heard what she said. Irene Pendragon bowed her head slightly, recalling that she had heard of Agate's fame in her past life, and believed he was somewhere in this castle right now. And he was definitely in a fortress within the Alice territory. The sound of a fist slamming on a table echoed, followed by a furious voice declaring how humiliating this was. Lord of Alice, Count Louvre, was trembling with rage. He roared that for generations, the Louvre family had always been famous for its outstanding talents. Now he was utterly disappointed. Eder, who had received special training since birth, now stood before him, his body covered in injuries, trembling as he endured his father's reprimand, despite once being known as the Holy Eye across many lands. Count Louver's eyes widened in fury that his son had lost so miserably to an old, unarmed man. He growled, asking if his son felt any shame. Eder and his two subordinates immediately bowed their heads and apologized, admitting that this failure was unforgivable. The Count clenched his fist, warning that if word of this spread, the family's Silver River Knights would become a laughingstock. Hearing this, Eder could only bow his head in silence. Just then, a man leisurely walked in and spoke reassuringly, saying that the Count had no need to worry. He entered with a beautiful woman on each arm, causing Eder to turn his head, and confidently said that the family still had him. Eder called out Morgan's name in astonishment, while Morgan himself nonchalantly swirled a glass of wine with an air of complete confidence. That man was none other than the #1 heartthrob of Alice. Immediately after, Morgan tossed the glass of red wine into the air. At the same time, he drew a sword that was hidden on his person. Even while bowing his head, he swung his sword with masterful skill. Two beautiful women quickly moved to catch the glass, but before it could fall, the wine glass was perfectly sliced in two, showcasing his supreme skill. Count Louvre and Eder stared at Morgan, their eyes wide with astonishment. He smiled confidently, declaring that he was the strongest knight in the family's history. Then he gallantly introduced himself as Morgan Louvre. Afterward, he adjusted his cuffs with a flawless, aristocratic air. Back at the combat festival arena, an announcement rang out, declaring the winner to be Agate. Following that, Morgan Louvre was also named the victor. Two warriors stared each other down, their gazes filled with challenge. An intense killing intent radiated from them. Both were certain to advance to the final match. In the Alice territory, inside Baron Dawson's mansion, an urgent voice called out. A young guard suggested that they should hire Agate as a guard for the Dawson family due to his exceptional abilities. As he was rambling on, Baron Dawson coldly ordered him to stop. But the guard continued, saying that Agate might lose to the genius Morgan, which angered the Baron. Dawson shouted, demanding that he leave the room at once. Two men left, confused by the Baron's attitude. They gossiped that even though he was a knight, he never watched the tournament or trained, as if he were no longer a true noble. Inside the room, Dawson sat in silence, wondering why a useless man like himself held such a title. He picked up a button and looked at it fondly. The memento reminded him of his little daughter. Dawson clutched the item tightly in his hand. Then he buried his face in his hands, silent in his grief. The four of them stopped in front of a large inn. Leon's eyes widened as he asked if his master was here, making Irene Pendragon sigh. He thought back to his respected master from his past life, Agate, and wondered if he was really here. Suddenly, Leon stammered when he saw several people lying unconscious in front of the inn. He asked in astonishment what had happened to them. A trembling man explained they had come to see Agate, which surprised Leon. The man warned him not to say anything to Agate and to leave while he still could, because the man was absurdly strong. He pointed to the defeated nobles and knights, all of whom had come to test Agate's strength after the festival and had been taken down. Hearing this, Irene Pendragon and Lind couldn't help but feel worried. Leon turned to him and asked if everything would be okay, and Irene Pendragon coldly replied that an unforeseen situation might arise, but to let him handle it. Shortly after, they stood before the door to Agate's room. Irene Pendragon knocked on the door and politely said that he had something to discuss with the warrior Agate. The space was filled with silence. There was no reply. A moment later, Agate's cold voice rang out, telling them to get lost if they didn't want to lose an eye. Irene Pendragon fell silent, then suddenly said that he knew what had happened to Joe and Raja. Immediately, a massive arm shot out to attack him. Agate appeared with bloodshot eyes, furiously charging toward Irene Pendragon. He gritted his teeth, glaring at him with heavy killing intent. Agate threw an incredibly powerful punch, but Irene Pendragon managed to dodge it in time. He continuously dodged the blows, inwardly amazed at his opponent's speed. He realized Agate was terrifyingly fast. A kick from Agate nearly grazed Irene Pendragon's arm. He continued his relentless assault with a flurry of kicks. The kick was aimed straight for Irene Pendragon's face. He quickly dodged and silently admired his master's familiar technique. He realized Agate was about to use his third technique and prepared to counter. Agate threw an axe kick, but Irene Pendragon had anticipated it and dodged. He continued to evade Agate's combination attacks. Irene Pendragon counterattacked with a powerful backhand strike. Mark from the blow immediately appeared on Agate's face. Without stopping, Irene Pendragon launched a straight kick toward his opponent. Agate quickly blocked the blow with his hand. Immediately after, Irene Pendragon used the exact same technique that Agate had just performed. He raised his leg with extreme speed. Then he unleashed a kick that cut through the air toward Agate's face. Agate was knocked back but managed to keep his balance and stay on his feet. Agate raised a hand to his bleeding forehead, then stared at Raven Vanterer with eyes full of suspicion. He asked in a low voice whether he had just copied his technique or had known it from before. He remained silent, offering no answer. Agate continued to press him, demanding to know his identity and why he knew about his daughter. He suspected that Raven Vanterer was connected to that bastard Morgan Louvre. Calmly replied that he was here to change Agate's fate and pleaded for him to just listen. Agate watched him with a wary, searching gaze. At that moment, Raven Vanterer looked him straight in the eye to make his decisive move. Decisively recounted the night that monster in human form struck in the forest. The image of Morgan appeared, his face covered in blood as he laughed maniacally, saying he wasn't tired at all after the slaughter. He stood with his hands on his hips, a satisfied smile on his face as he mentioned his bloody little stroll. Morgan ground his teeth smugly, boasting that thanks to his looks and intellect, foolish girls couldn't resist his charm. Image of frail legs bearing the marks of chains appeared as he bitterly admitted to using his power to cover up all his scandals. He laughed insanely, spreading his arms as if to embrace the world, viewing power as his ultimate symbol. Beneath the moonlight in the night forest, Morgan muttered that it would only be 2 more days after the final match. He raised his blood-stained sword, mentioning the mercenary who dared to confront his family. Morgan crazily licked the blood from his blade and confidently declared that man would drown in a sea of blood. Back in the present, Agate sat on an empty bed in the room. He took a drag from his cigarette and asked if Raven Vanterer expected him to believe the words of a stranger. He bowed his head respectfully, addressing him as the venerable and extraordinary warrior Agate. Then he looked up, asserting that he truly wanted to help him. Agate took another pensive drag from his cigarette, asked bitterly whether his words, no matter how moving, could bring his 2 daughters back. Hearing this, Raven Vanterer silently lowered his head. Agate admitted in anguish that Joe and Raja had been brutally violated and then murdered by Morgan. He asked in despair, nothing can bring them back, can it? Agate was enraged that those nobles were the very embodiment of the law. He yelled that even if they committed heinous crimes, no one would dare to punish them. Intense killing intent radiated from him as he declared that if no one else would do it, he would take matters into his own hands. Raven Vanterer looked at him quietly and admitted that everything he said was true. However, he warned that if Agate continued down this path, he wouldn't achieve his revenge, but would only be seen as a criminal and exiled to the Demon Legion. Agate looked at him with weary and haggard eyes. He continued, saying that then, he would only be able to crawl through the mud of meaningless battlefields. He would eventually become a soulless corpse, with nothing left to look forward to but death. Heavy silence fell between them. Agate broke the silence, asking if he could see the future. He listened in silence as Agate mentioned the counterattack from earlier. Agate recalled their fight, admitting the perfection in Raven Vanterer's timing and reflexes. He was astonished by his precise timing. Agate asked if he had learned that technique from him, frowned and asked again who he really was. Raven Vanterer slowly replied that he couldn't reveal that. He looked Agate straight in the eye and affirmed that he wasn't lying, that everything he said came from a place of sincerity. Silence fell between them once again. Agate took a drag from his cigarette and then asked him straight out what he wanted. At the arena of the fighting festival, the excited roars of the crowd echoed thunderously. In the ring, Agate and Morgan Louvre faced each other as the referee announced the official start of the final match. Morgan appeared with a sword in hand, carrying the air of an ancient century genius and Alice's strongest knight. Opposite him was Agate, unarmed but still calm and fearless. The audience buzzed excitedly, talking about Agate, the undefeated and unknown warrior of this tournament. A long-haired person noticed that even Baron Dawson was present to watch the match, even though he was known to hate this festival. Dawson watched quietly with dark circles under his eyes, while Agate maintained a confident demeanor. Leon wondered if this was even the same Agate they knew, and Irene Pendragon remarked that he was unusually calm. Lynn turned to ask what Raven Vanterer had said to Agate, and he coldly replied that it was just a few necessary things. The 3 of them looked at him in confusion. He told Leon to pay close attention to this match, and the boy immediately responded. Louvre confidently declared that the skills of Eder and Morgan far surpassed the others. He arrogantly demanded that they show the common folk the difference between nobles and commoners. At that moment, the 2 opponents stood facing each other in the arena. Morgan sneered, reminding Agate of how he had defeated his younger brother the day before. Agate remained silent, offering no response. Morgan continued to mock him, asking if his hearing was starting to fail him. Confidently declared that today would mark Agate's death anniversary. A surge of purple aura erupted around Morgan's body. Pressure from the aura reached the stands where Raven Vanterer and the others were seated. Irene Pendragon frowned, recognizing it as aura, a rare power she never expected to witness in this domain. Morgan pointed his sword directly at Agate with a cruel smile on his face. He declared that this festival could only end with Agate's death, and that was the law. Agate swallowed hard but remained perfectly calm. He slowly broke into a smile, replying that hearing that only made him more excited. Morgan seemed confused by this reaction. Agate looked him straight in the eye and declared that the one who was going to die was Morgan. Morgan's eyes widened in utter shock. He immediately lunged forward to attack. Agate also charged ahead to meet him head-on. He closed the distance, wrapping his arms around Morgan to restrict his movement. With one hand securing his opponent's back, he threw a powerful punch with the other. Fierce battle unfolded in a tense silence. The audience in the stands watched every dramatic development with rapt attention. The two warriors struggled intensely, neither one willing to give an inch. Suddenly, the stands erupted in chaos as everyone grew confused, wondering why the two combatants had gone completely still. Count Louvre roared in fury, demanding that Morgan kill Agate immediately. Irene Pendragon and Lind watched the match intently, a satisfied smile already gracing Irene's lips. Agate held Morgan's trembling body and coldly repeated the man's own threat back to him. Morgan's entire body was shaking uncontrollably, sweat pouring off him in streams, and then his eyes suddenly flew wide open. A massive gush of blood sprayed from his mouth. A moment later, Morgan fell backward onto the arena floor, completely motionless. He was dead, leaving the entire audience staring with their jaws dropped in horror. Agate stood proudly over his opponent's corpse, with a majestic expression on his face. He let out a mocking chuckle and wondered aloud why he was talking to a corpse. The referee loudly announced that Morgan, the eldest son of Lord Alice, had been defeated and killed in battle. The contorted expression on his face was enough to make anyone shudder. Everyone was stunned, and Leon stammered that the blow should have just hit his armor, but the result was completely different. Irene Pendragon explained to Lind that it was the internal destruction wave technique, and that Morgan's internal organs had been completely obliterated. She explained that the force from the palm of the hand radiates outward like shockwaves. It was a power that pierced through armor and crushed the opponent's internal organs. Three of them were astonished, and Leon asked if that was even possible, to which he confirmed that this was a secret technique passed down only to the holy warriors of the Tairami's temple. Leon, looking dazed, asked again about the title of Holy Warrior. His eyes lit up, shining with excitement. Irene Pendragon thought to himself that even he couldn't replicate that technique. He looked at Agate with deep admiration, admitting that the man was truly the strongest warrior. The horrified Count Louvre screamed his son's name. He rushed over to Morgan's body and let out a tragic, heart-wrenching wail. Then, pointing a finger at Agate, he ordered his men to seize and kill him on the spot. The Count, consumed by madness, drew his sword, threatening to handle it himself if his subordinates failed to act. He and his personal guards pointed their swords toward Agate, roaring with outrage. His entire body trembled as he accused Agate of daring to murder his son. Agate just laughed nonchalantly and reminded him that according to the festival rules, the match only ends when one of the combatants is dead. He added with a sneer that it was Morgan himself who had declared those terms first. Agate sarcastically remarked that if a nobleman doesn't follow the rules he himself set, then he's no better than a common thug. Enraged, Count Louvre roared for him to shut his mouth. Screaming through his tears, he declared that in this territory, he was the law. Just then, a figure stepped down into the arena and declared that this had gone on long enough. Irene Pendragon advanced toward them slowly, each step firm and deliberate. His eyes were cold and sharp, his expression unreadable. Agate gasped in astonishment as he recognized the newcomer. Count Louvre gritted his teeth and demanded to know if he intended to protect Agate. He roared that any accomplice would be punished, just like the criminal himself. Irene Pendragon calmly retorted that if that were the case, then the Count was also an accomplice. He then declared firmly that Count Louvre was the real criminal here. The Count was horrified, completely baffled by what was happening. Irene Pendragon accused him of condoning his son's crimes and twisting the law to suit his own needs. Hearing this, the Count was left speechless, having been called unworthy of his title as Lord. Irene coldly drove the point home in front of the entire crowd. Trembling, the Count screamed, demanding to know what he was talking about. He roared, demanding to know just who Irene Pendragon thought he was. Irene looked him straight in the eye as a brilliant golden light erupted around him. In an instant, a colossal creature materialized behind him. Both Count Louvre and Agate were left completely stunned by the sight. Cold sweat dripped down the Count's forehead as he felt its terrifying aura. The audience in the stands gasped in shock as they realized it was a dragon. Massive, azure-colored white dragon now stood behind Irene Pendragon. He calmly introduced himself as Irene Pendragon, contractor of the White Dragon. Dragon flapped its wings and let out a majestic roar. Agate froze, realizing that this man was one of the 5 great dukes of the kingdom. The Count couldn't believe his eyes as a pair of dragon wings materialized on Irene Pendragon's back. Nevertheless, he tried to feign fearlessness and let out a mocking laugh. He sneered that Irene Pendragon was nothing without his dragon's power, using it only to intimidate others. Count declared that if it came to it, he would bring his army to face him, boasting that the House of Alice was a formidable power. The white dragon lowered its head majestically as Irene Pendragon asserted that they were justice itself. He coldly replied that the Count was the foolish sinner who hadn't yet realized the truth. Immediately after, the white dragon slowly vanished from the space. Irene Pendragon let out a soft sigh. He loudly called for all the people of the territory to listen to the truth about Agat's actions. He announced that Morgan had lured and murdered countless women, making him the most despicable criminal of all. The entire crowd was shaken by this information. Irene Pendragon continued, revealing that Agat's own daughter was also one of Morgan's victims. Panicked Count Louvre screamed that it was all slander. He pointed his sword at Irene Pendragon and demanded proof. Irene Pendragon calmly called out the name Ryan Dawson. Count immediately froze upon hearing the name. Agat too fell unexpectedly silent. Irene Pendragon loudly called for the knight of the Vero territory, Baron Dawson, to step forward and testify. Instantly, Dawson shot to his feet in the middle of the crowd. He bowed his head calmly before everyone. Irene Pendragon declared that the proof was in Dawson's hands. Respectfully called Ryan Dawson's name once more. Irene Pendragon continued to urge the Baron to confirm it before the entire audience. Agat looked on, bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, Count Louvre began to panic as the truth was slowly unveiled. Ryan stepped forward with his head bowed in sorrow, his gaze heavy as he looked at the crowd. Irene Pendragon lifted his head, following the man's every movement. He loudly demanded that Ryan expose the truth that 2 years ago, his daughter was murdered by Morgan Louvre. Irene Pendragon shattered the silent atmosphere, emphasizing that it was the Vero territory itself that had hidden this truth. He continued his questioning, causing Ryan to lower his head in silence, as if waiting for a final confirmation. Count Louvre turned pale, stammering, unable to understand how this had been exposed. Ryan remained still, speechless. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face as he chokingly called himself a foolish father. He painfully recalled the scene of his young daughter being murdered on a country road 2 years ago. A haunting image returned to him. Her eyes rolled back into her head, and her body was covered in blood. Ryan recounted with a tremor in his voice that in his daughter's hand at that moment was a crucial piece of evidence. It was a golden emblem. He confirmed that the emblem bore the symbol of the Count's family. All the citizens looked up at him in horror. Ryan clenched his fist and shouted that he had been determined to go to the Count's castle to demand justice. However, he was stopped and threatened by Morgan. Ryan recalled Morgan's terrifying gaze as he demanded that he remain silent if he didn't want trouble. Morgan even gave him a choice, either keep the secret or accept money to keep his mouth shut. Tremblingly confessed that he had been forced to choose silence. Ryan held up the emblem from that day and declared that it was the proof. Golden emblem bearing the Count's symbol glittered in his hand. It was impossible to fake. The crowd immediately shot to their feet in astonishment. Rumors spread as people remembered that 2 years ago, Ryan had suddenly been made a baron. Someone inspected the emblem and confirmed it was indeed the symbol of the Count's family. Everyone pushed forward to see the evidence with their own eyes. Leon and Lind looked at each other in shock, as if they had figured everything out. Count Louvre collapsed to his knees, muttering in denial of the truth. Agat watched him with a mocking, sarcastic smile. He turned to Irene Pendragon with a suspicious gaze and asked a question. Agat wondered how Irene Pendragon knew about this in such detail. He bowed his head and began to explain. Irene Pendragon recalled that after Agat was captured, Ryan Dawson had visited him to express his gratitude and recounted the entire incident. He thought to himself that in his past life, it was Agat who had told him this very story. Irene Pendragon turned to look at the devastated Count Louvre. In a stern voice, he declared that everything was now clear and ordered the man to get lost. The Count replied, trembling, that he would never forgive Agat. He staggered to his feet, accusing Agat of treason and the murder of a nobleman. The Count lost control and lunged toward Irene Pendragon, arguing that the life of a commoner could not compare to that of a noble. He shouted that protecting a criminal like Agat was also an act of treason. The Count continued to accuse Irene Pendragon. He charged forward to attack, but Irene Pendragon remained calm and stood his ground. He coldly declared that if that was the case, then he would be forced to fight against tyranny. The Count was stunned as Irene Pendragon asserted that this world had no place for a ruler who held the lives of his subjects in contempt. His eyes turned ice-cold as he declared that this included Count Louvre. Irene Pendragon unleashed an immense source of power. Count Louvre trembled uncontrollably under the terrifying pressure. Irene Pendragon drew his sword and swung it with righteous fury. A wave of power shot from the sword, hurtling straight toward the Count. The Count tried to block the blow, but his sword shattered into pieces. Irene Pendragon pointed the tip of his sword right at his face. Count Louvre completely collapsed. Irene Pendragon walked past him, coldly declaring that his life no longer had any value, plunging the area into absolute silence. Agate stared in awe at his retreating figure, approached and praised Irene Pendragon, calling him a respectable young man. He turned back and said softly that this was precisely the kind of person the world needed. Agate was stunned by his words. He walked closer to Irene Pendragon and said cheerfully that he didn't care if he was a duke or anyone else. Agate affirmed that he would listen to his benefactor. Irene Pendragon smiled with satisfaction. Agate slapped him hard on the back as a sign of recognition. Two of them slung their arms around each other's shoulders, as close as old comrades in arms. Leon and Lind watched the scene, remarking on how well they got along. Lind commented that they looked like they had been fighting side by side for a very long time. Leon stood beside her with a look of pure admiration, thinking how cool they were. Suddenly, Agate pointed at Leon and asked a question. He asked if Leon was going to be his future disciple. Leon quickly got a taste of hardship, forced to run the entire way, even though there was a carriage traveling with them. Agate just calmly smoked his pipe, paying no mind to the boy's exhaustion. Leon was panting, completely exhausted. Agate's gaze turned strict and intimidating. Agate cracked the whip against Leon's back, making him scream in pain. Agate barked that panting like that during a fight was the same as asking for death. He continued to teach that breath control is the foundation of martial arts, and Leon replied respectfully. Another lash of the whip landed as Agate corrected the way the boy addressed him. He demanded that Leon say, "Yes, sir," to show proper respect. Inside the carriage, Irene Pendragon broke into a sweat watching the harsh training methods, while Lind worried about Leon. Irene Pendragon reassured her that as a master, Agate's skills were beyond question, and that Leon definitely had the potential to learn from him. Outside, Leon was so exhausted that he was drenched in sweat. Suddenly, he tripped on a tree branch and tumbled to the ground. Leon's pained cry echoed down the road. Agate calmly explained, losing focus on the battlefield is the same as welcoming death. Harness tied to him dragged Leon across the dusty ground. By the time we reach the imperial capital, you'll be sparring with real opponents. Before then, you will engrave these fundamentals into your very body. Agate turned his head, his eyes terrifying. By order of the Lord, I have 3 months to train you. From now on, you will practice until you collapse. Leon was so terrified he couldn't even manage a sob. Yes, sir. The two girls in the carriage looked at each other, trembling. This is just too brutal. From somewhere else, a scream suddenly rang out. Immediately after, Luna Serad shouted in disbelief. Raven Vanterer was involved in the death of Count Louvre's illegitimate son, Morgan Louvre. The messenger confirmed, he himself admitted it, and is protecting the perpetrator of the incident. Vincent added, I was quite surprised at first too, but after hearing the whole story, everything became much clearer. He speculated that Morgan was a man who abused his power, and had murdered many young women, a true villain. Vincent recalled the intelligence report, stating that the person who killed him was a relative of one of the victims. He smiled with satisfaction. Justice has finally been served. Vincent raised his wine glass, took a sip, and said, however, his actions have emboldened some of the factions hostile to the Pendragon family. He bowed his head in thought. Vincent was resolute. The boy's eyes weren't lying. He knew he had to protect him from the slander and help him become strong enough to be a true king. Rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, so that the boy could protect the weak people of the Empire and fulfill his own destiny. Elsewhere, the Skybird Corps was soaring through the sky, training. Wings sliced nimbly through the air with terrifying power, sending leaves scattering below. The practice targets were riddled with deeply embedded arrows. Isla stood watching, her face cold and expressionless. Vincent, holding his wine glass, walked over and praised her, truly magnificent, just as I'd expect. He stood beside her, gazing into the distance. The Beast Rider Knights are our future. At this rate, only the most elite knights will be able to meet our expectations. Looked up at the sky, to be able to train so many powerful Beast Rider Knights like this. He closed his eyes, admiring Isla. It proves that the beast tamers have been trained with incredible discipline and rigor. You are truly an outstanding leader. However, she remained cold and did not reply. Vincent continued the conversation. By the way, would you be able to handle that mission? This time, Isla answered curtly, no problem. Gave her a reassuring smile. I am putting you in charge of strategic transport. Your strength shouldn't be wasted on trivial matters. Isla looked at the Skybird Corps in the sky and fell silent. The atmosphere between the two of them became a bit strange. Vincent took another sip of wine, figuring she was probably still upset from their last confrontation. He looked at her cold face and wondered, or maybe she was simply a woman of few words. The silence stretched on. Isla reached out and stroked her skybird, causing it to cry out affectionately. She suddenly spoke up, by the way Isla asked, looking directly at Vincent. Do you know where Raven Vanterer has gone? Vincent took a sip and replied, just like a lord. He gazed toward the distant horizon. They only leave the duchy when they have to deal with important matters. A winged bird suddenly lowered its altitude. It flew through the deep gorge. Then it abruptly stopped in midair. A brilliant flash of light erupted. It transformed into the shape of a girl. Soldrake observed her surroundings and thought to herself, everything is exactly like the memories he described. She looked at the rising green mana haze. The Lobston Prairie contains an enormous amount of mana, a true dragon vein. Soldrake considered, if I place a new lair here, he will. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed as a black dragon shot straight toward her. Soldrake grew wary, thinking, a black dragon. The black dragon, Amuhan, soared through the air, its spiritual energy erupting violently. A sphere of spiritual power spun in midair for a moment. Then it suddenly exploded, creating a blinding light. Black Dragon also transformed into a human. He looked at Soldrake with a doubtful expression. Why have you come to this place, my queen? Black Dragon, Amuhan's. She didn't beat around the bush and ask, does this dragon vein belong to you? Amuhan replied, no, I just happened to discover it a few years ago. Please forgive me for not reporting it. Soldrake was suspicious. Why didn't you say anything? Amuhan calmly explained, I didn't want to bother you with useless information, Your Majesty, especially after you made the Pendragon contract. Your state was very unstable at that time. Soldrake silently watched him, as if trying to read his every thought. Amuhan asked, confused, but how did you find out about this place? He recounted, after discovering this place, I witnessed the mana go out of control twice. He raised a finger to count. The first time was this spring. The second time was when you made your vow with the Pendragon family, my queen. Amuhan's tone turned serious, that Pendragon fellow doesn't just possess a dragon aura. His body also contains the demonic energy of the demon god. Soldrake was deeply shaken. He began to think this spring could it be. Soldrake wondered, was that when he was reincarnated as Raven Vanterer? Amuhan continued, until now, a contract has only had two outcomes, success or failure. There has never been a precedent like this. Pale green mana swirled everywhere as he emphasized. It was on that very day that the mana here went out of control. Looked directly at Soldrake, hesitating, and today, you appear, my queen, without me knowing a thing. Amuhan warned, do you know something about that Pendragon kid's true identity? Soldrake lowered her head slightly. She recalled the sight of Irene Pendragon and Raven Vanterer falling at the same time. In the pool of blood that she herself had summoned, she closed her eyes to calm herself, even though she knew the time wasn't right. Amuhan tilted his head, observing her. He spread his massive dragon wings. He slowly rose into the air and delivered a final warning to Soldrake that the demon god's power was enough to drag this entire world into hell and forge a new era of destruction. Amuhan narrowed his eyes coldly, stressing that it was the duty of their dragonkin to observe Pendragon's every move. Soldrake gritted his teeth and replied that he understood, however, there were still things he couldn't let go of. The dragon faced Amuhan sternly, snapping that he himself had chosen that child to be the contractor who held his soul. He continued to warn him, never forget this, Black Dragon Amuhan. Amuhan transformed into his dragon form and soared into the sky, leaving the cliff that held the dragon vein. Soldrake quietly watched his figure fade into the distance. He softly called out a name in the silence. On the horizon, Amuhan's silhouette had vanished into the fiery red sunset. The thundering of hooves mixed with the sound of hurried footsteps echoed relentlessly. Townsperson stopped, muttering in confusion, what in the world is happening? Everyone stared curiously as Leon ran for his life to catch up with the carriage being pulled by two horses. He patted the horse's head, panting heavily. You've had it rough, pulling such a heavy carriage for such a long way. Tavan Bantai held a pipe in his mouth while casually tossing a few chestnuts in his hand. He suddenly swung his arm, throwing them straight ahead. Leon nimbly dodged all the chestnuts that flew toward him like hidden weapons. He turned back with a bright smile. Don't think I'm as useless as those horses, master. Green Pendragon peeked her head out of the window, exclaiming with admiration, Leon, that was amazing. She looked at the growing crowds and thought to herself that they must be getting close to their destination. Leon pointed ahead excitedly, shouting, there it is, look, master, young lord. The magnificent imperial capital appeared before their eyes, leaving everyone speechless with awe. That was the grand entrance to the capital's glorious wall of the empire. Everyone stepped out of the carriage, stunned by the majestic sight, and Irene's eyes widened, this is. He silently analyzed the towering walls beside a river that was 5 miles wide. No, it had to be 10 miles. He was astonished by the bustling crowds. On the bridge leading to the outskirts, the masses swarmed like a colony of ants. Irene was shocked to realize this was only the outskirts, yet its population was already comparable to the entire Pendragon family's territory. Avan Bantai sighed wearily, what's so great about this? It's just people everywhere, it's suffocating. Leon turned to reassure his master, excitedly pointing to the magnificent gate up ahead. Because in a moment, we'll be passing through that gate, the first gate of the empire, he cheered. Irene was surprised to see that this gate was completely devoid of people. Group approached the first gate, full of anticipation. A guard immediately shouted, halt, stop the carriage now. He spoke sternly, "Only those with a title of count or higher may pass through this gate. This is an entrance reserved for the royal family. Please use another gate." Oven Bantai sighed, "I really don't know how to say this nicely." He called to Irene, "Hey kid, you go out and talk to them." He stepped out and glared coldly at the guards. Her gaze made them freeze on the spot. Suddenly, the majestic and resounding sound of a horn echoed through the air. Oven Bantai scowled and yelled, "What's with all that ridiculous noise?" Inside the carriage, Leon covered his ears and shouted, "The horns sound whenever a member of the royal family or a duke arrives." Irene was startled then, "Does that mean?" Great gate slowly and ceremoniously swung open. The door of a lavish carriage burst open. A man stepped out, exuding an imposing aura. He stopped right in front of Irene. Standing there proudly, Ian smiled. "You are as full of life as ever, White Dragon Duke Glen Pendragon." Irene frowned in annoyance. "You're the same as ever. I heard you before I saw you, Prince Ian." A pair of graceful legs stepped down from the royal carriage as a soft voice called out, "Ian." Princess Ingrid stood elegantly before him, smiling in welcome. She spoke gently, "It's been a long time since we've last met." Irene seemed a little flustered, "Princess Ingrid." She continued happily, "This is our first reunion in a very long time." Irene looked at Ingrid with a flash of bewilderment. She jumped from her carriage, waving cheerfully, "Prince, Princess." She smiled radiantly, "It is an honor to see you both again." Ian excitedly approached Lady Irene. He took her hand and praised her repeatedly. "It's only been a short while, but you've grown even more beautiful." Irene could only sigh helplessly at his enthusiasm. Irene gazed toward the distant royal capital and sighed softly. "This place is entirely too noisy." Oven Bantai watched the reunion and muttered to himself, "Have they forgotten about us?" Leon replied, "It seems so, master." Inside the magnificent and splendid palace, Ian spoke up, "You've become much quieter lately, Irene Pendragon." Four of them were having tea together in a luxurious reception room. Irene retorted sarcastically, "And you look terribly exhausted, Prince Ian." Ian pointed at her angrily, "It's all your fault. You cause trouble wherever you go." He clutched his head and lamented, "You stirred up trouble in Sisuk and Alice. Do you have any idea how worried my sister and I were?" Irene replied bluntly, "As a duchess, I only did what was necessary." Ian and Ingrid paused, then he asked seriously, "So where is the culprit you captured in Sisuk?" Irene raised her hand slightly, "I will have my servant bring him here." Ian asked worriedly, "Is that really a good idea? What if he attacks us here?" He answered confidently, "There's no need to worry. My servant is more than capable of handling him." Ian frowned, "You have far too many enemies right now." He began to list them one by one, including Count Louvre Lion, also Governor Seguna, whose power extends across the entire empire. Ian's voice lowered, furthermore, at the upcoming awards ceremony. He looked at Irene seriously. The Lindegard and Aranguiz families, two of the 5 great dukes, will also be in attendance. Irene was stunned by this unexpected news. She recalled Aranguiz's ferocious appearance, her eyes filled with vigilance. Ian speculated, the War Duke and the Sea Dragon King rarely visit the capital. I wonder if there's a special reason for them coming this time. Irene's tone turned serious as she made a request, "Ian, could you do something for me?" He continued, "I need you to gather the strongest knights in the empire." Outside, Tavan Bantai and Leon were still waiting for their master. Leon crushed a chestnut shell with his bare hand, showing his impatience. The boy cheered excitedly, "I did it. I crushed the chestnut, master." The old man smiled and beckoned for Leon to come closer. He then placed 3 chestnuts in the boy's hand and instructed, "This time, you must crush all 3 at once." The boy's eyes widened in astonishment. "What?" The old man added in a stern voice, "Do it within 10 days. Leon could only tremble as he replied, "Yes, sir." Standing nearby, Lind thought to herself that probably wasn't a request. Just then, Agate held 5 chestnuts in his hand. In just an instant, he crushed them all with ease. Stated calmly, a warrior without hand strength is like a knight who cannot ride a horse. Leon hung his head in disappointment, while Lind awkwardly thought to herself, he's probably going to give up. Irene Pendragon and Ian stepped outside and witnessed the scene. Ian was a little confused when he recognized them. It was Leon and Agate, the 2 warriors who had just joined the Pendragon family. He narrowed his eyes at Agate, so he's the one who defeated Alice's strongest knight. He then looked over at Leon, who was trying to crack a chestnut, and mumbled, "The other one, I think I've heard of him, a court jester from the Janur Hatbin family." Irene Pendragon immediately corrected him. "He's not a jester anymore. He is now a warrior of the Pendragon family." He added, although he's still in the process of training. Ian turned back with a slightly surprised look. Irene Pendragon watched Leon training diligently and stated confidently, "He will become a powerful ally in the upcoming battle." Ian smiled, "That's very high praise coming from you." Irene Pendragon simply responded with a faint smile. Agate quietly observed the surrounding scenery. Suddenly, he blurted out, "A fancy place like this isn't for me." He looked at the chandeliers and the paintings on the wall and continued, "All this shiny stuff is suffocating." Irene Pendragon approached with an energetic voice, "Agate, Leon." He smiled brightly. Prince Ian has given us permission to tour the training grounds. As they entered the bustling training ground, Ian made the introduction. This is the training ground for those who will become the sword and shield of the Empire, the Golden Lion Legend. The knights trained relentlessly without a moment's rest. A continuous clash of wooden swords created a rapid, rhythmic sound. Spears were also being used to their fullest potential in the exercises. Agate let out a loud laugh, so there's a place this interesting here. He clapped Leon on the shoulder. I'll let you test your skills against them for a bit. Leon responded enthusiastically, yes, master. Granite and his troops stood in straight rows with solemn expressions. When he saw the group approaching, he immediately bowed with a welcoming smile. Greetings, Prince Ian. I am Count Granite, commander of the Golden Lion Legion, and I welcome you. Granite gestured toward the people with Ian and asked, and who might these gentlemen be? Ian turned his head to introduce the young man with his blonde hair tied up. This is the current Baron of the Pendragon family, Irene Pendragon. Then Ian gestured to the other two and their retainers. Continued, they wish to participate in training with the Golden Lion Legion, so I invited them here. Count Granite nodded, I see. He bowed politely and said, I will welcome them with the utmost hospitality. Count Granite led Ian and Irene Pendragon to the Golden Lion Legion's training area. Irene Pendragon cautiously observed everything around him. Noticed two warriors dueling with wooden swords at close range. Then glanced over at the archers, who were focusing intently on their targets. A group of cavalrymen sat atop their horses, warily watching one another. Irene Pendragon looked up in astonishment when he saw an entire Griffin cavalry unit. He couldn't help but exclaim, these soldiers are incredibly well-trained. Ian noticed his surprise and asked with a hint of pride, what do you think, Irene? The Golden Lion Legion is the pride of the Empire. Count Granite added, all its members are of noble or knightly lineage. We have gone through a rigorous selection process to create the most elite warriors, Ian smirked, but the ones you see here are still just the run-off-them-all soldiers. Irene Pendragon remained silent, observing without making any comment. In another corner, a young hand was fiddling with 3 chestnuts, as if they were a toy, master. Leon asked Agate curiously, Master, why do you and Prince Ian keep looking around so much? He didn't answer and only said with interest, this is a great place to find a worthy opponent. Agate sensed the combative atmosphere and frowned, kid, stop playing with those chestnuts. Leon was flustered and immediately stopped, yais, sir. Suddenly something came flying toward him, and he reflexively dodged to the side. However, the person standing behind Leon was hit and sent tumbling to the ground. A man approached with a mocking tone, my apologies, that was a bit rude of me. Sheathed his sword and looked at them with contempt. For newcomers like you, I guess I might have been a little too rough. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Agate and Leon were bewildered, wondering why the man was staring at them like that. Guy approached, resting his chin on his hand as he closely examined Leon's face, and said, that face, it reminds me of someone. Those words made the young man flinch, sweat pouring down his face in a panic. You wore so much makeup back then, I almost didn't recognize you. He shouted excitedly, you're the eldest son of the John Bond family, Leon, aren't you? The boy was terrified, with sweat streaming down his face. Whispers broke out, the John Bond family, you mean those clowns. Continued to taunt him, I once saw you perform at the Royal Palace. That day, you curled yourself into a ball and rolled all over the stage. He clutched his stomach, roaring with laughter before adding sarcastically, that performance was truly outstanding, a masterpiece. Leon could only stand there in embarrassment. Hung his head in shame. But the other man wasn't finished, so the little clown from all those years ago has changed professions, as he, you're not even carrying a sword or a spear. Sneered, what's your secret weapon? Throwing daggers. Just then a chestnut, thrown with incredible force, shot straight toward him. The man quickly raised his hand and caught it. The air fell silent as all eyes turned to Agate, who had just thrown it. Smugly held up the 3 remaining chestnuts in his hand and said, this is our weapon. The man looked at the object in his hand, full of doubt, this is just a chestnut. Agate calmly explained, we are fighters, we use these to train our fists to their absolute limit. Clenched his fist, crushing the chestnut to pieces, that's enough power to shatter an opponent's skull. Agate opened his hand, letting the fragments fall to the ground as he spoke to the astonished man, that's why we have no need for useless weapons. He declared forcefully, we can fight anywhere anytime, let's see whose style is superior. The other guy stood there, stunned, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Then he suddenly became agitated, squeezing the chestnut in his hand with all his might. I can do that too. However, even using both hands and all of his strength, the chestnut didn't show a single crack. Agate turned to Leon, and the young man immediately understood. Leon tensed up, gripping the chestnut in his hand, ready to prove himself. Just one decisive squeeze, the chestnut exploded into tiny fragments. Everyone who witnessed it was struck silent with amazement. Bully stood frozen like a statue, sweat pouring down his face, as his terrified gaze was fixed on Leon. Agate spoke with contempt. 3 months, no, with just 1 month of my training, hell be strong enough to defeat you. Hearing that, the man flew into a rage, drawing his sword and lunging forward, you bastard. Agate gently caught the hand that was drawing the sword. The other hand was pointed directly at the bridge of his opponent's nose. His feet were planted firmly in a ready stance, prepared to strike at any moment. Agate leaned in close and whispered threateningly, "Don't move, unless you want to die." Terrified, the man trembled, not daring to move an inch. Leon stood nearby, watching the scene with a look of pure admiration. Just then Count Granite appeared. He yelled, "What are you all doing here?" The man who had been so arrogant moments ago now bowed his head, trembling. "Commander." Hastily tried to explain himself. "It wasn't me. They started it, and they even dared to disrespect the Golden Lion Division." Agate closed his eyes and sighed. "Your very existence is a disgrace to the Golden Lion Division." He was about to lunge again, but Ian clapped his hands, stopping him. "All right, that's enough." The sound of the clap instantly froze the atmosphere. Ian's eyes scanned the crowd, and then he smiled. "How should we resolve this? It seems neither side is willing to back down." Ian suggested with interest, "In that case, let the two leaders fight each other to determine who is right and who is wrong." Count Granite was shocked, thinking to himself, "What is the prince plotting?" Irene Pendragon gritted her teeth, realizing that this had all been part of Ian's plan from the very beginning. Agate stroked his chin with interest. "Looks like we're not the only ones who enjoy a good commotion." Leon replied absent-mindedly, "Yes, huh." Arrogant man from before had reluctantly become the referee. He trembled as he announced, "With Prince Ian as our witness." He pointed toward Count Granite, the match between the captain of the Golden Lion Division, Count Granite. He turned to Irene Pendragon, and the representative of the Pendragon family, Irene Pendragon. He announced loudly, "The duel begins now." Count Granite drew his sword and said coldly, "Once a sword is drawn, status no longer matters, whether you are a peasant or a monarch." He raised his sword into a defensive stance. "The only thing that exists is to kill or be killed." His eyes turned sinister. "I will make sure you carve that lesson into your very soul." He pointed his sword at his opponent, and an explosive pressure erupted, forming a massive circle of power. The aura emanating from his sword grew stronger and stronger. Leon gasped in awe. "He's so strong. He might even be more powerful than Morgan." Agate nodded. "HMPH, so you realized it too." Leon bowed his head in confirmation. "Yes." Standing on the sidelines, Ian silently assessed the situation. "Count Granite is at least 5 times stronger than I am. His experience and skill are on a completely different level." He looked toward Irene Pendragon and whispered to himself, "My friend now, let's see what you've got." A memory flashed through his mind of him standing next to Ingrid, turning back when she called his name. Ingrid had asked, "Why do you think Irene Pendragon has changed so much?" Back in the present, Ian still couldn't answer that question. It just kept lingering in his mind. Ian watched the battle intently, curious to see what would happen next. Irene Pendragon stood on the dueling grounds with a confident smile. He raised his sword, pointing it directly at Count Granite. In that case, it'll get serious as well. His feet shifted slightly, getting into a stance ready to counterattack. Count Granite lunged forward as fast as lightning, but Irene Pendragon leaned back just in time to dodge. He was astonished as the tip of the blade grazed past him. "He's so fast." Count Granite smirked victoriously, and then continued his relentless assault. A flurry of consecutive slashes rained down, but Irene Pendragon was still able to nimbly evade them all. From the sidelines, a frantic Leon wondered, is the young master being pushed back? Agate watched intently before making an observation. This isn't just normal speed, he's unbelievably fast. Leon was dumbfounded. Ian had already seen through Count Granite's technique. There were no wasted movements, it was pure swordsmanship. He grew somber as he imagined himself facing it. Count Granite continued to thrust forward with his sharp blade, his speed becoming more and more terrifying. Ian marveled to himself, the captain has pushed the royal swordsmanship to its absolute limit. However, no matter how fast his opponent was, Irene Pendragon still managed to dodge perfectly. He began to shift into a counterattacking stance. Count Granite was momentarily startled, immediately ducked and spun, slamming his back hard into his opponent to break his stance. Agate commented in amazement, "Brilliant," closing the distance to block the counterattack. Count Granite charged forward again with his sword in hand. The terrifying force of his slash created a stream of light that tore through the air. Irene Pendragon jumped and flipped in midair, dodging the attack. Immediately after, he launched a kick straight into Count Granite's face. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was off balance, Irene Pendragon swung his sword in a counterattack. Count Granite quickly retreated, narrowly escaping the danger. He raised his sword once again, preparing for his next move. Irene Pendragon didn't hesitate for a moment, charging forward to meet the challenge. The two swords clashed violently. The resounding clang of metal filled the air, ratcheting the tension to its peak, and the struggle continued, to everyone's utter astonishment. Arrogant man from before was frozen in place, breaking out in a cold sweat. In stark contrast to the tension, Ian rubbed his chin, filled with excitement. Leon couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly a top-tier battle." Agate remained silent but thought to himself, "This kid's swordsmanship, it's exactly like Turamis." Granite poured his strength into his blade, pressing down hard. As he attacked, he offered praise, "Such unique swordsmanship, but that alone won't be enough." Count Granite unleashed a burst of power, determined to overwhelm the royal swordsmanship. The two blades continued to grind against each other, sending sparks flying. Suddenly, Irene Pendragon's sword was knocked aside and forced back. Thinking fast, he let go of his sword to change his stance, causing the off-balance Count Granite to stumble forward. Count was horrified, but he couldn't stop his momentum. Ian's eyes finally flew wide, open in shock at the unexpected turn of events. Just before falling, Count Granite managed to plant his feet and regain his balance. He turned his head back, looking at Irene Pendragon with a wary gaze. On the sidelines, Agate rubbed his chin with great interest. In the arena, Count Granite stood up, dazedly wondering what had just happened. Irene Pendragon said nothing, simply staring silently at him. He raised his sword, causing Count Granite to immediately put his guard up. Agate commented cheerfully, "Looks like the tables are about to turn." Suddenly, a blue energy erupted around Irene Pendragon, enveloping his entire body. Two opposing auras clashed, creating an immense pressure. Count Granite became extremely tense. He thought to himself, "What is going on? The pressure coming from him has completely changed." Agate laughed with delight. Somehow, the situation has completely reversed, hasn't it? Ian wondered in amazement, could that have been a clash between two massive auras? Irene Pendragon and Count Granite charged at each other simultaneously. The battle once again fell into a fierce stalemate. Irene Pendragon leaned to the side, dodging the blow. Count Granite lost his balance and fell once again. This time, he gave his opponent no chance, immediately raising his sword. He brought the pommel of his sword down hard on the back of Count Granite's neck. The Count cried out in pain as he collapsed to the ground. A knight shouted in alarm, "Captain." However, Count Granite stubbornly forced himself back up. The energy around Irene Pendragon continued to surge even more powerfully. Count Granite broke into a sweat from the immense pressure. He channeled his energy, unleashing a burst of power that created an even larger aura than before. Agate and Leon were shocked. His aura suddenly skyrocketed. Count Granite roared and charged forward with all his might. The intense struggle resumed once more. The crowd outside erupted with cheers. "What a ferocious attack, go Captain." At this point, Ian had turned pale, completely speechless. Count Granite's sword was knocked aside. He broke out in a desperate sweat. "No." Count Granite stared helplessly at Irene Pendragon. Did he even have a chance to inflict the slightest injury on him? Ian watched intently, realizing this feeling was exactly the same as when he was in Lodz. Agate explained with interest, "That's a signature Southern technique used to redirect force. I never expected him to apply it this way." As he fought, Irene Pendragon recalled beautiful memories from his past. That brief period of time he spent with Aisha, when everyone trained together and supported one another, he realized he had learned so much. The force behind the two swords gradually lessened before they broke apart. Irene Pendragon and Count Granite stared at each other, their eyes locked. Count Granite was panting from exhaustion. Ian realized with alarm, he's getting stronger and stronger. Thought in frustration, "No, that's not it, something has changed, but what is it?" Suddenly, Irene Pendragon turned his head, furrowed his brow, and stared directly at Ian. The young man flinched, his body tensing up. Ian stepped forward to stop the match. "That's enough." He raised a hand and smiled. "You both possess incredible skill. I am thoroughly satisfied. Sheath your swords." Granite remained wary of Irene Pendragon, sweat trickling down his forehead. Irene approached and politely extended his hand. "I underestimated you." Count Granite composed himself and returned the smile. The two shook hands, creating an impressively peaceful scene. On the sidelines, Agate said excitedly, "Our master is truly extraordinary." Leon asked in confusion, "What do you mean, sir?" Explained with satisfaction, "He has a deep understanding of the principles of a one-and-on duel." Agate looked at Irene Pendragon with admiration. He perfectly preserved the captain's pride. Ian put a hand to his chin, suspicious. "I don't know why, but I get the feeling you've changed a lot." Irene Pendragon just smiled gently and replied, "A lot has happened." He turned to Count Granite and said, "In any case, Captain," politely requested permission for himself, Agate, and Leon to join the training. "The strength of the Knight Order under your command is truly impressive." He continued, "Especially for Leon, this place will be an ideal environment for him to grow." Count Granite closed his eyes and nodded, "I understand." He ordered the knights behind him, coordinate with their training requests. They all responded in unison, "Yes, Captain." Watching the three of them looking so cheerful, the arrogant man from before gritted his teeth, trembling with rage. Irene Pendragon looked up at the sky and thought to himself, "Our forces will continue to grow stronger." He gazed into the distance with anticipation. "One day, we will step into our fated battle. And it is waiting for us." Outside the gates of the Golden Lion Division's barracks, a loud noise suddenly erupted. The urgent sound of drums echoed throughout the fortress. The gates swung open, and a large procession of carriages entered, and they were. Someone with sharp eyes recognized the first carriage as belonging to Count Dawson, one of the most powerful figures in the Empire. The murmurs continued with the second carriage, Count Serod, who has close ties to the Pendragon family. Third and most luxurious carriage bore the flag of the trade city of Lourdes, Governor Seguna. Two guards commented in awe, "This year's knighting ceremony has gathered all the big shots. The drum corps must be working themselves to the bone." Just as the gates closed, the sound of trumpets blared, stirring the entire area. Everyone was astonished, not just drums, but trumpets too. It must be a duke, or someone of even higher nobility, whose arriving model. Gates opened once more, and a majestic, intricately carved carriage entered. The guard stammered in shock, recognized the flag on the carriage, the flag of the Sea Dragon King. The procession, exuding absolute authority, advanced amidst astonished whispers. The foremost of the 5 great dukes, the absolute ruler of the south, Duke Arangues, appeared with a sword at his hip and extravagant jewels. The image of Irene Pendragon fighting valiantly with her sword unconsciously flashed through his mind. Arangues stroked his beard and smiled faintly, a sinister, unreadable glint in his eyes. Elsewhere, a hideous monster roared and charged at Aisha, a giant mace in his hands. Remained unnaturally calm, his cold gaze looking at it as if it were a mindless puppet. The monster swung his mace, but it was immediately knocked aside by Isla's staff. Charged forward again, but Aisha still dodged him with ease. The monster roared in anger, "If you're so good, stop dodging." Aisha ducked low and then swept his opponent's legs with his staff, tripped over the staff and lost his balance. Immediately after, he flicked the staff sharply, sending the monster sprawling to the ground. The monster ground his teeth in fury. He snatched a log from the ground to use as a weapon. Then he flipped back to his feet and roared, "Die." Isla spun her staff, her sharp, cold eyes filled with anger as she stared down her opponent. She swung her sharp scythe, but the monster managed to block the attack in time. Barry, watching from the sidelines, commented helplessly, "I don't know why, but I get the feeling he's sulking. He couldn't follow the Lord, so he's calling this training, but it looks more like he's just venting his anger." Suddenly, a splinter of wood flew out and landed between the two of them. Isla's gaze turned terrifying, her face as cold as a god of death. Onlookers couldn't help but shudder, thinking to themselves how terrifying. Jody was startled, but didn't forget to voice his admiration. "They're really on another level, aren't they? They're in a different class, so even their training is on a completely different plane." Killian, sweating nervously, said awkwardly, "My knights have improved significantly. It's truly commendable. I haven't trained in a while myself, so maybe I'll go for another round." Sala smirked at him and said, "What makes you think you have the stamina for another round?" Jody quickly intervened, "Stop teasing him." Vincent, who had been observing from the start, remarked, "They've gotten much stronger since coming to Lourdes." Caratus, who was carrying Mia on his back, also spoke up. "Aisha has the technique, while he possesses overwhelming power." He exclaimed they were truly born to be worthy rivals for each other. The little girl nodded in agreement. Couldn't be more true. Vincent turned and asked, "By the way, is there any new information, Grattle?" Grattle looked up and reported in a low voice, "That sorcerer has infiltrated the Pendragon family's territory." Vincent and Luna Serod's mouths fell open in unison, completely stunned. Grattle continued, "Last time, he managed to break through the barrier, so this time I set a tool-yard trap, and just now I detected his presence." Vincent asked, startled, "You mean to say that Mage used brainwashing magic on the centaurs?" "Right." The other guy hesitated and replied, "I'm not so sure if it was the same person this time." Vincent quietly contemplated the mystery of a lick lurking around the ancient tomb. He recalled the sight of the undead pouring out like a tsunami in Suzaxi, wondering if those monsters and the appearance of the lick were connected. Vincent's thoughts then turned to the Angrous Banner of Power, wondering what kind of genius mastermind was behind the assassination of the Crown Prince and Duke Anger. He could only sigh helplessly, unable to predict their next move. Vincent gazed into the distance, his heart heavy with the thought that the ennoblement ceremony was only 10 days away. Luna suddenly lowered her voice and called out softly to Irene. From the other side, a loud noise rang out, "Hey Leon, look, Argo is here too." Irene happily spun around to show off his ceremonial outfit everywhere and asked, "What do you think of this outfit of mine? Isn't it beautiful? It was an heirloom my mother left me." Leon's eyes lit up as he showered him with praise, while Argo, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, offered a half-compliment half-tease, "It truly suits you, Prince Irene." He took out his cigarette and asked, "Today's the ennoblement ceremony for that kid, isn't it?" Irene then looked outside and waved excitedly, "Lindsay, hurry and come in." Lindsay was still hesitating. Irene gently reassured her, "Don't be shy, you look truly beautiful in that dress." Lindsay shyly took one step at a time, entering the room. Argo and Leon's eyes went wide with astonishment when they saw her. Lindsay was wearing a pure white dress, which further accentuated her gentle and charming beauty. Irene excitedly linked arms with her and said, "Now that you're my brother's wife, you have to shine so brightly that all eyes are on you." Then he turned to Argo and Leon and explained seriously, "You two go change into the outfits I personally selected for you." Irene stood on high, his eyes silently gazing into the distance. Raven Vantra remarked softly, "The day has finally come." Ian smiled and held his hand, saying, "Just the thought of Irene in that splendid outfit makes my heart flutter." Irene completely ignored the jest. Analyzed with a grim face that the genius mastermind behind the Crown Prince's assassination would sooner or later reveal himself today. Irene's gaze became more determined than ever. In front of Lufthalin and the Emperor, Ian's face showed a hint of displeasure as he looked at Irene, and he gently reminded him, "You already have far too many enemies." Ian continued worriedly, "It's highly likely that Segunda has already laid out a series of plots for today, so it's best that you remain on high alert at all times." Irene simply replied in a calm voice, "I understand." The party officially began, filled with all sorts of emotions. Irene looked awkwardly at Lindsay, who was looking down with a bashful face. He quickly broke the awkward atmosphere. "Are you not used to wearing this outfit?" She was startled and replied, "Yes, that's right, but..." Lindsay sadly bowed her head and confessed, "I feel very uncomfortable in my heart." She held up her hand, looking at the scars and calluses, and said self-consciously, "I am just a farmer's daughter. I am not beautiful at all." Lindsay gazed into the distance and sighed, "I feel that I am not worthy to stand here, and even less worthy to stand beside you, Lord Irene." He was stunned, momentarily at a loss for how to comfort her. Irene suddenly remembered the arduous days when he had to plant rice with his own hands to survive. Even so, there was always someone who secretly brought him hot loaves of bread. Whenever he returned, exhausted, there was always someone waiting for him. Irene wore a smile that was both happy and tinged with a faint sadness as he thought about his past. He bowed his head slightly and said, "I once felt the same way you do, Lindsay." She was taken aback, then quietly began to walk behind him. On the upper floor, 3 young ladies gently observed them passing by and began to whisper when they saw Irene. "Is that Irene Pendragon? He's even more beautiful than the rumors say." The girl in the green hat turned to Ingrid and asked, "Why didn't you come with us, Ingrid?" She stammered a reply, "No, I didn't go," and quickly hid her embarrassment. Just then the girl in the red hat laughed mockingly. "Oh, stop it, Sylvia. Don't bring it up. The little dear got rejected." The green-haired girl's eyes widened. "Is that true?" They held up their jewel-adorned hands, boasting, "We let you go first. Now it's our turn, being both beautiful and of noble birth. We are the pinnacle of this kingdom's young ladies." One girl proudly lifted her head, proclaiming themselves the princesses of the kingdom of Leah. The girl in the green hat disdainfully covered her mouth and laughed at Sylvia. The girl in the red hat arrogantly joined in. The 3 of them lifted their dresses and strode confidently, ready to duel over which of them would capture the heart of the nobleman. The mansion where the party was being held, an atmosphere of elegance, yet also incredibly lively, filled the air. Countess Seyrod, holding a glass of wine, approached Irene and asked, "How is Luna, young Master Pendragon?" He calmly replied, "She is doing well, and our head of internal affairs has praised her greatly." She offered a polite smile, "I am very glad to hear that." Afterwards, she left with her knight. Irene rested his chin on his hand, speculating, "It seems Countess Seyrod wants to set Luna Seyrod up with my brother." Irene and Lindsay both showed expressions of surprise at the same time. Irene clapped his hands and smiled brightly, "I am all for it. Luna is both beautiful and intelligent, and besides, it's quite common for a duke to have multiple wives." He looked up at Lindsay. "Isn't that right, Lindsay?" She replied softly, "Of course." Irene sighed softly, feeling a bit tired. Suddenly, a loud burst of laughter from afar caught everyone's attention. 3 young men over there were clutching their faces and crying like children. Moved to tears, they said. "We made eye contact, and we even got to touch her hand. I am so glad I was born to experience this moment." Argo, bewildered, mocked them. "What's wrong with those guys?" Suddenly, Leon shouted and pointed. "Look, it's..." 3 girls from before were approaching, captivating the crowd of beauty-struck men with their looks. Leon's eyes widened as he declared with certainty, "Those flashy dresses, there's no mistaking them, it is." Leon then introduced them, Lai, Sylvia, and Elena, the famous trio of beauties of this place. Irene was momentarily surprised, then a suspicion began to form. "So are they Ingrid's sisters?" he wondered. He nodded to himself. "Their faces do look quite similar." Argo nudged everyone again. "Look over there," he said with disgust. "Those 3 gaudy peacocks are heading this way." 3 pairs of colorful shoes stopped neatly in a row. He gracefully lifted their dresses and curtsied to Irene. "It is an honor to meet you, young Master Pendragon." 3 peacocks, as Argo called them, blushed as they stared intently at him. Irene thought helplessly, "So I am their target too." Lindsay began to feel uneasy. She lowered her head in silence, a hint of sadness on her face. The 3 girls surrounded Irene, chattering excitedly. "We heard Ingrid tell us the story about Lois." Took the chance to touch his hand, making him uncomfortable, then praised him. "You're not just handsome, but your swordsmanship is extraordinary, even surpassing Prince Ian's." He leaned in close, whispering admiringly, "You possess all the qualities a perfect gentleman should have." Suddenly, the three of them said in unison, with a deep, suggestive meaning, "The only thing you're missing is a worthy companion." The moment Lindsay heard that group mention her name, she jumped as if she'd encountered a monster in a dungeon, her face turning pale with fear. Irene Pendragon froze, his eyes revealing an unconcealed look of shock. Irene's eyes narrowed, his gentle demeanor from moments ago vanishing, replaced by the cold, murderous aura of a true fantasy protagonist. Lane pointed directly at Lindsay, then covered her mouth to sneer, speaking of the concubine Lindsay's past as a maid for the Pendragon family, as if telling a joke. They took turns hurling sarcastic remarks as sharp as daggers, asking her just how noble her background was, whether her father was a knight or a member of the royal family. Lindsay was so flustered she couldn't speak properly, stammering out the two words, "my father." Irene Pendragon clenched his fists, his anger surging like magic about to explode. Leon and Argo, standing nearby, also stared at the group of nobles with unconcealed disgust. She trembled, tears streaming down her face with each choked sob as she tried to speak about her father. Just then, Irene Pendragon spoke up for her, calmly stating that her father was just a farmer. Glenn and Leah exchanged a look of satisfaction, then turned to him as if they had just found their perfect ally. The whole group feigned innocence as they gathered around Raven Vanterer, praising him for being as generous as a true young master. Eyes sparkled, but they were filled with cunning calculation as they hinted that an ideal partner required far more qualifications, suggesting Lingxi was only fit to be a concubine. The three of them simultaneously raised their fair, unblemished hands, which were covered in glittering jewelry, showing them off as if they were presenting priceless artifacts. They excitedly proclaimed that they were the very symbols of beauty and noble blood, and were therefore the only ones worthy of being his primary wife. But Irene Pendragon just coldly asked them, so what if their hands were flawless? Looked at them with a mocking expression, radiating a contempt he didn't even bother to hide. He told them they had never once plowed a field or sown seeds to provide for their own future. He continued, adding that they had also never wielded a sword to fight monsters on the battlefield. Then an image of Lingxi mending clothes for her family, cooking meals, and caring for her loved ones flashed through his mind. Three girls stood there completely stunned, as if the system itself had used a freeze skill on them, unable to utter a single word. Irene Pendragon bluntly questioned them, asking what right they had to be so proud when they had never actually done anything of value. Three girls lowered their heads in embarrassment, while he turned and gently reassured Lingxi. She had done absolutely everything for him and had always been by his side, supporting him unconditionally. Lingxi quickly tried to hide her scarred hands, just as she heard him say that it was still true, even in that very moment. Lingxi blushed and clenched her fists, her eyes welling up with emotional tears when she heard him promise that it would be that way forever. He turned his back on them, ignoring the three preening peacocks behind him, and reached out to Lingxi, admitting he wasn't good at talking with people who held such different views. Irene Pendragon gently took her hand, as if he was transferring his own strength to her. His gaze was filled with pure love as he softly said, "Let's go, Lingxi." She bowed her head, tears of overwhelming emotion streaming down her face. Then she looked up with a radiant, happy smile and whispered, "Okay." Irene Pendragon finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. Leon and Agoth silently gave him a thumbs up, their eyes shining with admiration. Three beautiful peacocks could only stand there now, sobbing with bitter indignation. Young nobleman, eager to score some points with them, stepped forward and pointed directly at Raven Vanterer. He screamed, asking how he dared to speak to those ladies in such a way. Bellowed that young Master Pendragon had gone too far by taking a commoner as a concubine, calling it an insult to the honor of the Empire's nobility. The crowd behind him immediately roared in agreement, claiming his actions were a betrayal of the entire Empire. Leon shouted in fury, remembering what Prince Ian had once said about the world being full of countless arrogant enemies. Agoth angrily jumped in, calling them a bunch of pathetic lowlifes, and when Lingxi softly apologized, he gently told her not to worry about it before leading her away. Just then, a deep, resonant voice echoed from behind, causing the entire hall to fall dead silent. Everyone froze solid when they recognized the owner of that powerful voice. Irene Pendragon and Lingxi also turned around in complete astonishment. The sound of heavy, deliberate footsteps grew closer and closer. He stopped and stared down the crowd of people, who were all stiff as statues. Someone in the crowd, trembling with fear, managed to whisper his name. Leon and Agoth's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Irene Pendragon heard the hushed whispers around him, calling the man the Sea Dragon King. The man smiled and introduced himself as Duke Arangues. Duke Arangues said in a low, dangerous tone that everyone present was under the Emperor's protection, so they should all know their place. And suddenly, his eyes blazed with fire as he roared at them to draw their swords. The entire group turned pale, sweating buckets as if they'd just run into the final boss of a high-level dungeon. Duke Arangues slowly strode forward, informing them that this was not the place for them to interfere in that young man's affairs. He looked down upon one of the nobles and reminded him that every noble family must obey His Majesty's orders, so he had better remember his station. The crowd was trembling so violently that they could barely remain standing. Right after that, the whole group lowered their heads and backed away in silence. Irene Pendragon faced the Duke, his eyes filled with suspicion about the man's reason for appearing. He remained silent, waiting for the other man to speak first. Duke Arangues casually sized him up from head to toe. The atmosphere fell silent as the surrounding nobles crowded in, eager to watch the drama unfold and completely forgetting about the tea party. Among the crowd, some whispered that he had handed over the entire southern region to his son, Arago, and rarely made public appearances. His appearance in the capital at this particular time was truly bizarre. The two men continued to lock eyes, neither saying a word. Duke's gaze was completely unreadable. Irene Pendragon's brow furrowed slightly. Golden eyes flashed with an overwhelming intensity. Then suddenly, he burst out into a brilliant laugh. Duke Arangues praised Lindsay as a lovely wife, then asked what Duke Pendragon thought of her. He then smiled and asked Irene Pendragon if the young lady with him was his sister, because they looked so much alike. He shot a razor-sharp glance at the two escorts standing behind Irene. One look was enough to tell they were seasoned martial artists. Leon was momentarily stunned, while Agath calmly met his gaze. His face betrayed no emotion. He offered a slight, polite bow to Duke Arangues. The Duke didn't reply, instead tilting his head and remarking on how troublesome the surrounding nobles were. He scoffed that they only chased after titles, making them no different from commoners obsessed with money. Duke Arangues went on, saying he also suffered because of them and expressed regret over a matter involving his son. He spoke coolly of his half-orc son, the one who wanted to be a pirate and had caused so much trouble. He tilted his head, feigning confusion about the whole pirate business. Then all of a sudden, he said with great interest that the idea of a half-orc didn't sound bad at all. Duke Arangues became lost in a dark thought, that a crossbreed between a human and an Oros could create the Empire's strongest warrior. He squinted, his eyes sweeping over everyone before him as if he were weighing and measuring their worth. Irene Pendragon met his gaze with an ice-cold stare, causing the very air to grow heavy. Duke Arangues seemed to lose interest. He turned to leave, casually remarking that back when he was a young nobleman, he didn't understand how this empire worked either. He clenched his fist, saying that this was supposed to be a place where any race or bloodline could rise to the very top, so long as they were superior. Don't you agree? Duke Arangues suddenly snapped his head back, his gaze as sharp as a dagger, boring straight into his opponent. A breeze swept through the manor grounds, causing the magnificent capes of the two dukes to stir majestically. Irene Pendragon faced him squarely, a sarcastic smirk playing on his lips. A society where the strongest naturally stands at the top. Is that what you're saying? Duke Arangues tilted his head up slightly, gazed at an exquisitely carved pillar, where a majestic statue of a warrior riding a charging lion shimmered gold in the sun. His voice was calm as he spoke of an old sword and an iron shield. Impossible, his cape billowed out in a perfect arc, as if the sea dragon Viscular itself had just sliced through the dawn of history. Duke Arangues gave a slight bow, his voice as smooth as flowing water. That is all I came to say. With that, he turned and walked away without a single backward glance. Irene Pendragon watched, momentarily stunned, at the retreating figure of the South's absolute ruler. Beside him, Lind couldn't help but shiver at the man's overwhelming presence. Lyon explained in a low voice that in the beginning, the Arangues family was rumored to have been destined to become the kings of the entire South. This meant their bloodline was completely different from that of the other nobles and retainers who served the first emperor. In those days, all the nobles and their vassals knelt and swore an oath of fealty to the king. Continued, saying that even though Leon had lived in the palace for a long time, this was the first time he'd ever witnessed such a scene. Everyone silently watched his retreating figure disappear. Irene Pendragon's expression grew dark as he was lost in deep thought. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. You can solve anything with this. The speaker raised a fist. Listen, kid. What Agath did back there, that wasn't a joke. Pointed straight at our hero, coldly declaring that no matter how bloodthirsty he seemed, he wouldn't flinch when facing him. Agate clenched his fists, realizing this meant the man had survived countless battles and had a wealth of life-or-death experience. He helplessly pleaded with his master not to cause a scene in the palace, but Agate, frustrated by his student's softness, snapped that wherever there are martial arts, there is a battlefield. Irene Pendragon frowned slightly, his gaze darkening as if he was remembering something from the distant past. The father of that monster, the image of Mad Tolio, suddenly surfaced in his memory. The one behind the plot to assassinate the crown prince was the very letter, imbued with dark magic, that had once ensnared the grand prince. Then memories of his past life flooded back, a time when he himself was the culprit who had caused his family's downfall. His thoughts came to a halt on Duke Erengis' provocative smile. Irene Pendragon's hatred intensified to its absolute limit as he made a silent vow to himself. Today, I will expose every last one of his crimes. The greenhouse where the banquet was being held was as lively and filled with laughter as ever. Duke Erengis took a sip of wine and muttered that everything was proceeding exactly as planned. He chuckled softly. In his eyes, he was far superior to the nobles gathered there. The Duke casually summoned Count Seguna to his side. Count Seguna immediately bowed and replied respectfully, "Yes, your grace." From behind his round glasses, he squinted and said that because his grace had already left that place, it would be difficult for their plot against the White Worm to be exposed. Duke Erengis simply smiled meaningfully and glanced at the Count. He reminded him that for the sake of their future ambitions, there was a task that had to be completed today. He gently swirled his glass, making the wine inside ripple like the surface of the sea. Then he slowly tilted the glass, pouring all the wine onto the floor. Count Seguna was also startled by the unexpected act. Duke Erengis looked at the lavish architecture before him, his voice as cold as a desert wind. "He will disappear, along with Luftheline, before I have to officially confront the Empire." As he spoke, he gently snapped the slender stem of the glass in his hand. The bowl of the glass fell and shattered, splattering red wine across the stone floor like spreading blood. Two stood in silence until Count Seguna slowly spoke up, saying, "Leave that matter to me." The old man proudly declared that assassins were now planted everywhere from the Duke's territory to the capital, his bitterness growing as he recalled the scene of Irene Pendragon and Soldrake wiping out the battlefield at Shishakshi. Count Seguna's voice lowered as he added that, along with Lind, the nobility was extremely dissatisfied with him. It wasn't just those few from before, countless other pests were stirring as well. From the banquet hall to every corner of the empire, those nobles could all become our allies. The heir of a great territory daring to confront even Alice, the image of the handsome and courteous Jamie Dowsan, appeared clearly in the old man's mind. He grew even more agitated, as he mentioned that even the Bear Duke of the Lindiger family seemed ready to cooperate. In sharp contrast to that glee, Duke Erengis just nonchalantly uttered, "The Lindiger family, you say?" Seguna replied cautiously that they also didn't seem to care much for the heir of the Pendragon family. The Duke suddenly gave a friendly smile, but his eyes were as cold as ice. "Is that so?" He complimented the Count, saying, "You never cease to impress me with your network of connections." His vanity stroked, Count Seguna smiled smugly, saying that the White Worm was now surrounded by enemies throughout the palace. Duke Erengis held out his hand and said solemnly, "I am truly grateful to you, my ally." Count Seguna eagerly shook it, and the two purple gemstones on their rings clinked together with a sharp, cold sound. In the main hall of the imperial palace, the king's throne stood majestically on a high dais. Both sides of the grand hall were packed with officials and nobles in formal attire, waiting in anticipation. Herald's voice boomed, announcing that the moment for the empire's bestowal of titles had arrived, and the count and his lady both fixed their gazes on the main hall. Jimmy Dowsan was no exception, as the herald shouted for the grand ceremony to begin, requesting that everyone turn towards the main gate to welcome the pride of the empire. The five great dukes. Great doors swung open, and leading the procession was the standard-bearer for the ruler of the south. The Sea Dragon King symbol of House Viscula flew proudly. Duke Erengis made a grand entrance, his procession gliding past the area designated for House Serod. Count Serod marveled that this was the leader of the five great dukes, and the woman beside him secretly admired his dignified presence. She whispered that the knights accompanying him looked like the royal guard of a true emperor. The herald continued to announce that following them was the imperial bloodline itself. A banner bearing the symbol of a white angel, blessed by the heavens, slowly came into view. The Grand Duke entered with a stern face and a calm, composed aura. The hem of a blue cloak billowed with the powerful, heroic steps of the mighty Lord Lindiger. Count Serod's jaw dropped as he stammered that the man was as huge as a bear, while the woman beside him grew curious about the story of being blessed by angels. He explained in a low voice that the family was said to have the power to grant wishes, which left her completely astonished. Count Serod added that for hundreds of years, they had never known defeat on the battlefield, and their family heads always lived remarkably long lives. Now Leon, the man who had led high society just last year, stepped forward with a smile. A brilliant red banner, emblazoned with the majestic symbol of the White Dragon, flew high. Glen Pendragon made his entrance, followed by his sister and his wife. Bringing up the rear was old Agate, his gaze as cold and sharp as a sword's edge. Irene Pendragon's shimmering golden hair, a symbol of his noble bloodline, shone even brighter under the main hall's lights, making his cold face suddenly become breathtakingly radiant. The young noble ladies standing nearby practically held their breath, their eyes glued to him, as if they had just seen the main character of an epic fantasy novel step into reality. Few of them whispered in awe. So this was the hero of Lurs, Irene Pendragon. He looked much younger than they had imagined. Someone murmured that he was only 17 at the time, while Count Segunda, standing behind him, ground his teeth in a rage, so furious he almost bit his nails off. Jaime Zossen just smirked faintly, his eyes full of hidden meaning. And then, the man considered to be the future master of the Aragon Empire, Ian, finally made his entrance as the herald announced his titles. All the royal family members were present except for the crown prince, Sane, and each possessed their own unique and distinct aura. Ian and Ingrid strode in confidently, the smiles on their faces seemingly prepared for every single gaze. The trio of Baelia, Sylvia, and Elaine maintained their arrogant expressions, as if the entire Grand Hall was merely a secondary stage for their performance. Next, 3 princes appeared, but they left no significant impression whatsoever. Standing to the side with his arms crossed, Irene Pendragon thought to himself that Ian, those 3 idiots, Ingrid, and the rest of the bunch all looked the same perfect cast of unremarkable supporting characters. Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if he had just noticed something unusual. The herald unexpectedly raised his voice to announce the esteemed son of the Baroness of the Frontier, his tone now significantly more formal. Name Gon Aragon rang out, and that familiar figure quietly entered the main hall. He was a young man with a silent, somber face and eyes as deep as black holes, swallowing all the light around them. Irene Pendragon froze for a moment. The name Gon Aragon brought back memories of his past life like a raging tide. Image from a newspaper, capturing the moment of a coronation ceremony years ago, suddenly flashed in his mind. The Gon Aragon from his past life was the one who inherited the throne, standing at the very pinnacle of power. Young man now before him advanced step by step, slowly but with absolute certainty. He silently compared them. If Ian was a blazing fire, then this person was like a still lake deep and chillingly cold. Main character tried to read his expression, but Gon Aragon's face remained as hard as stone, his dark eyes betraying no emotion. As the boy drew near, right in front of him, he couldn't help but wonder how old he was, 14 or 15, yet he already exuded such a frightening aura. Gon Aragon's face remained as calm as a rippleless pond. Suddenly, those cold eyes flickered toward Irene Pendragon, carrying a scrutinizing glint as sharp as a blade. He flinched slightly, but Gon Aragon continued to walk on calmly, leaving the main character standing there, momentarily dazed as he watched him go. As if waiting for this very moment, the herald boomed, and finally, the supreme ruler of the Aragon Empire. From the highest position, Count Serad watched silently, his gaze fixed on the doors of the Grand Hall. James Zossen, known among the nobility as the King of Kingselso, turned his expectant gaze forward. The herald's voice echoed throughout the Grand Hall. His Majesty, the Emperor of Aragon, outside the main doors, the royal guard stood in perfect formation. Leading the escort was Count Granite in gleaming armor, his majestic presence so overwhelming it could take one's breath away. Irene Pendragon and Lind watched intently, though Irene himself maintained a cold, impassive expression, silently assessing that the captain of the royal knights leading the procession was truly no ordinary man. He briefly wondered to himself what kind of person the emperor truly was. Then his eyes suddenly shot open, his pupils shrinking in a mixture of shock and disbelief. A wrinkled, calloused hand rested upon a heavy silver staff. Gaunt face, deep-set dark circles, and a stark white beard were clearly visible under the lights. Emperor Aragon stood there, his back bent over like ripened wheat. His deep red imperial robes were still majestic, but they couldn't hide the deep marks of time. Looking closer, he realized the king's eye sockets were dark, almost completely devoid of any light. The procession entered, with the solemn Count Granite leading the way like a living wall of steel. Irene Pendragon couldn't hide the look of astonishment on his face. So this was the king of the Aragonian Empire. A man this frail, he could hardly believe his eyes, seeing an old man so decrepit he looked as if a gust of wind could carry him away. Jaime Zossen stepped forward proudly, loudly proclaiming himself the heir to the Zossen domain in front of all the nobles. He bowed his head to request an audience, standing tall on the step right before the emperor. The old man's face remained unchanged, as empty as a puppet whose soul had been plucked out. The atmosphere in the grand hall suddenly froze, becoming so silent you could hear someone swallow. Jaime Zossen's eyes widened in bewilderment, his obvious confusion making the situation even more awkward for him. Just as he was about to repeat his title, Count Granite took a step forward and calmly called out Jaime Zossen's name in a low, steady voice. The Count calmly announced that the Emperor recognized him as the heir to the Zossen family and was bestowing upon him the title of Count. Jaime Zossen was stunned speechless, his expression looking like he'd just been thrown into a system quest without reading the description. Count Granite added that this was His Majesty's will, which only confused him further, but he still had to bow his head in thanks. Watching from the side, Irene Pendragon felt a sense of second-hand embarrassment. Count Granite continued by calling the name of Mobris Berlin and appointing him a baron, his voice as monotonous as if he were reading a list from the system. Next, he called upon Sark Lay and granted him the title of Viscount. Aegon Habsburg was also granted a title, and the entire throne room went along with this bizarre ceremony as if they were all pre-programmed puppets. Few of the younger nobles began to show open contempt, whispering their disdain without any attempt to hide it. Count Segunda watched with glee, the corners of his lips curling into a scheming smile. Jaime Zossen scornfully remarked that the king was just a puppet, while Ian and Ingrid's expressions clearly fell, losing their earlier cheerfulness. Duke Arangues remained silent, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Irene Pendragon quietly asked Leon if it had always been like this, and he gravely replied that it had. Leon explained that the emperor's health had declined severely in recent years, and since then, almost no one had heard him speak directly. People said it was due to illness and old age, but the truth remained shrouded in mystery. Irene just furrowed his brow slightly, saying nothing. His expression tightened as he recalled how the Van family was annihilated for disloyalty to the Kinga, completely fraudulent accusation. Looking at the frail, old king with his head bowed, he silently wished that his majesty could see through the conspiracies and reign in the rampaging nobles. If only the emperor still had the will. His mind then drifted to images of the toiling, miserable peasants. Morgan had rampaged, abducting and killing the local women, and that memory sent a sharp pain through him as he thought of Aisha Pendragon and Mia. His gaze gradually turned ice-cold. This kingdom was rotten to its very roots, and that throne was inextricably responsible in that case. Irene Pendragon frowned slightly as old memories came flooding back. He remembered the time he confronted Count Louvre in the king's name. If he hadn't, he probably wouldn't have survived to this day. Back then, he had sworn to fight on the emperor's behalf. Breaking free from his heavy reminiscence, he quickly stepped forward, approaching the son of the empire. Irene Pendragon's face was calm but filled with determination, as if he were ready to enter a survival battle. As he looked at the king, the words he had spoken all those years ago suddenly seemed distant and hazy, like smoke. Because now, the emperor was just a figurehead, his body bowing before the dais, while his power seemed to have long since departed. Irene Pendragon spoke in a cool voice. "I, the heir to the Pendragon family, request an audience with your majesty." The emperor's wrinkled hand suddenly tightened its grip on the armrest, a sudden movement that made Jason flinch slightly, model. The king, who seemed like nothing more than a wooden puppet, staggered to his feet before the horrified eyes of Count Granite. The emperor slowly descended, his back straightening little by little. The crowd of nobles below stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene unfolding before them. Even Irene Pendragon was stunned. The sight reminded him of that fateful day long ago. And then the king's eyes snapped open, blazing with the light of the sun itself, scorching the entire great hall in an instant. The aura of the Lion King erupted, rolling through the great hall like a tempest. Power roared violently, its spectral wings spreading wide as if to throw Irene from his feet in a flash. Irene Pendragon's eyes widened in terror, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. Count Granite also turned pale, bracing himself against the crushing pressure. Ian and Ingrid's hearts leaped into their throats as the sudden wave of power washed over them. Nobles on Count Segunda's side were openly panicking, their faces turning ashen as the terrifying presence exploded forth. Only Duke Arangues remained as firm as a rock, his cold expression unwavering before the wave of power. As the one closest to the center, the pressure Irene had to endure was truly, dangerously suffocating. His mind reeled from the shock. Could this be the aura of a true emperor? He gritted his teeth, thinking, he's even stronger than Ian. No, he must be at least twice as strong. No one could have guessed such an immense pressure emanated from a man who seemed so old and frail. The king's gaze grew sharper, as if it could pierce one's very soul. He clenched his fists, about to unleash the aura of the white dragon in retaliation. Irene Pendragon raised his head to face the king, meeting his gaze without flinching. Within those sockets were strangely gentle, kind brown eyes. It was that very gentleness that instinctively made his body freeze. Old memory surfaced, a lesson from his training echoing in his mind. Don't just focus on resisting, learn to harmonize while holding true to yourself. Irene Pendragon murmured softly, harmonize. A voice from his memory gently replied, that's right. That thought, he relaxed his body, allowing the golden light to wash over him like a flowing current. Irene stood firm and released the white dragon's aura, no longer violent as before, but soft, merging with the brilliant golden light. Count Granite was stunned into a daze, completely baffled by what was happening to His Majesty's aura. Ian and the other princes also looked up, seeing the spectral forms of the Lion King and the white dragon intertwining in midair. The two spiritual forms surged forward and gradually merged, their spiritual energies becoming one, shaking everyone to their core. The aura slowly subsided, transforming into a warm, pale gold, like the light of dawn. Gentle yet brilliant, the two spiritual forms bowed slightly to each other, leaving behind a sublime feeling that resonated deep within the soul. A thread of harmony originated from Irene Pendragon, that slowly extended toward the king. Finally, the intense pressure was gradually withdrawn. Even Duke Arangues couldn't help but show a look of disbelief. Other princes looked as though they had just escaped a nightmare, the oppressive atmosphere vanishing in an instant. The king's hoarse voice echoed through the main hall. "I have been waiting for someone like you, Duke Pendragon." Old King gave a gentle smile, but it held the profound pride of a true monarch. Irene Pendragon was momentarily taken aback. Count Granite couldn't hide his astonishment either. Then the king returned to his throne and slowly sat down. Count Granite regained his composure and declared, "Irene Pendragon, I recognize you as the successor to the Pendragon family." Silhouette stood proudly under the golden lights as he was bestowed the title of Duke in the solemn Great Hall. The entire hall erupted in an uproar, but Irene just stood there, completely surprised. He barely had time to react. Count Saros was still dazed, unable to believe the puppet king possessed such a terrifying aura. Duke Erengis gave a faint, knowing smile. An old lion is still a lion meanwhile. Irene gave a formal bow to Count Granite model. He recalled the moment Irene relaxed his body to harmonize with the king's aura, completely unpressured. He simply went with the flow and merged with it. Count Granite's face was tense, because that wasn't something just anyone could do. He sighed helplessly, seemingly understanding the gap between himself and his rival. Duke Erengis watched him leave, and silently noted that Irene Pendragon was someone to be wary of. A nobleman glanced at Count Segunda, who was trembling with rage, and cautiously addressed the governor. Segunda ground his teeth venomously, thinking, "Enjoy it while you can, because after this party, your life is over." Irene Pendragon returned to his family, where Lind looked at him with concern, while Melbourne's eyes shone with admiration. The ball soon began and the nobles paired off, swaying to the melodious music. Ingrid gracefully approached with a smile and asked, "Sir Irene Pendragon, would you be my dance partner?" The main character looked at her, completely flustered. Still, he politely replied, "It would be my honor." The three Sylvia sisters watched, their jealousy written all over their faces. While dancing with Ingrid, his expression was as stiff as if he were being tortured, while she closed her eyes and savored the moment, thinking to herself that silence is sometimes golden. Elsewhere, Ian was also happily dancing with his partner. Melbourne, with his handsome looks and refined air, quickly became the center of attention for many young ladies. Agate sat at a table, remarking that the main character was more popular than he'd thought, while across from him, Lind hesitated to speak. He shyly asked if he would dance with her, leaving Agate so shocked his jaw dropped. Lind glanced at the curious eyes around them. Her dress made her the center of attention, and she couldn't help but feel self-conscious. During this, Agate could only let out a weary sigh. He suddenly grabbed her by the wrist. Then he pulled her straight across the ballroom. Lind was bewildered but still hurried to follow. Suddenly, Agate shouted across the hall, "Hey, kid." Irene Pendragon and Ingrid both stopped abruptly and looked toward him. Agate commanded in a stern voice, "Next, you will dance with your wife," which made Lind startle and blush. The main character froze for a few seconds. Lind quickly waved her hands, saying, "You don't have to. You don't need to leave Lady Ingrid for my sake," while Agate just looked at her helplessly. Before she could say more, he decisively gave her a light push forward, causing her to nearly lose her balance. Agate pointed right at her and said firmly, "You are this kid's wife, so start acting like it." Two of them stood frozen like statues in the middle of the ballroom. The main character squinted, a gentle smile in his eyes as he looked at his little wife. Lind's ears turned bright red. She gathered all her courage and lifted her head. The light from the grand hall shone down, making her look even more radiant. Lind sincerely asked, "Sir Irene Pendragon, may I have this dance?" Gently took her hand and replied, "The honor is all mine." Their hands were not soft, but covered in callous proof of the hardships they had endured together. A gentle melody, the main character supported his wife, and together they stepped in time with the music. Agate, Ian, Melbourne, Ingrid, and even Count Saros all watched them. But in that moment, the two of them only had the gentlest of gazes for each other. Irene Pendragon and Lind blended in with the other couples on the vast ballroom floor. Suddenly, a terrified scream ripped through the peaceful atmosphere. "Her Imperial Majesty!" Both of them stopped dead in their tracks, as if struck by lightning. A nobleman stepped forward, standing defiantly before the throne. Jamie Dusan took a deep breath and carefully began. "As a new lord, recently appointed as a count, I have a matter of great importance to report to your majesty." He bowed his head very low, presenting the image of an absolutely loyal vassal. Count Granite pondered for a moment, then replied coldly, "You have my permission to speak." Maintaining proper etiquette, Jamie Dowshan slowly began his accusation, stating that several lords, the very sword and shield of the empire, were now in dire straits all because of one man. He shot a sideways glance at Raven Vanterer, causing the entire grand hall to fix their eyes on the protagonist. Jamie Dowshan continued his loud accusations, insisting that all the trouble stemmed from him. He even brought up the matter of Count Bressa, a tyrannical ruler, who was stabbed to death by his own enraged people. Furthermore, Morgan, the eldest son of Count Louvre from the Alice territory and a friend of theirs, was also unjustly executed by Argus. Jamie Dowshan, feigning righteousness, claimed that Morgan's death occurred during a combat festival, conveniently ignoring the countless crimes Morgan himself had committed. But he stressed that only the Emperor had the right to pass judgment on such a grave crime, and this incident could shake the very foundation of the Empire's nobility. The entire hall immediately erupted in murmurs, viewing it as a blatant abuse of power. Jamie whipped around, shouting to the assembly, "Is that not so?" Allied nobles roared in unison, "Yes, that is absolutely correct." He continued, stating that besides himself and Count Louvre, 6 other great lords supported this demand. Among them was Count Segunda. They even dragged the Sea Dragon King Soldrake into their calculated political scheme. Duke Arangues crossed his arms with a cold smile, his shrill voice declaring that all the great houses demanded punishment be enacted. Pendragon and those behind him couldn't help but be shocked. Ian's eyes widened in shock. What in the world is happening? Ian turned pale with fear, while Irene Pendragon's face remained an icy mask. Jamie Dowshan dropped to his knees, loudly begging the Emperor to issue a just verdict. Before the Emperor's throne, the nobles grew even more frenzied, shouting loudly, "Beg your Majesty to pass judgment and deliver a sentence." Ian clenched his fists, silently cursing Segunda for managing to win half of the great lords to his side. Not only that, they had even dragged the Arangues family into it, while his father had no authority to intervene, making even Count Granite tense. Ian understood that if the tables turned now, the royal family would have to confront 3 great powers at once. Arangues, Segunda, and Louvre had enough power to completely overturn the balance of power in the Empire. He was stunned, unable to believe they had chosen this precise moment to launch their attack. High above, Glen Pendragon's expression was a mask of ice. He paled in panic, his eyes quickly darting toward the protagonist. The protagonist's expression was one of extreme annoyance, but he was forcing himself to endure it. Duke Arangues smirked, waiting to see how the protagonist would handle this. Amidst the chaos, which felt like rebels surrounding the Pendragon family, a tall figure in the back remained standing imposingly. Grand Duke Lindigo Duchy maintained his ice-cold expression. Count Segunda roared that this was a humiliation to the Empire and could even be considered treason. Old man was nearly hysterical, pleading with the Emperor to punish the Pendragon family. Suddenly, a burst of laughter cut through the noise. The protagonist was laughing sardonically amidst the crowd. Segunda glared, asking Duke Arangues what the meaning of this was. He replied scornfully that the real traitor was obviously Segunda. The old man furiously shouted back, but the Duke's voice remained calm as he said he had proof. Segunda smirked to himself, smug that he had already positioned assassins on the road to the capital. Just as the old man was thinking the protagonist was digging his own grave, a knight suddenly burst in from behind, shouting. Granite asked sternly what was wrong, and the knight answered breathlessly that there were rebels. The count was stunned, exclaiming, "What?" Segunda and the Duke whipped around to look. The young knight reported frantically that a squadron of griffins was diving straight for the Grand Hall, and that not even the aerial barrier could stop them. Before anyone could react, the griffins were already swooping down with incredible speed model. With a deafening explosion, the glass roof of the Grand Hall shattered as the lead griffin flew straight inside. The others followed close behind, a carriage hanging from their claws, sending feathers flying everywhere and causing everyone to scream in terror. Baron Segunda's jaw dropped, and even the protagonist hadn't seen this coming. Nobles shrieked in horror as the carriage was dropped onto the floor. The griffins quickly landed, forming a protective circle around it. No one could believe their eyes, griffins pulling a carriage. Guards yelled curses as they swarmed forward to attack. One soldier raised his sword and charged, but his opponent remained as still as a statue. He put all his strength into the downward slash, a ferocious look on his face. With a sickening slice, blood sprayed in a long arc. But the opponent had blocked the blow with his bare arm, leaving only a small scratch on his massive body. Ian's eyes widened in terror when he realized it was a gigantic orc. The orc flashed a savage grin, sarcastically noting that the humans were giving him such a warm welcome. With that, he reached out and grabbed the soldier's head. He hurled the soldier like a sandbag, calling it a return gift. The terrified nobles scrambled out of the way as the body flew straight toward Lindigo Duchy. The Archduke simply flicked his hand, effortlessly catching the soldier. Duke Arangues' eyes widened as he realized this orc was far larger and stronger than others of its kind. As the royal guards attacked, the orc took a ready stance, while Aisla also leaped from her mount to join the fray. He lifted his head, revealing a cold face beneath his hood. His sword was drawn in a flash. 3 slashes glinted in a single second. At the same time, Aisla expertly brandished her twin swords in a dazzling dance. The first rank of soldiers who charged in were immediately knocked back. Swords clattered loudly on the white marble floor. Baron Granite was stunned silent. Even the elite royal knights had been defeated so easily. Noblewomen quickly moved away from the battlefield, while Arangues stood frozen, observing the scene. When the hood fell, he recognized the familiar skin tone and the dual swords. Erengis let out an excited laugh and called out to Van Vass, as the three figures behind him radiated a dark aura. Among them was a gaze as sharp as a newly unsheathed blade. Segunda trembled as if he'd just been chased by a monster, sweat streaming down his cheeks, as he stammered, trying to reveal the opponent's identity. Someone next to me covered his mouth like he was about to vomit, his voice trembling weakly, so I took the initiative and stepped forward, saying I would explain everything clearly. But the other guy didn't see it that way. He casually raised his glass, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he said it was a joke that these exemplary knights had to carry such a useless commander. For none other than Vincent and Killian, causing Baron Segunda's eyes to widen in shock as he stammered out the name John Vincent. Segunda stood frozen in a corner, unable to believe what he was seeing. Why would he show up now, and with that intimidating group of followers? Vincent was as calm as if he were on a stroll, a stark contrast to Killian, who solemnly declared, "Pardon our rudeness," and affirmed they were knights of the White Dragon Corps under Duke Pendragon. He announced they were here today on a critical mission, directly related to the fate of the entire kingdom, a statement that startled everyone. Killian's face suddenly turned as pale as a sheet. He immediately collapsed to the floor, whining that he was too drunk, a classic case of tactical drunkenness. During this, the nobles immediately turned their gazes on him, muttering with suspicion about this so-called important mission of the White Dragon Corps. Irene Pendragon quickly signaled her comrades to retreat in Ariel's direction to avoid an ambush, and she gave a slight nod to show she understood. Raven Vanterer smiled, his hand still gripping a piece of broken glass, and taunted, "Now this entrance was a real surprise, John. I never expected you to reveal yourself in such a grand fashion." Vincent raised a hand to explain that they had been blocked by the Griffins and had no time for a proper introduction, fearing the situation would become extremely dangerous if they missed their chance tonight. He argued logically that everything they did was solely to protect their young master. Irene could only sigh in exasperation. Suddenly, someone stepped forward to restrain those kids, laughing and remarking how interesting it was that their meeting must be fate. Guth laughed and pointed at Leon behind him, saying it seemed like they really clicked, didn't they, Leon? The boy looked at Aisla with an admiring gaze and enthusiastically replied, "Yes." Leon paused for a moment, then quickly explained that Agoth was Leon's master, a veteran warrior who had just joined their side. Irene shot a meaningful glance, silently affirming that their goal was to oppose those who harbored ambitions of ruling the kingdom. Erengis just let out a faint, cold smile. That statement was nothing less than a silent declaration of war between two great powers. Dragon faced off against Erengis, and right at that moment, Count Segunda screamed as if he'd gone mad. "What is all this nonsense you're spouting?" The old man pointed toward the group of beast tamers, shouting, "Does everyone see this? They dare cause a disturbance right in front of His Majesty, the King." He insisted that they were definitely plotting a rebellion, but just as he was about to yell more, Irene cut him off coldly, telling him that his overreaction was pathetic and asking why he was in such a hurry. Segunda. The protagonist held his head high and declared once more that the only traitor here was him. He grabbed a man by the collar, yanked him forcefully out of a carriage, and said in a cold voice, "The proof is right here." The body was thrown down right at Irene's feet, and Count Segunda's eyes went wide as he heard the mention of a mission concerning the fate of the kingdom. The old man trembled, his body shrinking back as if his very soul were about to leave his body. His mouth stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. At the protagonist's feet lay a man the old count couldn't possibly fail to recognize. It was Ruth Talon. Segunda was shaking uncontrollably, his mouth hung open, and his throat was so tight he couldn't utter a single word. Jimmy Dowsan looked on, completely bewildered, wondering just who that white-haired old man was. Duke Erengis silently observed the entire unfolding scene. Irene spoke up, introducing him as Ruth Talon, the man known as the soul-reaping devil Talon, whose eyes were as lifeless as a corpse. Before all the nobles, the protagonist declared in a clear, strong voice that the Brescia territory once held great power in Cis-Saxy. His eyes were as cold as ice, as he asserted that this man was one of the masterminds behind the assassination of Prince Sane 3 years ago. Ian was stunned upon hearing this. The nobles also erupted into a commotion, repeatedly asking, "What did you just say?" Countess Granite was also frozen in place, while the Emperor maintained his heavy, unreadable expression. The lavish lights of the Grand Hall still couldn't clearly illuminate His Majesty's face. The protagonist placed a hand on his chest and solemnly stated that he had cooperated with Prince Ian to investigate the truth of the case, which was why they infiltrated Cis-Saxy. And they discovered that Ruth Talon was the one who poisoned the Crown Prince, causing him to tremble like a leaf. His voice suddenly dropped, but Irene continued to look their opponent straight in the eye. It was merely a pawn whose strings were being pulled. Those words sent a chill down the spines of the nobles. The protagonist continued, saying the real mastermind was someone else, and upon hearing this, Count Segunda panicked, feeling as if his entire world was collapsing. And this man will confess everything. Ian gritted his teeth, waiting to learn the identities of the conspirators so he could expose their crimes. Duke Arangues maintained his calm demeanor, as if the storm brewing before him had nothing to do with him. Irene bowed her head slightly, respectfully addressing Your Majesty. She looked straight towards the high throne above. Countess Granite, flustered, quickly said, I permit you to continue. The protagonist gripped the chain connected to the handcuffs and slowly dragged Ruth Talon along behind him. Eyes of the nobles followed him without blinking. Amy Dowsan also watched intently. Isla and Vincent silently monitored the situation. At this point, Segunda was trembling so much he could barely stand. Duke Arangues remained as motionless as a statue. He watched the protagonist advance step by step, while the old count was submerged in terror. The corner of his lips curled slightly into a faint smile. The gemstone on his ring suddenly flashed with a strange, fiery light. A sinister aura surged inside the stone, emanating a chilling, deathly energy. At the same time, Count Segunda's ring began to glow softly, completely unnoticed by anyone. The dark energy within Duke Arangues' gem grew denser and denser. Before the Duke's calm expression, the black miasma shot out, flying straight into Segunda's ring, causing the old Count's eyes to bulge. The transformation began. Count Segunda's body turned pale, and dark, thread-like veins bulged around his eyes. Sinewy veins stood out starkly against his skin as he grimaced, baring his teeth while a horrifying, guttural sound rumbled from his throat. Suddenly, Segunda let out a crazed roar and lunged forward with explosive force, the black miasma behind him swirling like a demonic entity. Nobles panicked, and even Irene let out a startled gasp. The protagonist suddenly realized he was too fast, as Segunda charged recklessly, drawing a short dagger. Lind screamed in terror, Sir, be careful. The sharp point of the dagger glinted with a cold light. Acting on instinct, the protagonist dropped his center of gravity, bent his arm, and drove his elbow hard into the old Count's wrist. The powerful blow snapped the bone in his arm, forcing Segunda to drop the dagger as his limb twisted at a grotesque angle. His eyes widened in shock. It had all happened so fast. It wasn't over. Segunda opened his mouth wide like a savage beast. Before the protagonist's horrified gaze, the old Count threw his head back and sank his teeth into Ruth Talon's neck. Then, with a violent jerk of his head, he ripped the man's throat out completely. Fresh blood gushed out like a ruptured dam. Ruth Talon's body staggered and then collapsed, and the sight of his throat being torn out sent the crowd of nobles into a panicked uproar. The protagonist stood frozen, his face splattered with blood, his stunned eyes wide with disbelief at what had just transpired. Tyler and Vincent both went pale, their expressions utterly shocked, as if they'd just seen a monster crawl out of the dungeon. As for Benjamin and his cronies, they were speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Benjamin himself was so pale he could only stand there, his mouth agape, unable to form a single word. He screamed in desperate panic, grabbing Count Segunda's tunic and shaking him violently, stammering like a drowning man. But in response, the Count's head only lolled to the side, distorted and swaying like a puppet with its strings cut. The old man's face was covered in bulging veins, his lips were parted lifelessly, and his dull, vacant eyes confirmed that he was truly dead. Irene Pendragon stubbornly repeated to herself that it was impossible. How could someone like Segunda suddenly become so fast and strong? Great Hall descended from chaos into stunned confusion, with some nobles even asking in trembling voices why Segunda would commit such a heinous act. Count Granite's face was also pale, and he finally had to admit that in this situation, there was only one possible explanation. Just then, a familiar, steady voice echoed through the hall, sending a chill down everyone's spine. The mastermind behind the assassination of the Crown Prince was none other than Count Segunda, Duke Arangues declared as he slowly stepped forward, a faint smile on his lips as he looked down upon them all like a man at the pinnacle of power. The protagonist snapped back to reality, grinding his teeth so hard they audibly scraped, his fiery gaze locked directly on the Duke. In the middle of the crowded hall, Duke Arangues bowed politely, and with a smile, said he wished to apologize to Duke Pendragon on behalf of the 6 High Lords. He wore an expression of deep regret, affirming that Segunda was indeed the traitor the protagonist had claimed him to be. One who exposed this heinous crime is truly a loyal swordsman of the kingdom. The praise was enough to make the protagonist tremble with rage. Beneath the brilliant crystal chandeliers, Arangues appeared even more magnanimous, his slow voice like someone praising a rare gem in a world filled with deceit. A hidden angle only the protagonist could see, that smile was so malicious it was a blatant provocation. The Duke even seemed to cheerfully acknowledge everything as if it were all a joke. The surrounding nobles immediately broke into applause, their cheers ringing out as if the protagonist had just achieved some glorious victory. The protagonist could only clench his teeth, his gaze filled with pure hatred as he stared at Arangues. On the other side, Luna Serad smiled faintly in admiration, while the noblewomen beside her nodded in agreement, praising how respectably Duke Arangues had handled everything. Jamie and his cronies quickly averted their gazes, wisely keeping silent as if they had never been involved. Among the princes, some were still visibly shaken, while others maintained cold expressions, as if they were merely watching an action-packed play. Grand Duke merely smirked, his eyes glinting with an unreadable light. He absolutely could not accept this outcome. He wanted to speak out to refute everything, but his throat was tight with suppressed rage. He took an enraged step forward, but Arangis only turned his head leisurely. He looked at the protagonist with an expression of feigned innocence, as if he had no idea what was going on. That very gaze stunned him, freezing him right where he stood. Tyler and Vincent, despite their visible frustration, were utterly helpless, because any protest at this point was meaningless. The only evidence had been erased. Ruth Talen's corpse lay in a pool of her own blood, her eyes still wide open in a deathly stare. The nobles outside looked at him with admiration, applauding in celebration, and he knew that even if he told the truth, no one would believe him. The protagonist could only lower his head, clenching his fists so tightly they bled as he swallowed his rage. Count Granite Hota finally declared the banquet over, ordering everyone to disperse. The crowd of nobles immediately scattered like a disturbed beehive, each one eager to leave the place that reeked of blood. Arangis gave a polite smile and excused himself to leave. He even gave a courteous bow, saying he hoped they would meet again someday. The protagonist quietly replied that he'd see him again, his voice soft but laced with murderous intent. In his gloomy, jade-green gaze, the protagonist seemed to be silently declaring war on an invisible battlefield. Arangis narrowed his eyes dangerously, but remained silent. Then he turned his back, leading his subordinates out of the grand hall. A final guard silently walked past Aisha. His eyes were as cold as ice, filled with contempt. Outside the magnificent palace, Arangis and his men had already gone quite a distance. He let out a faint smile, his elegant eyes gleaming as he said, "Your time is coming soon." 3 Van Vass knights stood silently behind him, their gazes as cold as if they were preparing to enter a life-or-death magic battle. Back inside the main hall, everyone was still staring at Seguna's body. Ian hesitated before quietly calling out to Irene, and Lind also spoke up worriedly. Isla and Vincent remained as silent as statues. Suddenly an old voice rang out, calling Arangis' name. Ian and the protagonist were startled and turned to look toward the king. On the throne, His Majesty's eyes were still tightly shut. Deep, hoarse voice echoed, calling for Duke Pendragon. They were moved to a private meeting room, with 4 people sitting clockwise: the king, Ian, the protagonist, and Count Granite. Ian uncomfortably recounted the story of the monster in Lurs and the ferocious pirate. He remembered Tavan Bantai's arrogant expression and asserted that he was allied with Arangis. Granite froze, asking if the person behind the crown prince's poisoning could possibly be. The protagonist remained silent because the answer was already painfully obvious. The emperor quietly called for Duke Pendragon once more. His majestic eyes opened, and he slowly appointed him as the governor of Luz and issued a secret order to annihilate the Arangis family. Ian and Count Granite were both stunned upon hearing this. Even the protagonist was momentarily dumbfounded. Aged Finger held a gold coin engraved with the image of a soldier, as His Majesty explained that he would need financial power to confront the wealthy faction, thereby authorizing him to issue Pendragon gold coins. Count Granite worriedly tried to advise against it, but the Emperor reassured him in a calm voice that everything had been calculated. He looked directly at the Emperor and solemnly asked if His Majesty truly believed his words. The Emperor didn't answer directly, only saying that Ian had once called him a trustworthy person. Then he turned the question back on him, asking what he thought of this kingdom, a question the protagonist didn't immediately understand. After witnessing the recent chaotic scene, His Majesty pressed further, asking what his thoughts were now. Furrowed his brow in silent contemplation, the Emperor casually admitted that he no longer held any real power to rule the kingdom. He couldn't even stop the nobles from their corruption, or prevent the brazen insolence of the Melbourne family right before his eyes. Nor could he oppose Arangis, who was like a dark king manipulating everything from the shadows. His hands trembled with a mixture of anger and helplessness. Irene gently closed his eyes. Ian watched the king worriedly. The Emperor continued, explaining that during the investiture ceremony, he had unleashed his full kingly aura, yet the young man showed no signs of conflict. He didn't even resist that powerful presence. On the contrary, he harmonized perfectly with the sovereign power. His sorrowful gaze was an admission that not even Ian or his own son could do such a thing. The Emperor's voice suddenly boomed with authority, declaring that he was entrusting the future of the kingdom to Irene Pendragon and Ian. He calmly closed his eyes, accepting the heavy responsibility. His brow furrowed slightly as he thought deeply about the path ahead. His shoulders slumped, now bearing the fate of an entire kingdom. He knelt before the Emperor in a brilliant holy light, and Irene Pendragon's voice rang out solemnly as he vowed, "I accept your command, your majesty." First ray of sunlight tore through the night, dyeing the entire capital sky a brilliant gold. Grand Duke Duchai stood silently on a high balcony, his eyes fixed on the rising sun. Suddenly, a voice as clear as a moonlit lake whispered in his ear, "Have you considered joining forces with that person?" The Grand Duke let out a soft sigh. He knew all too well what kind of creature the Sea Dragon King was. "Segunda, and I don't expect much. I realized that the first time I met him." He suddenly paused and glanced behind him suspiciously. "Didn't you say you wouldn't be coming?" A fierce white whirlwind swirled up violently behind him. The strong wind gradually dissipated as if it had never existed. In the doorway, flooded with the early morning sun, white feathers floated gently in the air. A pair of pure and perfect wings slowly spread with majestic grace. Everything was enveloped in a dazzling light. The halo above his head appeared clearly, with no attempt at concealment. It was as if the entire world favored this grand entrance. Noble, holy light completely surrounded the white angel. Grand Duke Duchai spoke slowly, "Envoy, the messenger of the goddess Ileana." Archangel Say tilted his head slightly, his gaze carefully scrutinizing the Duke. Say smirked faintly and leisurely stepped forward, replying, "That was my intention, but a few interesting things happened that made me change my mind." Duchai immediately looked confused. Say said in a low voice, "On the Lofton Plains, Soldrake encountered the Black Dragon." Continued calmly, "That makes me wonder why two beings who don't share a territory would meet in a place that belongs to neither of them." The Grand Duke didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "You mean there's something special there, don't you?" He raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. "I am not entirely sure yet, but dragons are known for being extremely territorial." He maintained a calm tone. For them to gather at the same time like this, something significant must have happened. Duke fell silent for a moment. Perhaps it's related to the current Emperor's aura. He looked up into the distance, his voice slowly mentioning the aura of the Arangan family. From second Prince Ian to the current His Majesty, especially the Emperor's aura, which is a rare form of divine blessing. Gift bestowed by the goddess Ileana herself, but her statue is now covered in cracks. The streak of light on the horizon seemed to be struggling to maintain balance in the human world. Chai interjected, "But that power is now on the verge of collapse." It all started with the plot to assassinate Prince Sen. Meanwhile, in a palace corridor, Ian and Irene Pendragon were leaning against a balustrade. Inside softly, "Our family's aura has been weakening with each generation." His face was heavy with worry. "Father should have abdicated long ago and passed the throne to my older brother, Sane. Because of that incident, he couldn't." Recalling the Emperor's haggard appearance, his voice grew heavier. "His body, it's become like this." Irene Pendragon asked softly how old the Emperor was this year. Ian replied with a sigh of resignation, "He's only 50 years old." Hearing this, Irene couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. The Archduke Dukai continued, saying that among the princes, the one with the strongest aura is the second Prince Ian. They commented bluntly, "He's still green, and it's far too soon for him to inherit the throne." However, he narrowed his eyes slightly, as if remembering something. "Glen Pendragon's aura is growing at an astonishing rate. This rate, it won't be long before his power surpasses even Ian's." Ian said doubtfully, "I've investigated Glen Pendragon as you suggested, but he's just an ordinary teenager." The remark about the ever-gloomy atmosphere around the boy, Irene Pendragon replied indifferently, "Is that so?" Irene's gaze tightened as he thought to himself, "But in my past life, the one who inherited the throne was Glen Pendragon." Newspaper from that year was still seared into his mind, and Ian suddenly realized, "I understand now." Say leaned on the railing, gazing toward the sun. "Glen Pendragon, Ian Arangis, and Pendragon." Said calmly, "They will shoulder the future of the Empire, and might even challenge the very logic of this world." Archduke Dukai asked hesitantly, "Is that a prophecy?" Say glanced at him and replied calmly, "It's just a hunch." Thought to himself, "It's as if the causal order of the world is being stirred up by some massive force." Towering golden statue of a warrior riding, a lion stood high above the training grounds. A soldier roared wildly, swinging his sword in a chaotic flurry of aggressive strikes. Leon used his agile footwork to evade all of the attacks. His opponent slashed at him again. He immediately leaped into the air. His figure landed lightly on the blade of the sword, stunning his enemy. The soldier's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Before the man could recover, Leon spun around in an instant. Direct kick to the face sent blood spraying from his mouth as two of his teeth flew through the air. The commander shouted, "Stop, the match is decided," and the surrounding soldiers immediately erupted in cheers. Captain Granite raised Leon's hand high, and the young man smiled, beaming with confidence. Vincent watched in awe. "It's a miracle he's improved so much." Irene Pendragon smiled in agreement. "He has far exceeded my expectations." Agate sniffed proudly. "His teacher is simply outstanding. It's all thanks to him." Mark Killian gave a forced laugh and said, "Captain, it's not a bad thing that our army is growing stronger." The evening twilight gradually descended, dyeing the entire barracks red. In front of the palace gates, Irene Pendragon stood facing Captain Granite. He smiled politely. "You've helped us a great deal during this time, Captain Granite." Granite replied graciously, "We're grateful as well, the training was a huge boost for us." Though for Agate and Leon everything seemed rather easy, the two of them just smiled humbly. Irene Pendragon hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice, "Captain." His face turned cold as he asked, "Do you know anything about the Demon Corps?" Granite was slightly surprised but still answered, "It's a unit comprised mostly of dangerous criminals. Leader is Tavan Bantai, a name that once caused a huge stir and has been linked to many incidents. Even Granite sometimes wonders why they're considered a part of the Imperial Army." Irene Pendragon's eyes were sharp as ice. "So where are they now?" Replied, "They're in the south, specifically at the Great Beast Sea, where they've been tasked with subjugating a monster known as the Beast King." Irene's expression grew colder as he began to speculate. "The Beast King, is that the same giant monster that slaughtered countless people?" Fell silent, his heart heavy. Does this mean history hasn't changed? Irene Pendragon considered whether he should reveal the truth. Bantai was the one behind the series of incidents that year, which forced them to eliminate him. Tavan Bantai's provocative face appeared clearly in his mind. Remembering the fiery Great Hall from that day, Duke Pendragon paused for a beat, wondering inwardly if the Empire could really take care of that cunning old fox. Even if they kicked the man out of the Legion, wouldn't that just make him harder to track down? The Duke simply closed his eyes, as if he were calculating a much larger chess game. Granite, seeing that he had been completely silent for a while, spoke up gently to mention the Pendragon formula. Against the backdrop of the magnificent imperial capital, his voice was calm as he replied that there was nothing to worry about. Granite, along with Ingrid and Ian Dixon, stood by to see them off, the air thick with a bittersweet sense of farewell. Irene Pendragon was helped onto the carriage by Isla, and she even waved cheerfully, as if she were just going for a short ride. Already seated inside the carriage, the Duke's eyes were heavy as he murmured that they would probably cross paths again. Tavan Bantai, Toledo, and Arangues were all deeply engraved in his mind, like names bound by fate. He steeled his resolve, vowing to personally send every last one of them to their graves, and the driver cracked the whip, causing the carriage to shoot forward in a cloud of dust. The journey back to the Pendragon territory had officially begun. The moment he arrived, he adjusted his cuffs and asked with surprise whether Soldrake had not yet returned. Gonzalez's worry was obvious, and Tada quickly explained that the monster's immense mana could be sensed as it got closer, making the situation quite delicate. The Duke lowered his eyes slightly and replied, "Is that so?" while Lind quietly watched her husband with a gentle gaze. She suddenly pulled him down onto a chair and softly reassured him that everything would be fine, saying she believed Soldrake was eager to see him, and to just think of her as being a little busy before she returned soon. He gave a gentle smile while Lind's hands meticulously straightened his hair. Duke's deep, warm voice as he said, "Thank you, Lind," made the atmosphere even sweeter. The other two stared witty-eyed as Tata stammered, husband and wife, while Kazil could only let out a few flustered noises. Suddenly the door burst open dramatically, and Irene Pendragon called out enthusiastically, "Brother." She happily announced that his farewell ceremony had just officially begun. Melbourne was a sobbing mess, wailing that our master, Duke Pendragon, has been appointed as the governor of Lurs. Amidst the thunderous, celebratory applause, the Duke took Lynn's hand, and they walked together under admiring gazes. The scene was boisterous and festive. Agos, under Leon's admiring eyes and Mark Killian's bored stare, was still laughing and challenging everyone. In another corner, Isla maintained her title as the #1 nanny as she took meticulous care of Mia. Lynn chatted with him with a sweet smile, and the Duke responded in kind with a gaze that was both adoring and passionate. Lady Helen curiously approached her daughter, her eyes glued to the two of them. He gently called out to Irene Pendragon, and then asked quietly about the couple's relationship. Lady Helen looked at her son chatting happily, and asked if they had gotten much closer. The young lady playfully replied that they had been through thick and thin together. Una Sayrod stood off to the side with her eyes slightly downcast, a faint, unnameable regret stirring within her. Breeden approached with a smile and struck up a conversation, asking if she was enjoying some time alone, which startled Lady Sayrod a little. Offered her a glass of sparkling champagne, and invited her to have a drink. Luna Sayrod gently shook her head and declined, saying that it wasn't necessary. Breeden cut straight to the point, saying that the Duke has decided to depart for Lowe's tomorrow. He raised his glass again, reminding her that if she had something to say, she should say it today. Luna Sayrod stared at the champagne glass in his hand with a hesitant look. In the end, she took it and drank it all in one go, as if swallowing down all her unspoken feelings. After setting the glass down on the table, her gaze became much more determined. Una Sayrod called out, "Duke Pendragon," making him tilt his head and look back at her. Facing his gaze, Lind, who was standing beside him, quietly held her breath and watched. Irene Pendragon was slightly taken aback to see Lady Sayrod speak up on her own initiative. Luna Sayrod's face became more serious than ever before. Then the corners of her lips curved up into a slight smile. Lifting the hem of her skirt and curtsying with perfect aristocratic form, she congratulated him on his appointment as the governor of Lurs. She paused for a moment, her gentle expression hiding all the deep emotions within. After that, Luna Serad decisively turned and walked away, and Breeden just stood there silently, sighing as he watched her go. He quietly remarked that she was always so hesitant. On the other side, Leon was starting to get tipsy, but Agos and his friends were still cheering that the party was just getting started, calling for more beer. Golden mugs of beer were filled to the brim, sloshing invitingly. Pendragon's symbol was clearly printed on the bottle's label, a proud brand mark. Seen through the hazy window frame, the domain's beer being poured into clear glass mugs was a magnificent sight. Breeden commented with a faint smile that this domain's beer was getting better with every batch. Sitting across from him, the main character quietly agreed, adding that the soldiers also absolutely loved this beer. He looked Breeden straight in the eye with complete trust and said he would entrust the domain to him. The main character sincerely expressed that as long as he was here, he could head to Lurs with peace of mind. Breeden modestly shook his head, saying that it would have been impossible without their help to lighten the load. He was momentarily taken aback by that response. Breeden continued to explain that under the management of Steward Melbourne, most of the internal affairs were running smoothly. Especially the group assigned to Luna Serad's management, they were all working with extreme efficiency. At night, the Pendragon domain glittered with lights, and the York Immigrant City Development Project was still progressing smoothly. During that clear analysis, the main character fell into deep thought. Breeden tossed the question back at him, asking, "What are your thoughts, Duke Pendragon?" He asked frankly if it wasn't time for him to consider an engagement to Lady Cyrus. Irene Pendragon immediately stiffened, as if he'd been paralyzed. Breeden calmly analyzed that compared to the noble ladies from the capital, who only knew how to flaunt their beauty, she was clearly farsighted. He recalled the times he worked with Luna Serad and didn't hold back his praise, saying she was a talented young lady. Breeden smiled and concluded that she would surely become a powerful aid for him. He was about to mention Lind, but he stopped himself, realizing no more needed to be said, while the main character just bowed his head in silence. The image of Luna Serad's face at the party suddenly flashed through his mind. The main character's eyes were half-closed, as if he were questioning his own heart. The room sank into a suffocating silence. Breeden poured more beer and said that if he didn't have feelings for her, no one could force him. He slowly replied, "It's not like that." The main character choked up for a moment, then left his sentence hanging, Breeden furrowed his brow in confusion when he didn't continue. He stared at the surface of the beer in his glass, where his own reflection looked back at him. Gentle moonlight covered the scene like a layer of ethereal magic. On the balcony, Luna Serad was quietly gazing at the starry sky. Her heart felt heavy, as if burdened with unspoken thoughts. Suddenly a voice called out, startling her. Luna. She turned around to see Irene Pendragon slowly approaching. Luna was momentarily stunned when Irene Pendragon began to speak. He lightly scratched the bridge of his nose, awkwardly unsure of how to properly begin. A still-cold bottle of beer dangled from his hand. Irene Pendragon, looking a bit embarrassed, gestured with the beer bottle and suggested in a low voice, "How about we have a drink together?" After hearing that, Luna froze for a few moments. A glass was quickly filled with the golden liquid. Under the gentle moonlight, the two of them sat facing each other, and the main character took the initiative to pour beer for them both. Luna's expression softened, and her voice grew gentler as she mentioned the contributions Irene Pendragon had made for the Empire. She sincerely said that she was truly grateful for that. Luna blushed slightly in embarrassment, and then they clinked their glasses in a silent ritual of mutual understanding. They slowly raised their glasses, savoring each sip in the peaceful atmosphere. Cool beer trickled down his throat, leaving behind a pleasant, indescribable buzz. He looked at her intently and said that she had changed a lot since they first met. Luna lowered her gaze slightly, offering a faint smile as she replied that she hadn't changed nearly as much as he had. He paused for a moment, and Luna smiled, admitting that she hadn't actually liked him very much before, especially not before he fell into a coma. She remembered it clearly. After he woke up, he was like a completely different person. Irene Pendragon from that time became more decisive and sharp than ever before, and that was when Luna started to truly pay attention to him. She gently swirled her glass, asking with a playful smile if that sounded a bit cheesy. He laughed comfortably and agreed that it did. Luna stood up and continued, saying that after she escaped her own clouded past, she saw a completely different Irene Pendragon. At the winter banquet that year, it was like she relived that fateful moment when she realized he had found a new purpose in life. Seeing his silhouette in the light that day was so overwhelming that it made her determined to change herself. Luna leaned against the railing, looking up at the starry sky, and said softly that she had given up the political marriage arranged by her family, ignoring all the rules that bound her. He muttered as if in a daze, "Imposed rules, huh?" Luna firmly declared that from now on, she wouldn't live for anyone else, only for herself. He pressed his lips together, his gaze darkening as he asked, "Live for yourself." Suddenly, she asked if he remembered what he had said in the Serad territory. That day, he had said he wanted to live to see the people of this empire become prosperous and happy with his own eyes. Looking at the city glittering with lights, Luna said happily that his promise from back then was now slowly becoming a reality. She turned back with a radiant smile and admitted that she both respected him as a true man and trusted him as the one to lead the people forward. Hearing this, Irene Pendragon was left speechless. Luna continued boldly, saying that whether he accepted it or not, face blushing but her voice full of conviction, she would still become the strength standing behind him. He lowered his head in silence for a long time, then softly began to ask if she. Words caught in his throat. He couldn't finish the question, which only confused Luna more. Because deep within his soul, Irene Pendragon was in turmoil, almost clenching his teeth to suppress his emotions. Finally, the trembling words truly escaped him. Reflection in the beer was no longer the image of Pendragon, but that of Raven Vanterer from his past life. Memories flooded back of when he fought amidst hordes of mutated monsters in a blood-soaked fantasy world. Back then, Raven Vanterer was always gasping for breath on a battlefield, overflowing with blood and corpses. Looking back now, that black-clad warrior who had lost his homeland was struggling with words he couldn't bring himself to say. In his mind, only one question echoed. Did loving Irene Pendragon mean she had to love the man who was Raven Vanterer, too? And could she truly accept both of those men? But the reflection in the beer still showed only the face of Irene Pendragon. Space around them suddenly fell into absolute silence. Luna paused for a moment, then softly called out Irene Pendragon's name. He slowly replied that it was nothing, tilted his head back, and drained his glass of beer in one go. Then he turned to her with his brightest smile and said, "Thank you, Luna." Luna's eyes widened as she looked at him. Then she too offered a gentle smile in return. He said softly, "The honor is mine." Irene Pendragon chuckled softly, letting his body relax as he thought to himself that for now, this was enough. In the quiet of the night, the moonlight seemed to envelop them both in its gentle glow. The next morning the sky was clear and blue, and offshore, two large ships not far from each other were giving off strange columns of black smoke. The black flag of pirates fluttered fiercely in the sea breeze. Passengers on the ship screamed in panic. The ferocious pirates swung over on ropes like a pack of monkeys, sending people collapsing to the deck or fleeing in terror. Shouts echoed everywhere, warning that the pirates had arrived. Cold blades flashed, and lives were stolen in the blink of an eye. The fat man ran, clasping his hands together and begging the Empire to save him. Before he could finish his play, his head was separated from his neck. A tall pirate sneered, saying that no one could save him now. He let out a savage, guttural laugh. Tolio roared, declaring himself the predator who ruled these seas, then burst into an ecstatic, wild laugh. Suddenly, Tolio's gaze froze on something. Newspaper lying discarded on the deck clearly showed a picture of Irene Pendragon. The article stated that Duke Pendragon had firmly consolidated his power in Lurs. He picked up the paper and smirked, remarking that this guy had been making quite a name for himself lately. Countless sword strikes, filled with killing intent, sliced through the air. The newspaper fell to the floor, as Tolio growled that he would settle the score with him soon, calling him a detestable worm. At the port of Luz, the atmosphere had grown unusually tense. News of the governor's death spread as the morning sun slanted across Seguna's mansion. Irene Pendragon heard the news and asked in astonishment what on earth they were all doing. Before him stood a whole group of people, dazzlingly dressed in new outfits. Irene had just stepped out, pulling Lind along with him. She cheerfully asked her brother what he thought of the White Dragon Squad's new sailor uniforms. Lind excitedly explained that today they were going to meet the Imperial Navy's commander from Lurs. The Viscount Moraine was waiting for them far out at sea. On the ocean, a group of people were swinging on ropes, leaping from one ship to another. They landed aggressively and surrounded the man standing in the middle of the deck. Suddenly, his body radiated a deep blue aura of pressure, like water magic, and a deadly blue light flashed in his eyes. With a single slash of his sword, he swept the entire group of young men away like leaves in the wind. The strike was clean and as fast as the snap of a finger. Men thudded to the ground, not even comprehending what had just happened. His face was like ice as he gave a sharp command. This was none other than the Imperial Navy Admiral, Viscount Moraine. The already bustling harbor grew even more lively. Townspeople's eyes widened in surprise as they saw a large contingent of soldiers marching down the road. A flag bearing the symbol of a seahorse fluttered in the wind, instantly recognizable to all who saw it. The crowd gasped in awe. It was the White Shark of Mullet, Moraine commander of the Imperial Navy. Looking at his expression, people whispered that he seemed even more displeased than usual today, probably because he was about to meet Duke Pendragon. Someone added that the previous governor had conspired with pirates and committed treason, so the situation was extremely tense. Must be racking his brain, wondering who will make the first move. As the soldiers marched out of sight, the townspeople concluded that if the governor's weakness was exposed, the White Shark would gain the upper hand. At the governor's mansion, Irene Pendragon and his honor guard stood at attention. Rain and his subordinates maintained an equally rigid posture. The young man bowed slightly and introduced himself, saying, "I am Irene Pendragon, and from this day forward, I will be serving as the governor of Lurs." But Moraine showed no signs of friendliness. Instead, his adjutant spoke up, making the introductions in a dry tone. He even added with a pointed emphasis, "It would be best for you to remember this." Isla and Killian's expressions immediately changed. The main character remained calm, asking about the situation after Segunda's death and the takeover of Lutz. The guard replied that they had already negotiated with most of Segunda's allies. Just then, Isla cut in without any hesitation. The guard's eyes were a clear warning, as if to say the governor doesn't speak with people of her kind. His face immediately darkened. Both sides simultaneously unleashed their auras, and the air crackled with tension. The explosive pressure sent hair flying, yet the main character remained unfazed, while Killian just sighed wearily and muttered, "Hey." A knowing smirk played on Moraine's lips. He stepped forward to mediate, apologizing for the disrespect shown to Lord Pendragon. With stern expression, he justified himself, explaining that as a military man, he had to assess his opponent with his own eyes. The main character got straight to the point, asking, "So what is it that you want?" Moraine was direct, stating he only wanted a match. He narrowed his eyes, saying he was a friend of the young man's father and had heard a great deal about him. In his mind, he was nothing more than a weakling who loved flowers and painting. But then there were rumors that he fought on even terms with Granite, Moraine's own rival, which made his gaze turn cold. It was simply too hard to believe, and so he wanted to verify it for himself. The main character closed his eyes and replied, "I understand." Gestured with his hand, "In that case, let's begin." Moraine let out a contemptuous scoff. As he stepped forward, the butt of Isla's spear blocked his path. Moraine froze for a second, and in the next instant, his collar was violently seized. The main character had lunged forward with incredible speed, grabbing him and slamming him backward onto the ground. He mercilessly smashed Moraine's head into the floor. The guard roared in fury, unleashing his aura as he drew his sword and charged forward. But he was stopped before he could even make a move. The tip of Isla's spear was already pressed against his neck. The man's face turned deathly pale, filled with panic. He trembled as he stared at the spearhead, letting out a roar that was laced with fear. Isla immediately shot back, calling him a pathetic excuse for a pirate. His eyes went wide, but he didn't dare move a muscle. With Moraine pinned to the ground, the main character calmly asked if they really had time for such displays. He continued, "Who are we up against? Monsters who slaughter innocent people." And he answered his own question. "The most vicious pirates on the ocean, led by Oros Latuan, the Black King Toledo Aranguiz. Stronger than both of you combined," he stated firmly. Moraine instantly went rigid. The main character stood up, dusted off his hands, and said he didn't have time to play games with the weak. Guards on the other side gritted their teeth, their faces dark with anger. But Moraine wasn't angry. On the contrary, he knelt and admitted his defeat. He smiled faintly and said, "Governor Pendragon." Isla and Killian were completely floored by this sudden change of heart. The main character replied politely, "To eliminate the pirates, we'll need the strength of the Navy. I hope we can count on your support." After speaking, he held out his hand. Moraine grasped his hand firmly, saying it would be an honor. Off the coast, one pirate ship was chasing another, and the sound of screams filled the air. Seeing the skull flag, the crew of the other ship screamed in panic that there were pirates. The Oros Ratuin were ecstatic, roaring for a massacre. Suddenly, they turned their attention toward the distance. Another ship was approaching. It flew the symbol of the Royal Empire. Other ship's captain's eyes lit up, and he cheered that the Imperial Navy had arrived. But the orcs just laughed scornfully, looking down on the weak human race. All of a sudden, dark figures launched themselves from the other ship. The orcs froze in their tracks. Those figures grew clearer and clearer. They were based riders soaring through the biting sea wind. A small squadron led by Isla. Upon realizing who they were, the Oros Ratuin screamed in terror, beast rider knights. High above, Isla looked down on them with a cold gaze. In his hands was a crossbow, already drawn, its sharp bolt aimed straight down at his target. A rapid succession of thuds echoed out, as the unfortunate orcs were immediately riddled with bolts like living honeycombs, scattering in a panicked frenzy. Isla handled his weapon with the dexterity of a system master who had maxed out his skills. He swooped down powerfully, pulled out a small spiked mace, and charged straight for his target. His arms swung decisively, and each orc took a full blow straight to the face in a textbook-perfect action sequence. Blood splattered everywhere, covering Isla's emotionless face and creating a scene that was both fantastic and horrifying. A bar with a name that just reeked of bloodlust, the Killer Whale. A few passers-by loitered in front of the entrance, their eyes filled with suspicion. Suddenly, an arrogant voice rang out, the kind you just know is looking for trouble. The owner, a cigarette dangling from his lips and his face as stiff as a statue, calmly replied that this was just an ordinary establishment. Standing opposite him were Viscount Moral and his personal guard, but the owner remained unfazed, even retorting that it wasn't strange for a few pirates to be mixed in with the clientele. The man shrugged and continued, saying there were some things he himself wasn't fully aware of. Viscount Moral, having no patience for arguing, drew his sword directly, the shining steel flashing as he swung it right past the other man's neck. The owner's jaw dropped, and the cigarette on his lips was sliced clean off, falling to the ground. Recovering from the shock, he screamed in panic, "What in the hell do you think you're doing?" The Viscount remained calm, quietly calling the name of the man beside him Isaac. Isaac coldly presented a document with a bright red seal right in front of the man's face. His voice was monotone as he stated that the document contained the owner's own handprint. Isaac detailed how the man had bribed Count Segunda to smuggle goods through here, then asked if he should chop off a few fingers as a souvenir. The owner's face went pale as he trembled, knowing it wasn't a question but a blatant threat. Count Moral's expression also darkened, his oppressive aura exploding outwards. He declared that he would make an example out of him, and that no one should even think of trying to deceive them. The blade's edge pressed against his cheek, making the owner flinch. A stinging pain shot across his skin, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. In the end, he had no choice but to bow his head and confess, and was then escorted away by soldiers. To one side, Raven Vanterer silently watched it all happen. As if sensing that gaze, Viscount Moral tilted his head and gave the young man a slight smirk. The main character maintained his ice-cold expression, showing no emotion at all. Green Pendragon recalled the intelligence report sent by Count Vincent John's aide. According to the report, nearly all businesses with ties to pirates had been wiped out. The sign for that bar was also taken down soon after. Calculated to himself that if they eliminated all of them from lures, then the financial backing for the Dark Emperor, Tolio Arangues, would quickly be severed. Viscount Moral casually declared that the Empire had no room for leniency toward those who collude with pirates. Under the new policy, all pirater-related activities from the mainland to the islands were being eradicated, forcing them to flee to the smaller islands in the Millet Sea. It was a place where the naval patrols were significantly weaker. Two pirate ships sliced through the waves, racing at full speed toward the islands. But not far behind them, a white warship sailed in hot pursuit, its Pendragon family flag flying high and its presence overwhelming. Pirates' eyes widened in terror when they realized it was the White Dragon Army. As soon as they pulled alongside, our soldiers fearlessly swung over to the enemy ship, kicking off a brutal, merciless melee. Crimson blood sprayed through the air amidst the sharp clang of steel on steel. News of the successive victories of the White Dragon Army and the Imperial Navy flooded the front pages, and the pirates' annihilation was now only a matter of time. Melbourne the butler clapped enthusiastically, praising that his young master had truly not let him down. Let out a hearty laugh, while Vincent remained silent, his gaze fixed thoughtfully on the newspaper in his hands. Her pen glided swiftly across the paper as Luna Serad let a small smile grace her lips, her eyes filled with determination. She felt a quiet joy swelling inside her. Irene Pendragon had actually done it. Her mind drifted back to the night of the farewell banquet, when Luna Serad had told herself that she had no other choice. No other choice but to pour every ounce of her strength into helping her until the very end. Feeling invigorated, she returned to her paperwork. The next business on the agenda was a transaction with a merchant. Suddenly, Luna Serad froze, her gaze dropping. On the paper, under the commercial exchange section, was the name Joseph Breeden. She gasped in shock. Joseph Breeden. She suddenly remembered the knight captain of Serad district from her past, as hazy fragments of memory slowly came into focus like a film playing in slow motion. Back then, he had knelt before her, paying his respects with the utmost reverence. Then, during a bloody battle, his arm was mercilessly severed. In the end, he could only swallow his resentment and watch Irene Pendragon leave, powerless to do anything. Luna gritted her teeth and frowned slightly. It seemed the man before her was indeed the Breeden from all those years ago. The next morning, the entire city awoke to the bustling atmosphere of a new day. A man with the missing left arm, wearing a dark backpack, walked up and greeted her. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Miss Luna?" Luna maintained a stern expression, calmly replying, "You've changed a lot, Breeden." Breeden simply gave a slow, faint smirk, lightly touched the brim of his hat, saying that he had built his own career and started a trading company thanks to his connections. Then he half-jokingly mocked himself, saying that with only one arm, his dream of becoming a knight had vanished. She showed no emotion, merely lifting her eyes slightly to ask him directly, "So, what's your purpose for coming here?" Breeden replied seriously that he'd heard this place had no discrimination, that it was a city that welcomed all races and nationalities. That's why he decided to come here to expand his business. Luna suddenly hit him with a critical question, right here in the city ruled by the one who severed your arm. Breeden lowered his eyes in silence, not answering. "Can't put my trust in you." She recalled her past impression of the man standing before her. Gaze was colder and sharper than ever. That is why I cannot accept this. He quietly put on his hat, his voice low as he said, "You've changed." Reborn pulled the brim of his hat lower, adding that she now saw no one but Glen Pendragon. Luna frowned slightly in confusion. Why would you say that? He suddenly became resolute, declaring that he would defeat Glen Pendragon. She let out a soft gasp of surprise. Reborn placed a hand on his chest with a look of sincerity, saying that he was the one who could bring her greater benefits than Glen Pendragon. The serious expression vanished, replaced by a faint smile as he said that was why he couldn't turn back now, at least not yet. A helpless yet affectionate gaze swept over her, because there was still something he couldn't say. Luna was stunned. The scene then shifted to Lures, a lonely island in the middle of the sea, where the cool wind whispered. Inside a cave, a Ratuan Oros leisurely raised his cup, flanked by 2 female Oroses serving him, while 2 guards with ice-cold stares stood behind. He set his cup down, revealing a square face with 2 diagonal scars on the right side. This was none other than one of the 3 great Red Skull pirates, Captain Griezmann. Furrowed his brow, his gaze fierce, and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing here?" The Dark King, Tolio, sat casually across from him. Tolio let out a scornful laugh, saying he just came to check in, as he'd heard rumors that Griezmann had run into some big trouble recently. Is it because the new Lord of Lures has started a pirate hunt? An angry orc guard was about to draw his sword, but Griezmann's face darkened, and he raised a hand to stop him. He replied contemptuously, "I don't want to hear that from someone like you." A memory flashed of the battle in Toledo, when he faced Raven Vanterer and Irene Pendragon. One of his eyes had been shattered by a shard of glass, blood streaming down his face. Meanwhile, his arm was pinned by the main character, and then mercilessly broken. Griezmann gritted his teeth, recalling his defeat at the hands of that kid. The Oros beside him glanced over with a mocking smile, while Tolio remained nonchalant. Got straight to the point. "You've gotten much weaker, haven't you? It's all because of the new ruler's policies." He was referring to Glen Pendragon, purging all businesses connected to pirates, cutting off Griezmann's source of income. Tolio picked up a dried fish with 2 fingers and said calmly, "Looks like you're not doing much better than I am." He took a bite of the fish and then taunted, "Your treasury must be pretty tight if you're stuck eating cheap stuff like this every day." Griezmann slammed his hand on the table, creating a loud, echoing boom. He roared, "What the hell do you want, you treacherous orc?" Tolio calmly replied that he had a major investor backing him, so he wouldn't be going down so easily. He chewed on some fish and suggested that since this was a crisis for all pirates, perhaps they should cooperate for the time being. Tolio enthusiastically proposed, "Let's increase our manpower and influence. What do you think?" Griezmann gave a cold laugh and said it wasn't a bad idea, but there was one problem. Tolio narrowed his eyes and asked, "What problem?" Brute gave a sinister grin, "We have to decide who's the leader." Tolio fell silent, then burst out laughing, a cruel glint in his eye. "So how do you want to settle this?" Without another word, Griezmann sent the table flying towards Tolio with a powerful kick. Bits of food scattered everywhere, while Tolio's eyes widened as if he were caught off guard. But a moment later, he let out a wild laugh and suggested they settle the score right here and now. Griezmann's fist smashed down, splintering and shattering the tabletop. Female orcs watched the scene with a mixture of excitement and fear. Griezmann's eyes bulged with fury. Amidst the broken table, Tolio calmly grabbed his wrist. Tolio's remaining eye swirled strangely as he smirked, mocking his opponent for being so predictable. Tolio tightened his grip, causing Griezmann to struggle and scream, "You damn orc." His grip tightened further, and Griezmann cried out in pain as his subordinates shouted for their leader in alarm. The big orc's face twisted in agony as he begged him to stop immediately. Tolio laughed with delight and squeezed even harder, making Griezmann tremble and yell, "My arm's about to break." Unable to watch any longer, 2 of his personal guards drew their swords and charged forward. Tolio leaped nimbly into the air, spinning in a full circle. He drew his sword with a vicious look on his face. His blind eye flashed with an eerie red light. The moment the blade was unsheathed, it erupted in ferocious flames. In the blink of an eye, a blazing sea of fire spread throughout the cavern. Flames scorched everything in their path, causing the terrified orcs to drop their weapons and fall back. The female orcs were equally panicked. A single, whistling slash left a brilliant streak of fire in the air, making all the surrounding orcs turn pale. An orc screamed in terror upon seeing the burning sword, but Tolio just smiled and raised his weapon, the flames coiling around the blade as if they had a mind of their own. His eyes swirled bizarrely, as if trying to hypnotize everyone present. The fire roared. Tolio pointed his sword and said cheerfully, "This is a gift from my investor." He confidently declared that because he was the strongest, it was only natural for him to possess this demon flame sword. Black Shield lay silently on a chair, as if waiting for its true master. Suddenly, the demonic energy around Tolio exploded out of control, a blood-red, arrogant aura shooting straight into the sky as he roared that no one was worthy of being his opponent anymore, laughing like a madman in a dark fantasy. Beads of sweat broke out on Griezmann's face as his entire body went rigid. Meanwhile, at the governor's mansion in Lois, the atmosphere was completely different. Marine Pendragon sat calmly reviewing documents, her expression so serene you'd think nothing was wrong. The pirate ship offshore had already raised its sails and departed at some point. Elsewhere, Raven Vanterer was still training relentlessly with his sword, his lean, muscular body drenched in sweat as he unleashed a powerful slash. Aisla met the blow with immense strength, his muscles bulging as a confident smirk played on his handsome lips. Two warriors seamlessly switched between offense and defense, constantly trading positions as the tide of the battle shifted without pause. The evenly matched duel was so intense that Morin and Isaac, who were watching from the sidelines, held their breath. Morin's gaze was as sharp as a knife as she thought to herself that the warrior's combat power was terrifying, and Isaac could only nod in agreement. Morin had to admit it was impressive, but she also knew that Governor Glenn Pendragon could fight on equal footing with an opponent of that caliber. In another area, the Oros Cacta group was being taught new combat skills by Argo. Lyon sparred with a knight and was gradually gaining the upper hand. Morin watched thoughtfully, thinking that if this force were added to the navy, their ability to deal with pirates would be much stronger. In the sky above, two griffins were training, swooping back and forth through the clouds. Isla's mount was stretched out on the ship's deck, its wings spread to shade the two fighters who were taking a break after their duel. Leaning on his hand and breathing lightly, Irene calculated that it had been 3 months since they first set foot in Lodz. Crackdown on the pirates had been widely reported in the press. At the same time, he had aggressively dismantled illegal businesses connected to the pirates, arrested their managers, and cut off nearly all of their funding. Sweat still rolled down his forehead as he wondered why Tolio had yet to show himself. He suddenly shouted for Mark Killian, who quickly parried a blow from Lyon and frantically answered that he was present. Noticing Aisla standing nearby looking a bit distracted, Irene frowned and asked if there was still no news from the other three. Meanwhile, on another distant island, the situation was as tense as a drawn bowstring. Pirates were packed shoulder to shoulder in front of a large cave. One of them stammered, choosing his words carefully, saying that this was truly a remarkable gathering. Of the three great pirates of the Red Tower, the first was Griezmann. Next was a rising orc star named Zadulka. Finally, there was the man with eyes as sharp as a hurricane, John Myers of the Winter Storm crew. One pirate was stunned that all the pirates of the South Sea had gathered, while another cut in, taunting, "You don't look any different from the rest of them." He sighed, teasing the spies from the White Dragon Brigade. The other spy retorted irritably, "I don't want to hear it, you damn spy." Jody quietly urged them to stop, reminding them they were undercover as spies for the White Dragon Brigade and needed to focus on their mission. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from within the cave. Folio appeared, shouting, "Is everyone assembled?" He stood on a rock ledge, carrying a heavy sack, with two Ratuan Oros behind him carrying similar bags. Folio declared in a serious tone, "From this day forward, I will be your new captain, not the Shadow Emperor but the Pirate King." He laughed wildly, his voice filled with excitement. "A pleasure to meet you all." Sala and her comrades shuddered, a chill running down their spines. Could clearly see a bloodred demonic aura flaring violently from him, and realized in horror that he was the son of the Sea Dragon King. Tolio raised the bag of money high and announced, "To celebrate our new alliance, I have a gift for you." He swung the bag, and gold coins poured out like a waterfall. 3 bags of gold were tossed out one after another. A shower of gold rained down on the heads of the pirates. The entire crowd roared and scrambled to grab the loot, shouting, "Gold, gold." Jody's eyes widened in disbelief that he had so much gold. He thought to himself that if Tolio was this wealthy, then having his business roots cut off must not have hurt him at all. He suspected this gold was connected to the Arangis family, and a sense of unease washed over him as he turned to find his teammates. Salar and Wood were already kneeling before the piles of gold, their eyes gleaming, even asking if they could take some. After the shower of gold, the pirates began to chant in unison, "Long live the Pirate King, Tolio." Tolio waved his hand with a faint smile, saying, "Think of it as a small token of my sincerity." His eyes were cold, and his voice was full of false sincerity as he said it was his responsibility to ensure the best life for his crew. He pointed down at the crowd, emphasizing that they had all been pushed to this desperate point. Because of the new Admiral of Lodz, instantly, the pirates' faces twisted with hatred. Folio slowly drew his sword, declaring that as the Pirate King, he would lead them all. He raised the sword, and flames immediately erupted violently around the blade. His face twisted in a brutal ecstasy as he swore to tear that bastard Glenn Pendragon to pieces, model. Jody and the other two backed away cautiously, while the pirates erupted in a fervent cheer. Griezmann stood amidst the firelight, his expression heavy. Even Zadulka couldn't hide his horror. Suddenly someone raised a hand, asking the captain for permission to speak. Tolio smirked and asked what the matter was. John Myers of the Winter Storm crew stepped forward with a refined air. He said that while their captain was powerful, the bigger problem was the squadron of Griffin Knights led by Raven Vanterer. He analyzed that engaging them at sea would be a major obstacle and asked how they were going to handle it. Tolio was silent for a moment before letting out a wild, booming laugh. John Myers looked utterly confused by that reaction. Before he could think any further, Tolio spoke with relish, fighting fire with fire. Doesn't that make perfect sense? As he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers with a sharp crack. The griffins slowly emerged from within the cave. The beasts' talons scraped loudly against the stone floor. Swords at their sides glinted with a cold, silver light. Jody's group was completely stunned. He stammered, unable to form a single word. Before them stood the black-clad Griffin Knights led by Raven Vanterer. Their vast wings spread wide, blotting out the sky. Raven Vanterer, leading the charge, smiled and removed his helmet with a commanding presence. Out on the open sea, a ship drifted leisurely on the calm water. On board, people were raising their wine glasses in celebration, toasting the recent decline in pirate activity. Someone loudly praised Governor Glenn Pendragon, declaring it was all thanks to him, which made the governor chuckle with delight. In the distance, the silhouette of another ship appeared, accompanied by a flock of enormous birds charging toward them. The piercing cries of the birds made everyone look up in confusion. Above them was Median, riding a griffin and leading his comrades, causing the people on the ship below to cry out in astonishment. Their griffins dove from the sky, loosing a continuous rain of arrows that struck down the people on the ship before they even knew what was happening. Survivors were hunted down relentlessly, running and screaming for help in utter despair. But there was only one outcome for them all, a merciless slaughter that left behind a tragic scene, a hell on the open ocean. One man was being chased down by a griffin, its cold-hearted master right behind it. Man fell to his knees to beg for his life, but the ferocious beast clamped its jaws on his body as a razor-sharp wing, feather pierced straight through his eye in an instant. It was Median himself who had ended that poor soul's life in the blink of an eye. Adelic stood by and watched, his eyes cold and completely devoid of emotion. Back on the sea, another ship was speeding up, pursuing the pirates. A proud lion flag, a symbol of honor and power, fluttered from the mast. Captain gripped the ship's wheel and roared, "You won't get away, you filthy pirates." The sailors on the opposing ship looked up at him with defiance. Myers scoffed, "Why so angry?" then spun the wheel with a look of contempt, picking up speed. He muttered a disdainful comment about them being a bunch of broke losers. They entered a strait full of obstacles. Myers' ship skillfully navigated around the hidden reefs. The captain of the pursuing ship watched nervously. It would be incredibly dangerous if they kept this speed through the reef. Then, a sailor leaned over the side and shouted an urgent report. He announced that he had spotted something unusual beneath the surface. There was a reef ahead, but it was too late. The ship slammed hard into a massive rock. Impact left the ship wedged in the middle of the strait, unable to move forward or back. Myers' crew burst into mocking laughter, calling them idiots and gloating about their own perfect navigation through the narrow passage. The ill-fated ship began to sink into the deep sea. Captain, fuming and cursing, still ripped off his coat and dove in to save his crewmate, putting the man's life first. He gritted his teeth and cursed those inhuman pirates. Even as the enemy ship sailed further away, he kept shouting, "Damn pirates." Myers gazed at the island ahead and ordered all the pirates to gather, declaring it their new base. Hundreds of newspaper articles continuously reported that the Imperial Navy had suffered devastating losses at the hands of the pirates. Prices skyrocketed across the peninsula, shaking the economy and peace unless to its core. Widespread famine put Glenn Pendragon in a precarious position. Morin angrily crushed the newspaper in his fist. He slammed his fist on the table, roaring about those accursed pirates. Ellen gazed out the window, his eyes lost in thought. He turned to Morin, saying that they had completely misjudged the situation. He realized the reason they were able to rise so quickly was the funding supplied by Tolio. Glenn Pendragon also knew that those funds could have come from the Sea Dragon King, Aranguiz. That's why cutting off the funds from lures wouldn't cause them much damage, which made Morin wonder if Aranguiz was feeling any real pressure at all. Ellen explained that Aranguiz had already played his trump card by deploying the knight, Van Vast, because he clearly didn't consider this some minor squabble. Morin couldn't understand Ellen's strangely, calm yet fierce resolve. Ellen tightened his grip on the sword at his side, his eyes burning with the will to fight. He declared that if it was a war they wanted, he would see it through to the very end. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was unusually tense. Someone complained, annoyed that the meal was completely meatless, saying it felt like they'd been cheated. Mark Killian quietly told him to keep his voice down. Kitchen manager sighed, explaining that with the pirates running rampant, the fish catch had been very small. People whispered amongst themselves that less was slowly crumbling. One man sadly recalled how the town, once called the City by the Sea, was now just a shell of its former self. The miserable state of the townspeople proved that his words were true. Someone else reminisced about how much more prosperous things were back in Gundar's time. An agitated man tried to stir up trouble, but was held back by others who knew it would only make the situation worse. A calm man pointed out that you only needed to look at their meager meal to understand the problem. Believed that a good lord is one who ensures his people are well-fed and warm. The others nodded in agreement, remembering how much more plentiful life had been before. They recalled a time of bountiful harvests and fields vibrant with green. As their leader, Ellen made a silent vow to himself that he would fulfill his responsibilities. Asla lowered his head, his face clearly showing sorrow at the mention of the Pendragon name. Outside, people were staring up at the sky in amazement, and a buzz of excitement started inside the tavern. They pointed toward the sky, shouting in disbelief that someone was flying. Isla looked up as well, completely taken aback by the sight. Hovering majestically in the air was none other than Soldrake. Isla stared up, his eyes wide with astonishment. Soldrake looked back down at him gently. Then, to the amazement of everyone watching, the creature began to descend. Soldrake landed right in front of Isla, demanded to see the Griffin Knight. Night had fallen over the harbor, creating a scene so beautiful it looked like it was straight out of a fantasy painting. Light from the lighthouse cast a magical, shimmering reflection across the surface of the water. Ellen hurried outside, shouting John's name into the night. Soldrake turned back to look at him, observing him in silence. Ellen anxiously asked where she had been all this time. Soldrake leaned in close and asked, "Are you worried about me?" He hesitated, struggling to find the words. Leaning against the railing, he admitted he had been a little worried since it had been so long since Shed returned. Soldrake was pleased with his answer. Ellen asked about the Lobstain Plains, where she had been. In a low voice, Soldrake said she had encountered the Black Dragon, Amuhan. Memories of the battle with her old enemy came flooding back. Ellen, shocked, remembered that it was one of the 6 dragons he had met at the tomb. Soldrake confirmed it and revealed another secret. Amuhan had known about the existence of the dragon vein for a very long time. Ellen was stunned as he listened to her explanation of the dragon vein. It was a place essential to the dragon race, a source of pure magical energy that sustained their lives. Asked suspiciously if a dragon vein like that also existed on Mount Ancona. Soldrake gently raised a hand to welcome the fluttering butterflies, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and said softly that every dragon's lair has a dragon vein flowing beneath it. He explained in detail that the dragon vein was their life source. If it were severed, the dragons would be unable to wield their full, innate magical power. Ellen fell into a thoughtful silence, his gaze darkening as he began to piece everything together. Soldrake continued, explaining her plan to return to her lair to recover her magic, because maintaining her human form outside the Pendragon territory consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Just staying here alone was draining a significant amount of her power. It was like a switch flipped in Ellen's mind, and he realized that this was the real reason. Pressed her about the day they made their pact and the battle where she overpowered 6 dragons. Soldrake replied that it was because that was her territory, among other reasons. Ellen frowned, recalling what the Black Dragon had said about the dragon race and demigods. He emphasized that he himself possessed the aura of both races. Soldrake suddenly fell silent for a few breaths. Ellen impatiently asked if the Black Dragon's appearance in the Lobstain Plains was related. The more he pushed her, the more Soldrake lowered her head evasively, which reminded him of his own reincarnation and return to the past. For a fleeting moment, he felt like he was being watched, as if the dragon race was monitoring Pendragon's every move. Ellen's voice grew more urgent than ever, poured out all the worries that had been building up inside him, all the enemies he had been forced to face, one after another, and the countless overlapping conspiracies, like some kind of trapping system. Ellen relentlessly pushed Soldrake for an answer. He blurted out, "Just tell me." The only response was a suffocating, drawn-out silence. Ellen softly called her name again. Soldrake responded gently by saying his name. She took his hand, as if trying to offer him comfort. In that quiet moment, they just looked at each other, understanding everything without words. Soldrake confessed that there were things she still didn't fully understand, so she couldn't say them yet. Ellen waited patiently for her answer. She squeezed his hand tighter, her determined gaze promising to protect him even at the cost of her own life. Soldrake sincerely confessed that their souls were bound together, and that he was an incredibly precious existence to her. Their hands clasped a little tighter, like an unspoken vow. Eventually, they had to let go, despite the lingering reluctance in their hearts. Ellen knelt and apologized for getting too emotional. To ease the tension, he suggested they change the subject. Ellen was the first to speak, expressed his concern about the pirates running rampant at sea. He also mentioned his enemy from a past life, Arangis. He bluntly asked if he could use the dragon's power to wipe them all out. Soldrake admitted that it wasn't possible. Ellen looked up at her, completely stunned, reminded her of her earlier promise to protect him, his tone questioning. Soldrake gazed at the horizon and explained that if she interfered, the situation would only get worse. It fell upon the moonlit, shimmering sea. She continued speaking calmly. Goldrake gave an example, saying that if another dragon were to enter the inland sea, it would immediately be attacked by the guardian dragon there. Ellen mumbled to himself as if he was starting to understand. Recalled a previous warning. That dragon was known as the divine guardian beast of the Erengis clan. Goldrake described it as the most belligerent of dragons, one that didn't recognize her as the leader of the dragon clan. Looked out at the vast ocean and said that if she fought there without a dragon vein, victory wouldn't be guaranteed. Then she turned back and admitted that because of this, she couldn't help him right now. Ellen lowered his head, a hint of disappointment in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly. He slammed his fist on the table and let out a frustrated curse. The image of a burning palace flashed through his memory. Commander crushed a young boy's head with a triumphant smirk on his face. His old enemy laughed manically amidst a sea of flames. Ellen froze as if paralyzed by the memory of it all. Goldrake quietly watched him tremble. She softly called his name. He leaned in close, their lips almost touching. Startled, Ellen flinched to the side in confusion. Goldrake noticed the strange look in his eyes. She pointed down below and told him to take a good look around. Below them was a city shrouded in silence. Goldrake reminded him that Les was currently in a dire state. An expression of remorse slowly spread across Ellen's face. She repeated the words he had spoken when he took office, how he wanted his people to live prosperous lives. Goldrake deliberately brought up the promise he made years ago in Sisu's. Ellen fell silent, wondered when he had strayed so far from his path. He finally realized he couldn't just focus solely on revenge. Ellen picked up a nearby flask of water, poured it directly over his head to snap himself out of it. Goldrake's eyes widened at his sudden action. Then Pendragon sincerely apologized for letting his hatred cloud his judgment. He wiped the water from his hair, a relieved smile on his face as if he had just been enlightened. Ellen looked up as if he had an epiphany. Sunlight streamed through the shimmering flowers as if to celebrate his realization. He gazed into the distance, reminding himself of the responsibilities of a ruler. Ellen firmly declared that he would save this town. Next morning, the harbor was bustling again, as shipwrights busily constructed large vessels. Everything blended together, creating a festive, bustling scene at the port. One man looked up and asked his friend what they were doing. The other replied that they were preparing to attack the pirates, so they needed to build more warships. Watching the massive logs being transported non-stop, he wondered where the money was coming from, since it was clearly from the Pendragon family's private funds. The treasurer handed out bags of money to the workers, causing everyone's eyes to widen in astonishment. He opened the bags to find shimmering gold and asked if these were gold su. The treasurer explained that they were brand new Pendragon su. This coin was the new currency that had just begun to circulate within the domain. Kingdom's clear morning seemed to herald a completely new beginning. The press continuously ran positive stories, reporting that thanks to Glen Pendragon's policies, the desperate situation in Lures was gradually improving. Vincent read the news and realized the governor was applying the same experience he had once used in the city of York. He also mentioned that Pendragon wasn't just strengthening the navy, and when Luna asked what he meant, Vincent replied that he was also implementing many economic measures to counter the pirates. That approach was both intelligent and befitting of a true leader. Hiring the poor and ensuring their livelihood was truly a masterful economic move. Luna gave a slight nod, as if she now understood the situation. Vincent grew pensive as he reminisced. Everything Glen Pendragon was doing was exactly how he had once built his own town. Even his ability to seize the right moment felt strangely familiar. He was using immigrant labor to optimally promote the construction and development of the town. Vincent confirmed that this was precisely the current strategy. Luna smiled and said that she understood. Vincent held the gold sou in amazement, analyzing that even though Lures was weakened, it was still the economic heart of the empire. An idea sparked in his mind: what if the Pendragon sou were distributed there? Luna immediately realized that the new currency would then spread throughout the empire in a short amount of time. Vincent concluded that this was truly a case of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, he still had some reservations. He analyzed that since trade in Lures was stagnant, there would be a shortage of goods. If you just give money to the poor without any available goods, the economy can hardly change. He stood up, declaring that from now on, Glen Pendragon would need more support. At the kingdom's port, the atmosphere remained peaceful. The partner led Luna on a survey, pointing out the fastest canal to transport goods to Lures. Luna asked about escorts, and he replied that he had already hired mercenaries, so there was no need for Pendragon warriors. He added that dispatching Pendragon warriors seemed excessive, which made Luna hesitate for a moment. He asked her sadly, "Is it because you don't trust me?" Luna froze because he had read her thoughts exactly. Made a bold offer to hold me hostage if you must, then turned and walked away. Before leaving, he affirmed, "I will remain here for the entire duration of the transport. If anything suspicious happens, you can do with me as you please." Confused, Luna asked why he would go to such lengths. He looked at her with sincere eyes, answered simply, because I am in your debt. He then asked, is that reason enough, model? Luna was silent, an unnameable feeling welling up inside her. Leaders present at the harbor were constantly overseeing the work. As cargo from York arrived, they shouted for the workers to hurry and unload it. He watched the bustling scene, excited that the city was coming back to life. Morin glanced at Glenn Pendragon and praised his political talent. Glenn calmly replied that the idea came from a shrewd old advisor. For them was a city gleaming with lights. They realized it was York's prosperity that made this policy possible. Morin confidently declared that it was time to take action and deal with the pirates. But Glenn Pendragon remained still, lost in thought. He frowned, wondering how, no matter how much they strengthened the navy, they could possibly counter the aerial raids from Van Vast's riders. They've been trained to ride griffins since childhood. Besides Asla, the experience gap was just too vast. If they couldn't handle them, the lure's trade route could never be restored. Glenn understood the gravity of this problem. If this dragged on, the Pendragon treasury would also run dry. He silently wished for another card to play to turn the tables. Meanwhile, Asla was tending to his mount, scratching its belly and making it chirp happily. He suddenly paused, deep in thought. A storm of complicated emotions brewed within him. He remembered the last battle, and the way everyone looked at him when they saw what he could do. A feeling of unease slowly spread through him. He shot to his feet, muttering a curse under his breath. Glenn Pendragon appeared behind him, calling his name Asla. He turned around and replied, Pendragon. Glenn made a request, let me borrow one of your griffins. Asla was stunned by the request. Night fell on a barren island in the middle of the sea. A group of pirates gathered around a campfire, talking and laughing. Suddenly, a griffin feather drifted down right in front of Myers. The others saw it too and wondered what was happening. Myers, shocked, asked, did you really come alone? Glenn Pendragon appeared on his griffin, his face stern. The governor of Les, Glenn Pendragon, had officially revealed himself. He landed amidst the circle of pirates without a hint of fear. Earlier, when he asked to borrow the beast, he had already decided to come here alone. When Asla heard his purpose, he had flatly refused. He insisted, if you're going, then I am going with you. Glenn Pendragon looked at him, at a loss for words. Asla tightened his grip on his sword, declaring, I will be the sword that cuts down all of your enemies. But Glenn immediately offered a convincing reason why Asla couldn't join him. He stated plainly, that is precisely why I cannot let you accompany me. Asla stood frozen at his words. Glenn placed a hand on the hilt of Asla's sword and said in a low voice, if I draw my sword, they will draw their blades as well. He explained, I will go alone and unarmed, therefore. I can't have you showing up looking ready for a fight, model. Asla looked at his sword, gritting his teeth in frustration. His hand trembled as he tightened his grip on the hilt. He recalled past battles, filled with regret that his sword had never truly been put to good use. The aerial battles gave him no chance to use it, and it all felt so pointless. Glenn gave a firm order today. I am ordering you to stay here, Asla. After speaking, he turned and walked away, leaving Asla standing there as if frozen in place. Glenn paused when he heard Asla call out after him, then at least. Gently stroked his mount's beak and suggested, you should have a companion by your side too. Glenn turned back and gave him a faint smile. Asla then stepped outside to catch his breath and calm his emotions. He angrily slammed his fist into the brick railing, causing it to crack. His face was a clear mask of irritation and resentment. Meanwhile, Glenn Pendragon went to meet with John Myers and the snowstorm crew. He tilted his head and said, I want to talk to you. Myers just gave him a contemptuous glare. The sailor walked up and clapped him on the shoulder provocatively. He sneered, being the new governor must be tough, then held out a mug of ale. Why don't you have a drink first? Glenn politely took the mug, but the man suddenly threw the beer right in his face. Pirates burst into laughter, asking, how does pirate beer taste? Seeing that he didn't react, their laughter slowly died down. Glenn just stared back coldly, without saying a word. Then he walked right through them as if nothing had happened. Few of them were furious at his attitude. One guy rushed forward and threw a punch at his face, yelling, say something, you little punk. Others joined in, shouting and jeering. Glenn remained silent, his sharp, cold gaze sweeping over them, freezing the air. The pirates instinctively backed away from the killing intent, radiating from him. He walked up to John Myers and said, Captain John Myers. Glenn stated clearly, I am here to negotiate with you. Myers silently sized him up from head to toe. Few pirates were about to draw their swords and deal with him. Myers raised his hand, ordering them all to stop. His subordinates froze, looking at him with confusion. One of them muttered, Captain. Myers stepped down and said, you've had a long journey, new governor. He gestured as if to say, well then, let's talk. The two men sat down at the negotiating table amid the flickering firelight. Myers picked up a Pendragon coin and twirled it in his hand. Glenn also picked up a coin, looking at his opponent with calm composure. Myers rested his chin on his hand, studying him intently. He asked, "Do you even understand your position, making a proposal like that?" Glenn replied, "I am simply doing what's best for the people." Myers looked at him with a mix of curiosity and amusement. He remarked, "You're certainly an interesting man, new governor." Ship drifted slowly across the starlit sea. Back in the kingdom of Les, Oren slammed his fist on the table. He roared in fury, "Are you insane, governor?" Challenged the decision to cooperate with filthy pirates. Glenn explained that they were a necessary piece to overcome the crisis, and that he had already tried every other way. He understood exactly what the bottleneck was that hindered their growth. As long as the Van Vast Knights existed, Los trade couldn't recover, so a decisive battle was needed as soon as possible. Morin realized his intention and asked, was this all for the sake of that plan? Glenn took out a coin and said he had replaced Aranguiz's currency with the Pendragon suit. He admitted that John Myers had seen through his shipbuilding development plan just by observing the distribution of gold coins. When he saw Miles was satisfied with the coin, he knew the man understood its future value. Glenn considered Myers to be an extremely sharp individual. Morin lowered his head and said nothing more. Glenn looked out at the sea and said, "If we win, trading rights in these waters will be given to him as part of the deal." Morin vehemently objected, "I do not agree." Yelled, "That man is an enemy of the Empire and the Emperor." He shouted, "What will become of the Navy's honor?" Glenn looked him straight in the eye, "Can honor save our people?" Morin was rendered speechless by the question. Glenn stated clearly, "We are fighting for the prosperous lives of our citizens." He was willing to make any trade-off to achieve that goal. Morin gritted his teeth, filled with conflict. He looked at Glenn, dressed in his dusty clothes, and felt a pang of sorrow. Sympathy slowly began to replace his anger. Morin turned away and said, "I understand." His hand clenched so tightly that it trembled. Glenn stood silently, lost in thought. He gazed out at the distant sea, as if preparing for his next move. "Is this what you wanted?" Glenn Pendragon looked up into the cold rain, his eyes as sharp as a blade as he uttered the name Tolio Aranguiz. On a desolate island far out at sea, several people were strung up on wooden posts, awaiting execution as part of some barbaric entertainment. Arrow whistled through the air, flying straight toward them for the execution. The woman screamed in terrified desperation. Arrow sank deep into her collarbone, causing her to shriek in agony. Tolio burst out laughing, mocking his subordinate. "What a useless fool." He laughed hysterically and criticized, "You have to aim for a vital spot." The other man's face flushed with humiliation. Another man snapped in frustration, "Shut up and just kill them already." Tolio raised his bow towards the woman and told his underlings, "Watch and learn. Watch closely." He released the bowstring. Arrow pierced straight through her chest, and she slumped over instantly. He said arrogantly, "See, right in the heart, that's how it's done." The man next to her roared in fury, "I am a noble descendant of the Empire. Do you really think y'all get away with this?" Instantly, another arrow pierced right through his eye. Tolio smirked, preparing to torture the next victim. This time, it would be the other eye. Sneered, "Don't worry, y'all be seeing your old emperor again soon enough down below." His eyes were cold as he said, "It'll help you all have a reunion." The men who were hung up trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat dripping down their bodies. Tolio looked up and called out to Median, who was sitting beside her mount, "Hey, Knight of Van Vast." Challenged her, "Want to see who's the better shot?" He pointed to a prisoner and said, "Let's start with that one." Median coldly held out her hand, demanding, "Give me the bow." Tolio forcefully tossed the bow up to her. The bow spun through the air, right above Median's head. Grazed past her hand in a split second. She just barely pulled the trigger without even looking at the target. The bolt flew with pinpoint accuracy along a perfect trajectory. Without even aiming, she still hit the man's remaining eye. The pirates were stunned by her terrifying talent. Tolio laughed and praised her impressive, as a subordinate addressed him respectfully, "Captain." One of them stammered out an urgent report. "There's a ship transporting a huge amount of Pendragon coins leaving Lures." Tolio's underlings' eyes lit up with greed. "That's a huge score, Captain." Asked again just to be sure, "The new Pendragon coin, right?" The subordinate nodded to confirm. Tolio immediately saw the plan behind that money. Guessed that Glenn Pendragon wanted to circulate the Pendragon coin in the south to increase his influence. A subordinate pointed out, if he succeeds, even Aranguiz will be affected. Tolio stroked his chin, thinking it made sense. But what concerned him was someone else entirely. He thought of the Southern Gold King, a wealthy and mysterious figure. Even though he was currently working under Aranguiz and providing financial backing in the end, everything still revolved around profit. The Pendragon coin gained dominance, and the Gold King turned his back on them, the entire plan would collapse. Tolio gave a cunning smile, seeing this as an opportunity to show his loyalty. He roared out the order, "Sink that ship and kill every last one of them." He incited his men, telling them that every single coin would be theirs. From her high perch, Median heard everything, but her face remained as cold as ice. Pirates laughed boisterously, excited about the spoils they were about to claim. Meanwhile, in Glen Pendragon's kingdom, he was presiding over a meeting and said, "That is exactly what they're thinking." He held up a gold coin and pointed to the ship that was transporting them. "That ship will be escorted by Admiral Morin's fleet, just as planned. The pirates target the gold, Morin will pretend to retreat." Glen continued to describe the strategy on the map. "The Lure's fleet, which I will command, will lie in ambush near the cliffs. Coming up behind the pirates will be John Mayer's Snowstorm gang, turning on them." The plan was a daring three-pronged pincer attack. After hearing the plan, everyone was both astonished and excited. With our forces arranged perfectly, this formation is more than enough to overwhelm the enemy. Pendragon fleet consists of 20 warships. The Morin fleet possesses 60 warships. With the Myers fleet's 20 warships facing 60 of Tolio's, Glen believed the advantage was already obvious. He was adamant that this time they would surely be victorious. At the harbor, the army gathered, ready to march into battle. Helen ran after him, sobbing uncontrollably and calling his name. She hugged Glen tightly, telling him he must return safely. He patted her head reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry, I always come back safely." Lynn stepped forward with her group of attendants. Glen entrusted his younger sister and the domain to Lynn's care. Lynn quietly nodded, her eyes red and puffy. She closed her eyes, trying to suppress her emotions. She replied, "I will pray for your victory, my lord." Glen looked at her with a warm and trusting gaze. He hugged her and said, "I have to go now." Irene Pendragon looked up at the roof and called out for Soldrake. Glen asked it to protect everyone while he was away. Soldrake gave a slight nod in agreement. The entire army quickly departed, and the campaign officially began. Glen Pendragon roared, "Everyone, prepare to depart." The army's morale was soaring. Everyone was thrilled to be heading into a battle for the glory of their homeland. With our strength and the blessing of the White Dragon, victory is certainly within our grasp. The soldiers were burning with resolve, vowing to take the head of that half-orc. Leon also readied himself for the life-or-death battle ahead. Isla and her avian beast were also brimming with fighting spirit, especially Glen Pendragon, whose eyes burned with determination for this decisive battle. With sails full, the warships shot out to sea like arrows loosed from a bow. Isla stood on the deck with her avian beast, carefully observing the sea. The flag on the mast whipped in the wind, a silent witness to their life-and-death journey. Isla's attention was caught by a sudden noise coming from below deck. Down below, the master and his student Leon were training intensely for the coming battle. They were both so focused that no one dared to interrupt them. They relentlessly exchanged blows, neither one holding back. Leon countered with a powerful straight punch, but Argo dodged it cleanly, preventing the boy from even touching him. Argo gave a slight, satisfied smile. He bent his knees and lunged forward. With just a light leg sweep, Leon was knocked off his feet. He managed to grab hold of a nearby rope. Leon gripped the rope tightly to steady himself. He used the rope to swing, building momentum before launching himself high into the air. Argo showed a flicker of surprise at the boy's quick reflexes. Leon grabbed onto the mast and shot Argo a triumphant grin. Before Argo could react, he dove down to attack. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, but Argo still managed to block the powerful kick. Leon felt awkward as his foot connected with his master, but Argo praised him. "You've improved." He proudly noted that Leon had mastered fighting aboard a ship. Leon was thrilled to receive the recognition. Still, he sighed, "I still haven't managed to beat you even once, master." Argo offered some advice. "If you're going to scream like that every time you attack, a sneak attack becomes pointless." Leon blushed and scratched his head. Argo reminded him with a serious tone, "Unnecessary actions on the battlefield will only get you killed." He added, "If you hadn't yelled, that attack might have actually landed." Leon fell silent, committing every word to memory. Argo tossed him a gauntlet. Leon recognized it as his master's. Argo explained that is the sacred gauntlet of Taramis from the Army of Justice. Offered him an opportunity. "Tomorrow will be your first battle as my successor." Argo gripped his hand tightly. "Don't bring shame upon me or our lord." Leon looked at his master with a determined gaze. He accidentally dropped the gauntlet onto the floor. Leon clasped his hands together and replied, "As you command, master." Witnessing the sign, Aisla was deeply moved. Steady rhythm of the ocean waves provided the soundtrack for the night before the great battle. The warship shot across the water's surface like a bolt of lightning. Folio narrowed his eyes with a sinister grin. "This will be our opening act." He glanced at the mysterious, black-robed figure beside him. The figure wore a fanged mask, its eyes gleaming from the shadows. Soldrake stood on a high roof, gazing out at the distant sea. It softly called Glen Pendragon's name, its voice full of anticipation. Finally, the two fleets came face to face. Tolio and Glen Pendragon prepared for a direct confrontation. Tension between the two sides was stretched taut like a bowstring. The warships cut powerfully through the waves as they advanced. John Mayer's ship followed closely behind Morin's vessel. Oroz's crew jeered, mocking the cowardly navy for running away. On Morin's ship, everyone remained calm, observing the situation. He sneered at the fools. Morin's ship accelerated toward the rocky outcrop where the ambush was set. He was confident that this time, he would wipe them all out. Isaac reminded him worriedly, Admiral. He asked, can we really trust the pirates and John Myers? Isaac quickly clarified what he meant. Then Pendragon offered to pay double what Tolio did. Morin nodded, confirming that was true. Isaac asked seriously, but what if Myers renegotiates with Tolio? An image of Myers holding a coin with a cunning smile flashed through his mind. Tolio could always offer a higher price to buy him off again. Isaac stressed that people who live only for their own gain are nothing but opportunists. He recalled all the enemies he had faced on these very seas. Isaac asserted, we understand the schemes of pirates better than anyone else. He gritted his teeth, thinking, can we really trust them? Morin remained somber and silent, offering no reply. Suddenly, a subordinate shouted, Sir, look over there. Tolio's ship, with its massive golden sails, appeared directly ahead of them. A message brutally insulting the Emperor was displayed clearly on the sail. Morin's fleet looked on, their faces filled with outrage. Tolio sat perched high above, watching every single move like a puppet master controlling the game. He burst into gleeful laughter, as everything was unfolding just as he had predicted. Morin watched from the deck of his ship. A sailor stammered a curse. What in the hell is going on? His face turned deathly pale when he realized the man hanging there was his own father. Tears streamed down his face as he clenched his fists, vowing to make those wretched pirates pay, while another man hurriedly handed a spyglass to the admiral. Through the lens, they spotted many other prisoners held captive aboard Tolio's ship. Morin cried out in pure horror, this can't be happening. Isaac shouted, trying to snap him out of it. I already told you that we can't trust pirates. Quick, fire the signal flare to begin the attack. He urgently pressed on, they may have more ships than us, but if we can just take down Tolio, the entire tide of this battle will turn in our favor. Morin swallowed hard, hanging on his every word. Isaac proposed, if we can destroy them before they reach the cliffs, we can rendezvous with the Pendragon fleet. He then shouted, we'll have the advantage. Morin fell silent, carefully weighing his options. A soldier behind him chimed in, affirming, the quality of our men far surpasses that motley crew. They declared themselves to be the elite soldiers of the Empire. How could they possibly lose to a mere band of pirates? Urgent voices rose from the crew, Admiral, fire the flare. Gritting his teeth, Morin finally made his decision. Tolio watched from his ship, thoroughly amused, quite resilient, aren't you, Admiral? He snapped his fingers, giving a signal. Midian, who was in midair, immediately changed her course. A cold, sharp blade was drawn from its sheath. She slashed across the flag 3 times with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, the flag was shredded to pieces. The ropes holding the prisoners were also severed, and they plummeted down into the sea. Morin's entire fleet was stunned into absolute silence by the horrific sight. Tolio roared with laughter, praising, truly a masterpiece from Van Vass. He arrogantly declared, we pirates can do whatever we damn well please, and there's nothing you can do to resist. Soldiers were seething with uncontrollable rage, but they were powerless to act. Isaac's face darkened, but he struggled to maintain his composure. Morin lowered his head in utter silence. Tolio taunted him, taking care of that old emperor must be exhausting, huh? Fist clenched so tightly that the wooden deck of the ship splintered underneath it. Morin finally roared, fire. His eyes blazed with the fires of hatred as he yelled, the flare. A brilliant streak of red light shot straight up into the sky. Green Pendragon was stunned when she saw the signal flare. The people behind her were also bewildered, wondering what was happening. Isla's eyes widened in shock. They were confused, wondering if the battle had already begun. The entire fleet behind them fell into chaos, because this wasn't part of the plan. Glen Pendragon followed the trail of smoke with his eyes. He was startled as he suddenly understood what was happening, and immediately ordered the entire fleet to accelerate and join the battle. In unison, the fleet surged forward, cutting through the waves. Irene gritted her teeth in anger. Morin, what in the world are you doing? On deck, Morin roared, you devils dare to slander the Emperor. He raised his sword and declared, you will pay the price with your blood. Both sides charged forward at once, their sails catching the wind as they sped toward Tolio. Tolio leaped down from above, calmly remarking, see, what did I tell you? He glanced around and smirked, truly foolish. The two fleets clashed violently. Tolio leaped onto an enemy warship. Soldiers shouted, he's here. His sword blade, infused with fire magic, burst into flames. With just a single slash, he sent several men flying. He laughed arrogantly, the great Tolio will personally send you all to hell. His eyes bulged with killing intent, you insects. As soon as the words left his mouth, he lunged forward with a fiery sword gleam. Tolio defended himself while using fire arts to clear his surroundings. A soldier yelled, hold the formation, don't fall back. Tolio managed to raise his shield to block them in time. They changed tactics, attacking from two directions, but the shield was too unpredictable. One group focused all their strength to close in on him. Tolio effortlessly blocked them with his shield. Scoffed, idiots. A blinding bolt of electricity shot out from the shield. The soldiers were electrocuted, falling in heaps as their bodies were scorched. The remaining men fell back in terror. Tolio stepped on the corpse of a fallen man and laughed with glee. He raised his sword. What do you think will happen when I combine my lightning shield and my ultimate sword technique? The trembling soldiers didn't dare to advance. Tolio's pirates swarmed over as well, laughing heartily. One of them shouted, "Let's go. Kill them all." The Imperial soldiers faltered and began to retreat. Warship at the front was engulfed in a sea of flames. A lookout reported, ships 3 and 4 have sunk, and now ship 9 is next, Admiral, if this continues. Isaac was horrified. I never imagined Tolio Erengis was this powerful. Morin worried, if this drags on, we'll be annihilated before we even meet up with the Pendragon forces. A voice from behind called out, "Sir, I will stop them, even if it costs me my life." Young man grabbed him by the collar, proudly declaring that his family served with honor in the Imperial fleet. Before he could finish his sentence, an arrow pierced the enemy's throat, a swift answer for his father's vengeance. Morin and Isaac stared in stunned silence at the scene before them. High above, a knight riding a griffin circled menacingly. Cold sweat broke out on Morin's brow at that incredible speed. Mian coldly took aim from above, her arrow striking the target right by the ear. She swooped down, a gleaming weapon in her hand. Griffin tore through the ship's sail as it dove. Morin roared as he swung his sword in a counterattack. With a single slash, he severed one of the beast's wings. Griffin shrieked in agony in midair. Median was thrown onto the deck, barely having a moment to recover. Griffin plunged straight into the sea, motionless. She stared at the water's surface, completely speechless. Median muttered, "You are so dead." Her eyes turned ice-cold as she looked at her companion's severed wing. Morin and Isaac were frozen in place by her overwhelming presence. Median pointed her sword and delivered their sentence, "You will pay for this with your lives." Isaac screamed, "You've killed so many people, and you dare lecture us." He charged forward furiously, yelling, "Don't you dare underestimate me." The two men attacked at the same time, but Median didn't even flinch. Isaac felt like he was striking a wall of steel. Morin was horrified that she effortlessly blocked both of their attacks. Is this the power of a knight of Van Vast? Isaac put all his strength into pressing down on her. Median swept her blade sideways, separating the two men. She calmly watched them struggle. Morin's sword whistled just over her head. Median ducked low and then slashed across his leg. Morin cried out as his leg was severed. Isaac screamed and rushed toward the Admiral. Median launched a kick, giving him no chance to reach him. Isaac was kicked high into the air. He crashed down in agony. A foot stomped down on his sword. Isaac looked up in panic into those icy eyes. He was choked with fear, unable to utter a single word. Median looked down at him without a shred of pity. Morin cried out in horror, "Don't do it." She nonchalantly finished Isaac off. Blood poured from his mouth as he writhed in pain. Morin's eyes widened in sheer terror. Reached out, begging, but Median coldly turned away. Morin dragged his crippled body forward, screaming curses at her. He sneered how useless. Median mocked him, "A knight who can't fight is worthless." Her words were like daggers, stabbing at his pride. He advanced, her blood-soaked sword ready for the kill. A figure suddenly lunged forward. Sharp sword strike sliced through the air. Glen Pendragon appeared just in time, forcing Median back. Ship bearing the white dragon flag cut through the wind as it approached. Morin, astonished, cried out, "Governor Pendragon." He silently stared down his opponent. The two faced off, their eyes filled with killing intent, as Morin stammered Glen's name. Glen gritted his teeth, glaring at Median before glancing over at Morin. The old man was dragging himself through a pool of blood. Isaac lay motionless on the deck. The main character, enraged, unleashed his dragon aura. Median remained completely unfazed. Gave a faint smile, just as I thought. Median took a defensive stance, realizing her opponent was no simple foe. She sprang forward, launching herself at him. Glen completely blocked the attack. This only excited her more as she increased the force of her blows. A metallic gleam enveloped them both. Swords clashed repeatedly, sending sparks flying. Both were knocked back from the center of the battlefield. Glen spun around, channeling his dragon power. He counterattacked, sending her flying into the distance. The power of the white dragon erupted around him. The main character relentlessly targeted her weak points. Median parried his strikes, while a thrilled smile spread across her face. He retreated, creating some distance between them. Glen slashed straight for her neck, and Morin was stunned by the relentless pace of his attacks. And yet, Median was still his equal. Morin tried to recall every single move that had just been exchanged. The two continuously attacked and defended, creating openings. Median was gradually forced back, step by step. Suddenly, Morin realized something. Theory flashed through his mind. Could it be that the governor was luring her into a trap? He watched in stunned silence as the two figures disappeared from view, quickly pulling the vast knight away from him. Morin was frozen, breaking out in a cold sweat as he understood his lord's true intention. Iran's broad back was like a wall of steel, absorbing the full force of the blow and safely shielding those in front of him. Midian spun around to parry the direct assault, their eyes meeting in a flash of sparks. Midian burst out laughing, full of excitement. "You've far surpassed my expectations, but..." She immediately pivoted at the hips, launching a vicious kick aimed straight at her opponent's groin. Green Pendragon's eyes widened as he realized her intent. He instantly raised his leg, blocking the kick in a split second. Two of them dashed through the garden, clashing without a moment's rest. Midian's eyes widened in contempt. "Do you really think you can defeat a vast knight in swordsmanship?" He just chuckled softly. "You're not wrong about that." The main character relaxed his wrist, lowering the tip of his sword in what looked like a deliberate opening. Suddenly, he unleashed a kick that was neither fast nor slow, catching his opponent completely off guard. "I've practiced this sword style with Isla hundreds of thousands of times." Midian was momentarily stunned that he had read her move, unable to comprehend what had just happened. He retracted his leg in a flash, and Irene's entire body had already shifted into a defensive stance from below. Midian ground her teeth in anger, her eyes flashing with killing intent. He seized the opportunity, swinging his sword straight for her fatal weak point. She contorted her body to narrowly dodge the attack, appearing to struggle immensely. The blade grazed past her cheek, sending a chill down her spine. Midian landed cleanly in a picture-perfect combat stance. The tension between the two was as tight as a drawn bowstring. Midian broke the silence with a voice full of disbelief. "Impossible." Her eyes widened as she questioned him. "Don't tell me you secretly learned our swordsmanship." Green Pendragon smiled as he pointed his sword. "You know, we also have a rather excellent vast knight on our side." Upon hearing that, Midian immediately put the pieces together. Amidst the chaotic parade, the image of a familiar man in a cloak slowly came into focus. Elkin Aisha. She slowly repeated a long, haunting name. The one who was once called the failure of the Night King. Elgin Medellin Valencia. Irene stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what his opponent was implying. Suddenly, Seven Griffith appeared in the sky, circling ominously. Morin's face turned pale as he realized it was the signal of the vast knights. Madigan stood on the edge of the ship looking down and coldly remarked, "This is as far as you go for now." Irene gritted his teeth, looking up in fury. From a distance, a colossal monster was drawing near. It looked like a giant killer whale, leaping up with Miles on its back. Irene exclaimed in horror, "A monster." Fighting on the monster's back, Miles shouted an order, "Pendragon." He kept yelling, telling everyone to jump onto the ship. He froze, and Moraine was also astonished to realize that the man was John Myers. Green Pendragon immediately grabbed his sword and dashed toward Moraine, helping him escape the moment Miles provided covering fire. Miles gritted his teeth and drew his bow to shoot, but was forced to change his aim as soon as he pulled back the string. Because his attack was easily blocked by Midian. At this point, Irene had already leaped onto the whale's back and was leaving the battlefield. He landed safely on the body of the colossal monster. Miles yelled loudly, giving the order to retreat immediately. He and Miles quickly put distance between themselves and the fierce battle. The group on the monster's back also immediately broke free from the fight. Irene Pendragon looked over in surprise. "I never expected this, John, for you to show up here." He crossed his arms and looked down at the monster. Using a monster to pull an entire ship, that's certainly one of a kind. Moraine, sitting on the ship, couldn't help but be astonished. For a human to be able to tame a monster, it's like something from a fantasy story beyond imagination. Miles explained in a low voice, "I found it when it was just a tiny creature half dead. We've grown up together ever since." He patted its head and smiled. "Maybe we were a good match from the start, since both pirates and monsters are outcasts in this world." Irene silently observed the two in front of him. Miles looked into the distance with a heavy expression, but now, things have gotten out of control. Watch the towering plumes of smoke and fire rising into the sky. The Imperial fleet has been completely wiped out. Gritted his teeth and clutched his shirt. "This is nothing like what you told me, Glen Pendragon." He turned back to look at Moraine, whose head was bowed low. It seemed he, too, was beginning to understand everything. Miles leaned back wearily. After all, cooperating with the Imperial Navy was an impossible notion after so many years of bloodshed. There had never been a precedent for fighting on the same side like this. It was truly absurd. He quickly spoke up, "That is." He bowed his head and knelt down, clenching his fists. "As the commander, I accept full responsibility." Irene Pendragon declared decisively, "I will shoulder the entire burden for today's failure." Moraine frantically reached out a hand to stop him. "Governor, that wasn't your fault." But he ignored him and continued speaking. "Because you all saved us, the entire promised sum will be transferred in full." Miles asked coldly, "What about the other things?" Moraine looked up, confused, as the man explained, "You once promised to grant us trade rights in these waters." Myers yelled angrily, money alone isn't enough to give the children a future. Your promise is useless now because you've lost so miserably. Stared with wide, stunned eyes, unable to utter a word. Moraine was silent for a moment, then spoke. John Myers, I want to ask you a few things. Image of nobles being hanged on the ship flashed in his memory. Was that your doing? Miles crossed his legs and replied, Toledo was the one who killed them. We only hung the bodies according to the plan. We are not murderers who kill for sport. Moraine bowed his head slightly. I see, I understand. Sat at the stern of the boat, questioning himself. Those who were once considered despicable criminals against the Empire, could it be they were just people pushed to the brink? Have I been wrong all this time? Maine watched him trembling, then burst into tears. Looked up at the sky and said reassuringly, even if they are criminals, they are still human. Green Pendragon leaned in slightly and continued, to keep on living, they had no other choice. The haunting image of a group of gaunt, impoverished people huddled on a rocky outcrop appeared. There was also the man in the fighting ring, screaming the two words, revenge, and memories of a past life filled with injustices that were never resolved. Irene Pendragon looked over at him and asked pointedly, what is it you want to protect in the Empire? Is it the people, or is it just the Empire's empty shell of power? Voice dropped, cold as ice. If that's the case, then how is a Lord of Ross any different from Seguna, the one who is bowing his head and working for Arangues? A chill ran down Moraine's spine as his eyes widened in shock. Maine looked at him and immediately pressed the point further. There has never been a single moment when the Emperor ordered us to do something so wrong. Moraine broke down, sobbing uncontrollably as tears streamed down his face. He hung his head as if he had completely shattered, repeatedly apologizing in despair. Miles stood to the side, looking at the two of them with an expression of disbelief. He just offered a slight smile, silently observing everything unfold. Boat quickly turned around and headed back toward Imperial territory. The three of them wasted no time and immediately docked at the port. Irene Pendragon stood before everyone to summarize the situation. What is the state of the war now? A soldier quickly reported, the Beastmaster Division and the URC fought with all their might, but they managed to bring most of the warships back, Sir Pendragon. Another stammered worriedly, however, half of the Imperial fleet. Miles glanced over and cut in, suffered heavy losses, right? Maine just lowered his head and remained silent. He slowly analyzed the situation. With these losses, our combat strength has been severely weakened. The situation is much worse now. Oros, standing behind him, couldn't help but feel shocked as he listened. Two people beside him also held their breath, listening intently. Moraine lowered his head and gritted his teeth, blaming himself in silence. Suddenly, a hand shot out and grabbed him tightly by the collar model. Isaac roared in fury, what makes you think you can defy the governor's orders, you bastard? Moraine didn't resist at all, silently enduring the abuse. Unable to watch any longer, our protagonist immediately stepped in to intervene. He wedged himself between the two of them, trying to assure them that there was still a way to turn things around. The men in front of them just stared at each other blankly, completely clueless as to how they could possibly reverse this situation. His eyes lit up as he declared with absolute certainty, all you have to do is put your faith in me. He stood tall, full of confidence, and said there was still another option, a statement that left Isla stunned. Seeing that the two sides had stopped fighting, he continued, saying that to turn the tables, everyone needed to trust him. Killian immediately stepped forward, asking how they could possibly counterattack with such a disparity in forces. Rand spread out a map and said seriously, we will launch our decisive blow at Illit Island. He pointed to Redcliffe in Tajimi Bay and explained that they would link the warships with chains to hold them steady against the current. After hearing this, Killian nearly lost his mind. Your Grace, if we do that, we'll trap ourselves in the bay with no way to retreat. Our protagonist calmly replied, it doesn't matter, I never planned on advancing deep inside anyway. Gazing out at the sunlit sea, he said in a low voice, if we know how to take advantage of these waters, looked everyone straight in the eye, then we still have a chance to win. Killian stood there frozen, as cold sweat beaded on his brow. Miles also stared at him with wide, uncomprehending eyes. Agate crossed his arms and asked with a grin, you've got it all figured out, have you? While Leon was visibly ecstatic that their master was so brilliant. The guy jumped over, threw an arm around his shoulder and laughed loudly, lay out the plan for us, Pendragon. Feeling the heavy arm on his shoulder, our protagonist gritted his teeth in annoyance. Agate and Leon looked at him with eyes full of eager anticipation. Killian and Isla weren't much different. Faced with all those stares, he began to sweat and stammered, well, the thing is. Recalling his majestic presence in his past life, our protagonist wondered if he should really reveal everything. These strategies were all memories from his reincarnation. He was afraid no one would believe him if he told them, not to mention his true identity. Seeing him remain silent for too long, Isla called out his name worriedly, Pendragon. Two men urged him impatiently, if you don't tell us, how are we supposed to understand your plan? Men in the back began to murmur, a plan this dangerous, and there's no proof it'll even work. Isla whipped around, her eyes wide with fury, and snapped, "Are you all intentionally trying to oppose the governor's plan?" The two men turned pale and stammered, we just don't understand the reasoning." Suddenly, the sharp sound of a staff striking the ground rang out. Rain hurried in from a distance. He leaned on his sword, stood before Iran, and asked, "You do have a plan, don't you, Governor?" Looked at him and said, "Perhaps there's a reason you can't explain it." Our protagonist looked at him in silence, not denying it. Immediately after, Moraine's voice grew stern as he commanded, "Just trust him." He stared at the old man, his eyes wide with astonishment. Moraine knelt respectfully and said, "I don't understand the plan, but I trust the man who devised it, Irene Pendragon." He turned around and asked loudly, "Does anyone else object?" Declared, "The governor has always risked his own life to save our people. I believe in him, and I will continue to stand by his side." The soldiers listened in silence, as he urged them to also place their faith in and move forward with Irene Pendragon. One by one, they swallowed nervously. Finally, they all knelt in unison, signifying their acceptance. "We will follow the Viscount's orders, and we will trust Irene Pendragon." Rose asked in confusion, "Since when were you all so chummy with the old commander?" The other men laughed and replied, "There's just something incredibly satisfying about putting your faith in Irene Pendragon." A bright-eyed rookie asked, "Is this the bearing of a true knight, Captain?" And another replied, "Of course, our commander is the greatest." Isla leaned gently against him, smiling radiantly. "I have always believed in you." Main character, hoping to avoid another beating, quickly answered, "I will take full responsibility for this." Miles stood in the corner of the room, observing quietly, chuckled softly and said, "The eyes don't know how to lie." Then declared loudly, "I believe in you too, Irene Pendragon." He stepped forward and extended a hand in gratitude, saying, "It's thanks to you that we've been able to unite." Rain said cheerfully, "It's all thanks to your abilities, Governor." The two men shook hands firmly, sealing their commitment. The main character immediately gave the order, "All troops, prepare for battle at once." In another part of the sea, Toledo's fleet was anchored, biding its time. On the deck of his ship, he smirked and said, "It's finally time to get ready." Looked down at his subordinates, telling them their enemies were already standing at death's door. He even scoffed that Milas' betrayal wasn't worth worrying about, saying a mere pirate is no match for them anyway. Toledo waved his hand to signal an execution, cackling that the only thing left to do was plunder all of the Orchung's gold and chop off that white-bearded old man's head for the finale. He laughed with glee, declaring that he would throw a grand feast using their very blood. Meanwhile, at Irene Pendragon's harbor, the people were hastily repairing the warships. Everyone was working non-stop. Irene Pendragon was busy commanding her forces, her clothes soaked with sweat, but she still observed every single detail. As night fell, the ships continued to drift on the surface of the dark, Black Sea. Toledo gazed into the distance, guessing that the enemy was forming up in Tajimi Bay, then crossed his arms to think. He smirked, thinking their formation made them easy targets, or perhaps it was a trap, but he couldn't figure out its true purpose. Stroked his beard, wondering if they were waiting for reinforcements, then immediately dismissed the idea because they no longer had the numbers for it. He waved his hand and declared confidently, "Forget it, if anything happens, my knight Van Vast will descend from the sky and slaughter them all. Any scheme they have is pointless." Van Vast rode a giant bird, circling high above, his eyes filled with contempt as he looked down. Toledo gave a cunning smile, certain that all of his opponent's plans would turn to ash. Uray out of options, Raven Vanterer. Ships docked one by one at a small island. Miles cracked open a beer and while drinking said, "Tomorrow, you'll understand why I am still going through with this plan." He turned to the person next to him and asked, "I heard you can make a pact to see the future. Is that true?" To which the man simply replied, "What do you think, sir?" Miles believed that if they could see the future, the battle against Toledo would be much, much easier. Sitting up high and watching the troops train, he grew curious about the plan, but he also realized that their soldiers had absolute faith in their leader. Ella was in a direct confrontation with a burly man like Kara's, and her fighting spirit wasn't the least bit inferior. Leon, meanwhile, was as tense as a drawn bowstring while sparring with Agos. Miles leisurely sipped his beer, appearing calm even though he didn't fully understand everything that was happening. Taking a sip, he praised the Pendragon beer for being surprisingly good, only to be reminded that he should drink in moderation, since a battle was imminent. Miles looked out at the vast sea, not forgetting to make a promise. "When we return victorious, you must have a drink of this beer with me and my men." They both looked out at the ocean, where dozens of warships were anchored. On board the ships, the sailors were bustling with preparations, and an urgent atmosphere filled the air. Regretted the loss of troops, but was glad that the ones who remained had resiliently survived the monster named Toledo. Glen Pendragon asked thoughtfully, if they had money and freedom by siding with him before, why did they choose to side with us? He truly couldn't understand their choice. Miles casually replied, "It's exactly as you said." Clint looked at him, his face full of questions. He told a story about his orphaned childhood, how he had to struggle for food, which is why he became a pirate. While turning a stick in the fire, he said that the title of Pirate King held no interest for him. As long as he had something to fill his stomach each day, that was enough. Miles looked at Glen Pendragon and said he couldn't stand the way they ruled. He snapped the stick in half, as if venting his fury at their reign of fear and violence. Leaning back, he confessed that the freedom to roam the ocean and a good meal was all the happiness he needed. He looked at Ellen affectionately, asking if he could bring that kind of life to them. Ellen understood what he was feeling. He admitted that it was entirely possible. Miles laughed and said that was all there was to him. The truly interesting one was Ellen. He wondered why someone with Ellen's status would choose to live for the people, instead of indulging himself like other nobles. Ellen just glanced at him silently, without answering. A flicker of sadness and contemplation crossed his eyes. He remembered a scene of his father helping the citizens during a disaster. As a child, he had been incredibly proud of that man. He had once told Vaslas that as a duke and a ruler, he still had much to do. Sitting and looking out at the sea, he thought of his own ideals and the important people in his life who also fought for the common folk. With the wind blowing through his hair, he said that they lived with integrity, regardless of their status. The determined look in his eyes showed that he was simply carrying on their will. Miles continued to drink his beer and nonchalantly remarked that Ellen certainly traveled with some interesting people. Ellen looked at the sky and thought to himself that for that very reason, their motives for hating them were probably quite similar. His face showed a mix of indignation and empathy for Miles. Hearing that, Miles almost choked on his beer in surprise. He let out a loud laugh, eager to see the tearful faces of their enemies. Ellen looked up at the starry sky, lost in deep thought. Promised to show him that very scene soon enough. It was a stormy day in the southern region of Duke Arengis territory. Duke Arengis stared out the window, wondering what in the world was happening. Melbourne was also in a panic, as there had been no warning signs at all, even though they knew the sea like the back of their hands. Thunder crashed and lightning flashed as the sea roared with incredible fury. A massive storm hit before anyone had a chance to prepare. Melbourne worried that at this rate, Toledo's navy would be in grave danger. Lightning struck a warship that was being tossed about in the middle of the ocean. Toledo roared in anger as the storm descended upon him. Massive waves and lightning strikes caused the ship to list violently, throwing him into a state of chaos. He cursed, realizing his entire plan was in danger of being shattered. The next morning, the sun shone brilliantly down on the harbor. Duke Arengis and Miles looked out at the calm sea in utter amazement, because they hadn't even heard it rain last night. The island had returned to its peaceful state, as if a storm had never even happened. The storm had washed ashore a massive pile of driftwood, and everyone realized the governor had predicted it. Everyone was dumbfounded, because not even the most seasoned seafarers had recognized this gift from nature. Alan emerged, clad in majestic armor with his sword in hand. His face radiated an aura of pride and a formidable spirit. He remembered his past life, when the demon army had advanced southward. He remembered a night of heavy rain in the Old Kingdom. Back then, a storm had plunged their entire force into chaos, like a roll of the dice from fate itself. But this time, last night's storm turned out to be a rare stroke of luck. Alan stood before everyone, thanking them for placing their trust in him. Everyone looked at him with eyes full of admiration and absolute faith. Ben Vast let out a booming laugh as he rode his flying beast toward the island. He landed and cheerfully greeted everyone. "I am back, Glen Pendragon." Alan expressed his gratitude for his help, then asked about the current status of the enemy fleet. Isla reported joyfully, their warships have been almost completely wiped out. Countless of Toledo's ships were shattered, and he concluded that if they could just finish off Oros and Toledo, victory would surely be theirs. During this, everyone's spirits were lifted, as if they'd received a morale boost right before the decisive battle. Ellen turned to Myers and declared in front of everyone, "You and I will handle Oros. I will not allow a single one of your subordinates to be harmed." Miles humbly replied, "You really don't have to do that," but he thanked him anyway. Then Pendragon spoke up boldly, "Jody, Wood, Sala, you will support them until the job is done." The three of them answered in unison, "Yes, sir," their spirits blazing with determination. Watching the scene unfold, Miles was so moved that he was left speechless. He walked over, playfully grabbed Jody by the collar, and joked, "Are you guys all in this together?" And here I was, trying so hard to prove my good intentions. Jody just gave an awkward smile and said, "Sorry about that." Ellen turned back to assign the mission. "Until I return, the rest of you will handle Toledo, understood?" Everyone answered decisively, of course, their faces beaming with confidence. A cold voice suddenly cut in, "I am afraid you won't get the chance to enjoy that little victory of yours." Alan smiled gently, but his eyes were filled with unwavering confidence. He slowly drew his sword, its steel blade glinting in the sun. The main character raised his sword high and roared, "The sky is our ally, victory is right before our eyes." Just as planned, he immediately ordered an all-out attack, and the entire fleet weighed anchor and charged straight onto the battlefield. Countless ships cut through the waves as they headed out to sea, their formations stretching like a wall of steel across the water. Counterattack officially began at that very moment. On the other side, Tolio was red with rage. Taking his anger out on his subordinates, he roared, "Where are the reinforcements? Why haven't they shown up yet?" A trembling sailor stammered, unable to speak. His men hastily reported that the warships were heavily damaged from last night's storm. The Van Vast and Griffin Knights had been ambushed, and they had even lost contact with his father. Lazy LK shouted in a panic, "Look over there." The fleet led by Raven Vanterer was closing in, and the men's faces went pale as they realized Pendragon was approaching. Tolio stared into the distance, nearly stumbling backward, unable to believe they were still intact after everything. He stood frozen for a few seconds, his eyes wide in disbelief. Memories of last night flooded back. He had suspected his opponent would station troops in Tajimi Bay, what he thought was a perfect trap, but perhaps he was the one who had been trapped all along. His face twisted in fury, and he relentlessly cursed those damn white vermin. Ella swung her sword, striking Zazilka without a moment's hesitation. The blow made him scream out in agony. Other warriors charged in as well, quickly overpowering the remaining soldiers. From Glen Pendragon's warship, knights leaped down in unison, unleashing a storm of slashes upon Tolio's men. Dolphin from Ellen's team suddenly lunged forward, capsizing an enemy warship and sending them splashing into the sea. Ellen landed on the deck herself, decisively finishing off every single enemy. Many warships were engulfed in a sea of flames, completely crushing the morale of Tolio's side. The dwarf shrieked in panic, "We've lost, run." Sword flashed and blood sprayed, staining the air red. The dwarf's head tumbled to the ground under Tolio's arrogant gaze. He snarled, "Lost? What the hell are you talking about?" Tolio picked up the head and roared, "The word failure doesn't exist in my vocabulary. Slaughter them all then." He crushed the head in his hand, warning that anyone who fled would meet the same fate. Subordinates trembled as they witnessed the scene, terror clear in their eyes. They leaped down from above, throwing everything they had back into the fight. Tolio watched from a distance, thinking to himself that as long as he could escape these insects, he still had a chance. Believed he could still turn the tide. But Glen Pendragon's forces were blocking his path, and his rear was completely surrounded. Tolio gritted his teeth and screamed, "You trash dare to stand in my way." The knights responded with determination, vowing not to let him get near their master. Mark Killian pointed his sword at him, declaring he wouldn't let him advance another step. Two charged into a direct confrontation, an evenly matched fight. However, Mark Killian gradually lost ground. He cursed that monstrous strength in his mind, knowing he couldn't win a one-on-one fight. Tolio let out a triumphant laugh, filled with contempt for humankind. He swung his sword, knocking Mark Killian back and sneering, "You're not worthy of being my opponent." As Mark Killian was sent flying, a voice rang out, "That's enough, take a rest, I'll handle this." He stepped forward to challenge him, declaring with powerful presence, "From now on, this one's mine." He rushed forward like a hurricane, preparing to strike. The axe came down with full force, aimed straight at Tolio. The two weapons clashed, sending sparks flying as a blinding light erupted. Tolio had to admit his opponent was quite strong for a normal human, but it still wasn't enough. His sword gradually gained the upper hand, forcing the axe down. Pressed down hard, causing both the axe and the man wielding it to collapse to the ground. Tolio knew full well who this man was, a half-breed of orc and human. He delivered a powerful kick to his opponent's leg. The blow sent him tumbling, while his opponent laughed arrogantly. He boasted about having the strengths of both races, as our hero was knocked into the air. That contempt made him furious. He growled, "You'll regret looking down on me." He twisted in midair and countered with a powerful downward swing of his axe. Tolio's eyes widened as he witnessed that unexpected power. He continued to press the attack, refusing to yield because of all that humanity had taught him. Axe blade came down, missing Tolio by a hair's breadth and sending a chill down his spine. He contemptuously pointed his weapon at the man's face, declaring, "I am the pinnacle of both orc and human, while you are just a pitiful half-breed." Hearing this, Tolio flew into a rage, screaming and cursing. A burst of electricity erupted from his body, throwing our hero back. The current was so strong it left his body scorched. Mark Killian charged forward to avenge his comrade, yelling, "You bastard." Tolio, seething with killing intent, also rushed in to fight. The two swords clashed repeatedly, creating a breathtaking duel. His overwhelming strength, Tolio shattered Mark Killian's sword, leaving him stunned. He forced his opponent to his knees and sneered, "Get your pathetic friends out of here." Tolio swung his sword again, cursing the inferior creatures and declaring that even in 100 years, they could never stop him. Blood once again splattered across the battlefield. Killian was struck in the shoulder, but managed to block just in the nick of time. He gripped the blade of his enemy's sword tightly, stating flatly, "Your contempt is your fatal flaw." Tolio was astonished to find he couldn't pull his sword free. In pain, Mark Killian held on tight to the weapon. From behind, our hero rushed in, intending to bring his axe down while Tolio was distracted. He suddenly glanced over his shoulder. Though he managed to dodge, his leg couldn't escape the blow. The axe struck Tolio's leg, and blood gushed out as he let out a pained roar. In a fit of rage, he swung his sword, unleashing a massive wave of power that knocked everyone back. He set the ship ablaze and fled amidst a sea of fire. Tolio raised a hand to his mouth and shouted, "Reborn." He mounted his warbird and flew away from the blazing ship. In the air, he silently plotted his revenge, planning to use the griffin he stole from the Van Vast Knights to attack Bai Chong's ship. Ayla immediately gave chase on his own bird, refusing to let him go. Quickly closed in on the fleeing enemy. Tolio glanced back in panic. Ayla immediately sped up, maneuvering his mount to block the escape route, determined not to let him get away. Tolio gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing as he glared at his opponent. Ayla coldly declared, "Your journey ends here, Tolio Arangues." With that, an aerial action sequence officially kicked off. Riding his beast, Tolio swung his sword, chasing Ayla like a predator hunting its prey. Immediately urged his mount to accelerate, hurtling forward at high speed. He wound up for a wide swing, his sword bursting into flames like fire magic. "Get back here, you damn vermilion." He glanced back quickly, analyzing the situation as if activating a combat system. A fire sword, close combat is clearly a disadvantage right now. His intelligent beast immediately dug its talons into the mast to break its momentum. Ayla's mount made a spectacular turn, and he pointed his blade forward, full of fighting spirit. Tolio froze for a few seconds, clearly caught off guard by that move. He calculated in his head, if I launch a fire attack at this range, I'll get hit too. In the end, he recklessly swung his sword anyway, and Ayla parried the blow with a powerful counterattack. Tolio immediately shot forward, trying to create distance to keep from being tailed. Unleashed a sea of fire to block Ayla's pursuit, cursing under his breath. The flames roared violently, blocking the path as he sneered, "I'll burn you to a crisp." Fire surrounded him in extreme danger, but he gritted his teeth and pushed through. Wielding his blade, he faced the sea of flames head-on like a martial mage. Tolio's expression changed. He couldn't believe he would ride his bird upside down just to protect its wings. War Beast unleashed a powerful attack, and as Tolio commanded his falcon to strike, Ayla stuck to his flank, never leaving his side. He frowned, a hint of worry beginning to show on his face. He couldn't believe it. What the hell is this? Isn't this guy just some failed deserter knight? Ayla fumed internally, to think he'd look down on me that much. He tightened his grip on the reins, his gaze intensely focused. He spurred his beast upward into the sky, piercing through a thick layer of clouds. Tolio panicked. What kind of flying is that? He's so high up it's making my head spin. He scanned for an opening, trying to predict Ayla's trajectory. Ayla swung his blade in a clean, sharp arc and announced loud and clear, "My name is Ayla." Tolio was stunned. He had never seen anyone control a falcon with such skill. Ayla frowned in annoyance, just a deserter, The two were locked in an aerial struggle, and Tolio couldn't understand why he was so cold and detached. Asked, "Even though you left Van Vast, why would someone as strong as you serve the White Serpent?" Ayla was silent for a moment. Tolio roared, "Power exists to destroy the world. That is the privilege of the strong." Ayla repeated with contempt, "The privilege of the strong." He scoffed. Someone who specializes in slaughtering innocents dares to speak of ideals. Anger was clearly visible on Ayla's face. Stated bluntly, people like you, or who I used to be, are nothing but tools for killing. He sighed, "We never truly got to live." Back when he was in Van Vast, he had struggled to find a true purpose in life. And after meeting Raven Vanterer, he found his answer, to become the vanguard sword that would bring peace to the people. Ayla swore to atone for his sins by fighting for that ideal, even if it cost him his life. After hearing this, Tolio just let out a contemptuous sneer. Unable to sway Ayla, he muttered, "How boring." He raised his sword and continued to preach his twisted philosophy. "Using your strength to protect others, you're ridiculous. The strong should be able to do whatever they want." He screamed like a madman, launching two massive pillars of fire at Ayla. Ayla gripped the reins tightly. He spoke softly to his war beast. "I'm counting on you." Then he charged straight through the two blazing pillars of fire. Ayla held on tight to maintain his balance amidst the sea of heat. He guided his war beast in a spiral, creating beautiful vortexes of fire in midair. Tolio looked up and jeered, "Don't use the same trick twice, you fool." As the war beast flew overhead, he seized the opportunity to deliver a sharp slash. He froze at the sight before him. Tolio was stunned. Was he using a piece of the burning sail from that other ship as a shield? In the blink of an eye, Ayla shot right over his head. Tolio gritted his teeth in frustration. Ayla swerved and pulled ahead of him. He was using the sail as an incredibly creative weapon. The sail barely missed hitting Tolio. He screamed, "You damned deserter," while Ayla just warned his mount not to fly too far off course. He was stunned when he saw Tolio neutralize the attack with just a fragment of a shield. Ayla lost his balance and began to plummet. Tolio roared with laughter, "I told you, Arangues is always right." As he fell, Ayla muttered to himself, "You were right, Raven Vanterer." Drew his sword from its sheath. He told himself that he couldn't let Tolio escape. The vanguard sword must fulfill its duty. He threw the sword, grazing Tolio's shoulder. The hit landed, and Tolio immediately collapsed to his knees. Ayla landed perfectly back on his mount and flew straight away. The two of them landed on a nearby warship to rest. Ayla anxiously checked his warbeast's wounds. "Don't move, you'll only make it worse." The beast nuzzled against him with tears in its eyes, and he reassured it, "You did a great job." Suddenly, something fell from high above, hitting the water with a huge splash. All that was left floating on the surface of the sea was Tolio's hat. Ayla cursed under his breath, "Damn it." In the distance, Raven Vanterer had also finished off the few remaining enemies. He stood amidst a battlefield littered with enemy corpses, his presence overwhelming. He silently ran through his list of targets. Griezmann of the Red Skull Pirates was down. Now, only the final boss, Tolio Aranguiz, remained. Suddenly, a figure in a black cloak appeared behind him. He could clearly feel the footsteps approaching, step by step. Spun around, the tip of his sword instantly aimed at the stranger. With a stone-cold expression, he shouted, "Who the hell are you?" From beneath the black cloak, a monstrous face was slowly revealed, filling the air with a chilling presence. With a single, powerful punch, Agate sent the giant Oros crashing to the ground in an instant. After that impact, the battlefield fell quiet for a moment, the chaotic melee pausing. Agate praised him with a grin, "Nice work. That was more than decent for your first real battle." Leon smiled excitedly and thanked him, then hesitantly admitted that he was still nowhere near his level. Agate immediately scolded him gently, "You idiot. I just have more experience than you. That's all, don't sell yourself short." He clenched his fist, asserting that Leon's style of martial arts was completely different from his own. "Your techniques are agile and deadly, like an assassin's. Mine are all about direct suppression. Just focus on developing your own strengths." Hearing this, Leon froze for a few seconds, overcome with emotion. Agate waved his hand dismissively and walked on. "The most important thing is to survive. You understand?" Leon immediately replied, "Loud and clear, sir," and ran to catch up. He was determined to catch up to his master soon, but just then, a massive hand suddenly appeared right behind them. Their sense of danger flared, and both of them whipped around in shock. Tolio appeared, radiating an overwhelming killing intent, and roared, "Why do you keep getting in my way?" Veins bulged on his face as he screamed, "You insects. I'm going to kill every last one of you." Agate quietly reassured Leon, "This guy's the real deal, stay calm." Leon replied with confidence, "Yes, sir." Without a moment's hesitation, Tolio Gelat charged forward like a monster, unleashing the first attack. Luckily, Leon managed to dodge just in the nick of time. He thought he'd escaped death, but he couldn't even catch his breath. Immediately after, Tolio brought his sword down on Leon without the slightest hesitation. In that critical moment, Agate yanked Leon away and said sternly, "Calm down. That move is called Rajuan. Use your shield to block the sword's path." In just a flash, Agate noticed a bleeding wound on Tolio's side. He scoffed, "Looks like his injury isn't minor. He's just relying on cheap tricks." Enraged, Tolio roared, "You think I'd fall for such a simple taunt?" He swung a ferocious blow, severing the giant mast and causing the ship to shudder. Splinters of wood exploded, flying in all directions like a meteor shower. With their superior physical strength, Agate and Leon were still able to handle the flying debris. After continuously fending off the attacks, Agate started to grow tired. How is he still so strong despite all his injuries? Leon asked worriedly, "What do we do now?" Agate quickly came up with a plan. "You draw his attention, and I'll finish him with a single blow." Leon trembled as he heard this. Agate taunted him with a smile, scared, "You're the strongest student from Tacoma, aren't you?" Leon took a deep breath to calm himself. A moment later, his resolve ignited. "All right, I'll do it." In contrast to that determination, a furious Tolio screamed, "Don't you dare underestimate me." Elsewhere, Irene Pendragon pointed her sword at the enemy. The man in black muttered as if hypnotized, "Kill Irene Pendragon, that is the objective." He stomped on the ground to gain momentum, and then charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already struck her sword with great force. Irene frowned slightly. "I can't sense any killing intent, how strange." In the decisive moment, she mustered her strength and flung him far away. He crashed through the ship's deck, unable to react in time. But the man in black just kept muttering, "I must hold the sword tightly, or I won't be able to kill Irene Pendragon." Irene's brows furrowed. What in the world is this? She felt a terrifying aura emanating from him. The man in black shot back up as if completely unharmed, lunging forward with an even stronger aura. The fatal blow was aimed directly at Irene. She managed to block it, but her heart was filled with vigilance. His power is even greater than before, and that aura is so familiar. A name flashed through her mind, Ian. Also the Emperor from her memories of reincarnation. Irene drew her sword back, deciding to take a risk. She slashed forward, certain that this person had appeared in her past life. Blade grazed past his mask. The mask shattered completely, revealing a familiar face filled with murderous intent. Irene's voice was stern, "Why are you here?" Memories of her past life flooded back. This man had once become the Emperor. She coldly called out his name, Godfrey Aragon. Godfrey Aragon was fully revealed, looking at her with contemptuous eyes. Meanwhile, Leon attacked relentlessly, but Tolio dodged every blow while spewing taunts. He sneered, "Weren't you just some jester in the palace?" Leon replied coldly, "Those words are useless now." Tolio leaned back, dodging a high kick, and said, "Now, no one dares to look down on me anymore." But Leon was also starting to lose his strength. Even though his attacks weren't effective, when he saw Agate providing support, Leon charged forward to coordinate a two-and-on attack. With his master, there was still a chance. And down, Tolio grit his teeth in anger. He backed away, channeling magic into his blade. Lightning shield flashed into existence. "You insects, I need to get to the white worm immediately." Agate pulled Leon back. "He's extremely dangerous right now, don't get close." Leon realized he couldn't create an opening, when his eyes suddenly fell upon a wooden pillar floating on the sea. Wood was burning red from the fire, cracked and broken in the middle. An idea sparked in Leon's mind. He rushed forward and shouted, "Master, get your ultimate technique ready." Agate, stunned, asked what he was planning to do. Leon stood empty-handed before the fully-armed Tolio, as if in a life-or-death battle. Leon quickly grabbed a piece of rope left on the ship's deck. On the other side, Tolio had also raised his blade, preparing to deliver the final blow. The blade skimmed over the top of Leon's head, but he managed to duck just in time to avoid it. Narrowly dodging the blade, he threw the rope, hooked it onto the burning mast, and scrambled up, even praising himself with a quick "perfect" as he kept moving. The flames still raged violently, making the air scorching hot. Agate looked over and instantly understood his intention. Is that kid really planning to use that burning mast? In that case, I have to force that bastard into the right position. He charged forward, relentlessly attacking Tolio to buy time for his student. Up above, Leon tightly wrapped the rope around the large piece of wood. He looked down, aimed carefully, and then nodded, "It's done." "Master, he's in position." After saying that, he grabbed both ends of the rope and jumped down, pulling the entire wooden beam with him. A section of wood cinched by the rope was gradually cut, as if by an invisible saw. In just a moment, the mast shattered, sending a shower of splinters raining down. Tolio was forced to swing his blade to knock away the debris before it hit his head, cursing through gritted teeth as he did. Seeing that he was preoccupied, Agate immediately seized the opportunity to launch a direct attack. The previous coordination was effective, he thought. With all this chaos, there's no way he'll be able to defend himself. Just one more opening is all I need. He charged back towards the fight. Master and student coordinated seamlessly, attacking from different directions to corner Tolio. Leon still held the rope tightly in his hand. He threw a punch, but intentionally let it graze past the man's body. Taking that chance, he wrapped the rope around Tolio's leg. Holding the end of the rope tightly, Leon sprinted, pulling him forward. He knew that if his master's ultimate technique missed its mark, all their effort would be for nothing, so he had to create a situation where the hit was guaranteed. With that thought, Leon shouted and yanked the rope upwards. One end of the rope was tied securely to the high pillar, while the other end was pulled taut. Tolio was left hanging upside down in midair. He roared in fury, "Just a single rope. You dare use a pathetic trick like this to tie me up?" Leon gave a confident smile and shouted, "It's all up to you now." Master, he loosened the rope at just the right moment. Tolio plummeted headfirst towards the ground. Agate focused all his mental energy, aiming precisely at his target. He unleashed a core-piercing punch, driving it straight into the man's abdomen. Tolio spat blood from his mouth and nose, his body convulsing in agony. He buckled at the knees and collapsed. Finally, his body fell into a pool of his own blood. Leon stood frozen for a few seconds. Then he suddenly cheered, "We won." Ran over to Agate, ecstatic, shouting, "We did it." Agate smiled with pride. "You handled that very well. Knowing how to use your surroundings is a vital survival skill on the battlefield." Ruffled Leon's hair. "Technique can always be trained, but flexible thinking is what truly decides the outcome. You've made me very happy." Moved to tears, Leon thanked his master. Suddenly, a hand clamped down tightly on his ankle. Master and student were stunned. Tolio wasn't dead. He roared like a wild beast, "I'll kill every last one of you." Tolio raised his shield and fired a bolt of electricity straight at them. Leon was hit and fell unconscious. Agate was lucky enough to remain conscious. Watched Leon lie motionless, and his heart clenched in his chest. Tolio used his sword to prop himself up, while Agate was helpless, his body paralyzed and unable to move. He could only scream in desperation, "Leon, run." The flaming blade was closing in on Leon's neck. Just in the nick of time, an orca smashed through the ship's hull, lunging up to bite Tolio and sending his weapon flying. Agate's eyes widened in shock at the unbelievable sight. The orca dragged him down into the sea, as if intending to crush its prey. A man appeared on the railing, surveyed the wreckage, and coldly asked, "How are you people still alive?" Agate realized with horror that the man was John Myers, captain of the Winter Storm Pirates. The ship was ablaze, about to sink into the sea. Agate, holding the injured Leon, asked John Myers why he was here. He replied, "Get out of here now. I've prepared a small boat below. Take the kid and go before the ship sinks." Agate still asked, "But what about Tolio?" John Myers looked down at the sea and answered, "My partner dragged him under. He's probably drowning right now." The surface of the water was still churning violently, as if something was about to emerge. A moment later, a deformed orca surfaced, its body covered in wounds. John Myers was shocked. His partner should have had the upper hand in the water. Agate couldn't believe it either. Tolio was strong enough to snap the ship's mast. John Myers gritted his teeth. That man is an absolute monster. Tolio wasn't dead, radiating a murderous aura. He was swimming straight for the shore. The two men looked at each other with worry. If they didn't stop him now, they wouldn't get another chance. The electric shield was still sparking and crackling on the deck. John Myers realized that the magic tool was out of control because of the damage it had sustained. He immediately lunged for it, picking it up before a stunned Agate could react. With the item in hand, John Myers leaped into the sea, calling out, "Partner, there's one last thing to do." He mounted the orca, dragging the magic tool with him. "I'm not letting this chance slip away." John Myers charged toward Tolio with Doherty determination. "If I can't avenge my crew, then all of this is meaningless. All we ever wanted was freedom on the seas, but you stole that from us." Tolio swam closer, raising his fist, ready to counterattack. John Myers growled, despising the might makes right law that he so hated. "If you believe so much in strength, then let's see you prove it." Killer whale leaped high out of the water. John Myers dropped the electrical discharge device on Tolio, electrocuting him in the water as his agonized screams echoed out. Agate could only stare, his mouth agape, at the scene unfolding before his very eyes. Across the sea's surface, entire sections exploded one after another like a display of hellish fireworks. John Myers immediately directed the killer whale to launch itself onto the ship's deck to escape the spreading electrical current and the chain of explosions. Colossal tamed beast landed with a heavy thud on a nearby ship. A horde of sailors stood with their swords drawn, all of them looking down at the water once more. Tolio floated motionlessly amidst the smoke and flames. Was he actually dead? John Myers let out a cold sneer. "The moment you chose to rely on a pathetic magic tool was the moment your defeat was sealed, you half-Oros mongrel." Flag whipped and snapped in the sky, a silent witness to countless ups and downs. Myers panted for breath after he and his comrades dragged the tightly bound Tolio onto the deck. "Damn it. Now I know what we have to do. Need to inform everyone immediately that we've captured Tolio. At the very least, that news will make the remaining pirates retreat. The main battle is over, and we've won. Now let's focus on saving the injured." John Myers nodded in agreement. But then he gazed into the distance with a worried expression, toward a ship overflowing with magic that still seemed to be in the middle of a fight. Over there, two swords clashed, sending sparks flying, their auras erupting as neither side was willing to back down. At that very moment, the figure in the white robe took a step back, and a single drop of red blood fell onto the wooden floor. Exhausted, Irene Pendragon forced herself to stay focused and carefully observe her opponent. She noticed that the other man's aura was accelerating at an unnatural rate. Even though he was merely the son of a concubine, he clearly possessed the Emperor's blood. But there was still something that wasn't right. It wasn't a pure imperial aura, it was mixed with something else. Irene asked coldly and directly, "Godfrey Aragon, who are you really, and why are you here?" Godfrey looked at her with soulless eyes, muttered, "Only a dragon can face a dragon. I am only doing what was destined." Irene frowned and pressed him further. His face was now gradually taking on the fierce features of a dragon. Even his voice had become a terrifying, low rumble. "I am trying to become one who can wield the power of a dragon." Irene was startled as a colossal source of energy suddenly erupted from him. She could hardly believe what she was sensing. Mystical, purple-hued dragon materialized as a draconic aura spread out in a frenzy. From a distance, Raven Vanterer looked up in complete and utter astonishment. The terrifying surge of energy enveloped the entire space, causing his expression to change drastically. Why does Godfrey possess the aura of a dragon? Quickly analyzed the situation. Only someone who has a pact with Soldrake should possess that kind of power. He asked in a stern voice, "The imperial bloodline is supposed to carry a royal aura. What have you done?" Godfrey replied nonchalantly, "I was created by a mage who is working with Erangis." Raven's suspicion only grew upon hearing this. Who is this mage? But his opponent didn't answer, instead launching an immediate attack, which he barely managed to dodge. Raven counterattacked instantly, but the battle was incredibly fierce because his opponent's speed was just too great. A powerful strike sent him flying, and he had to brace himself with his sword just to stay on his feet. Godfrey was like an emotionless machine, relentlessly pressing his assault without a moment's pause. "My only orders were to kill you. Don't care about anything else." A dragon illusion shot out from him, heading straight for Raven. Though he managed to dodge part of it, the force of the attack still left him wounded. He looked at the deep, bleeding gash as sword energy pierced through his body. He tried to analyze the situation. That guy is mixing his sword energy with dragon aura, but before he could finish the thought, he was attacked again. His opponent's power had skyrocketed since releasing his dragon aura. If he didn't go all out, he'd be in serious trouble. Pushed back again and again, negative thoughts started to creep in. Am I really going to die here? Countless attacks rained down on him from every direction. And suddenly, Godfrey's sword shattered into pieces. Raven sent him flying back. Godfrey just arrogantly declared, "You can't defeat me." Watching from a distance, Helen silently clenched her fists. Godfrey switched to a new technique. A colossal dragon illusion, even larger than the last, appeared before Raven. He didn't flinch at all. The hero summoned his own dragon illusion to counter it. The two dragon illusions clashed in the sky. Godfrey's dragon closed in aggressively. Raven's dragon was no less majestic. The two streams of dragon aura twisted around each other, as if trying to rip space itself apart. But gradually, Raven's illusion began to weaken. His eyes widened. Impossible. How is Soldrake's aura light being suppressed? The tide of the battle had turned completely in Godfrey's favor. Raven remained calm and analyzed the situation. The intensity of dragon aura depends on the dragon vein and its wielder, and his opponent has clearly never been on a real battlefield. And yet, his power is exploding, which means he's borrowing the strength of the dragon inside his body. After a few seconds of deduction, he figured out a way to turn things around. And the key was the strongest dragon queen on the battlefield. Just then, another stream of aura light appeared, stunning him. Godfrey spoke slowly. "This is the dragon vein of the Vizcula Sea. You cannot win here." Raven suddenly remembered something important. He recalled what Glen Pendragon once said, "Dragon veins are the lifeblood of dragons. When a dragon vein is depleted, a dragon cannot use its full power." Godfrey was so confident because they were in the Southern Sea, where the dragon vein belonged to Vizcula. He knew perfectly well that he could unleash his full dragon aura here. Another massive wave of energy surged toward Raven. He tried to block it, but his body had already reached its limit. His hand was torn open, and blood from the wound dripped relentlessly onto the ship's deck. Raven Vanterer let out a soft groan of pain, each breath growing heavier. Godfrey looked at his struggling opponent and laughed smugly. "You're actually stronger than me, but here, your white dragon has no dragon vein." He closed the distance, pointing his blade toward Helen. "Your aura light is just ordinary strength now. I couldn't care less about this fight. If it's an order, I will kill you right here and now." He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Soldrake, lend me your strength," and the sword immediately burst into brilliant light. Ancient voice echoed, "This sword once belonged to the first Alex Pendragon, its blade forged from my very own horn. It contains an immense amount of mana, along with a portion of my power." Soldrake had once said that if his aura was ever depleted in an ocean where it couldn't reach him, the sword would release its power on its own. He had entrusted him with that sword, and now, the moment had finally arrived. He no longer doubted himself. "Whether it's an aura of darkness or light, it's all a part of me, and now I can wield its power completely." A colossal beam of light erupted, brilliantly illuminating the entire battlefield. Space itself trembled, and even Godfrey was affected. He was forced back step by step. Godfrey was stunned. "My aura, it was extinguished. I'm supposed to be invincible here in Vizcula's dragon vein." Suddenly, he saw something ahead. Raven's silhouette emerged from the light, standing opposite him. He was calm, showing no signs of injury. His eyes were now filled with a steely resolve. His presence completely overwhelmed his opponent. Godfrey realized with horror that the aura before him had changed. The main character seemed to have become a completely different person, leaving him utterly stunned. Even so, Godfrey still charged forward to attack again. His dragon phantom roared as it charged toward its opponent. Raven calmly raised his sword to meet the attack. He swung with a single, decisive slash. In an instant, Godfrey's dragon phantom vanished. His eyes widened in terror. Vizcula's aura, it was completely blocked. At that moment, Raven's dragon phantom launched a ferocious counterattack, and Godfrey touched the blood on his cheek in disbelief. "I'm injured." Looked back in a panic. Could mere sword energy cause such a wound? Raven had no intention of holding back. Godfrey retreated, his eyes filled with astonishment. His opponent's power had risen to another level. White dragon phantom continued to press him. Godfrey stammered, a white dragon." Blue flames erupted, and before he could react, he was knocked to the ground. Panted heavily. "No one told me he could reach this level." Before his eyes, Raven seemed to merge as one with the dragon. Now completely fused with Soldrake. He coldly declared, "It's over, Godfrey. It's useless even if you release more of your aura." Godfrey roared, "Impossible. I wield the aura of the sea dragon Vizcula, who is stronger than any white dragon." Raven said in a low voice, "That is a power meant to protect the one who made a pact with Soldrake. It was sealed within the sword, and only when it's released can I use my true, full power." He looked him straight in the eye, speaking the truth without a hint of hesitation. "The bond between you and Vizcula is nothing but a curse, forced by magic." Godfrey was speechless, his deception exposed. He still tried to argue whether it's magic or something else. "That power is still mine. I was chosen to be the contractor for the strongest dragon." As soon as the words left his mouth, Raven's sword was pointed right at his neck. He asked coldly if you're Vizcula's contractor, what do you really know about him? Godfrey fell silent, not daring to answer. Raven continued, dragons aren't tools, they have their own will and emotions. Memories of an old conversation with Soldrake flooded his mind. Soldrake had once worried that the sword's power would weaken when he fought in the south. He admitted that he was very strong, but she still remembered the feeling of losing her previous contractor. Because that place was the territory of the sea dragons, she wanted to fight alongside him. He had once asked why she protected the dragon lords so fiercely. Soldrake had been silent for a long time then, and she said, a very long time ago, I was given this responsibility. The man who saved me loved me, but then he passed away. Before he died, he asked me to protect his descendants, so they would never be alone. Raven listened quietly to that memory. Soldrake continued, I want to protect you for another reason. The wound in your heart is like mine. We both lost someone important. For me, it was Alex, and for you, it was your family. Because we share that pain, I want to protect you from suffering another loss. He gripped his sword tightly, his eyes blazing. This power wasn't just pure mana, it was also Soldrake's memories. The more he fought, the more violently his aura erupted. It was completely different from a fake contract made with magic. Those who see dragons as tools will always fail. If you go against that truth, Raven's aura crashed down like a tidal wave. Godfrey screamed in agony. Helen also rushed forward with all her might to help, while he panicked, screaming, Vizcula, protect me. Two dragon phantoms clashed violently once more, but Soldrake showed no signs of strain. A single bite, her phantom tore the opposing one to shreds. Godfrey cowered in fear as the white dragon continued its charge, the final attack descending upon him. Godfrey coughed up a huge amount of blood and then collapsed, the final victory belonging to Raven Vanterer and his allies. He coldly declared, a dragon only answers the call of a true contractor. The enormous dragon phantom coiled around his body like a protective suit of armor. He slowly sheathed his sword. You've saved me once again, Soldrake. As the blade clicked into place, the sound echoed, and the dragon's spirit form gradually faded away. All that remained on the ship was a scene of utter devastation from the great battle. Godfrey gasped for breath on the wooden deck, his body covered in injuries. Irene Pendragon mused thoughtfully, I should have just cut him down from the start. He recalled the words he once said, only a dragon can face a dragon, so I must become one. During the fight, he had also muttered that a sorcerer had turned him into this, and was working with Arangues. A series of deductions swirled in Irene's mind. It was clear that other dragons didn't normally interfere with humanity, which meant he must have been forced into a contract through magic to manipulate the dragon's power. Amidst the sea scarred by battle, even though he was on the verge of death, Vizcula still hadn't appeared. He grabbed him by the collar, demanding, where is Vizcula? Godfrey whispered weakly, I don't know, I've never seen him. Irene replied in a cold tone, how is that possible? He struggled to open his eyes, his face covered in blood, and I could see his very soul was shackled by magic. Irene was stunned. If that's the case, then that sorcerer has. Godfrey continued, saying that it's the kind of power that could even destroy a dragon. Amidst the smoke, he said the sorcerer believes you are distorting the world's logic and has ordered me to eliminate you. He helplessly explained that the goal is to return the world to its original state. Irene was even more shocked. A terrifying thought flashed through her mind. Could he possibly know her true identity? Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept in. A giant griffin landed on the ship's deck, and Irene recognized it as Isla's mount. Man and Beast watched the remaining ships in the distance together. She said the pirates were retreating, speculating that they might have finally captured Tolio. Both looked towards Godfrey. Perhaps Arangues would make his move soon, and they would finally meet that sorcerer. Irene climbed onto the griffin, decisively stating, confirming Tolio's capture is our top priority, let's go. On another ship, Tolio was surrounded as John Myers shouted, it's over, Pirate King. Out on the open sea, he declared, your defeat was inevitable, no one is coming to save you. Tolio gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. Agate laughed confidently because our master, proclaimed, is far stronger and more powerful than you. Just then, Irene landed. Cold gaze locked onto Tolio. He roared, calling her a damned white insect. Tolio strained and violently broke free from his chains. Charged straight at Irene. Leon and Agate were both astonished. She stood perfectly still, making only a single swing of her sword. Blade pierced through his body. Tolio screamed in agony. Moraine and Mark Killian were both stunned by that display of power. Blood sprayed everywhere as he clutched his stomach and roared. At that exact moment, a figure appeared behind him. Ella slashed at Tolio's legs, forcing him to his knees. He shouted, you should be kneeling before the Dragon Duke. Irene's voice rang out, I've finally caught you, Tolio Arangues. Listed his crimes, murdering for sport and ruling through fear. Then she pulled the chain around his neck. This is the price for destroying House Vanterer. Tolio still screamed, I don't know what you're talking about. Blue aura flared up behind her. It left everyone around her in absolute awe. Julio trembled, sensing an aura that was even more oppressive than before. Irene raised her sword majestically. "Heading is a fitting end for you." He roared, "I can't die at the hands of insects like you." With a flash of her blade, his head was severed from his neck. She lowered her sword as Tolio's body collapsed, leaving nothing but a pool of blood at her feet. Moraine and Mark Killian let out relieved laughs. Leon breathed a deep sigh of relief. Agate and John Myers smiled as well, while Irene thanked everyone for their hard work. He declared that this was a victory for all of them. The entire ship erupted in cheers of celebration. The magnificent imperial city glittered under the sunset. Streets were crowded, and maids were handing out hot pastries to the poor. They gently invited everyone to take a pastry before it got cold, and the people thanked them profusely. Another maid hurried over, calling for Lynn to come and help. Just then, a young man ran in from the port, announcing that the Duke had returned. Overjoyed, everyone rushed out to the docks. Townspeople murmured amongst themselves that there seemed to be fewer imperial ships than before. Perhaps it was because the southern region had just been hit by a massive storm and also had to fight off pirates. But their gazes quickly focused on a single point. On the ship's deck, the officials stood proudly. One of them announced in a loud voice, "Pirates who ravaged this city have been completely annihilated. From this day forward, Azure Sea City will be restored to its former glory." As soon as the announcement ended, the crowd was silent for a few seconds and then exploded. Cheers echoed endlessly throughout the port. "This is amazing. Ever since Secunda was replaced, everything in the city feels like a new chapter has begun." Two maids, Lind and Mia, held hands and dashed forward breathlessly. Both shouted in unison, "Lord Raven Vanterer." Before Irene Pendragon could even react, they threw their arms around him, and all he could do was stammer their names, Lind, Mia. Lind, with tears welling in her eyes, buried her face in his chest and said, "I heard there was a huge storm. I was so worried about you, my lord." Irene smiled and apologized for making them worry. Few ladies at the port began to whisper when they saw the intimate scene, and they approached Lind to ask if she was his wife. They explained that because she was often covered in flour while helping the poor, they didn't recognize her status, and then pressed a thank you gift into her hands. Irene looked at Lind, confused, as she shyly explained that she just couldn't bear to see the people suffering from hunger. Storm had halted all trade, so she had baked pastries herself to share with the poor. She smiled softly and said, "If it were you, my lord, you would have done the same thing, so I just did it in my own way." Hearing this, the ladies all smiled, praising her delicious cooking and how much she had helped them. Irene looked at her gently, his eyes filled with pride. He pulled her closer, whispering, "Thank you, you did a wonderful job." Lind blushed, smiling brightly as she replied, "Thank you, my lord." She puffed out her cheeks and pouted. "I helped too, you know." So Irene patted her on the head and said, "I'm proud of you too." The cheerful atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a shout of pirates. A tattered red flag bearing the image of a killer whale flapped menacingly in the wind. A black ship entered the harbor, making everyone nervous. Could it be survivors coming for revenge? Whispers rippled through the crowd. A few strangers disembarked from the ship, and the townspeople immediately became wary. Leader looked at them with a stern expression. The citizens held their breath, watching intently. Suddenly, the pirates all fell to their knees at once, begging for forgiveness. "Oh, citizens of the city of Lowe's, we apologize for everything we've caused. From this day forward, we will change and work for this city." People were stunned, asking if it was really true. Irene stepped forward and explained that this was all part of the plan, that they had fought against the enemy and had atoned for their sins. Even though they had previously caused harm to lures, it was poverty that had pushed them down the wrong path. The citizens looked at the pirates, silently thinking it over. He continued, saying that his responsibility is to protect and bring prosperity to the city, and he apologized for not being able to protect everyone. Irene bowed his head sincerely before the citizens. Seeing this, many people gradually began to sympathize. He clapped a pirate on the shoulder and laughed, saying if it's a request from the new governor, they'll have to trust him, but they better work hard. The atmosphere between the two sides gradually became more friendly. John Myers watched the scene from a distance with a satisfied smile on his face. When Irene started to leave, he quickly ran after him and called out. He thanked him not just for the gold and the official permits, but for giving them a place to belong and a chance to start their lives over. Myers held out his hand with a sincere smile. Irene replied that he wasn't alone either, because he had the help of everyone behind him. Just then, Admiral Moraine appeared with a stern expression. He thanked John Myers, admitting that without their help, the Navy would have failed. Myers smiled and returned the polite gesture. The two men shook hands, vowing to cooperate for the sake of the city from now on. The surrounding crowd cheered excitedly, saying the governor was truly something special to be able to reconcile both the Navy and the pirates. Someone shouted loudly, declaring a celebratory feast for that night. The city was immersed in brilliant lights as night fell. Everyone dove into the bustling atmosphere. Everyone had their own source of joy. All of them shared in a single celebration for their city. Some raised mugs, others raised glasses, and even a few spirit beasts joined in the feast. In a quiet corner on a balcony, a figure sat in deep thought. Another person quietly approached from behind. Irene said to Soldrake, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. The banquet lasted longer than I expected." Soldrake turned his head to look at him and smiled gently. He said there were many things he wanted to say, but first, he had to thank him because the memory sealed in the sword was what had saved him. His voice was filled with gratitude. Soldrake took back the sword, silently relieved that he was safe. The two of them looked at each other quietly under the dazzling fireworks. "Welcome back, Soldrake,"